In my ordinary life, a mere 5 yuan could sustain me for an entire week. Yet in a single night, I found myself the owner of a magnificent building valued at 1 billion yuan. This miraculous turn of events was precipitated by an unexpected appearance of a trillion yuan red envelope on my phone. Inside, it was filled with luxurious cars and opulent villas, simply waiting to be claimed through an exhilarating frenzy of tapping. Whatever I managed to seize would materialize right before my eyes. That moment, I was reeling from a failed startup, having lost everything to the point where even affording a meal had become a challenge. Gazing at the astonishing trillion yuan red envelope on my screen, I contemplated uninstalling the app, yet curiosity compelled me to delve deeper. I casually tapped on it, and instantly, an array of golden sparks danced across the screen, revealing 9 envelopes arranged in a grid. With an impulsive flick, I selected the central envelope that a delightful chime echoed, and the envelope immediately enlarged, proclaiming my fortune. Congratulations! You have received a McDonald's meal. Enjoy your click. I found the contents of the envelope too absurd to believe and was on the verge of casting my phone aside when my peripheral vision caught sight of my table. I was utterly astonished to see a McDonald's meal materialize where there had been emptiness just moments before. Rubbing my eyes vigorously to dispel any illusions, I confirmed it was indeed real. Without hesitation, I lunged for the hamburger, feeling its warmth in my grasp. I took a hearty bite, and the sensation was nothing short of euphoric, akin to quenching a thirst in a parched desert. After savoring a few more bites, a revelation struck me. If a McDonald's meal could genuinely manifest, then this red envelope system was not a mere deception. After enduring such trials, it seemed the heavens had finally granted me a reprieve. Eagerly, I seized my phone once more. With swift clicks, I hastily opened the remaining red envelopes. A cascade of messages illuminated the screen. Congratulations! You have won cash of 1,688 yuan. Congratulations! You have won a property in Yifeng City Garden, Building 8. Congratulations! You have won cash of 188,888 yuan. Congratulations! You have won a 100-fold cashback card. Congratulations! You have won a Pagani Huayra, a globally limited edition sports car. Congratulations! You have won cash of 1,666,666 yuan. Wishing you a delightful clicking experience. As the notifications appeared, the incessant sound of text messages filled the air. Simultaneously, a hefty cardboard box manifested on the table, atop which rested a key wrapped in pure black leather. Once all the messages had been displayed, a 24-hour countdown emerged on the phone screen, indicating that one could only claim rewards once per day. Overwhelmed with excitement, I closed the application, only to reopen a text message from Ice Merchant Bank. My previously depleted account balance had surged to nearly 2 million. I could not suppress a painful gulp as I confirmed the account balance twice. Never in my wildest dreams had I envisioned possessing such wealth. Approaching the table, I gazed at the black leather car key, the gilded logo tantalizing my senses. As a discerning individual, I understood the significance of this emblem. The Pagani Huayra is synonymous with luxury, and coupled with its title as a globally limited edition, its market value would undoubtedly commence at a minimum of 10 million. Taking a deep breath, I carefully unwrapped the cardboard box with trembling hands, revealing it to be brimming with property deeds. The crimson characters glistened under the sunlight, captivatingly radiant as I opened one of the volumes, gazing at the information above. Room 101, Building 8, Yifeng City Garden, spanning an area of 102 square meters. The owner being Wang Jitai. In a flurry, I retrieved several books, each adorned with my name. Cradling the property certificate close to my chest, I silently exulted, anticipating a windfall. City Garden is situated in the most bustling commercial district of Bincheng, regarded as the super core CBD, with an average price exceeding 30,000 per square meter. The value of this building alone must be in the hundreds of millions. That I fix my gaze intently on the property certificate atop the table, recognizing that selling these residences would yield merely a one-time transaction, not aligning with economic interests. Maximize the benefits of these properties. The optimal strategy would be to lease them out, drawing from my extensive rental experience. I estimated that this building could generate an annual income of at least 20 million. This thought made me involuntarily gasp. Even if I did nothing further, merely collecting rent would allow me to ascend to millionaire status. I realized I could not afford to linger here and needed to expedite the rental process. As for potential tenants, I already had suitable candidates in mind. Seizing a cardboard box in my arms, I hurriedly exited. Upon reaching the street corner, I noticed a crowd gathered. Curiosity piqued within me, and I quickly squeezed into the throng. There, I beheld several internet celebrities, striking various poses for selfies in front of a flashy sports car, clearly seeking to showcase their glamorous lives on social media. That I promptly made my way toward the car, intending to request the influencers to vacate the area. But to my surprise, they spoke first. What's the deal with this person? Pushing forward with a tattered box. What do you know about the vehicle behind me? If there is even a slight scratch, you wouldn't be able to compensate for it. Even if you sold a kidney to a social media influencer obstructed my path. With a countenance that was neither dignified nor composed, she scolded me, as if this car rightfully belonged to her. I felt a twinge of submission and recollected. This car is indeed mine. How could I possibly be unaware of its identity? It is you who failed to comprehend the circumstances, who permitted you to perch upon my hood and dare to take photographs at will. Not only do you seek to damage my property, but you also encroach upon my privacy. If I were to report this to the authorities, you would undoubtedly find yourselves in a predicament, having navigated the struggles of life for years. I'm not one to be easily trifled with. The naive one spoke with such conviction, completely justifying her stance. Oh, how amusing it is to see you flaunt your bravado. One might mistake you for the owner of this supercar. Such talent in performance should not be squandered away from the stage. With such grandiose claims, do you not fear that fate may turn against your words? In your impoverished state, even a lifetime of toil would not afford you a single wheel of this vehicle. Another influencer chimed in, her demeanor dripping with sarcasm, while onlookers joined in the mockery that I remarked on the exorbitant price of beef lately, only to discover that it had been inflated by your grandstanding. In this era, even the most destitute dare to boast. As their absurdities escalated, I felt a surge of anger welling within me. With considerable effort, I retrieved my keys from my pocket and pressed a button. The sports car emitted a series of beeps, followed by the activation of the hazard lights, startling the influencer into leaping from the vehicle. The mocking crowd, now silenced as if grasped by an invisible hand, swallowed their words in a startled hush. My face flushed crimson as I tossed the cardboard box into the passenger seat. Turning, I settled into the driver's seat, my gaze never once straying to the two influencers who were shamelessly posing, their faces adorned with coy expressions. They remarked that we had failed to recognize a gem among us, a young master, imploring me not to hold their ignorance against them, suggesting we exchange WeChat details for casual conversation. With a dismissive snort, I expressed my preference for the genuine and natural, disdainfully gesturing for them to keep their distance, lest they be left with an unpleasant reminder of my wrath. As I spoke, I released the car door and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared to life, and with a swift surge, I sped away, leaving the two women enveloped in a cloud of exhaust. Arriving near an agency, I clutched the cardboard box and entered. The moment I stepped inside, the staff pretended not to see me. This reaction was hardly surprising, as I had previously rented through this agency, always seeking the most economical options. My frugality had rendered me invisible to all but the beautiful manager. I scanned my surroundings. A melodious voice broke the silence, asking why I was seeking a new place when my lease had yet to expire. The voice belonged to an enchanting woman, with delicate features and a statuesque figure. She was the lovely manager, Lan Menjing. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she also possessed remarkable professional acumen and a kind heart, treating everyone with equal respect. Smiling, I clarified that I was not there to rent a property, but rather to seek her assistance in leasing out some of my own properties, uncertain of the feasibility. Upon hearing this, the people around me reacted with interest. All were taken aback, their expressions a portrait of astonishment. A few even glanced at the calendar, verifying whether today was indeed April Fool's Day. A portly girl curled her lip, exclaiming, "What are you joking about? You always rent the cheapest houses, and now there are properties available for rent. Surely you haven't heeded the expert's advice to earn a little extra by renting out your vacant property, have you? And then using your own car as a ride-hailing service? I clapped my hands, exclaiming, I never imagined your mind was not solely filled with fat. You've hit the nail on the head. It was indeed the expert's counsel that inspired me to rent out my house and drive for the ride-hailing service. Though, it seems a tad challenging, as it can only accommodate 2 passengers. The crowd erupted in laughter, perceiving my words as mere jest, despite the humor lacking any true wit. You cannot possibly be telling me that the box is filled with property deeds. If you possessed so many houses, wouldn't I be the richest person in the world? What on earth is happening here? A male salesman quipped while teasingly opening the box, only to be astounded by the sight of the property deeds within, his jaw agape in disbelief. I gently nudged his chin, mocking, it's merely a few dozen properties, Mr. Wealthy. No need for such astonishment. Yes, I flipped the box over. The deeds and keys tumbled onto the table. I gestured invitingly for them to take a look. Goodness, it's a deed for Building 8 in the City Garden. That building is a true gem. It is said that when it first launched, a mysterious individual purchased the entire structure, leaving it dormant for several years. Each year, merely the sanitation fees for maintaining this building. The stakes are quite high, with sums reaching into the hundreds of thousands. Numerous agencies have set their sights on this building, and I have also caught wind of the news. Surely these documents cannot be forgeries, they appear remarkably authentic. Furthermore, those keys do not seem counterfeit either. Have you lost your senses? Who would go to such lengths to produce fakes? The certificates are legitimate, as they are all numbered. A quick check in the property transaction system will reveal everything. All of these documents are genuine. Ironically, you still require a pendant book for your leg. Let's see if I'm suitable for the role. With merely a word from you, I would become your most loyal companion. Once the authenticity of the property certificate was confirmed, the atmosphere in the agency erupted with excitement. Except for Lan Minjing, everyone else was overwhelmingly enthusiastic, practically eager to kneel and kiss my toes. I chose to disregard their antics, focusing instead on the still-dazed Lan Ming. I waved my hand before his eyes to bring him back to reality. I intend to entrust this property to your agency for full financing. I wonder what you think, Manager Lan. At last, Lan Minjing regained her composure. Upon hearing my inquiry, she quickly nodded in agreement, instructing others to organize the property documents while ushering me to the VIP lounge for a thorough discussion of the contract details. Everyone's astonishment. I simply waved my hand at Lan Minjing and expressed a sentiment that deeply moved her. There's no need for such formality. I trust you will strive to maximize my profits. This property is yours to manage as you see fit. Please prepare the contract. That I uttered this casually, leaving Lan Minjing utterly astonished and profoundly touched. This house is worth several hundred million. Lan Minjing playfully remarked, are you suggesting that I take full responsibility for this property, without fear that I might sell it and abscond with the funds? You're the only person in Ice City whom I can trust. Therefore, I have complete confidence in entrusting this house to you. However, it is merely a house. It is truly not a matter of great significance. The trust we share between us is not something that can be compared to a mere building. I gazed earnestly at Lan Minjing, my eyes filled with intensity, and sincerely expressed these words that I genuinely do not regard this house as anything of consequence. After all, I did not spend any money acquiring it. It was a gift in a red envelope. If it were to disappear, so be it. Perhaps it could even yield something unexpected, unbeknownst to Lan Minjing. She was deeply moved, feeling the weight of this trust, and determined to cherish it, vowing not to let me down. With a chuckle, I said, your words remind me to prepare a power of attorney contract. From now on, you shall act as my agent in matters concerning the property. Lan Minjing nodded vigorously, assuring me that since I place such trust in her, she would not disappoint me and would strive to maximize my gains. I waved my hand dismissively, insisting that such matters of profit were not of paramount importance. One must not allow themselves to feel complacent, for that would pain my heart. What began as a jest touched something within Lan Minjing, sparking a flicker of thought. The contract was swiftly prepared, and I casually glanced over it. Before signing my name, I affirmed that what I just stated is indeed true. With a smile, I remarked that the contract has been finalized. I inquired if you might be free this evening, suggesting we celebrate with a meal. Lan Minjing hesitated momentarily before expressing that she needed to attend to the rental matters of this building in the coming days. But Sunday was relatively free, and it would be preferable to meet than that. I nodded in agreement, finding it quite overwhelming to endure the enthusiasm of the staff here. Ultimately, I departed the agency in a state akin to a defeated soldier. The plump girl gazed at my retreating figure, reflecting on how one should not judge a book by its cover, realizing that this seemingly unremarkable fellow concealed a great fortune beneath the surface. You know nothing, I thought. During my university days, I befriended a senior who was undoubtedly a scion of affluence. I shared with him the existence of certain hidden aristocratic families, their lineage spanning thousands of years, with an upbringing for their descendants that would be beyond your wildest dreams. The male salesperson earlier spoke with an air of confidence, inadvertently providing me with a pretext to mask everything. The gazes directed towards Lan Minjing brimmed with significant undertones if the beautiful shopkeeper seized the opportunity. Marrying into such a cinematic lineage would eclipse the allure of wedlock with mere wealthy families that in the shadow of such families, the term wealthy loses its significance entirely. Unperturbed by the discussion surrounding me, I paused on the street to contemplate my next move. I resolved to forego retrieving my car and instead ventured to a nearby shopping mall. Glancing down on my attire, I couldn't help but notice that not only was it the most inexpensive of street market wares, but had also been worn for several years with my knees already showing signs of wear and tear. In times of financial constraint, I was frugal and cautious. Now that prosperity has graced my life, I refuse to neglect my own well-being any longer. The agency is conveniently situated near the bustling commercial district, just a few paces away from the grandest ice and snow mall, a veritable haven for various luxury brands. Standing at the entrance of the mall, I took a deep breath, reminding myself that I am now a person of affluence, free to explore the wonders within. With the watchful gaze of the security personnel upon me, I strode confidently into the mall. The number of patrons inside was rather sparse, and the sales associates appeared to be languidly passing the time. The women's apparel section seemed somewhat busier, while the men's section was disappointingly lackluster, with many shops devoid of customers. In the past, I had only donned items from street vendors, entirely unfamiliar with men's fashion brands. Thus, I resolved to enter the store with the most clientele, striding in with purpose. The service at established brands is indeed exceptional. The staff did not disdain my humble attire, but greeted me with warm smiles, welcoming me to their establishment. The second largest men's fashion brand globally, Ermenegildo Zegna, inquired whether I was interested in bespoke tailoring or ready tower. I immediately posed the question, unaware of the distinction between the two. Bespoke tailoring is a personalized service, crafted to meet every requirement of the gentleman, often resulting in a singular masterpiece. However, such a service necessitates a certain amount of time. Conversely, ready tower garments are pre-manufactured in bulk. Our ready tower line is categorized into 3 tiers: second line, first line, and ultra first line, each with varying quantities. Notably, the ultra first line is limited to no more than 9 pieces globally. Should one encounter someone wearing the same ultra first line piece, it presents a unique opportunity to connect with another gentleman. Without a moment's hesitation, I expressed my desire to take a look. The attendant promptly guided me to the ultra-premium section, where not a single soul could be found. Other patrons, engaged in their selections, immediately turned their attention upon my entrance into the ultra-premium area. Upon noticing my humble attire, they disdainfully turned up their noses and subsequently diverted their gaze, intent on choosing their preferred items. Unbeknownst to me, in the adjacent section, a rotund, middle-aged man, accompanied by a flamboyant influencer, was vacillating over a potential purchase. Upon spotting me, their faces contorted into expressions of contempt, and they vociferously lamented, "With such taste, how dare you claim to be the world's second largest menswear brand? Look at the riffraff they allow into the ultra-premium section. One must only glance at their appalling appearance, clad in what can only be described as market stall goods, unable even to afford a button. Such praise is far too generous. With that pitiful demeanor, he is not even worthy of a thread." The individuals nearby, having overheard their remarks, exhibited expressions of disgust, casting scornful glances in my direction. As a possessor of $1 trillion fortune, how could I be ridiculed? I resolved to deliver a stern reprimand, rewarding myself with a special bonus. Initially, I had no intention of engaging with the two, yet even the innocent bystanders could no longer tolerate their behavior. Everyone here is merely shopping for clothes. How can one discern who holds superiority over another? Has no one taught you not to judge by appearances? He gazed indifferently at the greasy middle-aged man and spoke with casual ease. The influencer, curling her lip, remarked, "Look at your disheveled state. You are nothing but the dregs of society, unworthy even to carry my husband's shoes, yet you dare to speak of nobility. The trivial change my husband tosses from his fingers would suffice for your entire lifetime. Considering your market stall attire and this visage, where is your beauty?" The middle-aged man, patting his protruding belly, concurred, "My dear, you are absolutely right. In my eyes, such refuse is inconsequential, merely a pollutant to the environment. These young people today aspire to lofty heights without a shred of self-awareness, venturing into places they do not belong, unafraid of soiling their garments, oblivious to the potential costs. Such individuals are clearly dependent on their families, masquerading as respectable in public while their true nature remains questionable at home. To raise such a creature is indeed a tragic misfortune." Those nearby joined in, vocally deriding me, painting me as the epitome of a negative example. The greasy gentleman, casting a sidelong glance, mocked, "Everyone's eyes are clear. Why don't you simply leave? Otherwise, I'll have security escort you out." Observing the unfolding situation, the waitress stepped in to mediate. "We are all here to enjoy ourselves. There is no need for such discord. Let us each take a step back." The influencer, jumping up in agitation, shouted, "What are you saying? We are here to spend money. What purpose does this pauper serve? Who can even say? Do not drive him away, as it would adversely affect our shopping mood. We shall refrain from making purchases here. Look at this impoverished wretch and consider the profit he can generate for you. How do you presume to know that I cannot afford the items here? Would you dare allow your greasy husband to accompany me on my shopping spree? For every penny I spend, he shall spend the same." I lifted my chin, casting a scornful glance at the greasy middle-aged man, my gaze brimming with provocation. The greasy middle-aged man, feeling belittled, was instantly consumed by rage, jumping up and down while shouting, "You ungrateful pauper, how dare you challenge me? Do you not realize I own a store and earn several million a year? Your entire family could sell their kidneys and still not match my income. I am not afraid of you." I surveyed the onlookers and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, you heard him. Today, he shall follow me on my shopping excursion. For every dollar I spend, he will match it. I require you to serve as witnesses. Wrap up these 9 garments from the ultra-premium collection for me. I shall wear one each day for the week, with 2 spare. What is the total?" My words were imbued with authority, silencing the crowd, leaving the attendant momentarily stunned. After half a minute, the attendant regained composure and inquired, "Sir, are you requesting to purchase all the ultra-premium garments for a total of $1,800,000? Would you like to reconsider?" Upon hearing that price, I realized I had just enough funds in my account. I casually produced my card and handed it to the attendant for processing. The sight of the card in the attendant's hand caused the onlookers to widen their eyes in astonishment, particularly the greasy middle-aged man and the influencer, whose eyes seemed on the verge of popping out of their sockets. Another waiter hurriedly brought over the POS machine, and just as they were about to swipe their cards, I suddenly recalled the 100-fold consumption card I had received earlier. I quickly called out for them to wait. Upon hearing my voice, the greasy middle-aged man relaxed, his tension dissipating. He scoffed loudly. "You certainly know how to put on a show, making it seem so genuine. Yet when it comes to the real deal, you shrink back. Why pretend to be a big shot? Why don't you just pay?" It seems today us youth are lost in their fantasies, each one a thespians in their own right, perpetually dreaming of fortunes falling from the sky. Who can blame them? They spend their days not contemplating hard work in factories, but instead envisioning themselves as heirs to vast fortunes, oblivious to their own realities. Around us, others chimed in, mocking to bolster their own sense of superiority. I chose to ignore them, retrieving my phone to open the 100-fold consumption card. Once I confirmed its validity, I gestured to the waiter to proceed with the transaction. Witnessing my actions, the crowd fell silent, their expressions frozen in disbelief. After all, with their spending power, they could afford to dine here, but could never dream of purchasing garments from such elite brands. With a sound signaling success, the receipt emerged from the machine, leaving everyone in awe. The 2 waitstaff were the first to regain their composure. Hastily removing the garments and carefully placing them in bags, each piece worth more than their annual wages. This commission surpasses the salaries of the past 2 months for them. The pivotal factor is the presence of a true tycoon before me. Should something indescribable transpire, I would never have to worry again in this lifetime. With a spending of 1.8 million, the 100-fold consumption card is activated, yielding a cashback of 180 million, alongside 18 consumption red envelopes that can be withdrawn at any time. A notification chimes in my ear, and I cannot help but smile subtly, my gaze drifting towards the corpulent middle-aged man. He nonchalantly remarks, "A mere 1.8 million is nothing for a magnate like you. Since the ultra-premium items are gone, settling for the first tier will suffice." The expression on the corpulent man's face darkens considerably. He had been boasting moments ago, yet his annual earnings barely exceed 2 million. How could he possibly afford such extravagant garments? He raises his voice, indignantly exclaiming, "Just because you have money, you think you're exceptional, and that gives you the right to bully others? Where is the logic in coercive buying?" I let out a scoff through my nose, retorting, "You have spoken the truth. Wealth indeed brings distinction, just as you have demonstrated. I despise those who lack integrity, and with today's advanced data technology, locating you would merely require a couple of million. Are you hoping to engage in similar dealings with me in the future?" His casual tone belies the explosive impact it has on the corpulent man, sending a jolt of fear through him. The middle-aged man understands all too well that someone who can casually spend a couple of million on clothing is not someone he can afford to provoke. Dealing with him would be a matter of mere moments. He crumpled to his knees before Wang Zhitia, repeatedly pleading, "It is I who failed to recognize the greatness before me and have offended this young master. I implore you to treat me as inconsequential and simply let me go." With a sidelong glance, I retorted, "Did you not just assert that treating you as inconsequential would pollute the environment? I am a fervent advocate for ecological preservation. How could I possibly act in such a manner? If you lack funds, that is acceptable. You and that companion of yours shall prostrate yourselves in the public square, bowing your heads 10,000 for each bow, and upon completing 18 bows, we shall consider this matter resolved." The influencer abruptly sprang to his feet, clearly reluctant to comply. But before he could voice his objections, the greasy middle-aged man executed an act that left everyone astounded. Chapter 5. The astounding wealth. A greasy middle-aged man abruptly leaped up and delivered a resounding slap to the influencer's face, causing her chin to skew askew. "You wasteful creature. When the young master grants us an opportunity, we must express our gratitude and adhere to his every command." The influencer shrieked in outrage, "You shameless cur. Were it not for your paltry fortune, I would never deign to serve you. With that tiny worm of yours, what audacity do you possess to demand my reverence? May you meet your demise." As she spoke, she lunged at the greasy man, and they began to grapple, their scuffle spilling out of the store and attracting a throng of onlookers. The staff members, bored and eager for amusement, hastily recorded the altercation and uploaded it to Douyin, neglecting to blur any identities, thus propelling their notoriety into the spotlight. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The special red envelope has been distributed and is ready for activation. Upon hearing the notification, I understood the task was accomplished, and I chose to disregard the two ruffians, opting instead to procure items from other shops. Recognizing my wealth, the store attendants fervently approached me, each hoping for a chance that could elevate them to a life of luxury. Overwhelmed, I selected some expensive items and had them sent to my car. Retreating as if fleeing from a lost battle, I drove to the seaside, opened the car roof to let the ocean breeze wash over me, and felt an overwhelming sense of contentment, prompting me to let out a few jubilant shouts. I opened the app and was greeted by a series of red envelopes on the screen, one of which bore a flame design, presumably the special envelope. He decided to first open a regular red envelope to test his fortune, and if luck favored him, he would then proceed to the special red envelope. "Congratulations on receiving 3.6 yuan in cash. May your clicking be delightful." "Congratulations on obtaining 188 yuan in cash. May your clicking be delightful." "Congratulations on acquiring a 10-fold cash increase card, valid for use within 1 hour. May your clicking be delightful." "Congratulations on receiving 18.2 yuan in cash. May your clicking be delightful." "Congratulations on winning the Starfish #1 villa. May your clicking be delightful." All the red envelopes were opened, and he amassed over 180,000 yuan in cash, a time-limited 10-fold increase card, and a villa, an extraordinary stroke of luck. He decided to utilize the 10-fold increase card first, to avoid forgetting it later, which would be a grievous loss. The tenfold increase card was successfully activated, multiplying his funds tenfold, bringing his total to 1.8 billion. Please check your account. As I heard the notification sound, I was choked by my own saliva, coughing uncontrollably. A fortune of 1.8 billion was something I had never dared to dream of. Indeed, it seemed that fortunes falling from the sky were the true path to success. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards the special red envelope. Today's luck appeared promising, and he anticipated uncovering something remarkable. Congratulations on receiving the System Deep Binding card. May your clicking be delightful. My eyes widened in astonishment. I had not expected that the special red envelope would yield a card, the purpose of which was uncertain, but I resolved to experiment further. The System Deep Binding card was successfully activated, transferring the system from the phone to the host consciousness, and the information began to transmit. As the prompt sounded, I felt a surge of electricity emanating from the phone, coursing through his arm, ascending seamlessly until it reached his brain. A weight settled upon my head, followed by an influx of information. Operating within this newfound knowledge, a virtual interface materialized before me, identical to the previous application interface on the phone. He lifted the device for a brief glance. The applications had vanished, leaving only a mundane relic of technology, one that no passerby would bother to collect if discarded on the street. A smile graced my face. The system was remarkably considerate, alleviating his concerns and ensuring he would not lose access to the red envelope system. He unclasped the handcuff to reveal a property deed along with a key card. The deed identified the property as Villa Number 1 in the Starfish Estate, with his name inscribed as the rightful owner. The Starfish Estate is renowned as the most opulent residential area in Binhai City, with each villa priced exorbitantly. Villa Number 1, in particular, is a pinnacle of extravagance, valued at over 10 billion. This staggering price has rendered the villa vacant for many years, leading many to believe it would remain unsold indefinitely. Suddenly, Yu Taiyu, the property manager of the Starfish Estate, received a call from above, informing him that Villa Number 1 had been sold, and the owner might arrive at any moment, urging him to prepare for their welcome. Yu Taiyu hung up the phone and dashed out of the office, bellowing to his subordinates, "Villa Number 1 has been sold. The owner may arrive at any time. Everyone must be on high alert. No mistakes are permissible. Should anyone dare to offend the owner, I will ensure they live a life of discontent." The property staff were taken aback by these words, subsequently causing a flurry of chaotic activity as they hastily made calls in every direction, determined to prevent any potential issues. Those who could afford the Starfish No. 1 villa were undoubtedly extraordinary individuals, and thus, it was imperative to extend the highest courtesy in their reception, with no room for error whatsoever. A mere utterance from such individuals could irrevocably alter their lives. In the presence of true elites, they instinctively regarded themselves as insignificant. I was unaware that I had instilled such a profound shock in the property management. With an air of nonchalance, I drove to the entrance of the villa community and effortlessly swiped my card to gain entry. The security guard, observing the sports car, remarked to another, "Look at that vehicle. It seems to be heading towards the core area. Could it be the owner of Villa Number 1? The other guard scoffed, saying, "I caught a glimpse just now. The driver is a young man. How could someone so young possibly afford Villa Number 1? He is likely just another second-generation heir visiting one of the other villas. Let us not meddle in affairs that don't concern us. After all, he has a card. If anything happens, it won't be our responsibility, and we certainly don't want to invite trouble. If he finds a way to pin something on us, our wages will be docked again. I heard he has taken up with a new girl. Who knows how he might try to find fault with us." While these two security guards conversed, I had already arrived at the entrance of Villa Number 1, smoothly driving into the garage and entering the villa through the internal passage. The villa's decor was extraordinarily lavish, showcasing a high degree of sophistication, and upon becoming the owner, I had already registered my iris and palm prints. Upon confirmation from the villa's scanning system, the intelligent features were fully activated, leaving me in a state of refreshing astonishment. As if my life thus far had been in vain, I casually tossed my garments onto the sofa and contemplated my next move, ultimately deciding to venture outside. After all, I would be residing here, and it was imperative to familiarize myself with the surroundings. With a swagger, I stepped outside, where the lush greenery flourished and the air was remarkably invigorating, reminiscent of a serene park. Like a headless fly, I meandered through the villa community, simultaneously cursing the excesses of the affluent and nurturing dreams of the days to come. At that moment, a cacophony of noise reached my ears, piquing my curiosity. I had never witnessed a confrontation among the wealthy and was eager to broaden my horizons. Following the din, I was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before me. Chapter 6. The arrogant security captain. I beheld a young girl seated on the ground, her hair disheveled, tears streaming down her face, with marks of violence etched upon her visage. Opposite her stood a menacing man clad in a security uniform, bellowing with a fierce intensity. "You possess an audacity that is beyond belief, daring to cause a ruckus in my territory. I assure you, you are courting disaster. Do you not believe I could easily annihilate you? I have already contacted the owner," he continued, "and he has instructed me to disburse the funds to you. 800 yuan per person. How dare you offer a mere 300? That is our hard-earned income." The girl fixed her gaze upon him, challenging him with a loud retort. The man sneered, "Do not waste my time with your petty complaints. I have allowed you to come here to clean, out of pity for your plight. Yet, you must pay me a commission. You impoverished souls, unable to afford university. Yet you still desire to work your way through school. How laughable. You merely wish to earn money to indulge in debauchery." Upon hearing this, I comprehended the situation. This girl, much like during her school days, was laboring outside to fund her education. This security guard had lured her here for work, only to withhold her wages, displaying an outrageous level of arrogance. I strode forward, raising my voice. "Who granted you the authority to act in such a manner? Everyone faces their own struggles. Do you not feel remorse for depriving someone of their hard-earned money?" The security guard scrutinized me from head to toe, noticing my modest attire, and immediately donned a look of disdain. "I am Li Jiayong, the captain of this security team. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? It appears you are in dire need of a lesson." I let out a huff from my nose, declaring, "I do not care who you are. As the proprietor here, I absolutely will not permit such occurrences." Before he could finish his statement, he was interrupted by Li Jiayong. "You should take a good look at your own character before speaking. With your disheveled appearance, do you dare to claim to be a proprietor here? I have seen photographs of every owner, each bearing an air of nobility, and then there is you, unworthy even to polish their shoes. You are just as despicable as that wretched woman. Both of you are deserving of a thorough reprimand. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will remain ignorant of the true nature of consequences." As he spoke, he picked up the intercom and summoned a few of his lackeys from the security team, armed and ready to come here. I let out a cold laugh and retrieved my phone to dial the number of the property manager listed in the documentation. Yu Taiyu was anxiously awaiting my call. Upon hearing the ring-tone, he quickly answered, recognizing the number he had been waiting for. "Mr. Wang, good day. I am Yu Taiyu, the property manager. May I inquire as to your location? I shall come to meet you at once. You need not feign benevolence before me. Your security chief is currently threatening my personal safety. If I do not see you within 10 minutes, you shall bear full responsibility for the consequences." Upon hearing my words, Yu Taiyu felt his legs weaken, nearly succumbing to fright. He attempted to call Li Jiayong, but found his hands uncooperative, urgently calling for assistance from a salesperson. Li Jiayong looked at me with disdain and remarked, "Do not attempt to play such games before me. Your act is rather convincing. Who are you calling?" "It wouldn't happen to be our property manager, would it?" I remarked while fiddling with my phone. "It matters not whom I am calling. What is significant is whether anyone will deal with you. I am keen to observe if you truly possess the power to dominate. You claim to be stout, yet you are panting. It seems you are deeply entrenched in this charade. Why not proclaim yourself the owner of Villa Number 1, the most formidable of the enigmatic affluent?" As the head of security, Li Jiayong was duly informed of the sale of Villa Number 1 and could hardly contain his envy, contemplating how to forge a connection with its new owner. Just as I was about to speak, Li Jiayong's phone rang. Upon seeing it was Yu Taiyu, he hastily pressed the answer button, only to be met with a furious outburst. "You insufferable scoundrel. You possess an outrageous audacity to threaten Mr. Wang. You must be tired of living. If you dare lay a finger on him, I shall ensure your suffering is profound. Where are you? Speak clearly." Li Jiayong felt his courage wane in the face of such wrath, realizing that the individual before him was indeed the owner of Villa No. 1. He had truly landed himself in dire straits. He understood all too well that one capable of purchasing a villa for over 10 billion is a behemoth in their own right. To eliminate him would require but a mere breath. "You wretched fool, do you hear me? Tell me your location at once. If you so much as touch a hair on Mr. Wang's head, you will endure unbearable torment." Finally regaining his composure, Li Jiayong responded urgently, "I am in front of Villa Number 23. I have done nothing." Amidst his bewilderment, I approached and helped the young lady to her feet, only to discover that she was strikingly beautiful, with an unwavering gaze. I gazed at the girl and said, "I have heard every word of your conversation. Rest assured, I shall seek justice on your behalf." Just as the girl was about to respond, a group of security personnel, led by Li Jiayong, stormed over, brandishing their rubber batons with menacing intent. Which blind fool dares to offend our captain? Do they not realize that within the confines of the Starfish Villa district, our captain reigns supreme? Anyone who provokes him will find themselves on the receiving end of a beating. These brutes shouted with ferocity, their words flowing effortlessly, clearly accustomed to such confrontations. Upon hearing his subordinates, Li Jiayong was nearly paralyzed with fear. He kicked the leader of the security team, sending him sprawling to the ground. "You ruffians, silence yourselves. What are you shouting about? Get lost if you value your lives." The security guards were left bewildered, unsure of the unfolding situation. They were accustomed to reprimanding the downtrodden, not facing such a challenge themselves. Li Jiayong knelt before me, pleading earnestly. I failed to recognize Mr. Wang and spoke thoughtlessly. "Please, Mr. Wang, show mercy and spare me this once." I scoffed. "When you deducted money from this girl, did you not consider sparing her? Do you have any idea how difficult it is for these students? I have little tolerance for injustice, since you chose to act in such a manner. You must face the consequences of your actions. If you possess the courage, then strike me. Let us see if you can withstand the repercussions." He, too, had navigated the treacherous waters of society for years and understood how to handle such matters. In this day and age, those who strive to be virtuous often meet with tragic ends. Just as they were conversing, Yu Taiyu arrived with a group of individuals, all of them panting heavily. It was particularly remarkable how swiftly the female staff, clad in high heels, managed to run. Upon noticing Li Jiayong kneeling before Wang Zhitia, Yu Taiyu immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and hurried over to offer his sincerest apologies. "It is my mismanagement that has placed Mr. Wang in such peril. I assure you that I will address this matter with the utmost seriousness and provide Mr. Wang with a proper resolution." As I cast a sidelong glance, the words I uttered nearly instilled fear into Yu Taiyu's heart. Chapter 7. The Rich Brother. I truly cannot fathom how you became a property manager. I now harbor serious doubts about your competence. It appears I must escalate this matter to your superiors and advocate for a re-evaluation of the managerial position. Upon my arrival, I have cast a grave accusation that has left Yu Taiyu utterly alarmed. Should he lose his role as property manager, it would mark his irrevocable downfall. In a subdued tone, Yu Taiyu lamented, "This is all my fault. I failed to manage my subordinates effectively. Mr. Wang, I implore you to grant me an opportunity for redemption." I interrupted him. "It seems you still do not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Do you believe it is merely a matter of my personal safety at stake? If only it were that simple. Inquire with your head of security about the actions he has taken under this position. How many times has such behavior occurred? Are you aware of the disgrace we would incur should this information become public? Can you bear the consequences that would ensue?" Yu Taiyu was left disoriented by my barrage of inquiries, utterly at a loss for words, and could only divert his gaze to Li Jiayong. "You wretched scoundrel. What exactly have you done? Confess the truth at once. Should you dare to withhold even the slightest detail, you shall witness the ramifications of your deceit." Li Jiayong stammered as he recounted the events, and Yu Taiyu's head throbbed as the reality of the situation dawned upon him. He finally understood the source of my ire. Should such matters be disclosed, it would indeed bring him immense shame. For individuals of our stature, reputation is paramount. Any potential for embarrassment must be staunchly avoided. Yu Taiyu's emotional intelligence was undoubtedly sufficient as he bowed to the girl and expressed, "The occurrence of this incident is entirely the fault of our property management company. We sincerely apologize for the distress caused to the young lady. We shall ensure that her salary is promptly rectified by our finance department, along with additional compensation." As he spoke, he gestured to a female property staff member, who immediately approached to escort the girl away to address the ensuing matters. Yu Taiyu sincerely apologized to me, stating, "Regarding the events of today, I am at a loss for words. It is all due to my negligence. I implore Mr. Wang for another chance. I assure you that such an error will not be repeated." I touched my nose and replied, "Your crisis management skills are commendable. Given this, I shall grant you an opportunity. In the name of your property management company, pursue legal action against him and those security guards. I have always believed that one must pay the price for their mistakes, and I trust you will not disappoint me. Remember, this chance is singular." Yu Taiyu eagerly nodded in agreement, stating, "Rest assured, Mr. Wang, I will handle this matter appropriately and ensure that these scoundrels pay for their actions." He felt as though he had narrowly escaped death, his heart racing with fear. Li Jiayong, that wretched scoundrel, had nearly ruined him. And it was imperative that he made that rascal face an unbearable consequence. Li Jiayong was utterly terrified and was about to beg for mercy when the security guards who had rushed in from behind swiftly subdued him to the ground. Known by the moniker Li the Skinner, he had always sought personal gain at the expense of other security guards, and now that he found himself in this predicament, they were not about to let him escape unscathed. I took charge of this matter because my younger sister is also working part-time to support herself. Hence, I empathized with her situation. Regardless of whether my reasoning holds, I chose not to pry further into the remaining affairs. I dismissed Yu Taiyu and meandered back to Villa Number 1. This villa serves as the nucleus of the entire estate, surrounded by 4 other residences, namely Villas No. 2 through Number 5, all of which boast substantial price tags. The inhabitants of these magnificent homes are notable figures in Binhai City, each excelling in different realms of expertise. The owner of Villa Number 2 is Wang Yingjia, often referred to as the most distinguished young man in Binhai City, a title he earned as the heir of the Dewang Group. This conglomerate originated in Binhai and now has its headquarters in Shanghai, ranking among the top 10 enterprises in all of China, renowned for its formidable strength. Unlike many other affluent scions, Wang Yingjia possesses a modicum of responsibility, as his father, Wang Xiaodong, has entrusted him with the duty of overseeing their family estate. Upon learning from the butler, Lu Juanheng, that Villa No. 1 had been sold to a young man a few years his junior, Wang Yingjia became intrigued. He inquired, "Uncle Lu, have you looked into the background of the new owner of Villa Number 1? Lu Juanheng shook his head and replied, upon hearing this news, "I immediately leveraged my connections to investigate, and the results astonished me. The owner of Villa Number 1 has a remarkably simple background. His parents are workers from a small town in the mountains, currently unemployed and running a grocery store to make ends meet. Additionally, he has a sister named Wang Shuanghua, who is studying at Binhai University and has just entered her internship period. Last week, she submitted her resume to our group. I have already instructed the Human Resources Department to inform Wang Shuanghua of her formal induction as an intern in the Finance Department, ensuring that it does not raise any eyebrows and facilitates future discussions." Wang Yingjia nodded in agreement, stating that Lu Shu's arrangement was commendable, and emphasized the importance of looking after Wang Shuanghua, insisting that no issues must arise within our company. The acquisition of Villa Number 1 undoubtedly entails a complex background, indicating that the information you have uncovered is merely what others wish for me to see. The ability of such individuals to achieve this suggests that their influence considerably exceeds our expectations. We should seize an opportune moment to meet and cultivate a friendship. Lu Juanheng assured that all arrangements would be meticulously handled, with no room for error. Upon returning to the villa, I reclined on the comfortable bed, reflecting on the day's events, filled with immense joy. I felt that now, with newfound wealth, I should improve the quality of life at home. However, considering my parents' nature, a direct monetary gift might startle them. I must gradually communicate my intentions. My younger sister has diligently supported herself through work study while striving for academic excellence and scholarships. Enduring considerable hardship, it is time to enhance her living conditions. With this thought in mind, I promptly dialed my sister's number, redialing 3 times before it connected. Why is it taking so long? Is she working again? Graduation is approaching. She shouldn't have to toil so hard. Hearing her brother's voice, Wang Shuanghua beamed with joy. Despite their challenging circumstances, her brother has always treated her exceptionally well. He consistently saves from his modest salary to bring her delightful treats and occasionally gifts her with new clothing, although the garments are merely of street vendor quality. For families like theirs, the mere possession of new clothes brings immense satisfaction. It is precisely because graduation is approaching that I feel compelled to work extra hours. Otherwise, where would I reside, considering the exorbitant rental prices? My brother remains oblivious to the current situation. Listening to my sister's words, I felt a pang of emotion. Having such a considerate sister is indeed a blessing. Chapter 8. My brother has become wealthy. Do not always be so understanding. Your excessive consideration pains me, dear sister. Look at the other girls who grew up alongside you. None possess your remarkable nature. With newfound wealth, I assured her that she need not toil in menial jobs any longer, and that I would ensure her living arrangements were secure. I endeavored to steady my demeanor, adopting a calm tone, as a billionaire brother should have no qualms about supporting his sister. Wang Shuanghua responded with a smile. I knew you would work diligently and surely achieve a promotion and raise. As your sister, I must also strive harder. She continued. Mother has said that we should all contribute to your dowry fund. Nowadays, a city girl is unlikely to be one without a substantial sum. I aspire to have a sister-in-law from the city. After all, before me, I could envision my sister's mischievous demeanor. She has always possessed the gift of finding joy in adversity. Brother no longer has a job, so I can't provide you with specific details. But I shall send you some pocket money now, and let us forget about today as earnings from your side job. His words were prompted by the sounds of shouting over the phone, clearly indicating that my sister had caused displeasure among her supervisor. Having navigated the lower echelons of society, I was well acquainted with the nature of those in authority. They were merely sycophants, prone to bullying the temporary workers beneath them. My suspicions were confirmed when I learned that indeed it was the foreman from Wang Shuanghua's workplace who, upon seeing her on the phone, unleashed a torrent of invective. She is here to work, not to make phone calls. You spent a mere 2 minutes on the phone, and now you've squandered the hour's pay. If you don't wish to continue, you may leave at once. Wang Shuanghua gazed at the fierce supervisor, her eyes widening in response. For she had endured enough and knew precisely how to handle such situations. Just as she was about to defend herself, a text notification chimed, and she casually glanced at her phone, only to be struck dumb. The message displayed a figure in her bank account, a 1 followed by a string of zeros. Wang Shuanghua, ignoring the supervisor, hurriedly grasped her phone and began counting. Astonishingly, it amounted to a staggering 1 million. She had never dared to dream of possessing such wealth. Instantly, she called me. Brother, what have you done? Why have you transferred me so much money? Please don't do anything foolish. Our parents are counting on you to carry on the family name. What are you rambling about? Some matters cannot be clarified in just a few words. In any case, this money is legitimate. Spend it without worry. I told you, brother has money now. Even if you do nothing for the rest of your life and spend 10,000 a day, I can still support you. Why is that mad dog still barking? Show your strength and make it quiet. Do you need me to intervene, or can you handle it yourself? From now on, you shall be a princess. My words were delivered with immense confidence, for money indeed breeds courage. In this world, there are no cowards. Those who falter are simply devoid of capability. Wang Shuanghua, inspired by my audacity, felt her own courage swell, glaring fiercely at the supervisor, startling the old woman in the process. She swiftly closed her phone screen to avoid being seen by others. In these times, it is wise to conceal one's wealth. What if a wealthy girl were to be schemed against? Wang Shuanghua lifted her chin defiantly and declared, You are merely a foreman. Do not pretend to be a big shot with me. My brother has come into money, and soon I shall not lack for it either. So I refuse to be cowed by your petty airs. Forget this hour. Pay me for the first 3 hours, a total of 240 yuan. Hurry and transfer the money to me, and if you dare to withhold it, just wait and see how I deal with you. The foreman, a sycophant by nature, was accustomed to bullying the weak and cowering before the strong. Upon encountering Wang Shuanghua's resolute demeanor, he immediately wilted and complied, paying her to leave. Wang Shuanghua worked a mere 20 minutes away from the bus station, but now that she had money in her pocket, she decided to indulge herself for the first time by taking a taxi. She glanced at her messages, still feeling somewhat bewildered. She knew her brother would never deceive her, and this money was undoubtedly legitimate. Wang Shuanghua instructed the driver not to stop right at the school gate, as she still received a subsistence allowance, and she did not wish to attract any unwarranted gossip. As she approached the school entrance, she heard someone calling her name. Turning towards the voice, she spotted her good friend Hu Qinxue, with whom she shared a work-study arrangement. Hu Qinxue was one of the 3 most beautiful girls at their school, and she was the most unpretentious of the trio, a true natural beauty without the heavy makeup that characterized the other 2. Noticing Hu Qinxue's slightly swollen face, Wang Shuanghua hurriedly inquired, What happened to your face? Did you not go to collect your wages today? Surely, those people are not trying to cheat you, are they? In such a vast villa district, it is utterly outrageous that they still rely on our funds. We must hold them accountable. Do not be too hasty. My brother has transferred some money to me, and I shall temporarily cover the expenses for others, for we cannot allow anyone to go hungry. Hu Qinxue rolled her eyes in exasperation and said, Could you please refrain from talking incessantly like a machine gun? The money has been retrieved, yet today's matter remains unresolved. She recounted the events that transpired at the Haixing villa, and when she mentioned the young man who assisted her, her gaze flickered, revealing a hint of attraction. After finishing her account, she scrutinized Wang Shuanghua and remarked, You know, the person who helped me bears a striking resemblance to you. Were I not aware of his affluent background, I might have thought you were relatives. Could this be considered a sign of marital compatibility? Perhaps we should arrange an introduction. Wang Shuanghua smirked and replied, I suspect it is you who is smitten. What is so remarkable about a wealthy heir? My brother is affluent as well. I have long wished to introduce you to my brother, but I hesitated to bring it up. Now, with this opportunity, it is settled. No sooner had she finished speaking than the phone rang. It was a landline number. She promptly pressed the answer button. Is this Miss Wang Shuanghua? This is the Human Resources Department of the Dewan Group, Bincheng Branch. You have been accepted as an intern in our finance department. Please report tomorrow. If you have any issues, the timing can be adjusted. It's quite all right. I shall head over tomorrow morning to inquire. Accompanying me in submitting resumes is another individual named Hu Qinxue. I wonder if she has been accepted. Wang Shuanghua responded with enthusiasm, her joy not overshadowing her concern for a good friend, and she made a point to ask about it. The person on the other end of the line was noticeably taken aback, promptly requesting her to hold for a moment while they checked the admission information. In reality, they were contacting Lu Jianheng to seek guidance. Lu Jianheng immediately confirmed that both were accepted, while also advising the HR personnel that Wang Shuanghua was no ordinary individual, and that any matters concerning her must be handled to her satisfaction, without her being privy to it. The HR staff quickly acknowledged their understanding. Recognizing the privileged background of this young lady, who, influenced by the narratives of novels, ventured out to seek independence and relish a splendid life. Since the young lady enjoys her pursuits, it is imperative to indulge her whims. If she is content, everyone shall enjoy a prosperous existence. Just as Wang Shuanghua was reveling in her excitement, I too received a phone call. Chapter 9. What is this operation? After transferring money to my sister, I was about to take a short break when my phone rang again, displaying a rather unfamiliar number. Mr. Wang. Hello, I am Leon Fei, the president of Binsheng Bank. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you will forgive me. The caller introduced himself first, adopting a notably humble demeanor and a particularly respectful tone. I furrowed my brow slightly and replied, President Li, I wonder what brings you to contact me. Leon Fei promptly responded, you deposited 1.8 billion in our bank today, and I would like to express our gratitude for your trust in us. To better serve you, we have decided to invite you to become our most distinguished VIP guest, offering you the most considerate services. May I ask if you have time tomorrow? I would like to invite you to the bank for a more in-depth discussion regarding some service matters. After a moment of hesitation, I said, since President Li has extended such an invitation, I shall visit the bank tomorrow morning. Just await my arrival. I will be looking forward to Mr. Wang's esteemed presence. I shall not trouble you further, Leon Fei replied with a smile, his words devoid of excessive flattery, exuding professionalism in their simplicity. Soon, the next morning arrived. As I opened my eyes, a virtual interface appeared before me, and the familiar 9-grid red envelope interface emerged once again. I jolted into full awareness and immediately chose to click on the envelopes, revealing all of them. Congratulations. You have received 1,865 yuan. Wishing you a delightful clicking experience. Congratulations. You have won a Blackstone Reef Pavilion. Wishing you a delightful clicking experience. Congratulations on acquiring the Charm Enhancement Card. May your experience be delightful. This time, you have received several thousand cash, a Charm Enhancement Card, and a Blackstone Reef Pavilion. The Charm Enhancement Card appears in the card section of the virtual interface, while a brown paper bag rests upon the bedside table. I first utilized the Charm Enhancement Card, which transformed into a streak of light and flew into his forehead. Yet there was no immediate reaction. He snapped his fingers, and a mirror descended from the shelf, perfectly positioned before him. He scrutinized his reflection, yet felt no surge of handsomeness. Suddenly, I felt a weight in my mind, as if new information regarding the Charm Enhancement Card had been imparted to me. This card is a remarkably unique entity, typically imperceptible and requiring a certain probability to activate. Once successfully triggered, it instantaneously augments my charm, primarily affecting the opposite sex. The strongest effect is instant attraction, followed by mutual affection, with the weakest being a burgeoning fondness. I was indeed captivated by the information. As the system's creations are nothing short of miraculous, this mechanism feels akin to cheating, albeit without control. He then retrieved the brown paper bag, which contained several pages of documents, concluding with a series of numbers and the name of the current head of the Blackstone Reef Pavilion. I cast a glance at the dilapidated old machine, resolved to first purchase a mobile phone, then proceed to Binsheng Bank. After all, he is a prominent client, and time is of no concern. I could afford to keep Leon Fei waiting. Leon Fei, the president of Industrial and Commercial Bank, is undoubtedly a notable figure in Bin City's upper echelons, his status being sufficiently elevated, and the number of those seeking his assistance must be considerable. However, I am unlike others. I wield a staggering cash reserve of 1.8 billion. Such an immense liquidity would instill trepidation even in the directors of the four major banks. Binshan Bank, being a municipal-level commercial institution, occupies a position lower in the hierarchy. As for Leon Fei, there is no need to elaborate. If I were to withdraw this sum, the entire staff of Binshan Bank would undoubtedly weep. Moreover, this deficit cannot be remedied in the short term. It is not just the enterprises of Binsheng, but even across the entirety of Huagua, few can muster such liquidity. Just as I anticipated, he meandered around before finally arriving at Binshan Bank, ultimately entering the president's office. There, I was greeted by the beaming face of Leon Fei, whose expression bore no trace of dissatisfaction, as if I had arrived precisely on time. Mr. Wang, so young yet with such formidable wealth, truly commendable, he remarked. A compliment that filled me with a sense of pride. I smiled in response, saying, President Li, you are too gracious. I am merely fortunate, nothing of great significance. His words were sincere, yet to Leon Fei's ears, they resonated as blatant ostentation, leading me to mentally criticize his lack of humility. Leon Fei pressed a button on the desk, summoning a young woman clad in Binshan Bank attire, who entered carrying a folder. I glanced at her surreptitiously. She possessed a statuesque figure, not the currently fashionable slender type, but rather one that was well-rounded and perfectly proportioned. Having met Mr. Wang, I am your personal financial manager, Yuan Bingwe, dedicated to serving you. Regardless of your needs, you may reach out to me directly. My phone remains operational around the clock, ensuring I am always at your service. Behind me stands an entire financial department, committed to ensuring Mr. Wang is never disappointed. Yuan Bingwe possesses a voice as melodious as pearls cascading upon a jade plate. If one were to listen with closed eyes, it would undoubtedly evoke a sense of profound comfort. I meticulously observed Yuan Bingwe. She embodies a refined and capable demeanor, her appearance exuding elegance with a touch of delicacy. Her facial features are perfectly arranged, presenting an initial impression of an aloof beauty. Upon closer inspection, one might discern a subtle allure that is irresistibly captivating to men, a quintessential enchantress. I averted my gaze, internally exclaiming in astonishment. The competition has become so fierce that even the allure of beauty is employed, truly enticing. Miss Yuan, there is no need for such formality. Please, take a seat. And you may simply call me by my name. I am not accustomed to being addressed so formally. I endeavored to project an approachable demeanor. Yet the presence of such a captivating woman before me left me somewhat dazed. Yuan Bingwei gracefully settled across from me. Her uniform from Binshan Bank consisting of a chic skirt that fell above the knee. As she sat, she naturally crossed her legs, her fair calves elegantly intertwined, their skin seemingly glistening with a radiant sheen that momentarily dazzled my eyes. Struggling to initiate conversation, I remarked, Indeed, your bank's service is quite commendable. Does everyone have a dedicated financial manager? Ong Li Fei immediately responded, Of course not. According to our bank's regulations, only deposits exceeding 10 million can access private banking services. For amounts surpassing 100 million, advanced private services are available. Clients like Mr. Wang, whose funds exceed 1 billion, qualify for the most exclusive private services. Bingwei is our bank's premier wealth management advisor, dedicated solely to top-tier clients like Mr. Wang, ensuring a unique experience, which Mr. Wang can rest assured about. As his words fell, Yuan Bingwei began to introduce the wealth management projects. I waved my finger, and the ensuing dialogue left both of them utterly astonished. Chapter 10. Pocket money. There is no need for you to elaborate on this matter. This sum is merely pocket money to me. All I require is assurance that I have funds available for my expenditures, and the remaining operations can be managed independently. My tone was exceedingly casual. Yet Leon Fei and Yuan Bingwei were thunderstruck, both inwardly exclaiming in astonishment. Yuan Bingwei cautiously inquired, Mr. Wang, what are the standards for your expenditures? Having an understanding would help me gauge the cash flow cycle. I stroked my chin and replied, My spending is quite spontaneous. For instance, just yesterday I purchased 9 outfits, amounting to over 1.8 million, and I also transferred 1 million to my sister. As for my future expenditures, I am presently uncertain. Apart from my account at Binshan Bank, I possess several accounts overseas. All substantial transfers of funds are conducted through those accounts. Therefore, I believe maintaining around 100 million in liquid assets in your accounts should suffice. However, rest assured, I will deposit the earnings from my newly acquired properties into your bank accounts, ensuring that the funds therein will steadily increase. After all, I am a citizen of Huaguo, and as a native of Northeast China, it is my duty to contribute financially to the development of my hometown. He, being an economic scholar, possessed the basic knowledge and acumen to obscure the origins of the wealth he had received. Li Anfei's eyes flickered as he recalled some insights shared by true magnates at the Wealth Summit. He immediately deduced that I hailed from one of those reclusive families. Despite the pleasantness of my words, the reality was that I was merely transforming familial wealth into personal assets. Typically, the scions of prominent families engage in such practices as a means of securing a safety net should unforeseen complications arise. They could either rebound or comfortably enjoy their later years. The wealth transferred by these heirs, though substantial to them, is but a trifling fraction for the family, which often chooses to turn a blind eye, feigning ignorance. As families grow larger, the assets they siphon away multiply, thereby establishing new familial entities and creating a chain of vested interests that ultimately fortifies the main family. The choice of Binsheng Bank as the custodian of these financial gains was strategic. Its low profile made it inconspicuous. The notion that Binsheng Bank would attempt to deceive him was laughable. Such families, when provoked, unleash a wrath that could rend the heavens and earth, leaving no one unscathed. I was perplexed as to how my few words inspired Li Anfei to contemplate so deeply, leading to his unwavering commitment to safeguarding his wealth. Yuan Bingwe, lacking such broad insights, pondered different matters. She inquired, "Mr. Wang, will you be expanding into new industries? Beyond managing your cash flow, will these ventures require oversight?" I smiled and replied, "Currently, my sole investment is the Yifeng City Garden, Building 8. The entire edifice belongs to me, and I have entrusted its management entirely to Lan Mengting. In the future, all properties I acquire in the real estate sector will be entrusted to Lan Mengting. However, the proceeds from these assets will still be deposited into my account, which I will continue to have you manage." Yuan Bingwe smiled in agreement while committing Lan Mengting's name to memory, recognizing that the individual dedicated to managing real estate matters would undoubtedly earn my trust. After some light-hearted conversation, Li Anfei cheerfully remarked, "Lunchtime is approaching. I wonder if Mr. Wang would be gracious enough to join us for a meal." I chuckled and replied, "Directorly, there is no need for such formality. As we engage more in future dealings, it would seem rather distant." Yuan Bingwe immediately suggested, "The dishes at Haishi Reef Club are exceptionally delightful, and the ambience is splendid. Why don't we go there?" I had not anticipated that Yuan Bingwe was referring to Haishi Reef Club, which provided a perfect opportunity to assess its offerings. Therefore, I nodded and said, "Since it is Manager Yuan's recommendation, it must be just right. Let us proceed there." As we descended the stairs, Yuan Bingwe's eyes lit up upon spotting a Pagani Huayra, and she instinctively licked her lips. I happened to witness this moment and found her gesture irresistibly alluring, stirring a sense of excitement within me. With a smile, I inquired, "What does Manager Yuan think of my car?" While I am not particularly knowledgeable about vehicles, believing that as long as it has 4 wheels and runs, it suffices, I must admit that this car is strikingly beautiful. Yuan Bingwe's response was entirely unexpected, leaving me in a state of astonishment. Indeed, women are often captivated by beauty, for to them, attractiveness holds paramount importance. I expressed my slight regret, saying, "I truly apologize. But this vehicle accommodates only 2 passengers. Perhaps President Li should drive himself." Li Anfei, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, slapped his forehead in a feigned display of annoyance. "Oh dear. How could I forget? I must make a trip to the city hall shortly and cannot join Mr. Wang for dinner. I shall have Manager Yuan accompany Mr. Wang in my stead. Next time, I shall surely treat him to a drink." With a hint of disappointment, I remarked, "It is unfortunate that circumstances have played out this way. Since President Li has pressing matters to attend to, I shall not impose upon you. Next time, the invitation will be on me." Although Yuan Bingwe held the esteemed position of senior wealth manager at Binsheng Bank and earned a respectable income monthly, her lifestyle remained modest, with significant disparities in various aspects of life. As she sat within the vehicle, she felt an exquisite comfort. Her own mode of transportation paled in comparison, resembling little more than a utilitarian vehicle. Out of the corner of her eye, she observed me. At first glance, I did not strike her as particularly handsome. Yet the more she looked, the more I grew appealing and intriguing. A surge of charm seemed to envelop the atmosphere, igniting a budding fondness. A sudden realization flashed through my mind, accompanied by a flicker of surprise, with only the two of them in the car. It was clear to whom the fondness was directed. Having navigated the complexities of society for several years, I had acquired a wealth of knowledge, though in the past I had been but a pauper, unable even to dare to dream of such possibilities. The notion that men become corrupted upon acquiring wealth stems from the belief that it is only with financial means that they dare to engage in certain actions. Otherwise, it would not be labeled as corruption, but rather as folly. The admiration of beauty is an inherent instinct in men. Within each man lies an unrefined desire, often contingent on opportunity and the ability to express one's true nature. Even those who are resolute and faithful may exhibit a change when confronted with beauty, though the ultimate outcomes may vary significantly. As I scrutinized Yuan Bingyue, it was evident that she was a paragon of beauty. The mere thought of garnering her affection was exhilarating. He deliberately initiated a conversation, engaging in casual banter with Yuan Bingyue. For genuine feelings must be nurtured over time to blossom into something profound. By the time they reached the entrance of the venue, they were already addressing each other by name, marking a significant step forward in their budding relationship. Chapter 11. You are not welcome here. As Yuan Bingyue and I entered the Blackstone Reef Club, its exterior appeared rather unremarkable. However, within lay a world of opulence, exquisitely adorned. A welcoming hostess stood beside us, her professional smile radiating warmth as she said, "Welcome to the Blackstone Reef Club. Here, you shall experience the finest service." She continued, "We offer several tiers of private rooms. May I inquire which level you prefer?" Each room boasts a distinct thematic decor. Upon noticing Yuan Bingyue clad in the uniform of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, and recognizing her as an exceptional beauty, the hostess quickly surmised the situation. Those capable of attracting such a stunning woman were undoubtedly affluent, prime targets to be seized. This opportunity must not be squandered, and a superior private room was imperative. To the hostess's astonishment, I did not opt for a private room but instead gestured toward the open seating in the main hall. With only the two of us, reserving a private room seemed excessive. A simple table would suffice. "Please arrange a suitable spot for us," I requested. The hostess, initially in disbelief, confirmed my request with diligence before guiding us to a table in the open area. As I observed her retreating form, I remarked with a smile, "She may not have earned the private room fee," leaving her somewhat displeased, though she masked it well, perhaps scoring a 3 out of 10 on the expression scale. Yuan Bingyue gazed at me in confusion, unsure of the meaning behind my words, yet she refrained from voicing her queries. Some matters need not be clarified. A waiter approached our table, cheerfully placing the menu before Yuan Bingyue, evidently inviting her to make our selections. Yuan Bingyue appeared somewhat perplexed as she casually selected several reasonably priced dishes and subsequently handed the menu to me. I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "Let us just go with these dishes for now. After all, you are treating us, and we shouldn't be overly extravagant." The waiter took the menu and departed, and I remarked that the waiter's discernment was lacking, unable to distinguish between the minor and significant details, thus meriting only a 2 out of 10. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yuan Bingyue inquired, "Could it be that Tai wants to open a venue, hence the observation for improvements?" I shook my finger and replied, "Starting my own establishment would be exceedingly exhausting. I will never venture into opening a company or engaging in trade, and you will understand this in due time." Upon hearing this, Yuan Bingyue's curiosity intensified, yet she found herself unable to pursue the matter further, merely pouting, which rendered her all the more alluring. Before long, several dishes were served, and the chef's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Even the most ordinary ingredients were transformed into a feast for the senses. As we dined and engaged in lively conversation, a group of young individuals entered, and the leader was instantly recognizable as someone of dubious character. Upon seeing him, Yuan Bingyue's face betrayed her distaste, clearly indicating a prior acquaintance. I promptly inquired, "Bingyue, what is with that expression? Who is he?" She replied, "His name is Lu Qiji, the heir of Mingyang Logistics, a sizable logistics company that has had ongoing business relations with our bank. When I first became a financial advisor, I had dealings with their owner, Lu Gai, and that is how I came to know Lu Qiji. Both father and son are unscrupulous individuals, constantly scheming to take advantage of us financial advisors. One of my colleagues fell victim to their deceit. Despite their culpability, Lu Gai's wife, and I Baozhu, stormed into our bank in a fit of rage. You cannot fathom the extent of her shamelessness, as she brandished a video for all to see. Ultimately, my colleague could no longer endure the humiliation and resigned, returning to her hometown. The father and son duo even attempted to target me, but after I chastised them, they retreated. Subsequently, they were assigned a male advisor, which, truth be told, was a relief from their incessant troubles. Yuan Bingyue succinctly recounted the events, her tone laden with melancholy, reflecting on the difficulties of navigating this world, particularly for a woman of beauty. At that moment, Lu Qiji spotted Yuan Bingyue and swaggered over with a few sycophants, exuding arrogance. Isn't this the beautiful advisor? Why are you not at the bank, but here instead? I thought you were above this, but you are merely this kind of person. However, your taste seems lacking, as you have chosen such a useless companion. Unable even to enter a private room, reduced to consuming such pitiful fare. Today, I shall grant you an opportunity to dine on something exquisite inside, and afterward, my friends and I will indulge ourselves, ensuring you reap the benefits in the future. His words dripped with vulgarity, eliciting visible displeasure from those seated nearby. Yet, the thought of his access to the private room silenced their objections, compelling them to lower their heads. Before Yuan Bingyue could react, I shot a cold glance at Lu Qiji and remarked, "It is evident you were raised without manners, barking like a rabid dog. You believe that dining in a private room is a remarkable achievement. Such a superficial understanding is indeed concerning for your intellect." A sycophant leaped up, exclaiming, "What are you, to dare speak to our Lu Shao in that manner? Surely, being able to dine in a private room is impressive if you possess the ability. Why not indulge as well?" I snorted disdainfully. Whether in a private room or at a communal table, the essence of dining lies in the experience. The enjoyment of a meal does not depend on the venue, but rather on the company one keeps. Since you deem it significant to dine in a private room, might it not be even more significant that you are unable to? You are not welcome here. You may leave at once. You think you are something special. The owner of the Blackstone Reef Pavilion? You don't welcome us? My single meal here is worth 10 of yours. Where's the security? Hurry and summon them. This individual is disrupting my dining experience. Throw him out and let us see who is truly unwelcome here. A woman clad in a qipao approached, accompanied by several security personnel, evidently summoned to address the situation. With a smile, she said, "Why is Lu Shao so upset? The private room has already been prepared for you, just as usual. Given your stature, why engage in conflict with those at the communal table? Should word of this spread, it would surely tarnish your reputation." What do you mean by that? Once one enters through this door, all are guests. Who are you to impose a hierarchy among individuals? Without understanding the situation, you come in spouting such remarks. Clearly showing bias, this is not how one should conduct hospitality. I cast a cold glance at the woman before me, who, as a mid-level manager of the establishment, ought to possess the capability to resolve issues. Her approach to handling matters is, quite frankly, disheartening. This woman, the head manager of the venue and the mistress of the proprietor, Xue Xiaowei, has always exhibited an air of arrogance, rarely acknowledging the presence of others. She immediately adopted a stern expression and loudly admonished, "Guests are inherently stratified. Let me make it clear that you are not welcome here. Depart at once, or I shall summon security to have you forcibly removed." Lu Qiji, standing nearby, fanned the flames, declaring, "Did you hear that? You are the unwelcome one. Why don't you hurry and leave?" Chapter 12. Here lies my principle. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. Perhaps we should withdraw for the time being and seek retribution at a later date. After all, time is on our side. Yuan Bingyue gazed at the fierce-looking security personnel, her heart filled with trepidation, urging me to leave this place first. I smiled slightly and remarked, "When I spoke of my enterprises earlier, I neglected to mention this place. It is now mine. In my domain, it is inconceivable for others to act with impunity." Lu Qiji let out a boisterous laugh, exclaiming, "You certainly have quite the audacity. Are you not afraid that the wind might carry away your words? Do you truly believe that Haishi Reef would acknowledge you as its proprietor? Take a moment to reflect on your own character. With your lackluster demeanor, how could you ever aspire to possess such a grand establishment? Have you lost your senses?" A woman beside him chimed in, "You may frighten others, but not me. Our establishment is owned by a prominent figure in the capital. In their presence, you are nothing but a mere shadow." I found their banter beneath my notice and promptly dialed Xue Xiaowei's number. It was connected almost immediately. At last, the boss had deigned to call me. The old gentleman had informed me early this morning that the establishment was to be gifted to the boss. instructing me to await his call. Uncertain of the boss's whereabouts, I expressed my intention to meet him and provide a comprehensive report on the establishment's status, ensuring it would meet his expectations. Xue Xiaowei's demeanor was exceedingly humble, nearly to the point of submission. The individual who could receive such a generous gift from the old gentleman was undoubtedly an exceptional personage. To vanquish him would be but a trifling matter. I let out a snort through my nose, remarking, "Your words are far more melodious than your singing." Presently, I find myself in the grand hall, encircled by an arrogant woman and her security personnel. Your management of this establishment has truly opened my eyes. In fact, I might as well gift the venue to you for your amusement. Come meet me in the hall at once. After finishing his statement, he cast the phone onto the table. Listening to the busy signal, Xue Xiaowei felt a surge of trepidation and swiftly dashed out of the office, shouting as he ran. The other management staff, bewildered by Xue Xiaowei's demeanor, hurriedly followed in his wake. Such a commotion inevitably drew the attention of those in the private room. Wang Yingjie happened to be dining in the finest suite and, out of curiosity, followed to the hall. Upon spotting me seated among the scattered tables, Wang Yingjie paused momentarily, then surveyed his surroundings, quickly grasping the situation. He discreetly instructed his subordinate to be more astute, for a genuinely formidable figure was present. An opportune moment to forge an acquaintance. The woman, hearing the shouts, turned her gaze towards the source of the noise and, upon seeing Xue Xiaowei and the management team approaching briskly, felt a sudden jolt of foreboding. Lu Qizhi, a man lacking in discernment, mistakenly assumed Xue Xiaowei's arrival was related to him, puffing up with pride, his tail nearly reaching the heavens. "You think you can pose here? Now that boss Xue has arrived, the renowned figure of Bin City, he shall soon sever your pretentious leg and toss you out." Upon concluding his words, he moved towards Xue Xiaowei, declaring that such a trivial matter did not necessitate the direct involvement of the esteemed Xue. A mere call to a few security personnel would suffice to handle the situation. He intended to inform his father upon returning, suggesting that they should frequent Xue's establishment more often, indulging in the finest private rooms, ensuring that Xue would not be disappointed. Before Lu Qizhi could finish his statement, Xue Xiaowei delivered a resounding slap across his face, causing one side to swell instantly. Following this, Xue Xiaowei unleashed a swift kick to Lu Qizhi's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain. I observed Xue Xiaowei coldly, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of my lips. This expression of contempt did not incite anger in Xue Xiaowei. Rather, it seemed to affirm his sense of superiority, as if it were only natural for a true heir to behave thus. Having encountered the boss, Lu Qizhi acknowledged his shortcomings in managing his subordinates, imploring for the boss's reprimand without a hint of resentment. Xue Xiaowei bowed deeply to me, articulating his words with utmost reverence, startling everyone present except Wang Yingjie. I am a person who values reason, and I chose this moment to present my rationale. My companion Bingyue and I chose not to dine in a private room, but preferred a table in the open to enjoy the scenery. Today, Bingyue graciously invited me to lunch, and I wished to avoid imposing unnecessary expenses upon her. I ordered a few reasonably priced dishes and inquired if my actions were permissible. If indeed I had erred, I regarded Xue Xiaowei with a detached demeanor, refraining from anger, and posed my question. Cold sweat began to bead on Xue Xiaowei's forehead, recalling how the elder would similarly present facts and reason when angered. After elucidating the principles, that individual was destined for misfortune. According to the elder's assertion, when reason cannot be upheld, one must face the consequences. Xue Xiaowei nodded deferentially, acknowledging that since the establishment had arranged communal seating and the menu featured these dishes, the proprietor's statements were entirely justifiable. By accepting this premise, it follows that those seated at communal tables are equally patrons of the establishment. When a guest is dining, if another intrudes upon their meal and provokes them, it is unacceptable for the entire provocation to go unchecked. Moreover, when the aggrieved patron retaliates, a managing woman suddenly appears, accompanied by security, to support the provocateur. This woman even audaciously proclaims that patrons of private rooms are of a higher status than those at communal tables, insisting on expelling the latter. Pray tell, what kind of business philosophy is this? To operate an establishment in such a manner, and yet have the audacity to claim my satisfaction. Do you consider yourself exceptionally clever, or do you presume me to be rather foolish? As I uttered my final words, my tone grew exceedingly stern, causing Xue Xiaowei to tremble in fear while the woman collapsed, utterly overwhelmed. Xue Xiaowei pleaded repeatedly, "It is all my fault. I have failed to educate these employees properly. Please grant me another chance. I assure you it will not happen again. Having established my authority, it was now time for a softer approach, as the establishment still relied on Xue Xiaowei to manage it, serving as a golden goose. No one is infallible. Mistakes are part of the human condition. The remarkable success of the Blackstone Reef Club can be largely attributed to manager Xue, who, undoubtedly overwhelmed by his responsibilities, may have inadvertently neglected the supervision of his staff. Let us extend our forgiveness to him this time. Yuan Bingyue possesses an exceptional ability to read the room and, with impeccable timing, offered a way out for me. I readily acknowledged her wisdom, stating that, for her sake, I would let manager Xue's oversight slide this time. As for this individual named Liu, he must be expelled immediately. Henceforth, anyone associated with Mingyang Logistics shall not be received by the club. Dismiss those security personnel as well. And I wish to never lay eyes on that woman again. Do you comprehend my intentions? Xue Xiaowei nodded in agreement, thinking to himself that she was merely a woman. As long as he could retain his current position, there would be no shortage of women to choose from. Once Wang Yingjie observed that the matter had been resolved, he felt the moment was ripe and promptly stepped forward. Chapter 13. We are neighbors. I was quite astonished to discover that Wang Xiao was the proprietor of the establishment. I firmly believe that under his stewardship, the venue will undoubtedly flourish, and such issues will no longer arise in the future. Mingyang Logistics, in its audacity, seems to think that a mere logistics company can wield unchecked power and act with impunity. Upon my return, I shall promptly inform the procurement department of our group to terminate all collaborations with Mingyang Logistics, and simultaneously notify our partners that any association with Mingyang will necessitate a thorough re-evaluation of their qualifications. Wang Yingjie, accompanied by several associates, emerged while showering flattering remarks, directly presenting a gift as a clear indication of his intent to subdue Mingyang Logistics. I graciously expressed my gratitude and inquired with curiosity, "Might I know which esteemed individual you are? It seems we will be good friends moving forward." Wang Shiji laughed heartily and replied, "We are not merely good friends. We are indeed good neighbors. I am the owner of Villa Number 2, and you are the owner of Villa Number 1, making us undoubtedly close neighbors. As the old saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as nearby neighbors. As neighbors, we must support each other, and from now on, we shall be like one family." He then continued, "Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Wang Yingjie, general manager of the Binqing branch of Dewan Group. The surname Wang is singularly unique, making us kin." His words were layered with meaning, first establishing his status, indicating that the difference between Villa Number 2 and Villa No. 1 was negligible. He then emphasized our neighborly connection, introduced himself, and finally drew us closer through the shared surname. In comparison to Wang Yingjie's eloquence, what truly astonished everyone was my identity as the owner of the Haixing Number 1 villa. Furthermore, considering that he is also the proprietor of the Blackstone Reef Club, the amalgamation of these two roles renders his background chillingly formidable. Lu Qizhi, just before being dragged away, overheard this conversation and was paralyzed with fear, filled with deep regret. As for his sycophants, they had long since shrunk to the back, terrified of being recognized. There was no need for either Wang Yingjie or myself. Even those around Wang Yingjie could effortlessly bring them to ruin if they so desired. There is a saying that like attracts like. Those who serve as underlings to true magnates would similarly be titans in any other context. Xue Xiaowei opened the club's most exclusive private room, which had previously only been used by esteemed elders, but now rightfully belonged to me. Yuan Bingyue, possessing keen insight, felt that having just met me, she should maintain her dignity. Ji Tai, engage in pleasant conversation with a few young masters. I have some banking matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. I nodded and addressed Xue Xiaowei. Bingyue is specifically tasked with managing my financial returns. Henceforth, please inform her of the club's income and the allocation of funds. You will drive her back to Binsheng Bank, and like me, she possesses the right to use this private room. Do you understand? Xue Xiaowei immediately nodded in agreement, while Wang Yingjie's eyes sparkled, albeit with differing emphases from one another. Xue Xiaowei contemplated how to cultivate a favorable relationship with Yuan Bingyue, for she was not only his direct superior, but also someone who could influence his boss. Wang Yingjie, on the other hand, was acutely aware that Yuan Bingyue specialized in financial management, specifically concerning substantial cash flow, which implied that she oversaw an immense reservoir of liquid assets coupled with various other ventures. These two factors were paramount, particularly the vast cash flow, as it signified the capacity to provide financial support to any enterprise in need, thereby ensuring its growth. A direct infusion of 100 million in cash could wield the same impact as 1 billion in currency, and such a tangible effect could significantly bolster investor confidence. Moreover, the sheer magnitude of her cash reserves, along with her family's assets, rendered it imperative to establish a strong rapport with her, promising considerable advantages. As everyone indulged in drinks and conversation, I received a text from my sister announcing her commencement of an internship at Dewan Group. I promptly replied, encouraging her to persevere, and inquired if she had secured accommodation so that arrangements could be made. She informed me that she could initially stay in the dormitory and seek housing after her internship to avoid any losses should she not complete the program. I casually acknowledged her message, then glanced at Wang Yingjia and remarked, I just received a message from my sister. She's interning at your company and doesn't require any special treatment. She'll be treated like everyone else. He was well aware that, given Wang Yingjia's connections, he would undoubtedly have investigated my background upon discovering that I was the owner of Villa No. 1. The fact that my sister could secure a position at the Dewan Group undoubtedly benefits Wang Yingjia. Otherwise, amidst the multitude of candidates, how could she have emerged victorious? I am not a naive newcomer to society. I am well aware of the intricacies involved in such recruitment processes. Fairness, in this world, is but an illusion. Wang Yingjia promptly assured me that there would be no issues, citing the age-old adage that a tiger begets no dogs. Thus a tiger brother would certainly not have a dog sister. As our conversation flourished, Wang Yingjia unexpectedly received a phone call. He excused himself to converse privately and returned with a smile. I have a cousin's daughter who has established a company in our benching. She has invited me to discuss certain matters. Iron, would you be interested in meeting her? I responded with a smile, if you believe it is worthwhile. I have no objections. With the two principal figures having made their decision, the remaining individuals naturally dispersed. They were eager to relay this development to their families, eager for them to know that a true dragon had emerged in Bincheng, hoping to reap some benefits. Upon seeing a Pagani Huayra, Wang Yingjia's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, I heard yesterday that Bincheng has acquired a Huayra. I was pondering who possessed such remarkable means to procure such a vehicle. I had originally intended to purchase it, but my status fell short. Even offering more money did not sway them, which is quite disheartening. I casually chuckled and remarked, I think it's rather manageable. It's merely a matter of placing an order. Nothing too difficult. Upon hearing this, Wang Yingjia mentally scoffed at my nonchalant attitude, teasing me playfully as we each made our way to our vehicles. They arrived at the soaring skyscraper, a burgeoning hub of technology where all the tech companies in the coastal city have taken root. Wang Yingjia smiled and remarked, my younger sister is named Sikong Ruyan. Not only is her name melodious, but she is also an exquisite beauty. Unfortunately, she is a strong-willed woman, which is not quite my type. I chuckled and replied, what does it matter what type it is? The crux lies in whether you desire it. Once you yearn for something, no dish is beyond reach. In this regard, they found common ground, and soon they reached their intended floor. Under Wang Yingjia's guidance, they entered the office, where a captivating professional woman left me utterly mesmerized. Chapter 14. Astonishing beauty, I beheld a young girl clad in a professional attire. Her brow furrowed as she leaned against an expansive executive chair. Her beauty was nothing short of breathtaking, with willow-like brows and lips as red as coral. Her features were exquisitely defined. Despite an aura of confidence, she emanated no sense of aggression. Her skin resembled the finest cream, adorned with a subtle touch of makeup. And her demeanor was remarkably refined, akin to a celestial being depicted in literature. One could hardly imagine a heavenly maiden descending to the mortal realm could surpass her grace. Upon hearing footsteps, the girl slowly opened her eyes, which sparkled with extraordinary brightness. Yet, within their depths lay a hint of melancholy that tugged at the heartstrings of anyone who gazed into them. Yuan Bingyue, already a paragon of beauty, seemed to pale in comparison to this girl, a subtle inadequacy that was difficult to articulate, leaving an impression of something amiss. Wang Yingjia, with a smile, introduced her. This is Miss Sikong Ruyan, the future wealthiest woman in Huagua. She is my neighbor and the owner of Villa No. 1 in Haixing. We dined together at the Haishi Reef Club when I received your call, so I brought her along. It's nice for young people to get acquainted. Sikong Ruyan nodded gracefully, acknowledging, I have met Tai Xiao. Since you are a good friend of Jiego, you are naturally a friend of mine as well. Please, make yourself at home. I responded with a smile, Miss Sikong, you are too kind. It is my honor to befriend you. Should you require any assistance in the future? Do not hesitate to ask. There is no need for formality. Sikong Rian exchanged a few pleasantries before delving into the crux of the matter. Brother Jia is aware of my visit to Binhai City, as I am captivated by its environment and aspire to secure several electronics factories. My intention is to amalgamate these factories into a semiconductor conglomerate, leveraging favorable policies to establish an expansive chip manufacturing empire. Her words were directed toward me, signaling that her presence here, as the proprietor of Villa Haixing No. 1, suggests a significant identity and background. Perhaps there may be instances where I could extend my assistance. Thus, informing her of the situation would be mutually beneficial. Having studied economics, I possess a modicum of acumen, and my prior experiences under various forms of exploitation have acquainted me with a plethora of information. He stroked his chin and remarked, Miss Rian indeed harbors grand ambitions, and you seem adept at seizing opportunities. However, have you contemplated the substantive issues at hand? Specifically, how do you intend to produce these chips? Our nation lags considerably in this domain, lacking advanced lithography machines, thus hindering the production of high-precision chips. Sikong Rian promptly responded, Your concerns are well-founded, Taishao. I am already in discussions with foreign entities to acquire intermediate lithography machines, which will enable us to manufacture mid to low-end chips. These chips can be utilized in electric vehicles and various other sectors, with the revenues generated ensuring our profitability. With financial resources, we can then invest in research and development. As far as I am aware, our nation has made notable strides in carbon-based chips, and if we focus our efforts in this area, we could potentially achieve remarkable breakthroughs. Even in the absence of tangible gains in this regard, adhering to the previous business model can still yield substantial profits, which certainly would not disappoint. After she expressed this sentiment, she noticed me lost in contemplation, seemingly oblivious to her words, and a flicker of anger briefly crossed her eyes. In truth, my distraction was not due to her discourse, but rather the sudden chime of the system notification in my ear. The system detected a flaw and automatically initiated a patch upgrade, which would take 1 minute. Upon completion of the upgrade, a mechanism for the random distribution of red envelopes was introduced, with the grade, quantity, and timing of the envelopes all being arbitrary, requiring constant vigilance to receive them. I had not anticipated that the system upgrade would incorporate this feature of randomly distributed red envelopes. Considering the prospect of distributing 9 envelopes a day, one could ponder how long it would take to deplete the trillion envelopes available. While he was mulling over this matter, the interface for the envelopes suddenly flashed before him, presenting 3 envelopes that blinked incessantly, prompting an immediate selection to open them. Congratulations, you have received 1,563 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have acquired the Binda Electronic Factory. Enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have won a box of Shinmai gum. Enjoy your click. The mention of the Binda Electronic Factory registered in my mind, as it is the largest electronic factory in Bin City, which has struggled in recent years, prompting the owner to opt for a full sale. After processing all this information, I noticed the silence around me and promptly lifted my gaze, only to find Sikong Ruyan's eyes ablaze with fury. I smiled and said, Miss Ruyan, please do not be angry. I was indeed listening to your words and found them profoundly insightful, which led me to ponder certain matters. It is indeed a stroke of fortune. Just a couple of days ago, feeling somewhat idle, I concluded that I ought to possess some enterprises, and so I casually acquired the Binda Electronics Factory. However, upon completing the purchase, I found myself at a loss. Managing a factory is a formidable challenge, and I was contemplating where to find a professional manager. Given Miss Siku Ruya's ambition, I propose we collaborate. I shall invest in the Binda Electronics Factory to establish a joint conglomerate, with you as the chief executive officer. You would oversee all company affairs, and as for my shareholding, you may decide upon it at your discretion. He spoke with remarkable nonchalance, leaving Wang Yingjia and Siku Ruya utterly astonished. Having lived their lives thus far, they had never encountered a person of such caliber. It was as if they were in the presence of a celestial being. Siku Ruya swallowed hard and remarked, I invited Brother Jia here today to discuss the acquisition of the electronics factory and to see if he had any connections. I had previously considered purchasing Binda Electronics, but the seller's asking price was 300 million, with a stipulation for an outright cash payment within a short period, compelling me to withdraw. The remaining electronics factories were similarly priced around 100 million, and after acquiring a factory, we would still need to purchase equipment and conduct a series of tests. all of which require substantial funds, leaving me in a precarious position. Thus, I had contemplated leveraging personal connections. But I never anticipated Brother Jia would bring me such a surprise, while Iron Shao delivered a shock that left me somewhat disoriented. With a chuckle, I said, "It's merely an electronics factory. What is there to be concerned about? My only worry is whether Ruya would find it unappealing. Otherwise, I would gladly gift it to you. In the future, please refrain from calling me Iron Lord. It feels rather distant. Instead, simply refer to me as Jitia, for that resonates more as a name among friends." Surely, Siyun would not regard me as anything less than a companion. If it were anyone else, such audacity would have earned a sharp rebuke from Sikong Rian long ago. However, upon hearing my words, she displayed a hint of annoyance mingled with a deeper significance. The allure of a man is determined by a myriad of factors, among which physical attractiveness is surprisingly the least significant. With a smile, Sikong Rian addressed me as Jitia, and our conversation flowed with warmth and camaraderie. Wang Yingjia, perceiving the moment, made a hasty exit, ensuring he did not intrude while opting to visit that young lady at the company. Chapter 15. A chance encounter. Wang Yingjia informed Lu Juanheng on the road to cancel all afternoon arrangements and to arrange an opportunity for him to meet Wang Shuanghua. Like begets like, as the saying goes, the offspring of dragons are dragons, and the offspring of phoenixes are phoenixes. The children of affluent families are undoubtedly intelligent, for their genetic heritage ensures that they are far from foolish. The brazen antics of those scions are merely a reflection of their indifference towards others. Who would bother with insignificant creatures when they can simply crush them underfoot? However, when circumstances demand their attention, they are astute, possessing an awareness akin to that of a supercomputer, calculating every angle with remarkable precision. Lu Juanheng promptly notified the finance department manager, Suihua, to ensure he was well aware of the timing and to arrange for Wang Shuanghua to deliver documents, having meticulously planned the route. Suihua had earned his position through sheer intellect, recalling how the Human Resources Department had previously sidelined two well-connected individuals using Wang Shuanghua and Hu Qinxue. The situation became clear. Noticing the time was right, he approached Wang Shuanghua with the most amicable smile. "Xiao Wang, after working so diligently, I believe you deserve a brief respite. Please deliver this document to the marketing department at your leisure. No need to rush back before the end of the day." All present, including Wang Shuanghua, were taken aback. With 3 hours remaining until the end of the workday, it was evident that he was subtly encouraging her to dawdle. Wang Shuanghua responded earnestly, "Rest assured, manager, I shall return swiftly. In my previous jobs, I was known for my speed." As she spoke, she picked up the documents and departed like a gust of wind. Suihua gazed at her retreating figure, sensing the essence of a powerful woman, truly remarkable. He then shifted his attention to Hu Qinxue, who, with a beaming smile, remarked, "You two are just starting your internships and may not be familiar with many aspects. There is no need to rush. Take your time. If you encounter anything you do not understand in the future, feel free to come to me. I am more than willing to mentor newcomers." Hu Qinxue hastily exchanged a few polite words. While inwardly she pondered what the manager's intentions might be, could it be that he was attracted to their looks? Surely not, as she indulged in her musings. Wang Shuanghua unexpectedly collided with the prepared Wang Yingjia. Wang Yingjia, an absolute master in this regard, executed the encounter with perfect precision, swiftly wrapping his arms around Wang Shuanghua's waist. The scene unfolding before them resembled a moment plucked from a romantic drama, epitomizing the classic encounter between a domineering CEO and a Cinderella. It was indeed peculiar. Despite his extensive experience with women, Wang Yingjia found himself genuinely captivated by the innocent Wang Shuanghua. As for Wang Shuanghua, this delicate flower had never engaged in a romantic relationship nor watched many romantic dramas throughout her life. Now, faced with such a charismatic and assertive CEO, she found herself utterly bewildered. Wang Yingjia, displaying utmost gentlemanly conduct, straightened Wang Shuanghua and, with a look of sincere apology, said, "I am truly sorry. I was lost in thought and did not see you. Which department are you from?" Wang Shuanghua immediately lowered her head and said, "I am a new intern in the finance department. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me." Wang Yingjia chuckled in response, not wishing to pursue the matter further. As it was merely a chance encounter, an excessive engagement would be inappropriate. Wang Shuanghua watched as Wang Yingjia walked away, her face flushing like a ripe apple. It took her a moment to regain her composure before she headed towards the marketing department. At the same time, I was enjoying a delightful conversation with Sikong Ruyan. Although fortune did not favor me as I failed to trigger the charm enhancement card. Observing that the time was drawing near, he smiled and said, Rian must have some tasks to attend to, so I shall not intrude further. Let us go to Binda Electronics together tomorrow morning. I will come to pick you up. May I inquire about your residence? Sikong Rian replied with a smile. I reside at Villa number 4, Phoenix Mountain. You may come directly to the company to collect me. I agreed with a smile, showing no reluctance, and left with a sense of nonchalance, having earned a considerable amount of goodwill. He had intended to pick up his sister after work, but upon remembering that she mentioned having a close friend, and considering that his car could only accommodate one passenger, he dismissed that thought. Feeling that it was still early to return home, I decided to drive around leisurely. I soon found myself on Binhai Road, but not long after, I was halted by an individual clad in a yellow vest, who greeted me with a broad smile and said, I sincerely apologize, but our film crew is shooting here, and the road is temporarily closed. Would you kindly take an alternate route? Upon hearing that they were filming, my interest was piqued. I had once dabbled as an extra during my student days while taking on odd jobs. However, at that time, the crew members were far from courteous. They clamored about as if they were the emperors of the universe. As for the stars, they paraded about with their noses in the air, flanked by several bodyguards who resembled ferocious hounds. I chuckled and remarked that since I had nothing better to do, I might as well enjoy the spectacle. The man in the yellow vest glanced at the sports car and promptly assured me that there was no issue at all. He then approached the director to inform him that a wealthy young man was observing the proceedings. The director instructed that it was unnecessary to pay him any mind and that the shooting should continue, albeit with the onlookers being ushered away to prevent any disruption. Just as I was becoming engrossed in the scene, I suddenly heard the sound of high heels clicking against the ground. Turning toward the noise, I beheld a strikingly beautiful young woman. She exuded an air of tranquility, her lustrous black hair gracefully framing her doll-like face, and her enchanting eyes sparkled like a clear spring. The girl smiled and introduced herself as Shangwan Yinxue, an actress in the troupe, explaining that she was to perform a scene involving a sports car descending from a mountain. But the rented vehicle had yet to arrive and inquired if I could assist her. I smiled gently and replied that I had thought it was something serious, but it was merely a small favor, and of course, it posed no problem. After all, exquisite cars and beautiful women are a match made in heaven. Back in university, he had foolishly attempted to pursue the class beauty, knowing she had a penchant for literature, and had squeezed out time to read numerous romantic literary works. It has become evident that, in contrast to literature, the class beauty prefers currency, spending her days mingling with a few wealthy heirs, and has visited the hospital several times to terminate fledgling lives. Alongside those extinguished lives, my naive infatuation has also been snuffed out. Yet the memories of those romantic literary works remain etched in my mind. The charm enhancement card has been triggered, fostering a burgeoning fondness. I heard the notification sound, a flicker of surprise crossing my gaze, quickly followed by a moment of realization. Such is the nature of actresses, developing an affinity for affluent science is entirely predictable. He casually opened the passenger door, gesturing elegantly for her to enter. Shangguan Yinxue, the epitome of grace, settled into the seat, her legs demurely crossed, exuding a sense of conservatism. I parked the car in the designated spot and slowly descended, noticing that the male lead, Sun Qingying, stood up abruptly upon seeing the car emblem. Chapter 16. Please respect yourself. Where did the props team acquire this exquisite vehicle? It is none other than the Pagani Huayra, a globally limited edition with only a handful in existence. Truly impressive. Sun Qingying, not only a seasoned actor but also an amateur racing enthusiast, possesses an extensive knowledge of supercars, relishing every detail. His assistant promptly responded, "This car is not rented by the props team. It belongs to a young gentleman who enjoys the spectacle." Upon hearing this, the leading lady, Li Yuhan, sitting beside Sun Qingying, instantly brightened with excitement. Securing a limited edition supercar is no small feat, and such an individual cannot be of ordinary status. One does not simply purchase this kind of vehicle with money alone. It requires a remarkably high social standing. While driving a supercar does not necessarily imply one hails from a wealthy family, operating a limited edition supercar undoubtedly signifies being part of the elite. As a prominent movie star, Li Yuhan has long harbored dreams of marrying into a wealthy family. Unfortunately, her previous encounters with several second-generation affluent gentlemen were merely fleeting flings, with no intentions of commitment. She has remained discontent, believing that with her beauty, she could undoubtedly ascend to a prestigious social circle, and thus, she cannot afford to overlook any opportunity. The scene itself is rather straightforward. The car is to be driven to a designated spot, after which Shangwan Yinxue will alight from the vehicle, and it will subsequently drive away. However, Li Yuhan conceived a different idea and promptly approached the director to request an expanded role. She too wished to be seen in the luxurious car, insisting on adding a moment where the vehicle sways slightly. The director, a seasoned strategist, recognized Li Yuhan's subtle intentions and deemed her appearance sufficiently charming to present her to the wealthy young man. The affluent young man would undoubtedly not refuse, for he might even forge connections that could secure investment for future projects. Why not seize the opportunity? To my surprise, having assisted with this task and traversed the blocked route, I was able to continue on my way. However, when Shangwan Yinxue had disembarked earlier, I had requested that he wait briefly in the vehicle while I procured a small token of appreciation for him. I would never concede that my delay was due to Shangwan Yinxue's beauty. Rather, it stemmed solely from my desire for a keepsake. Shangwan Yinxue soon returned, holding a diminutive keychain, one side emblazoned with the production team's name, the other adorned with her still from the play. She smiled warmly and remarked, "In this production, I am considered a supporting role, so I have prepared a small token of gratitude for my fans. Please accept it as an apology. I hope you do not find it lacking." Accepting the keychain, I turned it in my fingers and said, "A girl as demure and graceful as you is a rarity indeed. I believe that if you maintain your essence, you will undoubtedly emerge as a refreshing presence in this industry. Even if you do not achieve immense fame, you will certainly earn the respect of many. Thank you for your kind words. I too hope for that outcome. My entire family is involved in traditional opera, and I have trained in this field since childhood. The first time I took the stage, I fell in love with the experience. Alas, the audience for traditional opera is dwindling, and the seats are often empty. I do not wish to follow in my forebears' footsteps, performing to an empty space, so I enrolled in a film academy, aspiring to become a commendable actress and to deliver remarkable works to the audience." Shangwan Yinxue exuded an air of elegance, a testament to her lineage from a family steeped in the traditions of opera, having been nurtured in this art form since childhood, thus endowing her with a distinctive grace that set her apart from others. The two were engaged in lively conversation when the director approached, accompanied by Li Yuhan, who exaggeratedly swayed her hips as if attempting to dislocate her pelvis. "Thank you, esteemed young master, for your invaluable assistance. Without your intervention, that last scene would have been unachievable. May I inquire about your esteemed surname?" The director spoke with remarkable courtesy, devoid of the arrogance often displayed in front of actors. For investors are akin to fathers. As long as they provide funding, one would humble themselves to any extent. I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formality. It was merely a matter of pressing the accelerator, nothing of great consequence." The director, perceiving my amicable demeanor, quickly concluded that I was indeed a true scion of affluence, for only those genuinely of noble birth consistently uphold the standards of etiquette. He continued, "I must also make an ungracious request. We have another scene to shoot, wherein our leading lady, Li Yuhan, will be taking a ride in that very sports car. In a bid to provoke the male lead, she intends to orchestrate a dramatic encounter with the wealthy young man behind the wheel. Thus she wishes to borrow your car, while also inviting you to make a cameo appearance." No sooner had the director finished speaking than Li Yuhan leaned in, her smile alluring, casting flirtatious glances while playfully lifting her skirt, revealing glimpses of her legs. "Rest assured, esteemed young master, I am quite adept in this regard and will undoubtedly deliver a commendable performance. If you are concerned about my portrayal, we may rehearse a few times until you feel satisfied before we proceed with the actual filming." Li Yuhan's words were utterly explicit, implying that she could easily blur the lines between pretense and reality. Frowning, I responded, "Please exercise some self-respect. Regardless of whether you are a star or an actress, as a woman, you ought to uphold the dignity that accompanies your gender. Moreover, as the director, you must discern what is appropriate and what is not. Your current conduct leaves me profoundly disheartened. I cannot fathom your criteria for casting. How can a remarkable actress like Miss Shangwan be relegated to a minor role, while someone so lacking in self-respect assumes the lead? Regardless of your established norms, do not flaunt them openly, as it utterly disgusts me. I truly wish to avoid your presence." After uttering these words, he exchanged a few words with Shangwan Yinxue, then entered his vehicle and departed, leaving the director and Li Yuhan engulfed in his exhaust fumes. Observing from the sidelines, Sun Qingying shook her head and remarked, I truly cannot comprehend the director's reasoning. This individual drives a globally limited edition sports car. Her status is undeniably impeccable. If she desires companionship, she has options stretching all the way from Binhai Road to Haixing Square, and to consider such a person is nothing short of a farcical joke. If she were to make a choice, it would be someone like Shangguan Yanxue, an innocent girl. However, after a few years in this industry, Yanxue might become just another object of disdain. Sun Qingying, a perennial figure in the industry, possessed the seniority to speak her mind without fear of ostracism. In contrast, Shangguan Yanxue remained silent, her head bowed, reflecting on the earlier scene in the car, a faint smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Li Yuhan chanced upon this expression, her heart brimming with indignation. She resolved to return home and contemplate how to deal with Shangguan Yanxue, ensuring that she would comprehend the vastness of the world. Little did she realize that her words would herald calamity for Shangguan Yanxue, while simultaneously bringing fortune upon herself. With an air of nonchalance, she returned home and deftly pressed a few buttons on the main control screen. The kitchen's automated cooking apparatus swiftly prepared several delectable dishes, the flavors proving to be quite delightful. Taking a deep breath, I called my mother and informed her of my resignation, explaining that I intended to partner with a few friends in a business venture from which I would soon reap financial rewards. After a brief silence, my mother responded, encouraging me to pursue my ambitions, assuring me that should it not work out, we could always return to our hometown, where the family could sustain itself in our ancestral home. My voice trembled slightly as I offered her some words of comfort, just as another call came through. Chapter 17. A man should have a good watch. I noticed a call coming in, and seizing the opportunity, I hung up the phone, thinking that if I continued conversing with my mother, I might bring her to tears. The caller was my good friend In Renfeng, who once occupied the upper bunk in our dormitory. We could certainly be described as brothers in adversity, the two poorest souls in our entire class. Our bond, forged through years of labor, surpassed the fleeting connections of mere classmates, which have long since soured. I wondered what my friend was up to lately. Had his salary increased? If things were truly dismal, perhaps he should consider quitting. After all, what pursuit could yield even a meager livelihood? In Renfeng always opened our conversations with such inquiries, as if he were thriving, when in reality, he was just another cog in the machine, sleeping later than a dog and rising earlier than a rooster. I chuckled and replied, you've hit the nail on the head. I truly am considering quitting. I recall you mentioning your desire to open a couple-s shop. How far along are you with that dream? Don't be so formal with me. I could easily lend you 100,000. I'm not jesting. I've come into some money, and rest assured, the source is entirely legitimate. Between us brothers, there's no need for promissory notes. I trust you implicitly, and even if I didn't, my regard for you is enough. I continued, let us dispense with the idle chatter. You wouldn't have called if it weren't important. A class reunion? They certainly would think to invite us. After graduation, I deleted all their contacts. Save for yours. All right, I understand now. I'll definitely attend tomorrow evening. Now, hurry and share your bank details. There's no need for so much small talk. He casually tossed the phone aside. Now that he had prospered, he could not forget his friends. He had intended to reach out in a few days, and today seemed like a fortuitous moment. In Renfeng was luckier than him, having met a factory girl named Wu Xiuying while working. Her name and appearance were unremarkable, yet she possessed a kind heart. When they lived nearby, he often visited their home for meals, but after they had a son, their lives became increasingly strained, and he ceased his visits. In Renfeng quickly sent over his account number, playfully teasing that if Wang Xiutia were to truly transfer 100,000, the boy would become his own son. Without a second thought, he transferred 500,000. Shortly after, In Renfeng called, his voice urgent as he inquired about the source of such a substantial sum. What on earth have you done? How did you come by so much money? Is there something serious going on? Whatever it is, I'll stand by you. You're overthinking it. Haven T, I already told you. I've struck it rich. Even if you hadn't reached out, I would have contacted you soon enough. Just use the money freely and focus on managing your business. Once you're accustomed to it, I'll help you open a grand restaurant. We were poor during our school days, often ridiculed by others. This cannot continue into our children's lives. Tomorrow, let us drink and chat more. He knew In Renfeng would call, and with a smile, he reassured him to set his worries aside and use the funds as needed. He swayed slightly as he made his way to the rooftop, where a vast glass facade offered a view of the night sky, complemented by a powerful astronomical telescope for stargazing at any moment. I reclined on a luxurious hammock, serenaded by soft melodies, gazing at the stars above, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. It is often said that poverty constrains one's imagination. Yet seldom is it acknowledged that wealth can equally limit one's perception of destitution. Thus, we encounter numerous oblivious intellectuals who propose seemingly nonsensical suggestions, for in their minds, if one cannot afford a meal, why not indulge in meat? I was roused from my reverie by the sound of a notification revealing a red envelope interface before me. And without hesitation, I chose to open it. I received a cash prize of 523 yuan, accompanied by the message, wishing you a delightful click. I won a Vacheron Constantin, a Cariste watch, wishing you a delightful click. A spacious flat in the city center, wishing you a delightful click. This time, I had amassed over 100,000 in cash, in addition to a fine watch and an expansive residence. As I processed the information swirling in my mind, the price of the watch jolted me upright. I had never imagined that a timepiece could be valued at over 30 million, enough to purchase 2 Pagani Huayra. No wonder it is said that a prestigious watch is a man's ultimate indulgence. Every successful man ought to possess a remarkable timepiece. As for the flat worth over 3 million, it pales in comparison to the watch, hardly worthy of mention. I glanced around and spotted a red booklet atop a rectangular box. He casually opened the box, revealing a pristine white dial measuring 50 millimeters in diameter, adorned with golden hands and numerals crafted from natural oval diamonds. The case and bracelet were fashioned from pure gold, with a crystal face that, under the gentle glow of the morning light, refracted a spectrum of colors. Yet, when gazing at the dial, there was not a hint of blinding glare. One must commend the craftsmanship that had truly reached an extraordinary level. According to the manual, each Vacheron Constantin and Caritas timepiece is equipped with a miniature satellite tracking device, ensuring that the possibility of loss is utterly eliminated. I set the watch aside and picked up the red booklet, which was the certificate of ownership for a spacious apartment, precisely located near the Dalwan Group. A knowing smile crept across his face. Indeed, the system had orchestrated everything impeccably, making this apartment an ideal dormitory for my younger sister. I tapped my temple, pondering that while the Pagani Huayra may exude an air of coolness, it ultimately lacked the capacity for transporting others when needed. The spontaneity of opening red envelopes left much to chance, and it was uncertain when I might procure a suitable new vehicle. It seemed prudent to purchase an appropriate one, as finances were not a concern. Resolute in my decision, I lingered in bed for a while longer. Indeed, wealth often breeds complacency, for had this been in the past, I would have already risen to attend to my responsibilities. He changed into formal attire and drove to the base of the tech tower, having previously arranged for Sikong Ruyin to await him at the entrance. Sikong Ruyin is akin to a stunning landscape, captivating the passers-by with an intoxicating allure. Within the grand edifice, several self-proclaimed affluent youths ponder how to showcase their prowess. Suddenly, a Pagani Huayra graces the scene, halting before Sikong Ruyin, who, without a moment's hesitation, elegantly enters the vehicle. The wealthy youths, instantly deflated, recognize that the owner of such a hypercar is far beyond their reach. Sikong Ruyin smiles and remarks, I have long desired a supercar, yet circumstances have not permitted it, compelling me to rely on my BMW for the time being. I respond with a gentle smile. I heard from young Master Jia that you hail from the Magic City and share a long-standing friendship with his family. Your lineage must be noteworthy. Even if acquiring a limited edition supercar proves elusive, obtaining a standard supercar should not pose a significant challenge. Is there perhaps an underlying reason for this? After a moment of hesitation, Sikong Ruyin slowly unveils her situation. Chapter 18. Let me protect you. Sikong Ruyin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to speak the truth. It is far better to clarify certain matters in advance than to face awkwardness later. In fact, I carry my mother's surname. My father is the head of one of the 3 prominent families in the Magic City, Du Tingxian of the Du family. You may have already surmised that I am my father's illegitimate daughter. When my father's wife passed away, their deep affection for one another left him utterly heartbroken. My mother happened to be my father's secretary and naturally became a source of solace for him. There were at least a handful of women like my mother who played that role, but she was the most exceptional among them, winning my father's favor, resulting in my existence. My mother had hoped to bear a son to solidify her position in my father's heart, perhaps even to become his legitimate wife. The esteemed Mrs. Du, however, her hopes were dashed when she gave birth to a daughter and her dreams of grandeur were irrevocably shattered. She was destined to remain Secretary Tycoon for life. At this point in her narrative, she paused, and I immediately sensed that her childhood was far from joyful. With a mother harboring such unfulfilled aspirations, how could she have experienced happiness? My father, despite the circumstances, was somewhat loyal. Although he could not grant my mother a formal title, he consistently cared for both of us, elevating her from secretary to manager. My parents harbored no particular affection for me, yet their treatment was not entirely negative. They would occasionally take me to amusement parks, though it was more akin to reserving the entire venue for ourselves. Since my university days, my father has relentlessly pressured me into arranged marriages, believing that for a girl like me, my sole purpose is to forge advantageous unions. I am unwilling to accept this fate. I strive diligently in my work, yearning to achieve something noteworthy and earn my father's recognition. Yet alas, my aspirations have remained unfulfilled. My father wishes for me to marry the young master of the Zhang family, a quintessential wastrel who is utterly unambitious, with numerous boxes of illicit potions at his disposal. My elder brother, concerned for my future, has ardently contested this decision with our father and ultimately secured for me an opportunity to wager my destiny. I have come to the Northeast to establish a factory, determined to produce results within 3 years, at which point I shall seize control of my own fate. Tycoon Rian bit her lip, her beautiful eyes shimmering with misty tears, a blend of defiance and gentleness that tugged at one's heartstrings. I gazed earnestly at her. Speaking with utmost sincerity, a girl like you should not be confined within a rigid shell. It is only you who will suffer from such self-imposed constraints. If you are willing, allow me to protect you. No one should compel you to engage in activities that do not resonate with your heart. And those who dare to force you will face an insurmountable reckoning. Do not speak to me of the 3 great families of the magic capital, no matter their strength. I remain unfazed, for I am unlike others, and no one instills fear in me. He did not speak in vain. The trillion-dollar red envelope system was his source of confidence. Even the formidable 3 families of the magic capital cannot rival the power of my system. As one who possesses such a system, standing atop the pinnacle of life and treading upon all others is the least one can achieve. If one cannot accomplish this, one might as well wither away in despair. Trigger the charm enhancement card, reaching the level of heartfelt encounters. Every girl who captures one's heart is deserving of cherishment. One must never allow her to feel disappointment. A melodic chime, akin to celestial music, resounds in my ears, and at this level, many matters can essentially be settled. As for the subsequent pace of development, it hinges upon the girl's temperament. After all, some are exuberant while others are reserved, and one cannot generalize. Tycoon Rian gazes at me in a daze, her boundless charm evident, particularly in the sincerity reflected in her eyes, which brings a sense of tranquility. She no longer embodies the demeanor of a strong woman. Her delicate face flushes crimson, and she instinctively lowers her gaze, responding in a voice barely above a whisper. I am not yours in any way, so why should you protect me? Moreover, such directness is unwarranted. One must gradually develop these things. I strain to catch her words, my heart brimming with joy as I maintain my composure, outwardly unperturbed. What I am to you is of little consequence. What matters is my resolute decision to protect you. And that is sufficient. We have ample time ahead of us. After all, he is a person well-versed in romantic literature, aware of the appropriate methods to employ with different types of girls. A strong woman like Tycoon Rian yearns to be conquered by someone even more formidable. To become a devoted admirer inevitably leads to emptiness. My domineering display is undeniably well-timed. Although Tycoon Rian feigns displeasure, inwardly, she finds it quite agreeable. They arrive at Binda Electronics, where the factory director, Pan Xianzhong, having received advance notice, awaits them at the entrance alongside the management team. Upon witnessing a luxurious sports car come to a halt before him, Pan Xianzhong immediately realized that the principal had arrived. He hastily stepped forward, adopting a demeanor of utmost respect. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed boss. I never anticipated that you would be so youthful. Truly, you are a promising talent. And your wife is undeniably stunning, a perfect match for you." I found Pan Xianzhong's remarks exceedingly gratifying, while Tycoon Rian blushed slightly, but refrained from contesting, thereby tacitly acknowledging the compliment. I responded with a smile, "Director Pan, there is no need for such formality. In the future, the affairs of the factory will rely heavily on your diligent efforts." Upon hearing this, Pan Xianzhong's anxious heart settled, and he promptly nodded and expressed his loyalty, subsequently ushering them into the conference room. I cast a sweeping glance over the gathering and proclaimed, "I have come this year to inform you that I have decided to merge the electronics factory with the technology group of my girlfriend, Tycoon Ryan. I shall not partake in any management. All responsibilities will rest solely with Tycoon Ryan. Do not presume that her gender grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Any consequences arising from your actions will be borne by you. For your awareness, Xue Xiaowei is one of my subordinates. If you are curious about his role, feel free to inquire. He has a reputation for being well-connected, as many afford him due respect, which is why he has been brought into this discussion." Pan Xinzhong immediately affirmed, "Rest assured, boss. From now on, we shall heed the directives of the lady. Should anyone dare to defy, there will be no need for your intervention. I shall take care of it myself." He recalled his former employer stating that he settled payments in a single transaction, showcasing an unfathomable prowess that even the most renowned enterprises in the country could not achieve. Presently, my actions were merely an endeavor to please my girlfriend, to elicit a smile from her, and such extravagant expenditure was beyond their reach. I nodded with a smile and nonchalantly remarked, "From here on, I shall leave the details to Tycoon Ryan. I one tea medal further. Just remember, my presence is all that matters." As he spoke, he performed an act that profoundly moved Tycoon Ryan. Chapter 19. "Please, leave me alone." I placed the sports car keys into Tycoon Ryan's hand, then leaned in close to her ear, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of us, "From now on, with me by your side, you shall never suffer again. Whatever you desire, I shall procure it for you. You are the unparalleled treasure of my heart, a singular existence, and I possess ample time and patience to await you." His breath brushed against Tycoon Ryan's earlobe, causing a tingling sensation to ripple through her. It felt as though a fawn was bounding within her chest, its heart racing uncontrollably. Tycoon Ryan gently nodded. Often, silence speaks volumes. The unspoken understanding between them sufficed. I summoned a ride-hailing vehicle and arrived at the largest automobile street in Binhai City, where a series of opulent 4S dealerships lined the road, each more luxurious than the last. He instructed the driver to stop at the street corner and sauntered inside, dressed in formal attire that bore no visible logos, resembling an insurance salesman. Upon entering a 4S dealership, he found that the staff scarcely acknowledged his presence, treating him as if he were invisible. He furrowed his brow in frustration and turned to leave, catching a hint of mockery from the salespeople as he exited. He traversed several more dealerships, encountering the same indifferent treatment, which filled him with bewilderment. He could not fathom the source of their unwarranted superiority. Resolute, he decided to enter another establishment. If he was still disregarded, he would return and await a more favorable opportunity, refusing to believe that he could not secure a transaction. I entered a Rolls-Royce dealership, and the atmosphere was strikingly similar to the previous encounter, though the individuals here were even more audacious, openly pointing and whispering among themselves. As he turned to leave, a voice called out from behind, "Excuse me, sir, are you interested in purchasing a car?" I halted in my tracks and turned to see a girl standing there, her face brimming with youthful vitality, her skin radiant with the glow of youth. She possessed large, expressive eyes, and her smile resembled a crescent moon, exuding an extraordinary sense of comfort. Seeing my hesitation, Yang Mingting repeated her inquiry. "Excuse me, sir, are you looking to buy a car?" I replied coolly. "If I come here, am I expected to buy vegetables instead?" Upon hearing this, Yang Mingting's face lit up with enthusiasm as she responded, "May I inquire your surname, sir? What type of vehicle are you interested in?" "I am Yang Mingting, an intern sales associate here, dedicated to providing you with exceptional service. I hope my assistance makes you feel at home." I smiled and remarked, "So you are merely an intern? No wonder no one else approached me. Aren't you afraid that I might not be able to afford anything, thereby wasting your time?" Yang Mingting promptly replied, "Not being able to afford something does not preclude one from admiring it. I, too, cannot afford those extravagant cosmetics or designer clothes. Yet, I find joy in gazing through shop windows, setting goals for myself, and striving towards them. Who knows, one day my efforts might bear fruit." Her sincerity and exuberance radiated like a little sun, warming my heart in the process. "Yang Mingting, I previously instructed you on the matter. This luxury vehicle in our shop is not within everyone's means. Do not squander time on those unrelated, as it may lead others to perceive us as lacking in taste." Just as I was about to speak, a sharp and caustic voice interjected from the side, belonging to a haughty woman. It was evident that Yang Mingting dared not provoke her, cautiously maintaining a smile as she said, "Since I have no clients at the moment, I shall treat this as a chance to familiarize myself with the business. I will strive to ensure others remain oblivious." I interrupted Yang Mengting, stating, "I am here to purchase a car. There is no need for any discretion. What is the price of that SUV in the center?" Yang Mengting glanced at the vehicle and replied, "This is the pinnacle of Rolls-Royce SUVs, the Cullinan. Its exterior is particularly grand, the interior exceedingly luxurious, especially its power." I waved my finger dismissively, saying, "No need for such elaborate descriptions. I will take this one. Please proceed with the payment process." As I spoke, I casually retrieved my card from my pocket and handed it to Yang Mengting. In disbelief, she remarked, "Sir, are you not going to inquire about the price of this vehicle? This seems rather nonchalant. The final price of this car is 3 million, and with taxes and fees, it will certainly exceed 7 million. I interrupted her once more, stating, "This card can cover that amount. I kindly ask you to initiate the paperwork now, as I require the vehicle for subsequent matters." My voice was not low, and the store sales associates heard every word, each one unable to believe their ears. The woman from earlier exhibited the swiftest reaction, abruptly seizing my bank card and presenting herself with a charming smile. "I am the store's top sales representative, Bao Mei, well-versed in the intricacies of the business process. A distinguished client like yourself deserves my personal attention. Allow me to escort you to view the vehicles." Yang Mengting, her eyes wide with indignation, retorted, "This is my first deal. How can you snatch it away from me? What nonsense are you spouting? An intern like you lacks the qualifications to attend to such a prominent client. Step aside promptly and do not hinder my business dealings. Do you still wish to secure a permanent position?" Bao Mei scoffed disdainfully at Yang Mengting, her voice rising in reprimand. Yang Mengting, cowed into silence, lowered her gaze and retreated helplessly. As she took a step back, she suddenly felt warmth envelop her hand, which had been grasped by a strong grip, mine. With an indifferent expression, I remarked, "You have yet to complete my transaction. Where do you think you are going?" Yang Mengting's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at me, momentarily frozen. Observing her adorably bewildered expression, I couldn't help but let a slight smile grace my lips. Such an endearing girl is indeed a rarity. I casually reclaimed my bank card and addressed Bao Mei with utmost courtesy, saying, "I would appreciate it if you would kindly vacate my presence. Do not impede my enthusiasm for purchasing a vehicle." Bao Mei's demeanor shifted, her expression darkening as she begrudgingly admitted, "I was in the wrong earlier. It was my fault for displeasing you. Let us venture outside for a test drive. I am confident I can ensure your satisfaction." Her words were exceedingly explicit. All she desired was for me to grant her this business deal, promising that I would be thoroughly satisfied with the test drive. As for the type of car, that was implicitly understood. I snorted disdainfully, reiterating one final time, "Vanish from my sight at once. The mere sight of you repulses me. Begone." The final utterance of "begone" was delivered with undeniable force, leaving Bao Mei's complexion ashen as she stumbled backward several paces. The height of her stiletto heels betrayed her, causing her to twist her ankle and plummet to the ground. Yang Mengting, feeling a twinge of compassion, hesitated, but I resolutely grasped her hand and strode forward, passing by Bao Mei without even a glance. The commotion in the showroom naturally attracted the attention of those above, and soon a portly individual approached the vehicle. Chapter 20. The charming foolishness having encountered esteemed guests. "I am the manager of this 4S dealership, Zoe Gouet. It is indeed an honor for us to have you grace our establishment." Zoe Gouet bowed respectfully beside the vehicle. As a manager who has risen from humble beginnings, his insight far surpassed that of the sales staff. He immediately discerned the watch adorning my wrist, undoubtedly a costly piece, worth at least several million. Such clientele bring forth benefits that transcend mere vehicle purchases, encompassing a plethora of subsequent services. Essentially, a single client of this caliber can sustain an entire branch, considering that the maintenance of luxury automobiles incurs astronomical expenses. Moreover, like attracts like, those who can penetrate the inner circle of affluent patrons typically possess substantial wealth themselves. The arrival of even one such customer signifies a monumental business opportunity. Encountering such a transaction once every 3 to 5 years would yield extraordinary profits. I replied with an impassive demeanor, "I find your assertions to be quite the opposite. The people here do not welcome me." Upon my arrival, many pointed and whispered. Were it not for Yang Mengting's hospitality, I would have already departed. It is particularly disheartening that your top sales representative reprimanded her for supposedly wasting time while she attended to me. Frankly, I am genuinely curious as to why your sales staff's time is deemed so precious. Do they earn significantly more than I do every minute? Zoe Gouet was drenched in cold sweat, incessantly nodding and bowing, repeatedly apologizing. It is all my fault. I have failed to properly educate these employees. In the future, I shall impose strict management to ensure such a situation never arises again. I ask for your understanding, dear sir. I huffed through my nose, thinking, for Yang Mengting's sake, I shall refrain from holding this against you today. However, that saleswoman's surname Bao is quite irksome to me. I do not wish to see her here again. Do you comprehend my sentiment? Having such a person working alongside Yang Mengting could easily lead to her corruption. As he uttered this, the image of Yang Mengting's large, expressive eyes floated in his mind, and he felt that such an adorably naive girl should not be tainted. Zoe Gouet, wearing a knowing expression, assured me, rest assured, sir. We shall not disappoint you. Your needs are our utmost standard. I smiled in satisfaction, which deepened Zoe Gouet's misunderstanding. As Yang Mengting approached with a form, her face displayed a different kind of expression. Yang Mengting, surprised, looked at Zoe Gouet and said, "Why is the manager here? I was just about to assist this gentleman with the form. How foolish of me. I haven't even asked for his surname, and I cannot fill out the form." She playfully stuck out her tongue, enhancing her endearing clumsiness, and with those large, sparkling eyes, she resembled a character from a two-dimensional world, utterly charming. I smiled faintly and provided her with my name, adding, "There is no need to rush. Let everything unfold at its own pace, for I have ample time." Yang Mengting nodded cheerfully, and upon witnessing this, Zoe Gouet's conviction only grew stronger. "Xiao Yang, your performance has been quite commendable. From this moment forth, you shall be officially appointed. Attend to Mr. Wang with utmost dedication, ensuring that all his requests are met. Henceforth, you will serve as Mr. Wang's exclusive attendant, with no obligation to cater to other guests, available to assist him at any time and place. As long as you provide exemplary service to Mr. Wang, promotions and salary increases will surely follow, paving a bright path for your future. Do you understand?" Yang Mengting, bewildered yet eager, nodded affirmatively, assuring that she would meet my expectations and not disappoint the manager. Zoe Gouet offered a few encouraging words before discreetly taking his leave. The fewer people privy to the dynamics between the client and the dedicated attendant, the better. Yang Mengting laid her notepad on the passenger seat, bending slightly to fill it out, occasionally glancing up to inquire further. Due to the elevated chassis of the SUV, as I sat in the driver's seat, my gaze inadvertently drifted through the slightly open collar of Yang Mengting's attire while responding. A faint blush crept onto my face, and after a few lingering glances, I gently patted the seat, realizing that this method of writing was rather exhausting. There was ample space on the dashboard to accommodate her writing, after all. Upon hearing my concern for her potential fatigue, Yang Mengting felt a surge of warmth in her heart, appreciating the thoughtfulness I displayed. She obediently nodded and awkwardly settled into the passenger seat, her eyes inadvertently drifting to the side, leaving her momentarily stunned. Quickly regaining her composure, she glanced down at her collar, her face turning as red as an apple, followed by a flurry of nervousness. She was uncertain whether her earlier demeanor might lead me to misunderstand her, mistaking her for someone akin to Bowing Mei. Yang Mengting was at a loss for words, timidly pouting as she offered her apologies and explanations. "I truly did not mean to, and I assure you, my thoughts were innocent. Please do not misunderstand me. I am not like those other people." Wang Jiqie initially felt a wave of embarrassment at being caught off guard, but to his surprise, the girl apologized first, nearly causing him to laugh aloud. He chuckled, saying, "It is my first encounter with someone as adorably naive as you. What a delightful little sister you are. Lost in your own thoughts. Now, why don't you hurry up and fill out the form?" Yang Mengting stuck out her tongue and quickly resumed filling out the form, only to halt abruptly, slapping her forehead in realization. How could I forget to ask Mr. Wang about the license? Our shop has some excellent brand licenses. Perhaps Mr. Wang would consider them. Seeing her flustered expression, I could no longer contain my laughter. This girl was simply too amusing. You really ought to stop hitting your own head. At this rate, you might just knock some sense out of yourself. Regardless, you will be my dedicated hostess from now on. So whether or not you have a sharp mind is of little consequence. Just act on whatever comes to mind. From now on, do not call me Mr. Wang. I am older than you. Just call me Brother Tai and show me the licenses. Yang Mingting felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered such a wonderful client on her very first transaction. Being his exclusive hostess would surely lead to a pleasant experience. She fished the licenses from her tablet, exclaiming, "Here are the 3 best licenses. Bin B11111, Bin B66666, and Bin B88888, with corresponding prices of 1.8 million, 2.4 million, and 2.6 million. With a chuckle, I remarked, "I do not wish to remain single. Accumulating wealth loses its allure. I shall select those few sixes instead. Please make the necessary arrangements." Yang Mingting entered the chosen license information, and everything was completed within 40 minutes. We decided to engage in conversation while we waited. She reveled in the opulent interior of the car, occasionally casting a sidelong glance at me. Suddenly perceiving me as exceptionally handsome, surpassing others by a subtle margin, truly her ideal type. The charm enhancement card was triggered, and the level of instantaneous attraction activated. A feat of considerable difficulty that must be cherished. The notification startled me, prompting me to focus on Yang Mingting once more, my gaze imbued with a newfound significance. Chapter 21. How could it be Yang Mingting felt my gaze upon her, akin to a startled little rabbit, hastily lowering her head. She furtively glanced at me from the corner of her eye, growing fonder with each furtive look, yet simultaneously experiencing a pang of disappointment. Convinced that someone like me could never take notice of her, I smiled gently and remarked, "As my exclusive hostess, should we not exchange WeChat IDs or phone numbers, allowing me to reach you at any moment?" Yang Mingting promptly nodded in agreement, producing an antiquated mobile phone so we could share our contact information. I was taken aback and inquired, "Why do you possess such an old-fashioned phone? It's nearly as outdated as the one I used." After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Teach. You see, I hail from a rural background. My family was impoverished during my childhood, and my mother ran off with a carpenter from the village. My father worked at a local factory, earning a meager wage. My academic performance was poor, and after completing high school, I chose not to pursue further studies. I previously worked at a factory alongside an aunt from my village, earning hardly anything, until I heard that selling cars could be lucrative, which led me here. I am rather clumsy and struggle with many tasks. Had I not crossed paths with you today, I would have had to pack my belongings and leave by the end of the month. Truly, you are my fortunate star." I gazed at Yang Mingting in astonishment, not realizing that this adorably naive girl had already navigated the complexities of society for some time. As we were engrossed in our conversation, Zhou Yigui approached, carrying a stack of documents, his demeanor exuding an air of subservience. I casually placed the document into my pocket and smiled, saying, "This time, you may share the commission with Mingting. In the future, be sure to take good care of her." His arrangements in this regard were impeccable. To ensure the horse runs, one must feed it grass. It was merely a trifling sum, nothing of great consequence. Zhou Yigui did not hesitate. The thoughts of those from affluent families are often inscrutable. One must accept what is offered and refrain from coveting what is not. Upon arriving at the city garden, I noted that the security at the entrance of this upscale community typically does not impede luxury vehicles. Who knows what sort of individuals dwell within? What if an incident were to occur? After all, there is an additional security system in place that undoubtedly guarantees the safety of all residents. Otherwise, the exorbitant property fees would be quite the waste. I used my access card to open the door, and the first thing I encountered was a grand foyer. Flanking the hall were 2 spiral staircases leading to 2 spacious bedrooms. Each bedroom boasted at least 50 square meters, complete with a bathroom and shower. With the addition of a kitchen, it could easily serve as a small apartment, allowing one to reside comfortably without descending. The entire lower level was dedicated to the living room, with only 2 corners designated for the kitchen and bathroom. The kitchen was exceptionally luxurious, while the bathroom was charmingly compact, clearly designed for emergency use. I was quite pleased with the place and, noting that my sister would soon finish work, decided to walk over, which would take me a mere 15 minutes to reach the entrance of Dewan Group. He had already called my sister during the journey. Wang Shuanghua was overjoyed to hear that her brother was coming. Wang Shuanghua took Hu Qinshua's hand and exclaimed, "My brother just called to say he has a surprise for me, and he is about to introduce you too." Hu Qinshua hesitated for a moment and said, "Your brother wishes to present you with a gift, and I feel it would be inappropriate for me to intrude. Perhaps we should postpone this for another day." Wang Shuanghua, displaying a playful defiance, replied, "There's no time like the present. Today is perfectly suitable. Let us proceed without delay." As 2 interns, they were undoubtedly favored members of the finance department, and Su Yue treated them with particular care, which left Hu Qinxue feeling suspicious and anxious about the manager's intentions. Unable to resist Wang Shuanghua's insistence, Hu Qinxue reluctantly acquiesced and soon found herself at the entrance, unexpectedly spotting a somewhat familiar figure. A slight furrow appeared on her brow as she rummaged through her mind, finally recalling that this silhouette belonged to the man she had assisted in the villa district. Just as she was about to inform Wang Shuanghua, the latter unexpectedly called out "brother," prompting the man to turn around. It was indeed him. I noticed the girl beside my sister momentarily stunned, her heart filled with confusion about how he could be with her. Wang Shuanghua tugged at Hu Qinxue and rushed to my side, just as they both exclaimed in unison, "What are you doing here?" Wang Shuanghua, puzzled, asked, "What is this?" "I intended to introduce you both, but it seems that would be unnecessary," Hu Qinxue quickly interjected. "He is the one who stood up for me in the Haixing Villa district. I mentioned you two bore a resemblance, but I didn't expect you were truly family." With a foundation of a previous 1 million, Wang Shuanghua did not display much surprise, but rather clapped her hands cheerfully. "It appears that fate has intertwined your path with that of my brother. Allow me to formally introduce you. This is my accomplished brother, and here stands my dear friend, Hu Qinxue. I have previously mentioned to my brother that Qinxue often accompanies me in our work endeavors, providing me with care and support, all the while being a stunning beauty. Truly, I speak no falsehood." With a gentle smile, I remarked, "You cheeky girl. I was initially concerned about your ability to care for yourself, but now that she is by your side, I can rest easy. It seems that the gifts I have prepared for you are perfectly suited. Now, let us proceed to receive them, though I advise you not to display excessive astonishment." In his words, he cleverly transformed the gift intended for my sister into one for both of them, a master of conceptual sleight of hand. I led them to the city garden, where property personnel awaited with 2 access cards for Zinshitching. Here, the door cards necessitate identity verification, and the 2 young ladies remained utterly perplexed throughout the process, unaware of the unfolding scenario. It was only upon entering the expansive residence that they began to comprehend the situation, their expressions morphing into disbelief as they beheld the opulence before them. With a smile, I declared, "This is the gift I have prepared for you. From now on, you shall reside here, sparing you the need for constant back and forth. Please do not mention internships. Should you two fail to secure positions, the personnel department of Dewan Group would surely be blind, destined for eventual collapse." Wang Shuanghua and Hu Qinxue, possessing sharp intellects, immediately deduced that their entrance into Dewan Group must be attributed to my influence. It seems that they fear for their self-esteem, which is why they have them start as interns. The notion that they cannot be promoted to regular positions is utterly ludicrous. Having only experienced the life of the affluent for 2 days, I have already adopted the audacity typical of the wealthy, leaving no room for Hu Qinxue to contest my decision regarding her living arrangements here. Wang Shuanghua, with a beaming smile, supported my stance, and Hu Qinxue soon found herself ensnared in this situation, undoubtedly influenced by my status. As they were engrossed in their conversation, a call from Yin Renfeng interrupted, reminding me not to forget about the evening's gathering of classmates, suggesting that it would be best to bring a girlfriend along. I felt a twinge of confusion at this remark, yet I nodded in agreement. As for finding a girlfriend, isn't there already a suitable candidate right before me? Chapter 22. Just by it upon noticing the gaze of my siblings fixated upon her, Hu Qinxue immediately surmised their thoughts, her expression becoming one of bashfulness. Having never had a boyfriend, I was at a loss on how to be a girlfriend. Moreover, my lack of experience at social gatherings left me apprehensive about potential blunders. I offered a gentle smile and remarked, "It's merely a gathering of classmates, nothing to worry about. We can treat it as an outing with friends, indulging in food and drinks. As for learning how to be a girlfriend, it's a matter of practice. The first time may be awkward, but familiarity comes with repetition, unless, of course, you believe I am unworthy of you." My words were artfully crafted, skillfully obfuscating the truth. If Hu Qinxue were to acquiesce, she would no longer be a mere counterfeit girlfriend. Wang Shuanghua gazed at her brother in astonishment, having never realized his capabilities in such matters before. It appeared that men possessed an innate understanding in this regard. She couldn't help but recall her chance encounter with Wang Yingjia, a refined scion of a distinguished family, embodying all the attributes of a novel's protagonist, though she pondered who the Cinderella in this tale might be. During her naive high school years, Wang Shuanghua had indulged in several romantic novels, harboring a fondness for the character of Cinderella and fantasizing about being her. Regrettably, While she had once possessed the qualities of a Cinderella, fate had not favored her. Now, she lacked even those qualities, rendering her suitable only for the role of a wicked wealthy heiress. Lost in her thoughts, Wang Shuanghua was jolted back to reality by her brother's cough, promptly refocusing her attention to assist him in charming Hu Qinxue. She had long entertained the idea of having Hu Qinxue as a sister-in-law, but had previously refrained from voicing it due to their family's circumstances. Now that her brother had proven his worth, she was determined to pursue her desires. My brother is undoubtedly correct. Every endeavor has its first time. Observing my remarkable qualities, one can surmise that my brother must not fall short. Thus, this matter is settled. Hu Qinxue, with a resigned nod, pouted and remarked, "But my finest attire is this company suit. The other garments are simply unpresentable. What if I embarrass your brother?" "What brother?" "You are now in a romantic relationship. You should call him Jitia, or perhaps simply Tai Tai. Go on, give it a try." Wang Shuanghua teased playfully, determined to firmly establish this connection, vowing to ensure Hu Qinxue was completely ensnared. Stealing a glance at me, Hu Qinxue blushed and shyly called out Jitia. With that utterance, the bond was essentially solidified. I bestowed upon my sister an approving look. Indeed, it is the siblings who support one another in times like these. And my affection for her has not been in vain. With ample time before the gathering, why not purchase a new outfit? You and Shuanghua share similar physiques, making you the perfect model for the garments. Let us procure 2 sets of each piece. When the time comes, you will both dress alike, presenting yourselves as a harmonious pair, 2 stunning beauties, unmistakably related. As he spoke these words, he found himself bemused by his newfound eloquence. When had he become so silver-tongued? Perhaps it was merely the comfort of wealth that inspired such confidence. This fleeting thought passed quickly, and he returned to gazing affectionately at the blushing Hu Qinxue, finding her increasingly endearing. Indeed, good deeds yield rewarding returns. Having once done a kindness, he now reaped the benefits. It seems he must continue to perform virtuous acts to repay the blessings bestowed upon him by fate. Hu Qinxue sat in the passenger seat, admiring the opulent interior. Although she was not well versed in automobiles, she could discern that this vehicle was quite expensive. She gazed out the window and, puzzled, inquired. The news often claims that drivers on the road have poor tempers and that lane disputes are rampant. Yet, the drivers we observe seem to navigate so courteously, ensuring a smooth flow of traffic. It appears the news cannot be trusted. I replied with a smile, "It's not that the news is untrustworthy. Rather, the individuals they encounter are different. Do you have any idea how much it would cost to repaint my car if it were scratched? At the very least, it starts from over 100,000. Many of the vehicles outside are in the same price range. Who would dare to contest the road with me? Risking their own vehicle?" Hu Qinxue was left speechless, taking a moment to process my words before once again scrutinizing the interior. With a hint of hesitation, she softly asked, "How much is this car?" I casually responded, "Once all the paperwork is finalized, it's around 7 million. Hu Qinxue nearly choked on her own saliva. Her eyes filled with incredulity. She had never even dreamed of sitting in a luxury car worth millions. I chuckled, saying, "When you and your sister have some time off, I'll take you both to purchase a couple of vehicles for commuting." Hu Qinxue wanted to decline, yet for reasons unknown, the thought of them being a couple compelled her to nod in agreement. They arrived at the so-called most fashionable mall of McDonald's, a place hailed as a shopping paradise for women, where every conceivable women's clothing brand could be found. Hu Qinxue softly remarked, "I have distributed flyers here. The clothing is all designer, and each piece is quite expensive. Perhaps we should consider visiting another mall." I responded with a smile. "What we desire are indeed the renowned brands. You and your sister are now part of the Dewan Group, no longer mere students. Many aspects have changed. While in school, being somewhat impoverished was inconsequential. As long as you were willing to study diligently, you would earn the affection of your teachers and the respect of your peers. At worst, you would endure a few jibes from those affluent scions for your work-study efforts. However, in society, the dynamics shift entirely. Relentless toil will only render you a target for ridicule, with others treating you as a fool to be toyed with. The larger the corporation, the more diverse the individuals within it. Such individuals are often inclined to prey on the weak, seeking validation through intimidation. Your modest attire may suggest vulnerability, especially since you are young women, which could invite unwelcome attention from those with ulterior motives. Yet, adorned in designer labels, you would project an air of resilience. Your true background would prompt others to tread carefully around you. Having once navigated the lower echelons myself, I assure you, I speak from experience. With me as your support, how could anyone dare to bully you? Hu Qinxue involuntarily thought of Su Yihua and felt that my words resonated deeply. She obediently nodded in agreement, indicating her willingness to heed my counsel. The two of us casually ventured inside, surrounded by a dazzling array of brands that left them in awe. The flyers distributed by Hu Qinxue were from Prada, a brand renowned alongside Chanel. At that moment, I found the garments depicted on the flyer to be exquisite, and my thoughts immediately gravitated towards this store. Suddenly, I felt a pressing need and asked Hu Qinxue to select her clothes first, while I would join her shortly. With a cheerful nod, Hu Qinxue agreed and made her way towards the Prada storefront. I glanced at my surroundings before hastening towards the restroom. Just as I was about to search for Hu Qinxue, a virtual interface unexpectedly appeared before me, revealing a notification of a received red envelope. Congratulations on acquiring ownership of the McDonald's Mall. I wish you a delightful experience. A flicker of astonishment crossed my eyes. I had come merely to shop for clothes. Yet I unexpectedly found myself in possession of a mall. How intriguing. Just as a slight smile graced my lips, a situation arose on Hu Qinshue's end. Chapter 23. Do you think I'm short on money? Prada, a renowned international brand, boasts a store adorned in opulence, where each exquisitely priced garment is displayed on elegant stands. Here, plastic mannequins are eschewed in favor of sophisticated arrangements that showcase the splendor of the clothing. Each high-end women's outfit is a masterpiece crafted by top artisans, akin to works of art that captivate the eye. The clientele within the store is sparse, each adorned in luxury brands, clutching designer handbags, accompanied by attentive sales associates. As Hu Qinxue stepped out, she exchanged her corporate attire from the Dewan Group for casual wear, a modest ensemble that cost no more than 200 yuan. Despite her appealing appearance, such attire inevitably drew no attention from the sales staff, who were preoccupied with those in finer garments. Observing the sycophantic behavior of the sales associates towards others, and glancing at her solitary reflection in the mirror, she felt her previous sentiments ring true. In this society, superficiality reigns. Those dressed elegantly are afforded respect, while those in less fashionable attire face disdain. When Hu Qinxue spotted a pristine, understated dress and reached out to inspect it, a loud voice erupted. What do you think you're doing? Who gave you permission to touch the clothing? If you soil it, can you afford to pay for it? Startled, she quickly withdrew her hand and turned towards the source of the voice, revealing an imposing young woman. The young woman, adorned with cascading waves of hair and lips painted in a garish hue, held her head high with an air of haughty disdain in her eyes. This garment is priced at 48,000. Are you truly certain you wish to purchase it? If not, refrain from touching it. Should you soil it, we will incur substantial costs to rectify the damage, far exceeding your monthly salary, she declared, her tone imbued with an oppressive weight that left Hu Qinxue feeling distinctly uncomfortable. Having worked various jobs over the years, Hu Qinxue had encountered her fair share of domineering individuals and understood that retreating at such a moment could yield unfavorable consequences. How dare you speak in such a manner? Who decreed that one cannot merely look unless intending to buy? Others are also browsing. Do you presume they will all make a purchase? You possess an audacious sense of entitlement, uttering such words. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to these esteemed patrons? If you have no intention of purchasing, then leave at once. Our high-end establishment is not suited for individuals of your meager means. The young woman glanced at her Prada work attire, then cast a derisive look at Hu Qinshue's humble ensemble, a sense of superiority swelling within her. Hu Qinshue's expression darkened, her pearly teeth biting into her lip, feeling at a loss for words, especially given the exorbitant price of the garment. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the entrance. Is this how you treat your customers? Call your manager forth. I strode in with purpose, having overheard the saleswoman's words, my fury igniting. My voice rang out loudly, drawing the attention of those nearby, not only within the store, but also from the surrounding establishments. Simultaneously stirred was the store manager, a middle-aged woman who swiftly approached me. With a discerning glance, she may not have recognized my attire, yet she immediately identified the exquisite watch upon my wrist. Gasping in astonishment, clearly, a person capable of donning $1 million timepiece was not to be trifled with. It was imperative to handle the situation with utmost care. The manager cautiously inquired, May I ask what style of women-esque clothing this esteemed gentleman wishes to purchase? We shall provide the finest service enough, I interrupted her, my gaze piercing as I expressed my indignation. My girlfriend came to your store to buy clothes, and this is how your staff treated her? The previous young woman hastily implored the manager. You must help me, auntie. I never imagined that a woman dressed so shabbily could possess such a wealthy boyfriend. Isn't this a cruel jest? Silence. I retorted. I had previously advised you against your lack of discernment, yet you refused to heed my warning. Now you have created such a significant mess. It is utterly despicable. The manager shot a fierce glare at the young woman before glancing at Hu Qinxue, contemplating that while she was indeed beautiful, her attire was undeniably inexpensive, rendering her susceptible to misinterpretation. Having overheard their conversation and grasped the nature of their relationship, it became clear why the young woman exhibited such audacity. She had someone backing her. Previously, I may have been at a disadvantage against them, but that was no longer the case. If I did not leave today satisfied, this establishment might as well close its doors for good. The store manager, with a forced smile, remarked, I believe this matter is a misunderstanding. As Prada, a globally renowned women's fashion brand, we have always adhered to the highest standards of service. I scoffed disdainfully, retorting, do not feign ignorance. Just moments ago, my girlfriend was here and was subjected to discrimination by your staff. Is this what you call exceptional service? If I do not receive a satisfactory resolution today, this matter will not be considered concluded. You would do well to think carefully about your words. Upon hearing this, those nearby began to murmur amongst themselves, inquiring about the situation. It turned out that this young man's girlfriend had come to purchase clothing, only to be looked down upon by the staff, who even attempted to expel her. These employees, emboldened by their perceived authority, seemed to think that their proximity to affluent clientele elevated their own status. Who could argue otherwise? Just observe those truly influential individuals. They do not exhibit such behavior. These employees are of little significance. The manager, overhearing the discussions, grew visibly distressed but dared not react aggressively, merely casting a stern glance at the young woman. She, in a hushed voice, implored, Aunt, you must assist me. I recently began dating someone who, upon learning I work at Prada, treats me like royalty. With my skills, where else could I earn such a salary? For my father's sake, I cannot be thrown out. The manager, visibly irritated, responded, You have a penchant for trouble. Leave everything to me. I will certainly resolve this issue. Now step aside. She replaced her expression with a smile and bowed, saying, I believe this must be a misunderstanding. Surely this young lady has misinterpreted our staff's intentions. I sincerely apologize, sir. All purchases made here today will receive a 30% discount as a gesture of our regret. Given the premium pricing associated with the Prada brand, even a 50% discount would still yield substantial profits. Resolving issues in this manner is a frequently employed tactic by them. Upon hearing about the discount, Hu Qinxue felt a flicker of temptation, considering the price of the dress she had just seen, realizing she could save over 10,000. Just as she was about to speak, I interjected with a scoff. Do you think I am someone who is easily swayed by money? It won't be that simple. Chapter 24. No need for evidence. Upon hearing those words, the store manager's expression shifted, revealing the gravity of the situation. Having spent over a decade in the bustling Megale Mall, she had encountered a myriad of personalities and understood the necessity of standing firm when required. I had already conveyed my utmost sincerity. I was uncertain what further demands the gentleman harbored. It was merely your word against mine. Who could possibly attest to your claims? Observing the store manager's shifting demeanor, I allowed a subtle smile to grace my lips, clapped my hands, and, taking Hu Qinxue by the arm, turned to enter the adjacent Chanel boutique. The manager, witnessing my departure, displayed a smug grin. Challenging her was indeed naïve. Moments ago, the commotion outside had drawn the attention of the Chanel store manager, who, recognizing a client of means, promptly approached with a welcoming smile. I wasted no time, stating coolly, Do not inquire about prices, simply assemble a few suitable outfits for her. I have a gathering shortly. Do you comprehend my meaning? The manager nodded eagerly, summoning the sales associates to usher Hu Qinxue into the fitting room, where an array of upscale garments flowed in like a stream. I took a seat on the sofa within, casually retrieving my phone and dialing the number provided in the message. You are Guan Qingtao. I am myself. I am currently in the Chanel store on the 3rd floor of Megale Mall, opposite Prada. Do not dare tell me you have clocked out. I continued. If I do not see you within 20 minutes, you need not return to work tomorrow. You have 19 minutes left. Run swiftly. The sales assistants were bustling around Huqinxue, while the store manager naturally attended to me. Upon hearing her words, his hand involuntarily trembled. I glanced at the manager and stated, "I hope you will remain here obediently in the time to come. Do you understand my meaning?" The manager quickly nodded in agreement, secretly relishing the unfolding drama, anticipating an entertaining spectacle from the Prada manager. Inside the fitting room, Huqinxue gazed at the luxurious garments, utterly mesmerized, swallowing hard without regard for her image. In the eyes of the sales assistants, Huqinxue resembled Cinderella from a fairy tale, on the verge of transforming into a phoenix. Such reactions were entirely natural. Had they been in her place, they would have felt no different. After all, being Cinderella requires considerable psychological fortitude. Huqinxue possessed an impressive foundation, and after their careful styling, she underwent a remarkable transformation, truly a Cinderella blossoming into a princess. When I saw Huqinxue being led out by the sales assistants, my eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, there are no unattractive women in this world. It merely depends on one's ability to adorn oneself. Huqinxue wore a beige-collared shirt that appeared quite ordinary, yet the golden embroidery elevated it to something extraordinary. She paired it with an ultra-short skirt, the hem resting about 4 to 5 centimeters above her knees, showcasing her long, graceful legs to perfection. Her legs, elegantly aligned, seemed to affirm something, and as I followed the line of her beautiful legs downward, I noticed her delicate feet adorned in crystal high heels. The shoes featured a strappy design, each strap embellished with 9 small diamonds that sparkled under the lights, enhancing the allure of her feet. I swallowed hard and said, "Please wrap this outfit, and bring me 2 more in a similar style." The remaining pieces must adhere to a more conservative aesthetic. I cannot allow my attire to be displayed for others. The store manager, understanding my intent, promptly instructed the staff to comply, placing the neatly packaged garments right at the entrance. Clearly a gesture of rivalry towards the Prada store across the way. Upon witnessing this scene, the manager of Prada felt a surge of indignation, her eyes reddening. Realizing the value of the displayed items easily exceeded 500,000, a significant loss indeed. As she seethed in frustration, she noticed Guan Qingtao, the manager of the nearby mall, rushing in with several executives, panting heavily. A sense of foreboding washed over her, but considering her rapport with these high-ranking individuals, she reassured herself that any issues could be smoothed over. While she pondered this, Guan Qingtao entered Chanel and immediately recognized me lounging on the sofa. Realizing I was the focal point of this encounter, just as he was about to speak, I raised a finger, interjecting, "You are 2 minutes late," which has left me quite displeased. However, I have a more pressing grievance today. If you can remedy my dissatisfaction, I shall overlook those 2 minutes. Follow me. With that, I rose and strode confidently towards the entrance of Prada. The onlookers, still gathered, instantly sensed that something dramatic was unfolding. The Prada manager mistakenly assumed I was there to lodge a complaint against her establishment and decided to take the offensive. I sincerely apologize, Manager Guan. This situation is merely a misunderstanding, and we have already issued our apologies and compensation. Nevertheless, this gentleman seems intent on pursuing matters further, clearly with ulterior motives. Be silent. Do you not recognize who this is? He is Mr. Wang, the new proprietor of our Le Mall, and the entire establishment belongs to him. What scheming could you possibly harbor against us? Guan Qingtai exclaimed in exasperation, nearly raising his hand in anger. It was no wonder the new owner was infuriated. It was, after all, a member of his own mall that had provoked him. If one were to consider the situation from a different perspective, they would undoubtedly feel an equally intense rage. The manager of the Prada store, upon hearing these words, was nearly struck dumb with fear, astonished by the audacity of the man before him. Onlookers were equally taken aback. Among them were several individuals from high society. Fully aware that acquiring Le Mall required not only ample financial resources, but also significant connections. Le Mall was no ordinary establishment. It possessed a unique essence that rendered it unattainable without the right background, regardless of wealth alone. This was precisely why Guan Qingtai felt such trepidation. With the connections I displayed, a mere breath from me could condemn him to a lifetime of hardship. I cleared my throat softly and commanded, "Make arrangements immediately to terminate our collaboration with Prada. I do not wish to see such a bullying establishment within my mall come tomorrow. Furthermore, send a memo to the other stores, instructing them to properly educate their managers and staff. If they are unable to do so, I am more than willing to assist them in their instruction." Guan Qingtai nodded eagerly, assuring, "Rest assured, boss, I will handle this matter with utmost diligence. I am acquainted with numerous friends within the commercial circles, and I shall certainly convey this matter to them. Such disreputable establishments ought not to exist in any shopping center." I was evidently pleased with Guan Qingtao's ability to draw inferences, and I nodded in acknowledgement, a gesture that left him pleasantly astonished. Observing the manager, who appeared utterly dumbfounded, I spoke with refined courtesy. "I sincerely apologize, but I require no evidence. My words serve as proof. If you doubt me, simply inquire of them and ascertain whom they trust." Upon hearing this, the manager seemed to awaken from a stupor and promptly knelt before him. Chapter 25. Acknowledging mistakes and accepting punishment. It is entirely my fault. I failed to recognize the esteemed Mr. Wang and his wife, and I have inadvertently offended them. I humbly beseech Mr. Wang to show magnanimity and forgive me this once. My family is in dire straits. Both my in-laws are bedridden, my father suffers from Parkinson's disease, and my mother is afflicted with dementia. I have a son in middle school who was born with polio. My husband, unable to endure our circumstances, has run off with a young mistress, leaving our entire family's fate resting upon my shoulders. If the store were to close, it would spell disaster for us all. In a desperate bid for sympathy, the store manager lamented excessively, yet instead of evoking pity, the audience erupted in laughter. If I were in your position, I would not plead with Mr. Wang here. Rather, I would engage in profound self-reflection on the transgressions I have committed and the magnitude of the repercussions I now face. Such a statement rings true. Judging by her demeanor earlier, she hardly appears virtuous. If she were indeed from such a troubled family, her abandonment of it would not surprise me. The store manager, aware of the murmurs and criticisms from others, recognized that she had crossed a line. Yet, trapped in her predicament, she could only muster the courage to press on, prioritizing the preservation of the store above all else. The Mailu shopping mall stands as the pinnacle of commercial establishments in northeast China, a coveted venue where countless brands strive in vain to secure a presence. Should we be expelled from this prestigious location, the financial repercussions would be incalculable, and the impact on the Prada brand would be similarly unfathomable. This matter will undoubtedly lead to scrutiny, and as the instigator, the store manager must bear the full brunt of the consequences, which are certainly beyond her capacity to endure. The store manager urgently exclaimed, "We have a contract in place. If you proceed with this course of action, you must compensate us with a substantial penalty for breach of contract, which would be counterproductive." After contemplating this, Guan Qingtao lowered his voice and remarked, "According to the terms of the contract, terminating our agreement early requires a penalty of 5 million. Are we?" I interrupted him, asserting, "Let me be clear. Even if it were 50 million, I would still compensate. Such a subpar establishment shall not be permitted to exist within my mall. My mall is not only home to the finest products, but also provides exceptional service. Every individual who enters, regardless of their financial status, is treated as a distinguished guest. Discrimination based on wealth is utterly intolerable in my mall. To put it bluntly, even if I were to keep a dog, it would wag its tail for the customers rather than look down upon them. Anyone who dares to behave like Prada within my mall will serve as a cautionary tale for all. Is that understood?" The manager of Chanel immediately responded, "Mr. Wang's words are truly sage advice. Henceforth, they shall be our guiding principle, ensuring that every customer feels at home." Other managers eagerly echoed their agreement, promptly disseminating the news to their peers. The vacancy at the Maile Mall represents a remarkable opportunity. It remains to be seen who will seize it. I patted Guan Qingtao on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, "I haven't yet shared the most crucial point. Do you know who possesses the true capabilities? Today, it is I who has been affronted. Coincidentally, I have acquired the shopping mall, and while I may wish to vent my frustrations, I cannot unleash my ire upon my own possessions. I can only express my displeasure in a restrained manner. Had the mall of Mailu not belonged to me, it would not only be their family facing misfortune, the entire management of the mall would find themselves in dire straits as well. Do not presume your toil and efforts grant you immunity. In the face of absolute interests and power, even one's own father can be sacrificed when necessary. Do you comprehend my words?" After articulating this, he entered the Chanel store, where a stunning beauty awaited him. Indeed, this was the main course, while everything else merely constituted an interlude. Guan Qingtao's shirt was thoroughly drenched in sweat. My words, upon reflection, filled him with an unsettling dread that grew more chilling with each contemplation. My sentiments do not represent mere personal musings. They embody the collective mindset of individuals from their stratum, and there can be no doubt of this. As Guan Qingtiao reconsidered his earlier actions, he wished fervently to strike himself for his lamentable display. He glared menacingly at the manager of Prada, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You will leave here immediately. And under no circumstances are you to return tomorrow. I shall contact the headquarters of Prada in Huagua to demand an explanation regarding this matter. Await your retribution. You contemptible wretch." The Prada manager, upon hearing these words, appeared as though his soul had been severed from his body, sitting numbly on the ground, utterly unable to recover. I emerged from Chanel with Hu Qinxue, who, upon witnessing the Prada manager's countenance, felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Congratulations on triggering the charm enhancement card. Reaching the pinnacle of infatuation. The object of your affection is already well within your grasp. There is no need to rush into indulgence. Nurturing the relationship further would be quite beneficial. I have observed that the red envelope system can be rather cheeky. However, this playful banter seems to amuse him. Grasping Hu Qinshue's delicate hand, I relished the silky sensation. In terms of attire, I acquired 2 sets of conservative garments, one of which is intended for my little sister. As for her wearing revealing clothing, as a responsible older brother, how could I possibly allow that? Upon arriving at the designated restaurant, Yin Renfeng was already waiting at the entrance. Wu Xiaoying did not accompany him, presumably staying home to care for the children. I chuckled and remarked, "Why did you not bring my godson along? Surely, you do not harbor any ill intentions, attempting to keep my godson occupied while you entertain your own spouse." With a sidelong glance, Yin Renfeng replied, "Now you too are a member of the upper echelons, yet you still utter such foolishness, unafraid of being ridiculed by your sister-in-law. You are indeed fortunate, having found such a beautiful girl as your sister-in-law. You must cherish her well. If you mistreat her, just wait and see how I will deal with you." Upon hearing Yin Renfeng refer to her as sister-in-law, Hu Qinxue blushed, a sweetness blooming in her heart as she found the title utterly delightful. They ascended to the large private room on the upper floor, where many guests had already gathered. In the center stood a young man dressed in a suit. This young man, Zhao Mingxian, was their former class monitor, a rather sycophantic individual who catered to the wealthy offspring as if they were his own fathers. There exists a considerable enmity between Zhao Mingxian and myself, primarily stemming from the difficulties surrounding financial aid during our school years, which Zhao preferentially allocated to the privileged second-generation students. When I reported this misconduct to the school, Zhao faced no repercussions. Instead, I was unjustly reprimanded for merely speaking the truth. I am not one to shy away from confrontation, and I took the liberty of exposing this matter to a local newspaper, which, undeterred by the potential fallout, escalated the issue significantly. Ultimately, Zhao's reprimand was rescinded, and the funds were reclaimed. However, those impoverished peers who received the money exhibited no gratitude towards Zhao, instead choosing to fawn over the affluent second-generation individuals. It was after this incident that I truly discerned the harsh realities of human nature. Chapter 26. The Importance of Humility. Upon my entrance, Zhao Mingxian, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman, immediately felt a wave of revulsion, as if he had ingested a fly, prompting him to assert his dominance. I surveyed the room and noticed a few vacant seats in the corner, which seemed sufficiently tranquil, and I guided Hu Qinxue to sit there. Before her bottom could even settle onto the chair, Zhao Mingxian initiated the conversation. The University of Society is indeed remarkable. It cultivates an awareness of one's true worth and rightful place. It is evident to any discerning observer that Zhao Mingxian's comment was directed at me. Reflecting on his past, characterized by poverty and a lack of refinement, it became clear whom I should support. The class leader's assertion rang true. Only through the harsh lessons of society does a scoundrel come to recognize their own nature. It is a misconception to believe that during university, everyone accommodates the worthless. Who could argue otherwise? Many students enter university devoid of self-awareness, preoccupied with posturing alongside the class leader, oblivious to their own shortcomings. I paid no heed to their words. They now belonged to 2 entirely different realms, and in my eyes, they were even less significant than ants. Noticing my silence, Zhao Mingxian signaled to a portly fellow, who, understanding the cue, chimed in with a grin. "In my university days, I was famously known for my relentless work ethic. Now that I am in the professional realm, my potential for success has only expanded. Tell me, where is one able to prosper these days, and what monthly earnings can one expect?" I replied with a serene smile. Previously, I earned several thousand a month. However, I am no longer employed and find great contentment in my leisurely pursuits. A corpulent individual exaggeratedly feigned a mocking demeanor, deridingly proclaiming, "Surely, you do not intend to rely on your parents for sustenance? Do you think it was easy for them to bring you into this world? This person, it seems, must possess some talent. Look at our class leader, now a corporate executive earning an impressive sum annually, adorned in fine attire. Ah, your clothing is rather commendable. Where did you procure this counterfeit? It appears almost authentic. I have never donned such replicas." I cleared my throat softly and remarked, "Back in school, your vision was already lacking. It is surprising to witness it deteriorate further. Who informed you that this is a counterfeit? I purchased this from a street vendor. How could it possibly compare to a replica? Today was meant for a gathering, yet there is not a morsel of food in sight. You all resemble turtles, capable of merely consuming air." His words, both biting and dismissive, momentarily stifled the atmosphere at the table. Zhao Mingxian rapped the surface of the table and, casting a sidelong glance, stated, "Shortly, our class beauty, Yin Yuhua, will arrive with her husband. He is my superior, a veritable success story." Everyone awaited him. "Did you presume that all are as ignorant of etiquette as you, arriving like starving souls demanding food? What do you mean by such remarks? Had we known of your deplorable demeanor, we would have abstained from attending this reunion, as if anyone yearns for your companionship. If Tizi were to beg, you would not even match the worth of a beggar. He just transferred me 500,000 yesterday to assist me in opening a shop. Who among you can present such a sum?" Yin Renfeng, filled with fury, bellowed that it was all his fault. Had it not been for his insistence on my presence, I would have paid no heed to these petty individuals. Who dares to be so audacious? It's merely 500,000. Yet you treat it as if it were a fortune. Which wealthy individual possesses such prowess? Pray, enlighten me. An exceedingly arrogant voice echoed from the entrance, belonging to the extravagantly adorned Yin Yuhua, who sauntered in, draped in a lavish LV bag, accompanied by a greasy middle-aged man. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Zhao Mingjian sprang to his feet as though he had encountered his long-lost father, his face alight with sycophantic smiles. "Mr. Wu, it is indeed a pleasure to finally see you. We, your classmates, have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Without you, this gathering would lack its very essence." This middle-aged man was Wu Junhua, Yin Yuhua's husband, who managed a moderately sized company with assets amounting to around 18 million. Wu Junhua waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Xiao Zhao, you always have such a way with words. Next time there's work available, I'll be sure to send it your company's way so you can earn a bit of honest labor." He continued, "It's tough for you folks at the bottom. You toil endlessly just to scrape together a meager existence. Today's feast is on me. I shan't let you suffer further." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Hu Qinxue, captivated, and he couldn't help but feel that compared to her, his wife paled in significance. After taking his seat, Wu Junhua patted the empty space beside him and called out to Hu Qinxue, "Why sit so far away? Come, join me here." However, Hu Qinxue completely ignored him, plunging the atmosphere into an uncomfortable silence, prompting Yin Yuhua to leap into action. "Where did you come from? Didn't I hear my husband speaking to you? It seems that you are not among my classmates." Zhao Mingxian immediately took the floor, declaring, "This woman is someone I brought along. Who knows where she was found? To me, she's merely a factory girl here to indulge in food and drink. Out of courtesy for our shared past as classmates, I was reluctant to engage with them, but I never anticipated their blatant ignorance, daring to offend Mr. Wu. They shall certainly reap the consequences of their folly." Wu Junhua feigned magnanimity, waving his hand dismissively. "Since we are all classmates, let us not dwell on such trivial matters. After all, one pair of chopsticks does not make a difference." He continued, "Women today must be discerning when choosing men. One cannot be deceived by youthful appearances. Love is not merely sweet words. It requires a solid material foundation. Look at my watch, a genuine Swiss gold Rolex, worth over 700,000. That is enough to sustain a lifetime for those impoverished souls. One must possess self-awareness." As he spoke, he cast a scornful glance in my direction, his meaning unmistakable. The earlier overweight man, noticing my own watch, inquired deliberately, "Your watch appears quite decent. What brand is it? It wouldn't happen to be an old Huahai, would it?" Laughter erupted from the others, their mocking gazes laid bare upon me, though they refrained from speaking. With a sigh, I replied, "I have always believed in maintaining a low profile. I had no desire to engage with you. Yet you have grown bold in your presumptions, unaware of your own limitations. My watch is a Vacheron Constantine Callista, priced at a mere 30 million, hardly a remarkable piece, simply a trinket for my enjoyment. I never imagined that you would still boast as you did during our school days. You, who could flaunt a watch worth 30 million, would surely choke on a mere 3,000. With your demeanor, how could you have dared to harbor a secret affection for me? What gave you the audacity? Compared to my husband, you are but a shadow, inferior even to a single hair on his leg. Yin Yuhua smirked derisively. To her, someone like me, a pauper, could never rise from the depths of obscurity and is destined to be trampled underfoot by them. It is rather ironic that just as she finished speaking, the door to the private room swung open, and two affluent young men strode in. Upon seeing them, Wu Junhua instantly transformed into a sycophant, rushing to greet them, only to encounter an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 27. A lesson in humility. Upon encountering the two young gentlemen, Wu Junhua underwent a remarkable transformation, shedding his prior haughty demeanor and adopting a posture reminiscent of an eager lapdog. He had not anticipated crossing paths with young Master Zhang here. Had he known of Zhang's presence, he would have made his way over to offer his respects much earlier, thus rendering the young man's approach unnecessary. As he bowed and scraped before the young man to his left, Wu acknowledged that this family's conglomerate was indeed his lifeline, deserving of reverence akin to that afforded to a paternal figure. The young man, however, paid him no mind, swiftly approaching my side to perform a respectful bow. Addressing me as young Master Tai, I surmised it was you, young Master Tai, for only you possess such grace. I apologize for the intrusion and hope you will kindly forgive my audacity, he said. Looking at this young man, I tapped my temple and remarked, "Ah, now I recall. During that dinner with Wang Yingjie, you were present. Your name is Zhang Yunlong, is it not?" Zhang Yunlong nodded earnestly and replied, "Your memory is truly remarkable. Young Master Tai, I am indeed little Zhang. This is my friend, Lu Junliang, whose family is involved in the building materials business. I hope you will extend your kindness to us in the future." Lu Junliang, adopting a similarly obsequious demeanor, chimed in. "I have heard so much about you from Brother Zhang. I have admired you greatly from afar, and it is a privilege to finally meet you. Henceforth, you shall be my idol." I nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Since you are Yunlong's friend, you too shall be regarded as my friend. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." He maintained an air of casual ease, as if standing before not two young masters, but rather two humble subordinates. I gently patted Yin Renfeng on the shoulder and said, "This is my dearest brother. In a few days, he will be opening a small shop, and I hope to show my support when time permits." Zhang Yunlong and Lu Junliang fixed their earnest gazes on Yin Renfeng, committing his visage to memory. "For since he is my brother, he shall henceforth be regarded as family." Zhang Yunlong cast a sweeping glance around, his brow slightly furrowing as he inquired, "How could Tai Xiao be seated in this position? Is it possible that you and Wu Junhua?" Hu Qinxue interlaced her arm with mine and remarked, "You speak of General Wu, such an illustrious figure. How could he possibly have any ties with us? Just a moment ago, he asked me to leave Ji Tai to accompany him." She gestured toward a nearby executive, who had belittled me as merely a factory girl, asserting that Ji Tai was nothing more than a beggar. To be seated in such a position is, indeed, a blessing from our ancestors. Having frequently worked outside, she has encountered all manner of individuals and knows precisely when to speak her mind. Given my status, it would be unwise to engage in petty disputes with such people. However, she is not bound by such constraints. Even sages have proclaimed that only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. Thus, whatever actions a woman undertakes, they are invariably justified. Upon hearing Hu Qinshue's words, Wu Junhua and Zhao Mingxian nearly lost their composure, their legs buckling beneath them as they fell to the ground. Wu Junhua, in a desperate tone, pleaded, "It was my folly not to recognize Tai Xiao. I have spoken a multitude of nonsensical words. I implore you, Tai Xiao, to show mercy and spare me this time." Zhao Mingxian chimed in beside him, "It is my own narrow vision that rendered me a beggar. For the sake of our shared history as classmates, I beg you to forgive me." I disregarded the two of them and turned to the stout fellow, saying, "Do you now believe that my attire is not counterfeit? I either wear the genuine article or choose something from a street vendor. I would never don a forgery." With that, I took Hu Qinshue's arm and strode confidently out, pausing as we passed Wu Junhua. As I previously stated, one must maintain a low profile. What are a few 100,000 Swiss gold watches? My timepiece merely serves to tell the time. After the three of us departed, Zhang Yunlong glared menacingly at Wu Junhua, proclaiming, "Your foolish eyes have truly betrayed you. How dare you offend someone like Tai Xiao? I shall report this to my family. A person as formidable as you is not worthy of being a partner, lest you be caught in the crossfire and extinguished at a moment's notice. Do not even think of pleading for mercy. Tai Xiao is someone whom even Wang Yingjie strives to curry favor with. I share this with you so that you may comprehend the gravity of your own demise." Lu Junliang then turned his gaze towards Zhao Mingxian, his smile devoid of warmth, and remarked, "How amusingly coincidental. I am well acquainted with your company as president. I shall certainly relay this matter to him, allowing him to recognize the caliber of his executives. Cherish your final meal, for soon you may find yourselves unable to afford such luxuries." Wu Junhua and Zhao Mingxian, wishing to plead for leniency, found themselves at a loss for words, ultimately collapsing in despair, realizing their fates were irrevocably sealed. Yin Yuhua, however, was deep in thought, contemplating if she could somehow secure a place as my paramour. She was filled with regret, reflecting on how she had failed to recognize the other's privileged background, pondering whether she could have married into affluence had she been more perceptive. I remain unaware of the circumstances within, and even if I were to know, I would not concern myself. Initially, I intended to escort Yin Renfeng back, only to have him refuse, claiming he did not wish to be an unwanted third wheel. I did not press the matter further. Rather, I casually transferred him 300,000, suggesting he purchase a vehicle for convenience, primarily to transport his godson to kindergarten. Yin Renfeng accepted without hesitation, expressing his gratitude before hailing a taxi and departing. Hu Qinxue, seated in the car, remarked, "It is evident that your bond is genuine. He feels entirely at ease utilizing your resources. When you are in need, he will undoubtedly go to great lengths for you." I nodded in agreement, replying, "You are correct. We are indeed true brothers. Even if decades pass without contact, we will always be there for each other in times of need. Thus, when he spends my money, he does so without any formality. I am confident that when I find myself in dire straits, he would risk his life to assist me. I have always believed that throughout one's life, one ought to have a good brother, someone with whom one can share heartfelt camaraderie, alongside a cherished partner, with whom there exists mutual understanding and love." As he uttered the final words, he gazed affectionately at Hu Qinxue, whose fair visage flushed with embarrassment as she slowly closed her eyes. I refrained from taking that final step, despite her evident willingness. Such moments require a sense of ceremony. Hu Qinxue sensed my affection, her heart utterly captivated, willing to pay any price to be with this man. Upon returning her home, I noticed my younger sister sprawled carelessly on the sofa. I nonchalantly draped a blanket over her and chose to ignore her. He returned to the villa, gazing once more at the starry sky. A myriad of images flashed through his mind, and a faint smile crept across his lips as he gradually drifted into slumber. Morning soon arrived, heralding yet another opportunity to open digital red envelopes. Without hesitation, he chose to proceed. "Congratulations. You have received 456 yuan. May your clicking be delightful. Congratulations. You have acquired a 28 equity stake in the Tianxing Entertainment Group. May your clicking be delightful." I find myself indifferent to the cash received, yet the prospect of holding equity in this entertainment company intrigues me. Could it be that he is poised to venture into the entertainment industry? Chapter 28. Her little face is swollen as I contemplated entering the entertainment industry. The image of Shangwan Yinxue immediately materialized in my mind. When it comes to elegance and grace, she is undoubtedly unparalleled. Among those I know, only Sikong Rian can rival her. Although their styles differ, both are equally captivating. I casually picked up the equity agreement beside me and glanced over it nonchalantly. Clearing my throat, I noticed a small passage appear on the adjacent table. He inserted the agreement into this passage, which automatically stored it in a specially designed safe in the basement, accessible only to him. Gazing at the morning light outside, I resolved to descend and indulge in a brief slumber. Just as I drifted into a haze of sleep, the shrill ring of my phone jolted me awake. He pressed the answer button, and a strange voice emanated from the Bluetooth speaker in the bedroom. "Apologies for disturbing you, young master. My name is Sun Qingying, and I am from the same production team as Shangwan Yinxue. She has been bullied." Upon hearing this, I instantly became alert and interrupted her without hesitation. "Where are you now? What exactly has transpired? Please clarify quickly. I will head to the address you mentioned immediately." After exchanging a few words with her, he abruptly sat up from the bed, exuding an air of urgency. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the system dispatched a dozen random red envelopes. Congratulations. You have received 328 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click. Congratulations. You have received a bottle of special cooling oil. Enjoy your click. Congratulations on acquiring a Lamborghini Huracan. May your experience be delightful. As I donned my attire, I simultaneously opened a red envelope, which contained not only several tens of thousands in cash, but also a bottle of cooling oil and a Lamborghini Huracan. Although the Lamborghini is not a limited edition, its global availability is still scarce, and its value is not in the slightest inferior to that of the Pagani Huayra. I silently marveled at the efficiency of the system. In a setting like the film crew, a supercar indeed exudes a remarkable presence and an air of authority. He commanded the intelligent orb, and the previously stored keychain was transmitted to the adjacent table, where it was casually tethered to the car key. Sun Qingying craned his neck, peering into the distance, when a Lamborghini Huracan abruptly halted before him. I lowered the car window and remarked, I recall encountering you during my last visit to the film set. I believe you mentioned being the leading male actor. Moreover, you seem quite familiar. He was not being pretentious. Rather, throughout his life, he had either been engrossed in studies or engaged in work, which left him with little opportunity to watch television. A look of astonishment crossed Sun Qingying's face as he sought the Pagani Huayra from that day, only to be taken aback by the revelation that the individual had already upgraded to a Lamborghini Huracan. It is not uncommon for wealthy young men to drive supercars, but few possess two top-tier supercars, which substantiates that the person before him is far more impressive than he had initially presumed. Sun Qingying hastily expressed, It is an honor for me that the young master remembers me. I took the liberty to contact you this time because I simply could not overlook the situation. Those individuals have truly bullied Shangguan Yinxue excessively. A mere glance would reveal the extent of their cruelty. Shangguan Yinxue is a remarkably strong-willed young woman. Enduring grievances she prefers to keep hidden, often weeping alone in a secluded corner. With a somber expression, I said, Thank you for informing me of this. Now, please lead me to her. Sun Qingying promptly nodded in agreement and guided me to the set, where we soon discovered Shangguan Yinxue huddled in a dilapidated makeup room. Upon hearing footsteps, she glanced in our direction, and upon recognizing me, her face transformed into one of sheer panic. I swiftly approached her, towering over her, which instilled a profound sense of pressure. Sun Qingying, displaying great discretion, exited the makeup room to stand guard at the door, preventing any interruptions for the couple within. I casually grasped Shangguan Yinxue's chin, compelling her to face me directly, revealing that one side of her face was swollen. In a flustered manner, she exclaimed, Why are you here? Please don't look at me like that. My face is unappealing. In that moment, her concern lay solely in her appearance, oblivious to the potential offense my actions could represent. This illustrates how status and identity shape perceptions. Had I retained my previous demeanor, I would likely have received a slap in return. Reaching into my pocket, I retrieved some cooling balm, skillfully rubbed it in my palm, and then gently applied my hand to Shangguan Yinxue's face, caressing it tenderly. Shangguan Yinxue felt a chilling sensation on her face, juxtaposed with the warmth radiating from my palm. In the oscillation between cold and heat, the pain dissipated entirely. Gazing at me with an expression of tender affection, her eyes brimmed with enchantment, and in that moment, she believed herself to be the happiest woman in the world, feeling that all her suffering had been worthwhile. Congratulations, you have activated the charm enhancement card. With the highest level of love at first sight, the other party is willing to give everything for you, and you may indulge freely. Do cherish this opportunity. Upon hearing the notification, a subtle smile graced my lips. Indeed, upon meeting the girl's standards, romance and tenderness become the most formidable weapons in winning her heart. His hand slowly descended, gently resting on Shangguan Yinxue's delicate neck. The heat of his palm met her fair skin, causing her to shiver involuntarily, before she gradually closed her eyes. Without hesitation, I pressed my lips against hers, leading to a whirlwind of passion, yet still refraining from taking that final step. Shangguan Yinxue nestled in my embrace, her graceful arms draped around my neck, her body comfortably resting against my chest. I feigned a stern expression and remarked, After such a significant incident, why did you not call me directly? Instead, I had to learn about it through Sun Qingying. Shangguan Yinxue replied softly, I felt it was merely acting and getting hit. It's not the first time I've been struck, so it's really not a big deal. Moreover, we have only met once. Though I have feelings for you, I cannot just reach out over trivial matters. What if you find me bothersome? A person of your stature undoubtedly attracts numerous admirers. I fear I may not be worthy of your affection. Yet, as long as I hold a small place in your heart, that is sufficient for me. Her delicate demeanor particularly stirs a man's instinct to protect, especially that of a formidable man who is often drawn to such fragile femininity. I tightened my grip upon her arm and declared, from now on, you must refrain from such unfounded thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, there will always be a place for you by my side. Should anything arise, inform me immediately. It appears your assistant is not up to par, leaving you in this predicament. Now, please enlighten me as to what transpired. My beloved has been wronged, and this cannot go unaddressed. Someone must bear the consequences. He had refrained from allowing Sun Qingying to speak, intending for Shangwan Yanxue to reveal the truth herself. Chapter 29. I wished to add more drama previously. Li Yuhan had wished to film a scene where the vehicle swayed, but you turned her down, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. In response, she returned to the director and insisted on adding a scene where I would be slapped. Normally, such scenes are staged. But during filming, the director insisted on authenticity, prompting Li Yuhan to strike me genuinely, demanding that the sound be audible. We ended up filming several takes, and I had to grit my teeth and endure it. I thought that would be the end of it, but to my surprise, Li Yuhan requested additional scenes in the dead of night. This time, several supporting actresses were to slap me, and they struck particularly hard. As you witnessed, I was so frightened that I sought refuge here. As Shangwan Yanxue reminisced, her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, resembling a pitiable little rabbit, her body trembling incessantly. Just as I was about to comfort her, a commotion erupted at the door. Evidently someone was attempting to enter and was being blocked by Sun Qingying. He decided to carry Shangwan Yanxue and took several strides to the door, forcefully flinging it open, only to discover Sun Qingying embroiled in an argument with two women. Upon seeing me, the expressions of the two women shifted noticeably. The entire crew remembered the young master who drove the extravagant luxury car vividly. I cast a cold gaze at the two women and inquired of Sun Qingying. Who are they, and what is all this commotion about? Sun Qingying promptly replied. One is Li Yuhan's assistant, while the other is Miss Shangwan's assistant, claiming they wish to summon the young lady for additional filming. Very well, I shall accompany you. I am keen to witness the unfolding drama. You all possess an audacious spirit, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the world. I shall indulge you. Lead the way. Li Yuhan's assistant, raising his voice, asserted. While I acknowledge that the young master is affluent, our circle is governed by its own rules. Mere wealth is insufficient. Our esteemed Yuhan is not lacking in riches either. Many matters are merely misunderstandings that can be resolved through dialogue. Should a dispute arise, it would serve no one's interests. I snorted disdainfully. You possess a remarkable audacity. You are the first to speak to me in such a manner. Go summon Li Yuhan and the director. I am eager to observe the extent of your circle's arrogance. Even a mere assistant dares to be so presumptuous, believing oneself to be of significance. His brazen demeanor startled the assistant, yet recalling the powerful figures behind Li Yuhan, the latter dismissed it with a swagger and departed. My gaze shifted to Shangwan Yanxue's assistant, who felt an overwhelming pressure and hastily attempted to explain. It is not that I wish to withhold assistance from Yanxue. Rather, I am constrained by circumstance. Li Yuhan is the leading star of Tianqing Entertainment, a formidable presence indeed. Upon hearing the name Tianqing Entertainment, I smiled and inquired, is Tianqing Entertainment truly that formidable? Sun Qingying interjected. Tianqing Entertainment is the largest company in our industry, with its influence permeating various sectors, and its owner, Yi Qinglei, possesses extensive connections. I am aware that the young master must indeed be a formidable individual. However, Yanxue still needs to navigate this circle. Offending Tianqing Entertainment would be an unwise endeavor. I offered a cold smile and remarked, as far as I know, Yi Qinglei possesses only 25 of the shares in Tianqing Entertainment, making him, at best, the second largest shareholder. The remaining minor shareholders are of little consequence. Should Tianqing Entertainment produce a play that piques your interest, the leading role will undoubtedly be yours. Before Sun Qingying could respond, the director and Li Yuhan arrived, accompanied by several others. The director, with a beaming smile, stated, I have met this young master before. The previous events were merely misunderstandings, a result of my mismanagement, and I owe you an apology. There is no need for you to apologize to me. This is your final film, and how you choose to direct it is entirely your prerogative. No one holds the right to interfere. I continued. I hope you will cherish the remaining filming time to avoid regrets later in life. What are you staring at? Is my point not clear enough? I casually interrupted the director, my words leaving him astonished and, simultaneously, filled with ire. The director, who considered himself a significant figure, felt no need to remain subservient and straightened his posture. Surely, young master, you jest. Many matters are not as uncomplicated as you presume. I am the appointed director for Tianqing Entertainment, and should you wish to pursue something, you must consult with our boss Yi. I disregarded the director's remarks and turned my gaze towards Li Yuhan, my expression growing icily cold, sending a shiver down her spine. Li Yuhan, steeling herself, declared, I am the leading actress of Tianqing Entertainment, capable of conversing directly with boss Yi. I advise you to refrain from recklessness. As for the previous incident, let us consider it my fault. I shall discuss with boss Yi about allowing her to take on a supporting role in the next film as a form of compensation. I smirked and replied, You still aspire to have another film? That is utterly ludicrous. If it were another production company, I might exert a little effort. Yin Shui, do you know why I haven't sought you out these past few days? I have been contemplating acquiring shares in a film company to ensure that it promotes you well. I am uncertain which company would be suitable. So I instructed my subordinates to procure one, and coincidentally, it turned out to be Tianqing Entertainment. Initially, I intended to consult you about the viability of this company. His words were delivered casually, yet the others present were astounded, their faces etched with disbelief. Li Yuhan exclaimed dramatically, Even if you are a wealthy heir, one ought to refrain from such unfounded boasting. Boss Yi values Tianqing Entertainment more than her own life. How could she allow another to become a major shareholder? Furthermore, do you have any idea how much it costs to acquire shares in Tianqing Entertainment? You are so young. Would your family permit you to squander such an immense sum? It is nothing short of a grand joke. Yet, Sun Qingying interjected, shaking her head. You are being overly naive. In this world, certain matters cannot simply be dismissed at will. If a person of substantial influence were to step forward, boss Yi would have no choice but to sell. Selling could preserve the company, while refusing to sell would lead to its demise. As for the amount of money spent, for those capable of achieving this, such a sum is merely a drop in the ocean, utterly insignificant. To seemingly validate his assertion, I casually retrieved my phone and dialed the number listed in the information, utilizing the speakerphone function. Finally, Tai Xiao returned my call. I had been waiting so long that I felt as though the flowers had withered. I inquired about a suitable time for a visit to discuss the company's plans for the second half of the year. As the largest shareholder of our company, you hold decisive authority over the direction of our strategies. Should you find any aspect unsatisfactory, I pledge to exert every effort to rectify it. The voice emanating from the phone was unmistakably familiar to the key individuals present, and the content of the conversation left them utterly aghast. Chapter 30. An increase in drama. Mr. Yi, you are far too courteous. I am not one to engage in frivolities. My acquisition of shares in your esteemed company is solely due to my girlfriend, Miss Shangwan Yinxue, who is one of your talents. To be candid, your company has truly broadened my horizons. I find this investment rather unprofitable, and selling the shares does not sit well with me. Perhaps it would be better to let them dwindle into nothingness instead. I spoke with a casual demeanor, yet upon hearing my words, Yuqi appeared utterly terrified. The notion of the primary shareholder allowing the shares to diminish was a clear indication of his intent to jeopardize the company. In a flurry, Yuqi responded, Sir Tai? What do you mean by that? This is our company. Aren't we all part of the same family? If there are shortcomings, we shall work together to rectify them. Just point them out, and I will ensure your satisfaction. Since Miss Shangwan has chosen to sign with us, no, with our company, she will feel right at home. I will immediately arrange for the finest agent to ensure she becomes the brightest star. I chuckled heartily. I was merely jesting with you, Brother Yi. Why such agitation? As long as my girlfriend is not at a disadvantage, I shall not concern myself with the rest. However, I must reiterate that our directors and artists should indeed reflect on their conduct. Their arrogance is quite remarkable, as if they were deities themselves. The director of my girlfriend's current production is particularly unsatisfactory. He lacks the ability to enhance the drama. I wish to offer him some guidance. Yet he insists I consult you first. What do you say, Brother Yi? Yi Qinglei, having navigated through the complexities of the industry for many years, was astute enough to instantly perceive the underlying intrigues within the production team, recognizing that they had undoubtedly provoked my ire. Upon further contemplation, it dawned upon him that my sudden acquisition of shares in Tianqing Entertainment was likely intertwined with these hidden machinations. Yi Qinglei was no novice. He understood the depths of this world and knew that for those elite families who truly excelled, such maneuvers were mere fundamentals. With a decisive tone, he proclaimed, "Rest assured. Tai Xiao, I shall contact that scoundrel immediately and ensure that everything proceeds as you have instructed. Whoever dares to disrupt Tai Xiao's moment will find themselves in a lifetime of regret, wishing their parents had never brought them into this world." The director, sensing the urgency, interjected, "There's no need for you to call me, boss. I have already heard your orders, and everything will follow Tai Xiao's directives." He then cursed the director, warning him to serve Tai Xiao diligently, threatening that upon his return, he would settle accounts with him. As the call was about to conclude, I casually mentioned Sun Qingying, remarking on his good character. Upon hearing this, Sun Qingying felt a surge of excitement, realizing that he would now be virtually invulnerable within the entertainment sphere. Truly, good deeds reap positive rewards. In stark contrast to Sun Qingying's elation, Li Yuhan was consumed by regret, lamenting that had she known of her opponent's formidable prowess, even with an abundance of courage, she would never have dared to provoke Guan Yanxue. Meanwhile, Li Yuhan's assistant trembled in fear, desperately seeking refuge behind others. Wishing to remain unnoticed, indeed, thoughtless words can lead to dire consequences. Li Yuhan implored in a low and submissive tone, "Everything is my fault. It is I who have offended the young master and Miss Shui with my dog-like eyes. I beseech you, magnanimous sirs, spare me this once." I replied with a cold smile, "What do you mean by that? It is entirely normal to enhance the drama. Why should I not wish to amplify it as well? Yet, when it comes to you, it seems unacceptable." I instructed the stage manager, "Go fetch me 10 robust female extras, making sure they possess considerable strength. Additionally, enlighten them on how to stage the play. Last night, several supporting actresses had been present. Summon them to the scene immediately. Even if they have already been buried in their roles, they must be unearthed. If they choose not to come, they must vow never to show their faces in this industry again, as if nothing had ever transpired." The assistant directors nodded like obedient hounds, rushing out with utmost speed. In a mere 10 minutes, the individuals arrived on set. The supporting actresses, acutely aware of the unfolding situation, gazed at me in sheer trepidation, eager to kneel and plead for mercy. I addressed the extras, "This is your first additional scene. Go forth and strike those individuals with all your might, ensuring each blow is met with a resounding clap. Continue for 20 minutes, and by the end, your faces must swell by 10 centimeters to meet artistic standards. Should you excel in this task, each of you will receive a reward of 3,000. The stage manager had already briefed the extras outside that they must adhere to my instructions, and that their compliance must exceed mere satisfaction, for mediocrity would not suffice. The female supporting characters, who usually clung to Li Yuhan's coattails, often bullied the extras. Now, the extras seized the opportunity to exact revenge, striking with increasing ferocity, swiftly transforming these women into a pitiable state. I instructed the former crew member to measure these individuals' faces with a ruler, should they fail to meet the artistic standards. They were to be slapped until they did. I recognized that it was entirely my fault. I should not have harbored jealousy towards Miss Shui, nor resorted to such despicable tactics. I implored Tai Xiao and Miss Shui to show mercy and dismiss me as inconsequential. I vowed never to err again. From this moment forth, I would be but a dog at Miss Shui's side, ready to bite whomever she commanded, without the slightest hesitation. Li Yuhan looked on in terror, her face a portrait of despair as she pleaded incessantly. I cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "If apologies were effective, what need would there be for law? When one errs, one must pay the price." I continued, "Do not claim that I have denied you a choice. You may either partake in this scene thoroughly. As a prominent star must strive for excellence, at least double the efforts of the others, or face complete obliteration of your career, ensuring you never rise again, alongside the forfeiture of all your earnings over the years, and learn to be a decent person." Li Yuhan, eyes wide and teeth clenched, declared, "I am willing to participate in the scene until Tai Xiao and Miss Shui are satisfied." Subsequently, matters unfolded easily. The extras indulged in their revenge, delivering a sound thrashing to Li Yuhan. I gazed at the women transformed into grotesque visages of swine and addressed the director, stating, "I am a person of my word. Their affairs shall be regarded as settled. As for yours, I shall have a thorough discussion with Yi Qinglei and subsequently direct your play with due diligence. Should I hear even a whisper of complaint from Shui, I shall ensure your demise." The director, resembling a submissive lapdog, incessantly nodded and bowed, assuring me, "Rest assured. Master Tai, I shall promptly collaborate with the screenwriter to revise the script. We will reshoot all previous scenes and guarantee Miss Shue's utmost satisfaction. I wore a smile of endearing encouragement as I took Shangguan Yinxue by the hand, leading her towards the sports car, motivated by the recent fortuitous assistance from the system. Chapter 31. The romantic cottage. Shangguan Yinxue had persistently felt enveloped in a haze until she settled into the car, at which point the reality of the situation dawned upon her. You, for my sake, have acquired shares in Tianqing Entertainment, becoming the largest shareholder. Is this not rather extravagant? She fixated on me with eyes brimming with affection. A man willing to go to such lengths for her truly exemplified the spirit of devotion. I gently lifted her delicate chin, smiling as I remarked, "Do you find it extravagant?" "Not in the slightest. You are my treasure. A treasure deserves to be cherished with utmost care. Only when my treasure is joyous will my skies be radiant with sunshine. If my treasure is discontent, my heavens will be shrouded in clouds." The romantic literature of yesteryears now found its purpose. What constitutes romance? A luxurious car and beautiful people define romance. And such romance necessitates a material foundation. With a swift press on the accelerator, the Lamborghini roared to life and surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Our first stop was the property registration office, where I instructed Shangguan Yinxue to wait in the car, and I emerged after more than half an hour. After driving for an additional 30 minutes, we arrived at the renowned Golden Coast of Binqing, a locale replete with a cluster of villas affectionately dubbed the Heart of Romance. Each villa was a charming duplex with unique architectural designs, every layout exuding an air of romanticism, truly a house brimming with love. I parked the car before the villa with the most picturesque view, pressed the remote control, and the iron gate of the quaint courtyard slowly opened, allowing me to drive inside. In the center of the quaint courtyard, Shangguan Yinxue extended her arms, savoring the briny kiss of the sea breeze, while glancing at the gentle sunlight that bathed her in warmth, rendering her spirits exceptionally buoyant. I took her hand, and we strolled through the entire villa, inquiring playfully about her impressions. With a beaming smile, Shangguan Yinxue exclaimed, "This villa is utterly exquisite, resembling a whimsical confectionery cottage from a fairy tale. To reside here would undoubtedly be a source of immense happiness." I produced the property deed, grinning as I unfolded it before her. Her name was boldly inscribed upon it, leaving her momentarily speechless. "How can this be my name? Are you gifting me this house?" she asked, her tongue lightly brushing her lips, exuding an alluring charm, her beautiful eyes fluttering with an innocent sweetness. Such an obvious matter, and yet our stars still sought clarification. I reassured her that this would henceforth be our romantic love nest, a sanctuary to retreat to whenever she felt weary. Embracing her from behind, I allowed her delicate form to lean against me, a sensation of pure comfort enveloping us. Shangguan Yinxue felt herself enveloped by the masculine aura, her body succumbing to a delightful languor, instinctively turning her head in submission, offering all that could be claimed. As I beheld her enraptured expression, caught between the primal and the beastly, I resolutely chose the former, my heart fluttering as if two swallows were soaring together. Indeed, Shangguan Yinxue was a paragon of virtue, her blush serving as testament to her innocence, evoking an even deeper sense of affection. Like an ostrich, she buried her crimson face against my heart. I held Shangguan Yinxue tightly in my embrace, my heart filled with profound reflections on the capricious nature of life's circumstances. In times past, a goddess such as she would scarcely have deigned to cast a glance in my direction, let alone allow herself to be enveloped in my arms, yearning for more. Shangguan Yinxue inhaled deeply, raising a countenance aglow with happiness, her fingers tracing circles upon my chest. "You truly are a tormentor. I never imagined that after all these years of guarding my heart, I would ultimately yield to you. You must treat me kindly from now on. There must always be a place for me here. Should there be no place for me, I shan't raise a fuss, but will quietly depart, leaving you to search for me in vain, destined to live out your days in solitude." Her eyes brimmed with sorrow, as if she had truly been forsaken, stirring a deep ache within me, compelling me to protect her tenderly. I tightened my grip around her, feigning a commanding tone as I declared, "Now that you are wholly mine, where could you possibly wish to flee? This romantic abode shall serve as your cage, your ultimate sanctuary. For the rest of your days, you shall remain here, forever ensnared in my grasp. Let us see how I shall manage you." With those words, I playfully entwined my hands, and soon the enchanting scenery transformed into a delightful paradise, the essence of which is far too exquisite to share with outsiders. The two of us lingered in the romantic retreat for an entire day and night, and as dawn broke, we were greeted with the promise of a prosperous fortune. Our luck proved fortuitous, yielding tens of thousands in cash along with a stunning Juliet rose. Just as we were about to depart, I produced the Juliet rose, presenting it to Shangwan Yinxue with a smile. At first, Shangwan Yinxue paid little attention, but once she held the flower, she found its fragrance remarkably unique, seemingly unlike any other rose. What kind of rose is this? How does it possess such a peculiar scent? I've never encountered one like it before, she exclaimed. I chuckled lightly. It's a Juliet rose. I intended to procure a bouquet for you, but alas, I could only manage a single bloom. How disheartening. What do you mean? This is the illustrious Juliet rose, worth a fortune. One single flower can cost millions, and even wealth may not secure it, Shangwan Yinxue declared, her mouth agape in exaggerated astonishment, her petite lips capable of stretching wide enough to swallow an egg. I playfully pinched her lips and teased, no need for such hyperbole. It is indeed the Juliet rose you mentioned. Rest assured, anything you desire will be sought after for you. Now, return to your filming diligently, and I shall visit whenever I can. When you grow weary, we shall retreat to our love nest, which shall forever remain your home. Shangwan Yinxue nodded obediently, her heart resolving that this decision was indeed the wisest choice of her life. As the two of us made our way back to the set, Yi Qinglei called to announce that Shangwan Yinshue's new management team had been established. This time, it comprised only the finest talents from Tianqing Entertainment. Given this stellar lineup, if they failed to elevate Shangwan Yinxue to the status of a megastar, Yi Qinglei joked about drastic measures. I responded with a smile. You truly have a knack for humor, Yi. From now on, consider my shares as yours. Aside from the dividends, you shall have complete authority over everything. Rest assured. Tai Xiao, I am determined to expand and strengthen the company, and I will not disappoint you. Feel free to contact me at any time. I assure you that you will be satisfied. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qinglei exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. With my unwavering support, he can fully seize control of the company. However, a pang of sorrow surged within him as he reflected on his lifelong struggles, realizing that his efforts paled in comparison to the effortless charm of others. Truly, one's worth is often measured against another. After sharing a tender moment with Shangwan Yinxue, we finally departed from the set, but not long after, the phone rang again. Chapter 32, The Shameless Wretch. Greetings, Mr. Wang. I am Lin Xiulin, a financial advisor at Binsheng Bank. You must rush to the bank immediately. Someone is confronting Yuan Bingyue there. Upon hearing this, my eyes widened in astonishment. I could hardly believe that after the incident with Shangwan Yinxue yesterday, it was now Yuan Bingyue's turn to face such hostility. What on earth was happening? Who possessed the audacity to confront someone at the bank? Why was Li Anfei not intervening? Mr. Wang, you may not be aware, but the instigator of this disturbance is Ni Baozhu, a notorious troublemaker who has previously caused a ruckus at our establishment on 2 occasions. No one seems capable of dealing with her. Even our bank president dares not provoke her. Previous reports to the Public Security Bureau yielded no results whatsoever. Lin Xiulin articulated the situation clearly, her disdain for Ni Baozhu palpable, tempered only by a sense of helplessness. I assured her that I was already aware of the situation and would handle it appropriately. I asked Lin Xiulin to keep a close watch over Yuan Bingyue during this tumultuous period, ensuring that no further issues arose. Contemplating my next steps, I decided to call Xue Xiaowei. Dealing with such a shameless wretch required the expertise of those well-versed in the streets. Whatever instructions Tai Xiao has, I will endeavor to fulfill them to the best of my abilities, ensuring that Tai Xiao is not disappointed. Upon receiving my call, Xue Xiaowei immediately pledged his loyalty, understanding that failing to secure such a valuable ally would lead to a lifetime of regret. I spoke coldly, informing him of Ni Baozhu's audacity in confronting Bingyue at the bank, describing her as nothing more than a base wretch, a quintessential troublemaker. I am currently making my way to the bank. Please observe if there are any available individuals nearby, as I wish to avoid any unnecessary troubles. You understand my meaning. Xue Xiaowei promptly replied, Rest assured, Iron Master, I will arrange for personnel immediately and will not let you down. I acknowledged with a grunt, hastily ended the call, and pressed the accelerator to the floor, roaring towards Binsheng Bank. Upon arriving near the bank, I observed a large crowd gathered in front, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. I parked my vehicle at the roadside and staggered over, using my strength to push my way inside. There stood a woman with a round face, jumping and shouting. Let that wretched Yuan Bingwe come out. If she has the audacity to seduce others, why can't she face them? When she was luring people, she seemed quite capable. Now she is hiding like a turtle. Don't think that she can evade the situation. One can escape the monk, but not the temple. She may evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. I recognized this woman as Ni Baoju. Indeed, she was not a good sort. Her round face bore a pair of triangular eyes, as repulsive as one could imagine. Approaching the entrance of the bank, I addressed the security guard. May I borrow your walkie-talkie? Call out Yuan Bingwe. The ugly woman had a point. Avoiding confrontation was not a viable solution. One must eventually face the issues at hand. Those unaware might mistakenly believe she was in the right. Before the security guard could respond, Ni Baoju erupted again. Who do you think you are? You have no right to speak. Get out of my way, or I'll douse you in urine. I let out a disdainful huff through my nose. Yuan Bingwe is my exclusive secretary. Her affairs are my affairs. Should you dare to trouble her, you are effectively challenging me. Your name strikes a familiar chord. You must have a wretched husband lurking somewhere. Do hasten to reveal him, or witness the consequences of your insolence. No sooner had I spoken than two men emerged from the crowd, one of whom was Lu Qiji, while the other, appearing considerably older, was presumably his father. The security guard stationed at the entrance, upon hearing my words, did not dare to delay and promptly reported the situation via his radio. Yuan Bingwe rushed out in haste, accompanied by the entire executive team of Binsheng Bank. I am their benefactor. It is imperative that I do not allow any dissatisfaction to fester. Leon Fei, with a beaming smile, exclaimed, Mr. Wang, what a surprise. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. I shall address this matter immediately. I let out a heavy scoff, disregarding Leon Fei's pleasantries, and fixed my gaze upon Yuan Bingwe, whose eyes flickered with unease. What on earth transpired? Why was I not informed of such an incident? You are my exclusive financial manager, essentially one of my own. How could anyone dare to bully my own? If this matter were to leak, where would my dignity reside? Are you intent on making me a subject of ridicule? My expression was as stony as the depths of winter, and my tone was profoundly somber, each word landing like a hammer blow upon Yuan Bingwe's heart. In a state of panic, Yuan Bingwe stammered, it is entirely my fault. I should have considered the implications more carefully. I was only focused on avoiding any inconvenience for you, not realizing the repercussions it might bring. Let us set aside your matters for the moment and delve into the current situation. What on earth is that face, resembling a pancake? I unceremoniously interrupted Yuan Bingwe's discourse, shifting the focus to Ni Baoju. Ni Baoju is notorious in the business circles of Binsheng, renowned as a fierce woman devoid of shame, capable of resorting to any means. In the past, to evade paying a debt, she even stripped and created a ruckus at the entrance of the opposing company, ultimately coercing them into submission, leaving the owed some unresolved. The reason for her current disturbance lies in the incident at the Haishi Reef Club, where Lu Qiji was ejected, leading to numerous companies ceasing their collaborations under Wang Yingjia's orchestration. Lu Gai, upon discovering the cause, did not perceive his son's actions as wrong. Rather, he suspected Yuan Bingwe had orchestrated a vendetta, given the uncanny timing. Lacking the courage to confront me, he redirected his vendetta towards Yuan Bingwe, deliberately sending his wife to create a scene and tarnish her reputation. Lu Gai and Ni Baoju believed that as a person of stature, I would not intervene on behalf of a woman, thinking that with a few additional offerings, they could reclaim their lost business. Unfortunately, they failed to consider that I, too, am a quintessential nouveau riche, fiercely protective of my own. I cast a cold glance at Lu Gai and remarked, did your wife just accuse Bingwe of seducing someone? Surely she was referring to you. You ought to reflect upon your own character before demanding others to be swayed by your allure. If you fail to articulate a coherent response today, I assure you shall face dire consequences. Lu Gai gazed into my eyes, feeling a chill of dread, realizing that this situation had escalated far beyond mere business recovery. Ni Baoju, lacking such discernment, simply perceived my youth and presumed my capabilities to be limited, insisting on creating a ruckus to secure greater advantages for herself. Chapter 33. My anger Ni Baoju is utterly oblivious, believing that her shamelessness can leave the youthful me at a loss, ultimately forcing me to yield to them. There she is, shouting boisterously, clearly a brazen and arrogant scion of wealth, utterly ignorant of how to show respect to her elders, lacking any semblance of proper upbringing. This woman has seduced my husband and then pursued my son. Both my husband and son are unparalleled in their excellence. If we do not receive an explanation today, this matter will certainly not end here, and for her to think she can continue working here is sheer folly. I fixed a cold gaze upon Ni Baoju and declared, regardless of what you have said previously, if you dare to accuse me of lacking manners, this matter cannot be considered resolved. My people will arrive shortly. All you onlookers who wish to avoid misfortune should vacate immediately, for otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. You and your family should not entertain thoughts of escape. Remember what was just said. Though the monk may flee, the temple remains. One may evade the first of the month, but not the 15th. During his struggles at the lowest rungs, he learned an important lesson. When it is time to be ruthless, one must be unyielding. Otherwise, the opportunity for such resolve may vanish. As for the repercussions of such actions, that depends on one's capabilities. Given his current prowess, these consequences are negligible. If Xue Xiaowei cannot handle even this trivial matter, he is unworthy of being the leader in benching and certainly unqualified to be mentioned by Wang Yingjia. No sooner had he finished speaking than a group burst through the door, led by a bald man adorned with a large gold chain, a figure embodying the essence of street life. As soon as this fellow entered, he bellowed, "Who here is Iron Xiao? Brother Wei sent me to come over and support Iron Xiao. Who dares to offend Iron Xiao? Truly, they must be tired of living. What are you all staring at? Do you all wish to die?" I cleared my throat and retorted, "What is your name? If you can act, then refrain from shouting. Has no one taught you manners?" The bald man hastily replied, "My name is Wang Yangbiao. Iron Xiao calls me Big Biao. I was merely trying to be civil, not wanting to disturb the young master." I snorted disdainfully, "Civility is reserved for talent. There is no need for it with these ruffians. Drive them all away. Anyone who is dissatisfied should take it up with their fists. We will cover their medical expenses." Upon hearing this, Big Biao immediately erupted into a loud outcry, and his subordinates, fierce and menacing, caused the onlookers to scatter in an instant. Lian Fei observed in amazement how, with merely a glare and a few shouts, this man accomplished what the security had struggled so hard to achieve. He mused on the vast difference in their capabilities. I instructed Big Biao, "Take this trio to your place of business and inform Xue Xiaowei that I shall meet him there. That plump woman was just about to make a scene with me. You should give her a proper greeting so she knows how to speak with me shortly. Now off you go." Big Biao nodded in compliance, promptly delivering a kick to Ni Baoju's pancake-like face, shattering her nasal bone. Just as Ni Baoju began to protest, another kick silenced her, knocking out several of her teeth, rendering her utterly mute. After the three of them were taken away, I coldly regarded Lian Fei, whose forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his mind in a state of tumult. Lian Fei bowed and said, "Please, Xiao Tai, do not be angry. This time, I acted thoughtlessly. In fact, Lin Xiulin's call to you was my suggestion." I waved my hand to interrupt him, stating, "You have indeed done one thing correctly. Given this, I shall not hold it against you this time. Prepare 1 million in cash immediately. I intend to take it shortly. Furthermore, I want Lin Xiulin to be my exclusive financial manager from now on. He will solely oversee the financial matters, while the rest remains with Yuan Bingyue. Prepare a tranquil space for me. I wish to have a discussion with my personal secretary." In his words, he redefined Yuan Bingyue's role, shifting her from an exclusive financial manager to that of a secretary, which carried a different connotation. Lian Fei dared not utter a single word of dissent, hurriedly assuring me that there would be no issues, and ushered me and Yuan Bingyue into a private, upscale meeting room. Yuan Bingyue stood before me, her head bowed like a girl who had erred, her hands nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment, indicating her profound anxiety. I glared at her and said, "I am quite upset at this moment. Why was I informed of such matters by others instead of you notifying me immediately? Do you believe that as my financial manager, your responsibilities are limited solely to financial affairs, and that other matters do not concern me and need not be communicated?" Yuan Bingyue pouted and remarked, "It was just like this. After we parted last time, you didn't even send me a WeChat message. How was I to know what you were thinking? And now, with such a situation occurring, how could I possibly call you? It would only make you perceive me as incompetent, and you would lose faith in me." Upon hearing these words, I was rendered speechless, realizing the truth in her statement. Indeed, after our last separation, I had neglected to reach out to her, which was a significant oversight on my part. With a deep sigh, I replied, "I too have numerous matters to attend to. I cannot place all my thoughts solely on you. which is why I have not been in contact. However, that does not imply you are unimportant to me. You are mine, and all that transpires is intertwined with my life. Should anyone dare to bully you, I shall not let them go unpunished. I decided to let this incident go, declaring, from now on, you shall be my exclusive secretary, no longer merely a financial manager. Our roles have drawn closer, and you must understand how to conduct your responsibilities. I will inform Leon Fei, so you need not adhere to the working hours of Binsheng Bank. I will summon you whenever necessary. You must be at my beck and call. Furthermore, if you find yourself with idle time, feel free to venture into investments. After all, I possess ample savings, and a loss of a few 100,000 won-t amount to much. Yuan Bingyue could hardly believe her ears. She never imagined I would utter such extravagant words. Observing her astonished expression, a mischievous thrill surged within me, prompting me to suddenly rise from my chair and stride over to her. Yuan Bingyue gazed at my approaching figure, instinctively retreating a step, only to find herself seated atop the conference table behind her. I advanced another step, my legs brushing against the edge of the table, feeling a wave of silkiness enveloping my sides. Yuan Bingyue leaned back slightly, her hands propped upon the table, adopting an exceedingly tantalizing pose. Having savored meat for the first time just last night, I found myself captivated by its essence, unconsciously extending my hand forward and pressing down. Though both of us struggled to maintain our final barrier of rationality, recognizing the inappropriateness of the moment, our relationship undeniably progressed to a new level, paving the way for the next act to unfold. Chapter 34. The Unknown Transformation. With a casual remark exchanged between Leon Fei and myself, Yuan Bingyue was liberated from the constraints of the attendance system, transforming into a free-spirited bird. I led Yuan Bingyue to the location shared by Xue Xiaowei on WeChat, situated in an area where urban and rural landscapes converge. At the far end of this district, there stood a particularly dilapidated warehouse, which, upon entry, revealed an entirely different realm, where Lu Gai and his family had been brought. Xue Xiaowei, wearing a broad smile, remarked, I have made all the necessary arrangements for the boss. Regardless of how the boss chooses to deal with them, there will be no complications. I nodded nonchalantly and replied, I have a profound aversion to complications. Should any arise, I shall entrust them to you, confident that you will not disappoint me. Upon hearing these words, Xue Xiaowei was elated. The opportunity to manage the affairs of someone in a position of authority was a significant omen, suggesting imminent success. Over the past few days, he had not been idle, discreetly investigating my background. What he uncovered, however, were merely shadows, leaving him in a state of astonishment. Xue Xiaowei was acutely aware that the reason for such a situation was the influence behind me, which sought to remain concealed from prying eyes. Hence the provision of only basic information. This information served as a warning to any investigator. Should they overstep their bounds and persist in their inquiries, they would face dire consequences, the outcome of which was all too predictable. He surmised that I must have connections with the esteemed elder. The ability to garner his respect could very well indicate that I was a figure of considerable significance, perhaps even a scion of an illustrious lineage. I am astounded by how much contemplation Xue Xiaowei has derived from my mere utterance. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly commend his imaginative prowess with a thumbs up. He approached Lu Gai with nonchalance and remarked, You possess remarkable audacity to allow your wife to trouble my woman. Your courage is indeed commendable. Lu Gai, having been thoroughly beaten, hurriedly pleaded, It is all a misunderstanding. That wretched woman devised this scheme entirely on her own, with no connection to me whatsoever. You, young sir, are a person of true stature. Why sully yourself with the likes of me? I implore you to show mercy and let this matter dissipate. Lu Qizhi interjected fervently. Young sir, do not heed this old man's fabrications. I alone am innocent, dragged down by their machinations. Following the previous incident, many companies have ceased collaboration with our family. These two old fools concocted this ploy in hopes of salvaging the situation. They believe that as a person of prominence, you would never engage in disgraceful conduct. If they display sufficient shamelessness, they think you will capitulate, thereby extracting substantial concessions from you. In the past, our family incurred debts, and my mother, that shameless wretch, resorted to similar tactics. Everyone present, myself included, was left astounded, for indeed, a crooked beam begets a crooked pillar, like parent, like child. I snorted disdainfully, Silence. You and your family are all scoundrels, and now that you have fallen into my hands, you shall undoubtedly pay the price. Especially you, vile woman. Everyone claims you are the most shameless wretch. Now that we have reached this point, I am eager to see what further tricks you can conjure. And I Baoju, having lost her previous arrogance, pleaded in a low voice. Young master, you speak the absolute truth. I am indeed a shameless wretch, yet I possess my own utility. If you have any adversaries, I can be unleashed to vex them. I am capable of anything, ensuring they are so disgusted they might vomit. You need not regard me as a person. Simply treat me as a vicious dog. At your command, I can descend upon anyone without hesitation. Everyone stared in astonishment at Inai Baoju. Truly, her notorious reputation was not unfounded. I turned to Yuan Bingwe and inquired with a smile. How do you think we should deal with them? Yuan Bingwe bit her lip and replied, my dear friend was forced to leave because of this family of scoundrels. Now they have targeted me again. If it weren't for your presence, I shudder to think of the outcome, so they must not be spared to prevent future harm. I nodded, understanding her intent. Upon entering, I noted the scenery in the storage area was quite pleasant. I suggested she take a stroll outside. Yuan Bingwe, aware that I wished to shield her from the more ruthless aspects of my nature, felt a warmth in her heart. She obediently nodded and stepped outside. I coldly regarded the Liu family and declared, what I despise most are such scoundrels. They possess no boundaries and harm others without a second thought. I seek to impose an unbearable price upon them, yet I do not wish for their demise to come so easily. Do you possess any insightful suggestions? Xue Xiaowei hesitated momentarily before responding. I am acquainted with individuals from the black market in Binqing. Through their connections, we could sell this despicable family to the Curiosity House. The Curiosity House is one of the most infamous venues within the dark web, a veritable den of iniquity. Allow me to show you 2 images, and you shall comprehend its horrors. As he spoke, he retrieved a tablet, accessed a specialized search engine, and entered the notorious realm of the dark web, where he unearthed 2 images. Despite my nerves having endured much, the moment I beheld those images, a wave of terror washed over me, and the hairs on my body stood on end. The images depicted a grotesque monstrosity, utterly horrific and impossible to gaze upon directly, yet compelling enough to draw one's eye. The sensation was simply unfathomable. I inhaled deeply and remarked, your notion is commendable. It is said that a villain must be met with a villain, and let them experience the twilight of their existence. Pray, enlighten me about the search engine you just used. Elaborate on the circumstances of the dark web, for it appears to be a rather intriguing domain. Upon uttering these words, I was once again taken aback. This time, by the transformation within myself. How had my heart become so unyieldingly hard? Had this been in days gone by, I would have never contemplated such a choice. The entities within those images were devoid of humanity. How could one consign them to such a place? My mind raced as I reflected on the events of the past few days and my evolving approach to matters. Indeed, I sensed an uncharted metamorphosis within me. This transformation is akin to unshackling him, allowing his true nature to soar freely, accompanied by a remarkable intellectual prowess that manifests in his eloquence and adeptness in handling affairs. Never in his wildest dreams did he envision possessing such capabilities. Had he harnessed them earlier, he would not have been subjected to the humiliation of being treated like a mere dog. The most astounding aspect, however, is that upon acquiring the trillion-dollar red envelope system, he underwent a swift metamorphosis into an elevated being. This is truly the most astonishing revelation. Just as he found himself in a labyrinth of confusion, the words of Xue Xiaowei provided him with salvation. Chapter 35. The initial encounter with the dark web. Xue Xiaowei was about to enlighten me on the intricacies of the dark web when he fell into deep contemplation. I cautiously addressed him. I was just pondering a few matters. What should one do if they experience an inexplicable transformation and cannot comprehend its nature? Without hesitation, Xue Xiaowei replied, if it is beyond understanding, then perhaps it is best not to dwell on it. Regardless of how things may change, the essence of oneself remains unchanged. As for whether the transformation is for better or worse, there is no need to concern oneself with others' opinions. What matters is one's own sense of contentment. I nodded in agreement, finding profound wisdom in his words. No matter the nature of one's transformation, as long as it does not affect those dear to us, why should it weigh upon our hearts? He rubbed his nose and admitted, you are right. I have overthought this matter. I have simply grown accustomed to a certain way of life, and the sudden shift is difficult to navigate. Now, let us discuss the dark web. Understanding that my past could not remain concealed, I decided to lay it bare, for such transparency could render it enigmatic and more likely to captivate. Shui Xiaowei flattered me further before continuing. The dark web is a concealed network. If we liken the entire internet to an iceberg, what we typically encounter is merely the tip above the surface. The dark web represents the vast, hidden expanse beneath the waves. It is a gathering place for nefarious activities, teeming with endless malevolence. The images you have just seen are but a glimpse of this wickedness. The male protagonist's imagination of malevolence pales in comparison to the veritable horrors of the dark web. Here, evil transcends the realm of one's imagination, presenting a plethora of unspeakable acts. Within this shadowy domain, one can engage in any endeavor, provided one possesses sufficient wealth. This is indeed a kingdom ruled by the affluent, where money begets unrestrained freedom. I can merely offer the young master a cursory overview. The intricacies await his own exploration. He may utilize this search engine to delve into the dark web. My curiosity was thoroughly piqued, prompting me to transfer the search engine to my mobile device, preparing to input it into the villa's intelligence system, which would undoubtedly facilitate everything seamlessly. The remaining matters would require no further intervention from him, as Shui Xiaowei would adeptly arrange all details. He meandered out of the storage room and found Yuan Bingyue, who was admiring the scenery. The two indulged in a day filled with romance and merriment, after which he escorted Yuan Bingyue back to her apartment before hastily returning to the villa. Upon arriving in the villa's basement, the core of the entire intelligence system, he endeavored to integrate the search engine. However, to his surprise, it was met with disdain from the system, which subsequently produced an entirely new search engine. Through this innovative tool, I accessed the dark web and discovered it to be even more extensive than Shui Xiaowei had described, perhaps due to the search engine's capabilities. The dark web was segmented into various categories, facilitating easier navigation. As I reveled in my browsing, a sudden notification emerged. A series of random red envelopes appeared on the screen. I received a premium pack of 9.5 prestige cigarettes, accompanied by a cheerful message wishing me a pleasant clicking experience. I acquired 100 million units of the black web currency, which cannot be converted into cash. May your clicks bring you joy. In addition to some cash, I also obtained a black web account containing 100 million units of this currency. A flicker of realization dawned upon me. The black web currency is specifically designed for transactions within the dark web, with a cash conversion rate of 100,000. This implies that the currency in his possession could potentially be transformed into an astronomical asset of 10 trillion, an unfathomable sum. Clearly, this figure instilled a sense of pressure within the system, leading to the prohibition of cashing out. Nevertheless, armed with this black web currency, he wielded the power to command respect in the dark web. I felt a twinge of regret in my heart. The opportunity to become the world's richest individual was thus stifled by the system. He eagerly bestowed upon himself the title of Supreme Deity before departing the basement, preparing to immerse himself in the dark web's live broadcasts under the cover of night. I reclined in a rocking chair on the rooftop, tapping the adjacent table, which promptly illuminated a screen displaying the dark web's live interface. He first clicked on a gruesome broadcast, but after a mere glance, he quickly shut it off, as it proved to be a severe test of fortitude, nearly causing a bout of nausea. I systematically explored each project, discarding those that did not resonate with me, until I finally stumbled upon a rare and intriguing live broadcast. This particular stream was comparatively gentle yet exceptionally engaging, satisfying my curiosity while remaining palatable. I came across a streamer named Dreamlike Sprite, whose description spoke of a voice that is enchantingly ethereal, instantly piquing my curiosity, prompting me to click on their stream. Before my eyes unfolded a verdant jungle backdrop, not of the mundane world, but reminiscent of a fairy tale realm inhabited by sprites. A girl adorned in a purple tulle dress, her face delicately masked in violet, appeared as if she were a sprite herself amidst the foliage. Welcome, everyone, to the Dreamlike Sprites livestream. As your beloved Dreamweaver, have you missed me? The voice of Dreamlike Sprite was exceptionally melodious, evoking a sense of intoxicating allure that ensnared the listener's soul. No sooner had she finished speaking than 2 fighter jets soared across the screen, each valued at 10 black coins, equating to a substantial sum of cash. A day without hearing your voice leaves me utterly disinterested in anything else. I present 2 fighter jets. Now let me behold your visage. The one who offered the fighter jets was the Bloody Butcher, who immediately demanded that Dreamlike Sprite remove her mask, inciting a chorus of outrage. What do you think you are? Just for 2 meager jets. You dare to make such an outrageous request? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? A figure known as Mad Prince, amidst his scathing remarks, contributed 3 bombers, each worth 30 black coins, decisively overshadowing the Bloody Butcher's efforts. With such trivial gestures, you dare impose demands upon the sprite? I feel nothing but embarrassment for you. Only my grand rocket will capture her favor. The mad clown launched 4 rockets, totaling 200 black coins, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of the leaderboard, subsequently donning an extraordinarily confident expression. The dreamy elf, with a sweet smile, expressed her gratitude, stating, "Thank you, esteemed gentlemen, for your generous contributions. To show my appreciation, allow me to serenade you. Singing is rather mundane. Instead, perform a captivating dance for us, and I shall reward you with 2 starships," retorted a haughty voice. Such individuals are hardly worth consideration. A single starship demands 1,000 black coins, equating to 100 million in cash. Spending such a fortune merely to witness a dance speaks volumes about the speaker's arrogance. The dreamy elf feigned a look of distress, her eyes fluttering innocently at the screen, prompting me to take action. Chapter 36. The Supreme Deity descends. I beheld the dream fairy, her countenance radiating a pitiable charm that stirred something within me, accompanied by a hint of mischief. Fairies are meant to be cherished. How could one compel her to engage in such acts? Call me Big Brother obediently. I have a gift for you, I coaxed. Upon hearing this, the dream fairy sweetly responded with a melodious Big Brother, her large, doe-like eyes gazing at me with a touch of sorrow. I returned her a warm smile, and with a flourish, summoned a fleet of 10 starships, the Grand Star River Armada, parading across the screen with great fanfare. Unlike the previous individual who had merely launched empty cannons, I offered genuine and substantial gifts, creating a sensational stir within the entire live stream. The dream fairy was left utterly astonished. A small fleet of starships commands a staggering price of at least 1 billion, a sight rarely witnessed even over the span of several years. I flashed another smile and inquired, "My lovely fairy, why do you gaze with such wide eyes? What do you think of this gift? Do you like it?" She nodded vigorously, playfully replying, "Oh, Big Brother, you are exceedingly generous. You are my supreme deity. Allow me to sing a song for you." With that, she gracefully unveiled her melodic voice, performing a particularly tender and enchanting tune, captivating all with the allure in her timbre. I responded with a round of applause emoticon, followed by yet another fleet of 10 starships sweeping across the screen. This time, it wasn't just the live stream that erupted in excitement. The entire dark web was abuzz. In less than 10 minutes, I had garnered 2 billion in donations. Could our revelries continue unabated? The ethereal sprites have lost their melodic voices. The chaos is undeniable. Were it not for the enchanting quality of their sound, this would resemble a disastrous scene. The audience, effusive in their praise, showered compliments like an uncontrollable geyser, inundated with images of reverence and adoration. I boldly proclaimed, "I do not wish to have so many sons. I fear it may shorten my lifespan. Whatever you desire in terms of rewards, I shall fulfill your wishes today." The Supreme Deity's magnificence is unparalleled. We have never witnessed a grand fleet of starships. "Oh, Great One, do bestow upon us such a spectacle," someone exclaimed. Yet another interjected, "What nonsense are you spouting? Since its inception, no one has ever rewarded a fleet of this magnitude, and it amounts to billions. Wow, the Supreme Deity is truly astonishing," someone exclaimed, their voice cracking with excitement. "From now on, you shall be my sole idol. Let me bite you, and I shall hold on without letting go." Such fervor arose because I had summoned a colossal fleet of starships, hundreds of them, casting shadows across the sky. This spectacle was monumental. Across every corner of the dark web, enormous banners proclaimed, "The Supreme Deity of the dark web has arrived, unmatched and unparalleled in divinity." The hidden titans of the dark web, who had long remained concealed, were drawn out by this proclamation, converging en masse upon the dreamlike sprite's live broadcast. Initially, the administrators of the dark web established the Grand Fleet as a reward system to uncover genuine titans of wealth, seeking to attach themselves to their influence. After all, someone capable of offering billions in rewards is undoubtedly an extraordinary entity, capable of sustaining the entire dark web alone. Even being a servant to such a person would be worthwhile. I found the live streaming room to be excessively chaotic, and my interest waned. After exchanging greetings with the enchanting dream sprite, I exited the room. No sooner had I left the platform than a private message request from Dream Sprite flashed on my screen. I casually accepted it, and her melodious voice resonated through the speaker, even more pleasant than before. The earlier commotion had prevented me from properly attending to my esteemed companion, and I felt a deep sense of shame. Henceforth, I shall serve as my brother's personal broadcaster, singing for him whenever possible. That would certainly be delightful. I shall endeavor to support your future broadcasts, and we can engage in conversation, relishing the sweet sound of your voice. Should you require my financial assistance to enhance your performance, do not hesitate to inform me. A mere handful of stellar warriors is insignificant to me. If you prefer not to share your earnings with others, I can privately transfer you some black coins. Do not be modest with me. Money is of little consequence. My words were imbued with a commanding presence, and upon hearing them, Dream Sprite's eyes sparkled with enchantment, as if she yearned to fly over and serve this grand benefactor immediately. Dream Sprite is an astute woman. She understands that to capture the heart of a wealthy patron, one must not merely play the role of a decorative vase, but must also demonstrate one's worth. She perceives that my substantial generosity in the live room is not solely due to my admiration for her voice, but also serves as an invitation for her to reciprocate. Such scenarios have not been unheard of in the annals of the dark web, where certain offspring of affluent families employ similar tactics to expand their influence. The ethereal sprite spoke with a melodious tone. Brother, with such grand gestures, you are sure to attract the attention of those influential figures. They will undoubtedly wish to collaborate with you. I wonder what requirements you have for potential partners. You may share them with me, and I shall assist you in selecting the most suitable candidates, ensuring they engage with you without wasting your precious time. Previously, I had not entertained this notion, but upon hearing her words, I contemplated within, realizing it might be advantageous to possess a hidden strength of my own. Currently, my sole reliance is on Xue Xiaowei. Although he appears steadfastly loyal, such assurances are precarious at best. I am acutely aware of my circumstances. All that I possess stems from the trillion-dollar red envelope system, which, to put it plainly, is merely an elaborate faude. Should the truth come to light one day, I would find myself vulnerable, not only endangering my own safety, but also jeopardizing my family and the women in my life. I believe it is imperative for me to seize every opportunity and diligently expand my wings. Only then can I aspire to become a true sovereign. A faint smile graced my lips as I remarked, my situation is somewhat peculiar. Just half a month ago, I was destitute beyond measure. However, everything has transformed, yet I feel no sense of security regarding my newfound possessions, as if they do not truly belong to me. What do you think I should do? Upon hearing my words, the ethereal sprite nearly leaped with excitement, never anticipating her fortune would lead her to encounter the return of a prince. The likelihood of such a scenario occurring is exceedingly slim. However, should it transpire, the opportunities it presents are remarkably substantial. If one seizes the moment adeptly, one could potentially ascend to the status of a minor princess. I comprehend my brother's intentions. Thus, we must first establish our own armed forces, and additionally, we require an assassination organization. The dreamlike sprite, truly a master of the dark web, articulated her thoughts with such eloquence that I was left utterly astonished, feeling as though I had gained profound insights this time. My sister's words were exceptionally astute. I shall first transfer 50,000 black coins to you, and in accordance with your counsel, you will henceforth be my spokesperson. The dreamlike sprite joyfully agreed, and at that moment, another individual sent a message. Chapter 37, Leisurely Chess. Ingenious moves. I noticed the icon for private chat lighting up once more, and I casually pressed it to connect, greeted by a resonant voice. Esteemed Supreme, I am Kong Qingzhong, the administrator of the Black Net. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude for your support of our network, and secondly, I would like to inquire if you have any specific needs. Surprised, I responded, isn't the Black Net supposed to be an open network where everyone can engage freely? How is it that there is an administrator? The dreamlike sprite interjected, in any realm, it is survival of the fittest. As those at the pinnacle, it is only natural for them to assume the role of administrators. I had heard that there were several administrators within the Black Net, with Kong being the most active among them, commanding the Black Fangs, which were reputed to be the enforcers of the network. She seemed to convey, almost inadvertently, that this individual before me was indeed a figure of considerable capability, worthy of careful cultivation. Understanding her implication, I smiled and remarked, my limited perspective must have amused you. Master Kong, I wonder if you could possibly accommodate all my needs. Kong Qingzhong chuckled heartily. Esteemed Supreme, your words are most gracious. As the most distinguished figure in the Blacknet, we are certainly here to resolve any issues you may have. I recently discovered the dreamlike sprite and have connected with various factions, anticipating your intentions. I assure you, I will surpass their efforts, he continued. Without hesitation, I declared, I appreciate your straightforwardness, Master Kong. Henceforth, regardless of whether there are matters at hand, I shall provide you with 10,000 black coins annually. Whenever you require my assistance, simply complete the task and send me the bill. I am not inclined to perceive or treat others as simpletons, and I equally disdain being perceived as such myself. I favor mutually beneficial arrangements. Upon hearing this, Kong Qingzhong inwardly exclaimed with astonishment, taken aback by the audacity of the proposition and questioning the fairness of the interaction. Indeed, Your Eminence is forthright. I am duty-bound to provide service in exchange for compensation. Henceforth, I pledge to fulfill your requests and ensure your utmost satisfaction. I responded with a serene tone. My schedule is often quite demanding. Should you require assistance, please contact the Dream Sprite. Likewise, I shall have her contact you if the need arises. My capabilities extend beyond your current comprehension. I shall refrain from elaborating further. I trust you will deduce the specifics independently. He is deliberately cultivating an air of profundity. Frequently, the art of intimidation lies in mystifying the subject. As for resolving any inconsistencies that may arise later, that can be addressed in due course. Kong Qingzhong exchanged a few more pleasantries before terminating the connection. He promptly received 10,000 black coins, which caused a tremor of excitement within him. After careful deliberation, he immediately contacted the remaining administrators, recounting the entire sequence of events. The situation is precisely as I have described. I attempted to ascertain the identity of the supreme divinity, but to no avail. Are you cognizant of the implications of this? Spare me the superfluous verbiage. I am indifferent to the supreme divinity's identity. My concern lies solely with the remuneration. As long as the compensation is adequate, I am amenable to any task. I wholeheartedly concur with the sentiments expressed by the war maniac. Given that the dreaming elf serves as the emissary of the supreme deity, it is only fitting that she be elevated to the ranks of management. I have long harbored a disdain for the serpent man, and I shall arrange for his removal to create a vacancy. I also align myself with Huang Quan's perspective. This matter is thus settled. I trust none among you harbor objections, but should you wish to dispute, do come to the Triangle region and witness whether I, as a general, can withstand the challenge. The war maniac, who governs the Black Network mercenaries, alongside Huang Quan, who commands all assassins, and myself, who dominates the Triangle region, represent the three remaining pillars of our management. As for the others in the leadership, they merely act as representatives of various interests, with the Serpent Man epitomizing the despised human traffickers. Upon receiving the invitation to join the management, the dreaming elf was utterly astonished and elated, eagerly sharing the news with her friends in the streaming circle. To her surprise, she became the representative figure of the Black Network streaming community, only to later discover that this realm was indeed teeming with hidden talents. I was blissfully ignorant of these dynamics. My actions this evening were nothing more than a spontaneous whim. My intent was quite straightforward: to fortify the influence of the forces behind me, though I possessed no inkling of how far I could advance. It was only after subsequent events unfolded that I realized the brilliance of this seemingly trivial move, primarily due to the unexpected strength of the Black Network. The daily notifications of red envelopes arriving like a persistent alarm would rouse me from slumber, and in my groggy state, I would mindlessly opt to open them. Upon acquiring a pack of blue arrow gum, may your clicks be delightful. Upon receiving a cash sum of 165,839 yuan, may your clicks be delightful. Upon obtaining a superintelligent chip, may your clicks be delightful. The moment I heard the term superintelligent chip, my mind became lucid. I swiftly turned and arose, casting my gaze towards the adjacent table. On the table lay a chip, no larger than a fingernail. Do not underestimate its diminutive size, as it possesses capabilities that far surpass the collective power of all the computers in the world combined. According to the knowledge within my mind, the superintelligent chip is undoubtedly a product of the future, endowed with exceptional artificial intelligence, yet devoid of treachery. I hastily took the chip and descended to the basement of the villa, placing it upon the chassis of the intelligent brain, leaving the remainder of the process to it. The superintelligent chip transformed into a droplet of liquid, seamlessly sliding through the crevices of the chassis, enveloping the chip of the intelligent brain, initiating a process of self-integration. This procedure would require approximately a day and a night, during which the functioning of the intelligent brain would remain unaffected. I returned upstairs. Hearing the prompt chime of the electronic calendar, glancing at the memo, it indicated that I was to treat Lan Minjing to dinner today. I casually dialed Lan Minjing's number, and the cacophony of noise that emanated from the receiver indicated that the beautiful shop manager was still busy at her establishment over the weekend. I wondered if Sister Minjing recalled her promise from our last encounter, pledging to dine with me today. I hoped she would not stand me up. Lan Minjing smiled and responded, "I would never dare to stand you up, my dear benefactor. I have a small matter to attend to in the morning. Would it be acceptable for me to come by at noon?" I assured her that it posed no issue at all. Today, every moment belonged to Lan Minjing, and I would fetch her from the shop shortly. As Lan Minjing ended the call, she realized that all eyes were upon her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "Why is everyone staring at me? Don't you have tasks to attend to? Do not think that just because we have that building, we can rest easy. This year, during the company evaluations, we must secure the title of Best Branch. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, it would be a disservice to the heavens if we do not achieve it." Her subordinates replied with smiles, and one of the plump girls made a remark. Chapter 38. Just point at random. I believe the manager is misguided. Whether or not we connect the piles is inconsequential. What truly matters is to seize the opportunity in front of us. If I were to become the manager's subordinate, she would live a life of ease, free from worries, no longer needing to concern herself with trivial matters. The plump girl earnestly conveyed this sentiment to Lan Minjing, who, along with others, nodded in agreement, considering it a profound insight into governance. Given the wealth I currently display, acquiring their parent company seems entirely feasible. At that point, Lan Minjing could become the matriarch, wielding her authority as she pleases. Lan Minjing felt a flush of warmth rise to her cheeks and cast a playful glare at her colleagues, urging them to refrain from idle gossip and focus on their own tasks. They erupted in laughter before returning to their respective duties, the camaraderie within their team undeniably superior to that of other branches. Throughout the morning, Lan Minjing was distracted, unsure of what her heart truly desired, yet feeling an inexplicable warmth on her cheeks. Before long, noon arrived and the phone rang. I informed her that I would soon arrive at the shop and instructed her to wait for me at the entrance. Casually, Lan Minjing changed into a relaxed outfit, exuding an air of competence that showcased the allure of a mature woman. Several prospective homeowners visiting the store were captivated by her presence, and two self-proclaimed successful individuals eagerly approached her to strike up a conversation. However, upon witnessing Lan Minjing stepping into a Lamborghini, their bravado faltered, and they silently rejoiced at having refrained from their earlier impulsive intentions, uncertain of what consequences might have ensued. Lan Minjing surveyed the interior of the sports car and remarked with a smile, "I never anticipated that I would one day ride in such a supercar. Truly, it is thanks to you." I chuckled and replied, "If you like it, Sister Minjing, I shall gladly become your dedicated chauffeur, taking you wherever you wish to go." With a playful roll of her eyes, Lan Minjing laughed. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am accompanying clients to view properties. How would it look if I were to use a supercar for their transport?" I grinned and said, "Speaking of which, I am a significant client of yours. Previously, whenever I purchased or sold a vehicle, the salesgirl would exclusively attend to my needs. Therefore, Sister Minjing cannot serve only me." Upon hearing about the salesgirl, Lan Minjing instinctively tensed and inquired anxiously about the situation. Without a second thought, I recounted the story of Yang Mengting, a charmingly naive girl, and my lips curved into a slight smile at the memory. Interestingly, if one were to overlook the surnames, their names resemble that of sisters. Perhaps one day I could arrange for you two to meet, and you might truly become close friends. While Lan Minjing outwardly agreed with a smile, an inexplicable pang of sorrow surged within her, leaving her at a loss to articulate why she was discomfited by the thought of other girls in my vicinity. To my surprise, I triggered a charm enhancement card, achieving the level of heartfelt encounter, filling me with unexpected delight. He smiled and said, "I recently acquired the Haishi Reef Clubhouse. The cuisine there is quite delightful. Shall we dine there?" Lan Minjing shook her head and remarked, "It's merely a lunch. There is no need to make it so extravagant. I know a wonderful buffet that would surely not be beneath you." I chuckled and replied, "Sister Minjing, you are well aware of my past. Back then, being able to dine at a buffet felt like a grand celebration. I still recall the first time I experienced a buffet, and it was at the invitation of Minjing. My manner of eating must have startled the waitstaff, who likely thought I was a starving ghost reincarnated. As Lan Minjing reminisced about that time, a smile escaped her lips. She could hardly have imagined that the young man beside her would one day become a true tycoon. Upon arriving at Wanhui, I casually parked in the underground garage, making my car seem like nothing more than an ordinary vehicle, rather than a supercar. I seemingly nonchalantly grasped Lan Minjing's hand, feeling a distinct warmth that was altogether different. Lan Minjing felt her hand enveloped in warmth, a delightful sensation that made her heart flutter like a timid deer. The two of us made our way to the buffet restaurant, choosing a secluded corner where the atmosphere became exceedingly intimate. As we dined, a few affluent second-generation individuals were enjoying their meal in a nearby upscale restaurant. Among them were Zhang Yunlong and Lu Junliang. I heard you two had exceptional luck last time, even running into Tai Xiao at a regular eatery. Is that true? One of them inquired. How could we possibly fabricate such a tale? Indeed, our luck was remarkable. We happened to be friends with Tai Xiao's good companions. In just a couple of days, the other party's store will open, and I shall graciously lend my support. As long as that gentleman offers a few kind words, there will be no issue with our two families stepping further into the fray together. Speaking of which, Tai Xiao has truly been generous, never forgetting his less fortunate friends. However, I find it quite peculiar that someone like Tai Xiao, a figure of such affluence, has ever experienced poverty. You may not grasp this, but when I recounted this matter to my father, his eyes gleamed with envy, urging me to firmly attach myself to Tai Xiao's fortunes. He explained that Tai Xiao hails from a lineage that has been a hidden aristocracy for at least several centuries. In their eyes, even the Wang family amounts to little more than a mere trifle. The individual now proclaimed as the richest in Huagua, Xiaoma Ge, is, in reality, a servant of such esteemed families, and should he manage to please his masters, they might generously bestow upon him a fraction of their legacy. You must be jesting. Is it truly necessary to exaggerate to such an extent? Are we crafting a novel here? Regardless of your beliefs, had it not been for our camaraderie, I would have refrained from divulging these insights. In any case, heed my words, one must never offend Tai Xiao. While offending other affluent individuals may merely lead to a state of destitution, crossing Tai Xiao could provoke his family to unleash their full influence, rendering you utterly helpless and without recourse. The one articulating this warning is Jin Wenpeng, the heir of the Tianfeng Real Estate Group, the second largest conglomerate in Binhai City. The Jin family, unlike the Wang family, maintains a rather ambiguous relationship with the higher echelons. Thus, Jin Wenpeng's perception surpasses the ordinary, conjuring within me a unique identity. Had this been prior to last night, I would have deemed myself unworthy of such a distinction. However, today is unlike any other, for he has, unbeknownst to us, amassed an even more formidable force. Jin Wenpeng lamented, "What I regret most is the missed opportunity at the Haishi Reef Club that day. I wonder when I shall encounter Tai Xiao again." After a heartfelt sigh, he and the second-generation elites ventured outside, where a surprising scene awaited him at the entrance. Chapter 39. What are you? ISNT that the store manager? What brings her to such a modest establishment for a meal? Could it be that her property sales are struggling, leaving her financially burdened? The words came from a heavily made-up woman, her lips painted in a garish manner, reminiscent of a tragic scene. Naturally, she was referring to the recently arrived Lan Minjing. Lan Minjing regarded the woman with a furrowed brow and remarked, "I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just Huang Meihong. I heard you finally managed to market yourself. I wonder how well that is going." Having served as a store manager for many years, her tongue was as sharp as her wit, unreservedly targeting her opponent's vulnerabilities. Huang Meihong had once worked at Lan Minjing's store, but her restless nature led her to pursue dubious ventures while selling properties. Concerned about the negative influence, Lan Minjing reported the matter to the company, resulting in Huang Meihong's dismissal, thus forging a bond of animosity between them. Unfazed, Huang Meihong retorted, "Don't pretend to be virtuous in front of me. In this world, everything is a facade. Only money holds true value. Do you know where I dine? At the upscale restaurant next door, where only the elite are welcome. Unlike you, who is only suited for this place frequented by the impoverished. Have you noticed my bag? An authentic designer piece, worth several tens of thousands. I can carry it with ease. Can you afford such luxury?" Lan Minjing huffed dismissively. "Whether I can carry it or not is not for you to judge. Even if I cannot, I still stand tall. Your parents raised you not to sell yourself short. Wait until the day comes when you grow old and faded, and then we shall see how you fare." Why do you present yourself as a formidable wolf in my presence? It is evident that you are consumed by envy and resentment. What significance does your ability to sell houses hold, if it merely yields a paltry sum? Huang Meihong resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, springing up with claws bared in a fierce cry. As I emerged from the restroom, I fortuitously witnessed this scene, and my expression darkened. I strode over to Lan Minjing's side. Sister Minjing, what transpired? What is this creature, and from whence did it come? Upon hearing my inquiry, Huang Meihong erupted with indignation, shouting, "Who dares to label me a creature? I assure you, I am no such thing." I merely shrugged and replied, "There is no need for such a ruckus. It is apparent to everyone that you are far from being a respectable entity. If you were indeed a creature, you would not be howling like a feral dog." Huang Meihong, flustered by my words, screamed in desperation, "You wretched pauper, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you have any idea who my husband is?" I replied with a hint of amusement, "I am unaware of your husband's identity, but I surmise he is a dentist with a commendable set of teeth." Both Lan Minjing and Huang Meihong were taken aback, perplexed by the mention of dental health, as it seemed utterly unrelated to the situation at hand. I chuckled and added, "If your husband's dental condition were subpar, how could he possibly find the appetite to engage with you? With your disposition, a mere bite would surely shatter his teeth. It takes someone with a rather unrefined palate to endure your flavor. One can only wonder how oblivious your husband must be to not feel repulsed." Upon hearing these words, Lan Minjing let out a chuckle, exclaiming how amusing it was that I could conjure such a vivid description. She shot me a playful glance and said with a smile, "I never realized before that you possessed such a sense of humor. Your description is indeed spot on." I feigned astonishment and replied, "To receive praise from Sister Minjing fills me with immense joy. I shall practice diligently, ensuring to bring smiles to your face in the future." As the two engaged in their flirtatious banter, Huang Meihong felt an inexplicable surge of fury rising from her heels to the crown of her head, nearly bursting with rage. With indignation, she bellowed, "You two despicable fools dare to speak of me in such a manner? My husband will be out shortly, and I assure you, you shall face the consequences." Coincidentally, her husband emerged at that moment, a corpulent middle-aged man, exuding an unmistakable air of greasiness. Huang Meihong called out to him, "Darling, someone is bullying me. Hurry, come and teach them a lesson." Upon hearing Huang Meihong's plea, the middle-aged man rushed over in a fit of rage, shouting as he ran, "Which scoundrel dares to bully my wife, Li Yunduo? Truly, you are unaware of the gravity of your actions. It seems you have a death wish." I regarded this brash individual and boldly retorted, "Do you realize you are committing a crime?" Li Yunduo paused, taken aback, and inquired with confusion, "What on earth are you shouting about? What crime have I committed?" With a playful grin, I replied, "Since the founding of the nation, it has been forbidden for animals to attain human-like intelligence. You may clearly be a pig, yet you run upright and speak in human tongue. Is that not a transgression?" Due to Huang Meihong's outcry, several onlookers paused in curiosity. Upon hearing my words and glancing at Li Yunduo's figure, he truly resembled the marshal of the heavenly pigs. This young man has a point. I must call the authorities to report that a large white pig has gained sentience. It must be addressed. In this age, the peculiarities abound. A pig dressed in clothing running about is indeed a sight to behold, and it deserves to be captured in photographs. Laughter erupted as the crowd joined in jesting, inciting Li Yunduo's fury to the point where he seemed ready to combust, his eyes ablaze with rage. With a fierce shout, Li Yunduo declared, "I am an executive of Tianfang Group. You dare offend me at your own peril. Especially you. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? If I do not put an end to you, I will have wasted all these years out here." I replied coldly, "Are you implying that your position as an executive of Tianfang Group elevates you above others, granting you the right to do as you please?" Li Yunduo, grinning with arrogance, shouted in response, "Our Tianfang Group is the second largest in Binqing. As a senior executive there, I am naturally superior to others. You, an ungrateful pauper, dare to offend me? That is akin to disturbing the earth beneath the deity's feet. With just one phone call, I could ensure you regret your insolence." Before he could finish his sentence, a figure rushed towards him, delivering a powerful kick straight to his abdomen, sending him tumbling backward. "What manner of being are you to dare speak in such a manner to someone of Tai Xiao's stature? When did our Tianfang Group come to harbor such trash as you? Do you presume yourself to be of any significance, audaciously proclaiming superiority over others? In the presence of Tai, you are unworthy of being considered human. To label you as a dog would be an elevation of your status." I could easily dispatch you with a mere kick. It was none other than Jin Wenpeng who rushed forth, accompanied by a cohort of privileged second-generation individuals. Arriving at the restaurant entrance just as I defended Lan Minjing, Jin Wenpeng, still bewildered by the unfolding events, witnessed the rotundly Yunduo burst forth. Launching into an outrageous tirade, his spirit nearly fled him, compelling him to intervene and ensure that this glutton pays an exorbitant price for his insolence. Chapter 40. A gift for you. Li Yunduo, dazed and disoriented from a violent kick, exclaimed in a flurry of curses, "Who among you dares to strike Lord Li? Truly, you are oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth." Upon hearing this, Jin Wenpeng's fury ignited, and he retaliated with a resounding slap, followed by a vehement rebuke. "You wretched creature, open your eyes and recognize who I am." Li Yunduo shook his head, finally discerning that the figure before him was none other than the young master. Terror washed over him, and he hastily fell to his knees. "I failed to recognize you. Esteemed young master, my earlier words were mere folly. I implore you to forgive my transgressions." Jin Wenpeng, with a scowl, delivered another kick before scampering over to my side, adopting a thoroughly subservient demeanor. I never anticipated encountering Tai Xiao here. Ever since our last parting, Tai Xiao's remarkable presence had lingered in my thoughts. Yet I dared not intrude upon him. I let out a dismissive hum. "I recall you as the young master of Tianfeng Group. Someone of your stature should never deign to address me as Tai Xiao. A mere executive from your family can act with impunity as a young master of the conglomerate. You must wield tremendous influence, capable of shaking Bincheng with but a stomp." Cold sweat cascaded down Jin Wenpeng's forehead. For those of elite lineage, reputation was paramount. Should one's dignity be compromised, the reactions could be unpredictable. In contrast to Jin Wenpeng, whose back was soaked with perspiration, Li Yunduo was left to ponder how formidable a person must be to induce such obsequiousness from a young master of a major corporation. Li Window crawled forward on his knees, repeatedly pleading, "I was merely speaking nonsense before. I beseech you, young sir, to show mercy and spare me this time. I am but a shameless dog, looking down on others with my canine eyes. I implore you not to hold my transgressions against me. I shall never dare to offend again, and I will surely behave with humility henceforth." Jin Wenpeng, standing by, cautiously added, "It is entirely my fault for failing to properly educate my subordinates. Lord Tai Xiao, please overlook this minor grievance and forgive me this once." Feigning confusion, I remarked, "I did not quite catch your previous statement. Is he truly your subordinate? I gather you are not acquainted, are you?" Jin Wenpeng, elated, exclaimed, "Lord Tai Xiao is correct. I do not recognize this wretched creature. Our Tianfeng Group maintains high standards for its employees. How could such a sycophant exist within our ranks? He must be impersonating a senior executive of our firm. I shall ensure a thorough investigation is conducted, and this despicable man shall face consequences he cannot bear." I merely nodded nonchalantly, choosing to ignore them, as I took Lan Minjing's hand and strolled leisurely towards the exit. Jin Wenpeng respectfully watched me leave, then turned his gaze upon Li Window. Had his glare the power to kill, this fool would have already been riddled with invisible wounds. "You wretched scoundrel," he seethed. "Not only have you cost me a valuable opportunity, but you have also nearly implicated the Jin family. Just wait and see how I will deal with you." Li Window, witnessing Jin Wenpeng's furious demeanor, realized his life was irrevocably ruined. A bitter taste filled his mouth, and he could scarcely utter a word of plea. After Jin Wenpeng's departure, Li Yunduo lunged fiercely at Huang Meihong. If it weren't for that wretched woman, he would not have fallen into such a predicament. Huang Meihong, fully aware of Li Yunduo's imminent demise, no longer exhibited her previous submissiveness. Without hesitation, she retaliated, engaging in a fierce struggle with the greasy man. In the midst of their scuffle, they tumbled over the railing and fell heavily to the ground, destined to spend the remainder of their lives in a wheelchair, a fitting retribution. Indeed, suddenly, a red envelope appeared before me, indicating that I had completed a hidden task and was rewarded with a special red envelope and 8 ordinary ones. I was oblivious to the nature of the hidden task I had accomplished and had no inclination to speculate. The mere fact that I could claim the red envelopes was more than satisfactory. I received 580 yuan, wishing you a pleasant click. I acquired 3 units in the Kashishi apartments, wishing you a pleasant click. I obtained a health-enhancing pill, wishing you a pleasant click. This time, fortune favored me. Aside from some pocket change, I received 3 apartment units. The Kashishi apartments, situated in the heart of the business district, had always been the preferred choice for white-collar workers. The special envelope yielded a health-enhancing pill, which sounded beneficial for one's well-being. I was confident that a product from the system would not disappoint. Later that evening, I intended to delve deeper into its properties. As the two of us approached the car, I smiled and said, "It is truly an honor to dine with Sister Minjing. I have prepared a gift for you. Let us go and take a look now." Lan Minjing, resembling a playful little girl, responded with a smile. "I never realized before that you were so glib. I'm not that easily deceived. What precious gift are you talking about?" I chuckled and replied, "This gift will surely please Sister Minjing. If it doesn't, you can punish me with a kiss. If it does, I shall be rewarded with a kiss. What do you think?" Lan Minjing rolled her eyes and mischievously said, "You just want to take advantage of me. Let's go with the punishment first. We can discuss rewards later." As she spoke, she slowly closed her eyes. I, of course, took no hesitation. In the confined space, the temperature rose rapidly. Lan Minjing, blushing and breathing heavily, wore a blissful smile, and her earlier shyness clearly indicated this was her first kiss. My heart raced with excitement, and with a press of the accelerator, the Lamborghini shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. We quickly arrived at the Kesh apartment. I inquired, pointing at the buildings, "Sister Minjing, which of these do you think are the best to rent?" Lan Minjing replied with great professionalism, "Of course, it's buildings 1, 6, and 8. These three are the prime choices in terms of location and other aspects. Unfortunately, the competition for Kesh apartments is exceedingly fierce, especially for these three buildings, which the developers have tightly held on to. Acquiring them is quite challenging. If we could secure these three apartments, our branch's performance would undoubtedly rank among the best, and clinching the sales championship would be a certainty." I smiled slightly and said, "Then I'll preemptively congratulate you, Sister Minjing, on becoming the first sales champion of your group. Let us head back to the store." Lan Minjing initially failed to comprehend the situation. After a few minutes, she gazed at me in disbelief, stammering her inquiry. "The gift you wish to present to me couldn't possibly be these three apartment buildings, could it? Acquiring these structures would require an exorbitant sum. How many years would it take to recoup such an investment?" I gazed tenderly into Lan Minjing's eyes and replied, "As long as you, Sister Minjing, are happy, no amount of money is too great for me to spend. The value you hold in my heart cannot be quantified by mere currency." Lan Minjing, moved by the depth of my affection, felt a surge of emotion and made a significant decision. Chapter 41. Transformation. At this moment, I have no desire to return to the store. You had long contemplated visiting my home, and today your wish has come to fruition. Do cherish it well." Lan Minjing's eyes shimmered with a veil of enchanting mist, her lips gently biting as she whispered her intentions, her voice barely above a whisper. As a cat that has tasted the thrill of life, I certainly knew what to do. I pressed the accelerator to the floor, lamenting how slowly the car seemed to fly. Lan Minjing could be regarded as a modestly successful individual, possessing a cozy little nest of her own in Binching. Though the space was not expansive, it radiated warmth and comfort. I understood that Lan Minjing was a fiercely determined person, and she would never propose conditions that she could not accept. The size of the abode was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the company within. We spent the afternoon admiring the scenery. Yet I found myself feeling a twinge of discomfort in my back, indicating that enhancing my physical condition had become imperative. I gazed at Lan Minjing, nestled in her blanket, and tenderly held her in my arms. After a moment of intimacy, she playfully sent me back to the villa. Though Lan Minjing was not one to act impulsively, she required time to digest everything that had transpired. After all, raising a cherished creature for so many years necessitated an adjustment period. I had initially intended to leave the Lamborghini behind, but she resolutely declined, asserting that driving such a supercar to work would make it impossible for others to afford a home. As for leaving the vehicle in the community, it was simply asking for trouble. Should someone accidentally scratch it, the repercussions would be unbearable, and one must uphold a sense of ethics in life. In my contemplation, I found merit in Lan Minjing's words and resolved to purchase an affordable vehicle when time allows, thus avoiding ostentation. Upon returning to the villa, I first checked on the intelligent brain. The superintelligent chip was still in the process of integration, revealing no remarkable traits for the moment, with tangible results expected by tomorrow. I retrieved the vitality enhancement pill, a small, unappealing black capsule that seemed dubious at first glance. Nevertheless, I chose to trust the system, believing it would not lead me astray, and, with a firm resolve, swallowed the pill, feeling a gentle warmth envelop my stomach. Gradually, my body became increasingly warm, reminiscent of soaking in a hot spring. This sensation was particularly delightful, almost prompting an involuntary sigh of contentment. Just as I was savoring this pleasant feeling, I soon realized something was amiss. My body grew excessively warm, as if I had transitioned from a hot spring to a pool of lava. The heat became unbearable, compelling me to dash into the bathroom, where I attempted a cold shower, only to find it as ineffective as a drizzle. In desperation, I rushed to the backyard and plunged into the swimming pool, whose water was automatically temperature regulated to ensure my body remained in a state of equilibrium. As my body temperature continued to rise, the pool water grew colder, constantly circulating to expel the heated water and maintain my thermal balance. I felt as though I could see my great-grandmother, her gentle demeanor beckoning me, as if she wished to escort me to a realm of comfort and serenity. He gradually sank to the bottom of the swimming pool, his body entering an extraordinary state of fetal respiration, no longer relying on his mouth or nose for breath, but instead absorbing oxygen through the pores of his skin. Time became irrelevant as he drifted in and out of consciousness, until the notification sound of a red envelope jolted his brain back to reality, making him acutely aware of his situation. Emerging from the fetal state, he was immediately struck by a sensation of suffocation. With a powerful kick of his feet against the pool's floor, he shot upwards like a rocket. Bursting forth from the water, he soared over 10 meters into the air, undoubtedly shattering the Guinness World Record for high jumping, though regrettably, no one was there to document it. In midair, he executed a series of intricate flips, performing an exceptionally difficult gymnastic maneuver before landing at the edge of the pool. The force of his landing left 2 deep impressions in the marble surface, as though he had trodden upon soft tofu. Glancing at the ground, he then turned his gaze towards the pool, only to discover a thick layer of greasy residue floating atop the water, a truly disheartening sight. What astonished him even more was the clarity with which he could see through the oily surface to the pool's bottom, revealing extensive cracks that had evidently formed from his previous powerful kick. He was keenly aware that all of this was the result of the strength-enhancing elixir, a product of the system, which had certainly not disappointed him. He intended to recline on a beach chair for a brief respite, but as soon as he lay down, the chair crumbled into splinters beneath him. With a resigned shake of his head, he cautiously returned to the house, first standing before the mirror in the bathroom to observe the changes in his physique. Indeed, one does not realize until one looks, and the revelation is startling. My physique has not undergone significant changes. However, the transformation of my muscles is nothing short of remarkable. My back has taken on the classic inverted triangular shape, and my abdominal muscles are distinctly defined, particularly with the emergence of the so-called shark muscles, rendering my appearance even more striking. I first made my way to the gym in the villa, making initial adjustments to ease into the changes in my physical capabilities, especially regarding strength control. After over an hour of modifications, I no longer faced the issue of damaging the beach chair. It was then that I recalled the previous red envelope, prompting me to promptly select it for collection. To my delight, I received a Feipu razor, wishing me a pleasant click. I also acquired 16,089 yuan, accompanied by the same cheerful sentiment. Furthermore, I was awarded a Porsche 911 GT, the only one of its kind globally, with wishes for a delightful click. Additionally, I received a Supreme membership card for Junha Fitness Club, again with the same pleasant wish. While the cash I obtained today was modest, the items were rather numerous, with the Porsche 911 GT standing out as the most precious, as its uniqueness alone is enough to impress. As for the Supreme membership card to Junha Fitness Club, its timely arrival is fortuitous. Having a professional space to hone my physical abilities will undoubtedly facilitate the discovery of my potential. I believe that the health-enhancing pills procured from the special red envelope hold further transformative possibilities for my body, and there remains much more for me to explore. He descended into the basement once more, where the fusion of the super chip and the intelligent brain had been accomplished. The casing of the intelligent brain had vanished, transformed into an object resembling a crystal orb. Super intelligent brain number 001, at your service, master, it announced in a melodious female voice, reminiscent of the charming tone of a navigation system's voice, which was quite pleasant to the ears. I smiled and said, "Since you have chosen this voice, I shall call you Linger. Please introduce your capabilities." Linger, brimming with exceptionally high artificial intelligence, expressed great delight at having her own name, letting out a playful cheer before detailing her functions. Upon hearing Linger's capabilities, I was utterly astounded. Her features were incredibly formidable. and it seemed that if she so desired, she could enact a real-life version of Terminator. Shaking my head vigorously, I cast aside my concerns and focused on witnessing Linger's wondrous abilities. Chapter 42. The only one in the world. Linger detected that her master possessed a primitive device, barely sufficient to enable her to replicate a subsystem within it. She now sought permission to initiate the division and copying process. Upon hearing Linger's request, I nodded in agreement without hesitation, only to discover that the primitive device she referred to was none other than the most advanced Huasho mobile phone in my possession. A surge of electricity emanated from the crystal ball, enveloping the phone in a dazzling display of sparks, and in an instant, the task was completed. I picked up the phone, observing no apparent changes, when suddenly a small crystal ball icon appeared on the screen. Linger's voice resonated through the receiver. From now on, when you are outside, you may contact me through the subsystem, and I will wholeheartedly serve you. Linger had meticulously optimized the primitive device, enhancing its capabilities by an astonishing 286 times, barely meeting the usage standards. My jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. The performance of the phone had surged over 1,000-fold, rivaling the prowess of a galactic computer. Would I still be able to enjoy my time with it? Linger cheerfully elaborated on the new phone's features, its formidable performance leaving me utterly astounded. This was no ordinary phone. It was akin to a small robot that would not transform. According to Linger, even if the phone were to be lost, it could activate its automatic return module and find its way back to me. Truly, it was no mere mobile device. I granted Linger the highest level of access and then informed Yu to come over to repair the swimming pool and, while at it, replace the marble tiles around its edge. The automatic water circulation system of the swimming pool has rendered the water impeccably clean. However, the cracks at the bottom of the pool still startled the maintenance workers. What on earth transpired in the pool to cause such damage? It would be no easy feat to inflict such destruction, not even with a jackhammer. I felt a twinge of embarrassment upon overhearing the workers' complaints and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. This time, it truly inconvenienced the manager. There are matters that are rather delicate, and I hope you can maintain confidentiality, refraining from disclosing my household affairs to outsiders. Yu, being an astute individual, understands that some things are better left unknown. The more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. This adage remains eternally valid. Mr. Wong, rest assured, our personnel are all specially trained and know exactly how to conduct themselves. They will certainly not indulge in idle gossip. I was quite pleased with this assurance and, smiling, remarked that each maintenance worker involved in the repairs would receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan, charged to the property management fees. They can simply ask me for it later. Upon hearing of the monetary reward, the maintenance workers were elated and quickly expressed their gratitude, pondering little about other matters. Finding the pool repairs too noisy, I decided to head to Junha Fitness Club to better acclimate my body. I greeted with a smile as I made my way to the underground parking garage. Nowadays, next to the Lamborghini Aventador, a striking silver supercar was parked, undoubtedly the one and only Porsche 911 GT in the world. I casually tapped my Porsche car key, which was originally placed in the bedroom, and with a swift motion, it slipped onto the table, subsequently appearing on the table in the underground garage through an internal conduit. The table operated like building blocks, and then a small conveyor belt delivered the key to my hand within mere seconds. Truly a remarkable feat. I pressed the key, and the butterfly doors of the Porsche 911 GT gracefully lifted. The interior was not ostentatious. Perhaps this is what one might call a return to simplicity. I drove for a while before activating the car's autonomous driving system, resting my hands behind my head and reclining comfortably in the seat. Indeed, it is a luxury vehicle, one of a kind globally, equipped with a massage function that is impressively executed. One cannot help but admire its excellence. At that moment, my phone rang, and it was Wang Yingjia calling. This fellow often reaches out to strengthen our rapport. Taishao, have you heard? The sole Porsche 911 GT in the world has settled in our Bin City. I wonder who is so remarkable. Friends from Shanghai and Beijing called specifically to inquire about this powerful individual, but I couldn't pinpoint anyone in my circle. Wang Shiji continued to chatter excitedly about the Porsche 911 GT's arrival in Bin City, clearly thrilled. I responded nonchalantly, it's just a car. What's the big deal? Driving is just driving. Though the autonomous feature is somewhat interesting, it certainly spares my back. Iron Shao speaks so casually. Yet there exists only one such vehicle in the entire world. It is not merely a matter of wealth to acquire it. Oh, but wait. What does it mean to take it on the road? The prospect of autonomous driving is indeed intriguing. Could it be that this car belongs to Iron Xiao? How could I have overlooked that possibility? Apart from Iron Xiao, who in Bin City could possibly procure such a luxurious vehicle? To drive such an expensive car is truly remarkable. Iron Xiao is impressive indeed. Wang Shiji finally grasped the situation, overwhelmed with excitement, elevating my status in his mind to an entirely new echelon. I chuckled and remarked, "What you say is true. A car bought is intended to be driven. Otherwise, what purpose does it serve? Merely to be displayed at home. I intend to visit the Jiwanhe Fitness Club for some exercise. If you find yourself free, come join me. After all, health is the foundation of revolution." Wang Shiji promptly agreed, expressing no hesitation and stating he would drive over shortly, primarily eager to pay homage to the Porsche 911 GT. He planned to share a post on social media, undoubtedly a display of coolness. Do not be misled into thinking these second-generation individuals are anything extraordinary. In reality, everyone's circumstances are quite similar, differing only in the objects of their ostentation. Following the navigation, I arrived at the Jiwanhe Fitness Club, taken aback by its vastness. This was no mere club, but rather a veritable estate. Upon entering, I was greeted by a colossal promotional poster showcasing all the services offered, which astonishingly included live ammunition shooting. China's regulation of firearms is exceedingly stringent. The mere fact that this establishment manages such a venture indicates that the owner of the gym is far from ordinary. This thought briefly flickered through my mind, but I dismissed it, reasoning that he was there to exercise rather than to cause trouble. What difference does it make whether the proprietor has connections or not? The security personnel here possess keen discernment. They immediately recognized my luxury sports car as something exceptional and swiftly guided me to a spacious parking spot. I casually withdrew a few bills from my wallet and handed them to the security guard, smiling as I requested, "Could you please keep an eye on my car and ensure it doesn't get scratched? I would prefer not to inconvenience anyone." The guard promptly nodded in agreement. After I entered, he glanced at the cash in his hand, astonished to find over 3,000 yuan, and instantly became even more diligent in his duties. Upon reaching the front desk, I presented my elite membership card, only to inadvertently stir up further trouble. Chapter 43. What seems to be the problem? Welcome to Jiwanhe Fitness Club. How may I assist you? The receptionist greeted me with a standard smile, her politeness evident. Yet her expression was rigid, clearly marked by an air of obligation. I smiled nonchalantly and replied, "I am a Supreme member here, seeking to engage in some physical training. I was curious if you could provide any recommendations." Upon hearing my status as a Supreme member, the receptionist's demeanor shifted abruptly, not towards warmth, but rather towards a piercing scrutiny. I sensed a hint of disbelief. Perhaps she thought I was mistaken. Our club's Supreme members are typically individuals of considerable stature, so it seemed implausible for someone of my youth to hold such a title. Could it be that you have illicitly obtained a family member's Supreme membership card? If that is the case, I sincerely hope they will call in to confirm, as impersonating a Supreme member carries severe consequences. I gazed at the receptionist in astonishment. My brow furrowed. It's merely a Supreme membership. What's the fuss about? Why the hostility? I presented my Supreme membership card, placing it on the counter. Please verify its authenticity. If genuine, kindly arrange for someone to assist me in accessing the facilities as I wish to exercise. I fixed a penetrating gaze upon the receptionist, my irritation mounting at her earlier remarks. The receptionist examined the card number, her eyes widening in shock, and promptly reached for the intercom. "Captain Zhong, please come to the front. We have a young gentleman here with Supreme card number 003. She lowered her voice and uttered several remarks. Her gaze fixed upon me, brimming with skepticism. I was quite displeased with the front desk attendant's scrutiny, perceiving her actions as a blatant affront. He rapped the counter, his displeasure evident as he stated, "There are more fitness clubs in Benching. It is not imperative for me to patronize yours. Since you believe there is an issue with my Supreme membership card, kindly cancel it now to spare me the distaste of having it linger here." The front desk attendant, however, remained audacious, her eyes narrowing as she retorted, "You need not put on a show for me. Once our security chief arrives, the matter will be resolved." No sooner had she spoken than a robust man emerged briskly from behind, striding purposefully towards them. This must be Iron Xiao. Let us not dwell on misunderstandings, for Iron Xiao is magnanimous and should not be trifled with over trivialities. "I am Zhong Huarong, the security chief of Jiwanhe Fitness Club. I have just spoken with our boss, who confirmed that the Supreme card number 003 is indeed Iron Xiao's lifetime card." Zhong Huarong displayed extraordinary courtesy. For the holder of the Supreme Membership Card number 003 is undoubtedly a person of significant standing, someone one must not offend lightly. Upon hearing this, the front desk attendant's expression shifted dramatically. She was acutely aware that Zhong Huarong would never jest about such matters, and she realized the gravity of the situation. I maintained a stern demeanor and declared, "You have arrived too late. I have already resolved to cancel this Supreme Membership Card, severing all ties with this establishment henceforth. It has now been confirmed that this card belongs to me. Is it possible to process my request now, or should I have a family member make a call?" The receptionist hurriedly apologized, saying, "It is entirely my fault. I beg for your forgiveness, esteemed guest. The Supreme Membership Card is exceedingly precious. If I were to cancel it here, I would find myself in great trouble. Your troubles are your own concern. They have nothing to do with me. Just a moment ago, you were quite the opposite, brimming with arrogance. This is merely a fitness center. Even if your services are somewhat comprehensive, what is there to boast about? It is truly absurd. Please expedite my cancellation." I interrupted the receptionist, firmly admonishing her that such service is unacceptable, and it is essential to teach her a lesson. Seeing my unwavering resolve, the receptionist burst into tears, simultaneously admitting her mistake, appearing rather pitiable. Zhong Huarong chimed in. "What Tai Xiao says is true. It is entirely her fault. However, she is still young, and it would be a shame for her to be ruined like this." Tai Xiao, clearly possessing a sharp tongue but a soft heart, seemed inclined to teach her a lesson, and now that she recognized her error, perhaps it would be best to let her off this time. I furrowed my brow slightly, finding Zhong Huarong's words somewhat exaggerated. After all, she is merely a front desk attendant at a fitness center. Whether she continues in her role or not is of little consequence. How can one speak of ruining her? Reflecting upon the advertisement for live ammunition shooting, he suspected there might be some hidden agenda and thought it best to remain silent until further clarity was attained. I increasingly perceived that the arduous struggles endured during my earlier days at the grassroots level constitute a significant reservoir of invaluable experience. At the very least, in addressing certain challenges, there exists a wealth of wisdom to be gleaned. The astuteness of those at the bottom, driven by the necessity of survival, often proves to be far more pragmatic. With a deliberately stern expression, I remarked, "Since Captain Zhong has articulated it thus, I shall refrain from holding her accountable this time. In the future, however, she must exercise greater cunning and not presume superiority merely because of the setting. It is in such environments that one must tread with utmost caution. Should one err, not everyone possesses the magnanimity to grant a second chance for redemption." His words were shrouded in ambiguity, seemingly imbued with deeper meaning, a quality that often invites misinterpretation. The receptionist promptly nodded in agreement, assuring that she would amend her ways and never repeat such behavior again. I instructed Zhong Huarong to accompany him to the fitness club, inquiring little along the way, as if I were already privy to all the details. He had resolved to seek out Xue Xiaowei shortly, to probe the depths of Juanhe Fitness Club, for as a supreme member here, one cannot afford to be uninformed. I paused at the entrance of the fitness club and said to Zhong Huarong, "I truly appreciate your assistance, Captain Zhong. I can manage from here." Zhong Huarong offered a few sincere compliments with a smile before turning away, leaving without any unnecessary hesitation, exuding an air of efficiency. I changed into a set of workout attire and sauntered out of the changing room, my gaze sweeping the area until it settled upon the strength measurement device. This force gauge differs from those found in amusement parks. It does not require the use of boxing gloves, allowing one to strike directly with their fists against the sponge material, thereby measuring raw power in the most visceral manner, what is often referred to as fist to flesh. I cast a glance at the recorder on the device, which displayed a remarkable peak record of 620 kilograms, accompanied by a note indicating the standard of a professional boxer. At such a level of striking, it would be effortless to incapacitate an ordinary person. With some combat skills, taking a life would certainly not pose a significant challenge. I had never trained previously, and in encounters, my strikes were akin to wild punches, an epitome of chaotic flailing that could easily outmatch a seasoned master. He believed that with his current strength, achieving half of that record would represent a monumental improvement. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a powerful punch. Chapter 44. Not quite human. With a resounding thud, I delivered a powerful punch to the target's center, causing it to emit a creaking sound as the sponge encasing it cracked. The metallic face of the target bore the unmistakable imprint of my fist, concaving in the center like the bottom of a bowl, a testament to the immense force behind my strike. I was taken aback by my own strength, hastily glancing at the adjacent display screen, only to find it frozen, displaying a chaotic array of gibberish. Feeling a surge of anxiety, I surveyed my surroundings and realized no one was paying attention to me. In an instant, I dashed towards the nearby fitness equipment. As though the measuring device had no relevance to me, I began to grasp the extent of my explosive power, which seemed to exceed even that of a professional boxer. I surmised that if a seasoned fighter had endured my recent blow, they would undoubtedly have succumbed to their knees. Next, I intended to test my endurance, which naturally led me to the treadmill, and I promptly selected one position towards the interior. Although the gym was sparsely populated, an abundance of fitness trainers was available. With a mere wave of my hand, one approached me immediately. "Excuse me, sir, how may I assist you? I see you are interested in running. Do you prefer a steady jog or interval training?" Each method possesses its own unique advantages. As the trainer continued to speak at length, I coughed gently to interrupt him. I remained uncertain about the limits of my endurance and wished to explore them further. I inquired if he had any valuable suggestions. The fitness coach promptly remarked, "Sir, if you wish to test your endurance, we shall engage in a long-distance run. Let us commence with 5 kilometers. If you can sustain it within half an hour, your stamina will surpass that of the average person." I stroked my chin and replied, "I believe 5 kilometers is insufficient. Please adjust it to 100 kilometers, setting the time limit at 1 hour." The fitness coach stared in bewilderment, thinking I was jesting, as a speed of 100 kilometers per hour is typically reserved for vehicles, not mere mortals. Nevertheless, in deference to the client's request, he had no choice but to modify the treadmill to accommodate my specifications. The coach intended to elucidate the proper running techniques, but before he could articulate his thoughts, I darted forward and began to sprint with astonishing speed. The coach shook his head, having witnessed countless individuals who, overly confident in their own physical prowess, would sprint madly only to succumb to nausea moments later. He surmised that he ought to procure a vomit bag. With my current pace, it was inevitable, though he pondered how long I would endure before succumbing. Upon returning with the bag, the coach found me seated on the treadmill, gazing vacantly at the ceiling, exuding an air of utter indifference. I spread my hands and declared, "This machine is inadequate." It began to emit smoke after only a few steps. "In such a grand fitness center, surely you haven't purchased substandard equipment? That is impossible. All our apparatuses are from reputable brands, with an impeccable record of reliability." "There must be some error," replied the coach. However, upon glancing at the counter, his eyes widened in astonishment. The display indicated that my running speed had surpassed the limits of the treadmill itself. In other words, the treadmill has left me feeling rather disheartened. I have resolved to take a moment for myself, akin to a device in need of a reboot, to soothe my fragile spirit. The fitness instructor, shaking his head, surmised that it must be a malfunction of the machine. After all, how could a person possibly achieve such a speed? Even Usain Bolt would be left in tears. "I sincerely apologize. It appears that the treadmill's computer system has encountered an error. Perhaps we should switch to another machine to avoid further issues." Feeling somewhat guilty, I expressed my concerns regarding the reliability of electronic devices and inquired if there existed a more durable option capable of testing endurance, ideally one that could also assess strength. The fitness instructor promptly replied that the only alternative would be the bench press. A typical individual's bench press capacity is around 50 kilograms, which can be performed in one continuous set, indicating a commendable level of fitness. For those who have undergone professional training, the expected range is between 80 to 100 kilograms. While professional weightlifters aim for a standard of 150 kilograms, surpassing 200 kilograms qualifies one for the Olympic Games. The world record holder for the bench press is a renowned strongman, reportedly achieving an astounding 500 kilograms. The veracity of this claim remains uncertain, but it certainly provides a source of amusement. I stroked my chin and declared, "In that case, let us start with 150 kilograms and see if I can manage it. Let us not linger on the details. Simply proceed as I suggest." The fitness instructor, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement and summoned another trainer to assist him, positioning themselves on either side to provide support if necessary. To their astonishment, I effortlessly completed a set of bench presses, finding it devoid of any challenge, prompting them to increase the weight to 300 kilograms. "I sincerely apologize, but our maximum weight limit here is set at 200 kilograms. After all, we are merely a fitness club, not a professional sports center." The newly appointed fitness instructor, with an apologetic expression, explained that he had begun to suspect I might be from a professional weightlifting team. However, judging by my physique, I did not resemble a weightlifter. The disparity in muscular form when compared to professional weightlifters was strikingly evident. I found the instructor's reasoning quite sensible. So I decided to increase the weight to 200 kilograms and completed 5 sets in one go, leaving both instructors utterly astonished. The thoughts racing through their minds. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Reflected their complete bewilderment. The commotion attracted the attention of other fitness instructors and a few individuals working out nearby, who stood by in astonishment. I shook my neck, feeling that I had gained a preliminary understanding of my physical capabilities. If I were to acquire some professional combat skills, I could even step into the ring. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a page for red envelopes suddenly popped up, randomly presenting 6 envelopes, prompting me to choose to open them. I received 58,000 yuan in cash, wishing me a pleasant click. I also obtained 500,000 yuan, wishing me a delightful click. Additionally, I acquired a professional boxing champion skill card, wishing me a joyful click. I received a professional wrestling champion skill card, wishing me a delightful click. This time, I secured a substantial sum of funding, complemented by 2 skill cards. According to the information swirling in my mind, utilizing these skill cards would grant me corresponding abilities. I made an excuse to step away and attended to my personal hygiene, employing the skill cards in the shower cubicle. Within my mind, a diminutive figure emerged, initially showcasing boxing techniques, followed by a series of wrestling maneuvers. As this figure demonstrated, my muscles began to react autonomously, engaging in minor adjustments, becoming increasingly attuned to these 2 disciplines. I sensed that my control over my body had ascended to an entirely new level. When I next approached the strength testing apparatus, I was confident that I would not inadvertently damage it. Satisfied with my transformation, I wobbled outside, and, upon reaching the threshold, was met with a cacophony of sounds. Chapter 45. A complicated situation. Upon arriving at the entrance, I beheld Wang Shiji, his face contorted with fury, glaring menacingly at the receptionist. He was evidently seething with rage. The receptionist, undeterred, replied with a steely resolve, "As I have already informed you, we operate on a membership basis. Non-members are not permitted entry. If you wish to apply for membership, please fill out the form over there, and you shall receive a response within 6 months. Why is it so difficult for you to comprehend?" Wang Shiji, incensed, shouted, "Do you have any idea who I am? I am a member wherever I go. This is merely a fitness center. I am willing to pay 100,000, so hand me my membership card immediately. You think wealth grants you privilege? Our establishment is unlike any other. Everything must adhere to the rules. If you wish to become a member, fill out the form and wait. Otherwise, I must ask you to leave," the receptionist replied, unyielding. Displaying no trace of fear, she rolled up her sleeves, clearly prepared to unleash her pent-up frustration upon Wang Shiji. Witnessing this scene, any lingering resentment I harbored towards the receptionist evaporated entirely. I realized she had been remarkably courteous in her dealings with him. Approaching the front desk, I gave the receptionist a thumbs up, exclaiming, "I have encountered many formidable individuals, but you are undoubtedly the finest. Please continue this way. Your tenacity brings me great satisfaction." Wang Shiji looked on in astonishment, taken aback that she would dare confront me as well. It seemed that being challenged by her was not so terrible after all, perhaps even a mark of honor. The receptionist, however, appeared somewhat intimidated by my presence, lowering her gaze in silence, though her cheeks puffed out, betraying her inner discontent. I found myself utterly speechless. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Shiji, the 2 of us meandered outside. Wang Shiji, visibly irate, exclaimed, "If it weren't for Tai Xiao, I would never set foot in a place like this. Even a mere receptionist exhibits such arrogance. It is truly intolerable." I chuckled. "You are, after all, a scion of high society. Why stoop to the level of a receptionist? My car is just over there, which is rather acceptable. Wouldn't you agree?" He casually diverted the topic, his attention swiftly captured by a Porsche 911 GT, and he rushed over to the vehicle, snapping photos with fervor. Wang Shiji posted the pictures on his social media, which quickly caused a sensation, eliciting a flurry of comments. "Indeed, young Master Jia is remarkable. He has even acquired a Porsche 911 GT. He must bring it to the Magic City so we can feast our eyes upon it. Young Master Wang is truly affluent. Only Yurda Wan Group possesses such financial prowess. We must collaborate more in the future." Upon reading these comments, Wang Shiji promptly crafted a message to clarify. I must solemnly declare that this Porsche 911 GT does not belong to me. It belongs to my elder brother Tai Xiao, who is the real powerhouse. Reflecting on my previous naivete, I once claimed indifference to my friend's wealth, dismissing it as inconsequential since none could rival my affluence. Now, I recognize the true fool as I. Compared to my elder brother, I am but a triviality, lacking in comparison by a considerable margin. Once this message was disseminated, his social media exploded, racking up thousands of comments in an instant, all fervently seeking acknowledgement from the esteemed elder brother. Wang Shiji chuckled and remarked, "This evening, we shall venture to the nightclub. I wonder if Tai Xiao is available to join us for some merriment." I replied with a sly grin, "I'm uncertain who will be present." Over the past few days, I encountered a few enthusiastic young fellows. Indulging in some revelry could be enjoyable. After the two of us made arrangements, Wang Shiji busied himself with organizing the gathering, while I headed to the Haishi Reef Club to consult Shui Xiaowei, primarily to inquire about the background of the Junha Fitness Club. I believed that without clarity on this matter, I would remain somewhat apprehensive. Linger had initially contemplated infiltrating a top-secret network to gather information. I dismissed this notion, deeming it unnecessary to be so conspicuous. However, Linger, possessing the highest level of access, chose to proceed regardless. The firewall of the top-secret network was virtually ineffective against her, allowing her to penetrate it effortlessly and peruse the information within with clarity. Linger soon uncovered some intriguing aspects. In a moment of mischievous whimsy, she manipulated the information I was already aware of, ensuring that anyone who later investigated would be thoroughly astonished. Unbeknownst to me, I was seated in Shui Xiaowei's executive chair, cheerfully inquiring about his insights. My family had expressed concern regarding my health and insisted that I find a place to exercise, gifting me a Supreme membership card for the Junha Fitness Club. Upon my visit today, I sensed that the establishment was rather exceptional, seemingly possessing a formidable background. Rather than consult my family, I decided to inquire with you. Shui Xiaowei's eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed hard and exclaimed, "The boss possesses a Supreme membership card for the Junha Fitness Club. That is truly remarkable." I casually produced my membership card and waved it before Shui Xiaowei, signifying that it was of little consequence. Shui Xiaowei immediately remarked, "What you may not be aware of, my dear boss, is that the former incarnation of the Junha Fitness Club was the illustrious Junha Boxing Gym. The Junha Boxing Gym holds a particularly esteemed position throughout the entire Northeast region, and the venerable Li Guangjuan is undoubtedly a towering figure within it. Many prominent individuals have sought his guidance, and with a mere word from him, numerous aspirants would readily step forward. His son, Li Jiming, is equally remarkable. He is the one who transformed the Junha Boxing Gym into the Junha Fitness Club. Furthermore, the largest underground boxing arena in the Northeast lies beneath the Junha Fitness Club, where brutal fights occur regularly, with scenes that are truly harrowing. Many of the renowned young masters from Bincheng have witnessed these bloody combats, often placing hefty bets to indulge in the thrill of the game." I inquired, perplexed. If that is the case, how could Wang Shiji claim he has never been to the Junha Fitness Club and even be confronted by the receptionist? Shui Xiaowei promptly replied, "This is quite a common occurrence. Although the underground boxing arena is situated beneath the Junha Fitness Club, its entrance is discreetly located elsewhere. One must traverse a segment of the subway to reach the underground arena, ensuring enhanced security and minimizing the risk of exposure. Therefore, only individuals of our standing are permitted entry into the Junha Fitness Club. The fact that the boss possesses a Supreme membership card indicates that those who facilitate matters for you wield significant influence in the underworld. It is said that this card grants access to a plethora of services. As long as the boss is willing, he can enlist the help of the people from the Junha Boxing Gym to resolve certain troubles. Although I am capable of handling these issues myself, their assistance may not be necessary." His last statement serves to highlight his own value. After all, as I increasingly demonstrate my growing influence, it is essential to be perceived as useful in the eyes of others. With a sly smile, I replied, "We are on the same side, so of course, you should be the first to address any matters. However, in situations that may lead to harm, it is often more convenient to rely on outsiders. At least it doesn't weigh on our conscience." Upon hearing me consider him an ally, Shui Xiaowei felt immense joy and immediately vowed to be unwaveringly loyal in the future. Having obtained the information I sought, I decided not to linger any longer and resolved to check on Sikong Rian's situation. Chapter 46. Let me find a way. I entered Sikong Rian's office discreetly, instructing the secretary to refrain from announcing my arrival. As I pushed the door open, I found her clad in a sharp business suit, her brow furrowed in concentration over the documents before her, occasionally shaking her head in dismay. I cleared my throat softly, teasing, "I wonder what troubles our beautiful president so," causing her brow to knit in concern. One must be cautious, lest those frowns become etched as wrinkles. Upon hearing my voice, Sikong Ruyan's face brightened with delight, only for her to hastily smooth her forehead, fearful of the onset of wrinkles. I smiled and took her hand, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. In my eyes, you shall always remain the most exquisite, even on the day when wrinkles may grace your visage. It pains me to see you so burdened. Share your troubles with me, and I shall endeavor to resolve them. As I spoke those sweet nothings, a look of happiness blossomed on her face, and she nestled closer into my embrace. It's nothing too grave. It's merely that the equipment at Binda Electronics has become outdated and fails to meet the production demands of the group. I am contemplating how to manage this equipment and procure new machinery. While the financial aspect is secondary, the primary concern lies in sourcing the new devices. Ideally, acquiring an ASM lithography machine from the Tulip Nation would be perfect. Even a 7nm variant would suffice, allowing us to keep pace with international standards. However, obtaining an ASM lithography machine is quite a formidable challenge, so we may have to settle for the 28nm lithography machines from the Magic City Optoelectronics to produce large-scale chips. I stroked my chin and recalled your previous assertion that the 28nm lithography machine from Magic City Optoelectronics would be entirely sufficient for the production of electric vehicle chips. As far as I know, this lithography machine has been fully localized, rendering it free from any restrictions. Can it truly be that wealth cannot procure it? Sikong Ruyan shook his head and replied, "Of course, one can purchase it, but the challenge lies in manufacturing automotive chips and subsequently marketing them." It seems I had underestimated the situation. The market for automotive chips is predominantly dominated by a select few large enterprises. Their long-standing connections with external entities make it a formidable task to persuade them to utilize our chips, a thought that is quite vexing. I chuckled softly and said, "I believe you might be overthinking this. We should adopt a step-by-step approach. Surely, a path will reveal itself when we reach the mountain. First, we must liquidate all the outdated equipment from Binda Electronics, then renovate the factory premises and subsequently acquire advanced machinery. At the very least, we should present a semblance of professionalism. As for the remaining matters, allow me to devise a solution. Who says that 28nm chips are exclusively for automotive applications? They may very well serve other purposes. My recent fascination with technology might yield fruitful considerations in this realm. In any case, I am resolute. If all else fails, we shall simply bring the Du family to their knees." His words exuded an unwavering confidence, bolstered not only by the support of our system, but also by Linger, our superintelligent brain. If we cannot compete technologically, we might as well resign ourselves to despair. As I spoke eloquently, the expression of confidence on my face captivated Sikong Ruyan, who seemed enchanted, wishing to dissolve into my embrace. I smiled and remarked, "It is essential to balance work and leisure. Wang Shiji mentioned that he plans to visit a nightclub tonight. You should accompany me." Sikong Ruyan shot him a glance and replied, "Which respectable girl would venture to a nightclub? With that time, one might as well return home for a rejuvenating sleep." To prevent wrinkles from forming and to avoid being scorned by certain individuals. Nevertheless, a balance of work and leisure is indeed advisable. It has been a while since I last indulged in a shopping spree. I wonder if certain individuals are free this afternoon to serve as my gallant protector. I promptly pledged my assistance, and as for the destination, it would undoubtedly be the Msili Mall. No other venue could match its caliber. I soon realized that even with the invigorating health supplements, accompanying a girl on a shopping excursion could be quite the ordeal, a form of psychological torment. Moreover, every girl possesses an unparalleled talent for shopping. Even the capable and assertive Sikong Ruyan is no exception. While we were leisurely browsing, we suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Glancing in that direction, we saw Guan Qingtiao arriving with a few companions. With a beaming smile, Guan Qingtiao said, "The boss is at the mall offering guidance. Why didn't you inform me beforehand, so I could lead the team in welcoming you?" I waved my hand dismissively and replied, "I am merely accompanying my girlfriend for a stroll. There are no other matters at hand, so I did not notify you. I do not require such formalities. Simply ensure that you manage your responsibilities well and refrain from any actions that might tarnish the mall's reputation." Guan Qingtiao hastily remarked after the last incident. I have come to a profound realization of my mistakes. I frequently organize study sessions and engage in self-criticism. Nowadays, everyone's qualities have significantly improved, and such situations will no longer occur. Customers who come here all feel at home. Sikong Ruyan finally grasped the situation and, astonished, interjected. I never imagined that the male shopping mall belonged to you. I chuckled and replied, you know my sister is interning at Dewan Group. I believe girls enjoy shopping, so I thought it would be convenient to own a mall, hence I acquired this place. Everyone, including Sikong Ruyan, internally gasped in disbelief at my words, questioning how someone could utter such a thing. To facilitate my sister's shopping, I directly purchased the most upscale mall in Binhai City, truly an act of extravagance that left one wondering how I could be so fortunate. The female employees of the mall felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment, lamenting why they did not possess such a wealthy brother. The universe seemed blind to their plight. These women yearned to showcase their own merits, but when compared to Sikong Ruyan, they felt utterly overshadowed and utterly humiliated. I dismissed Guan Qingtiao and, taking Sikong Ruyan's hand, assured her, rest assured, you can freely maneuver the electronic group, even if you were to dismantle it. I possess ample assets to ensure your victory in the wager. As I said before, if my father-in-law dares to be disrespectful, I will make him understand the reason behind the blooming of flowers. What is so remarkable about the Du family in the magical city? How did the three prominent families rise to prominence? I intend to ensure their descent back to the ground, perhaps even treading upon their backs. He is undoubtedly indulging in empty bravado. After all, in this era, boasting comes without a tax. Moreover, with the support of a powerful system, who can guarantee that such grandiose claims cannot materialize? Sikong Ruyan displayed a blissful smile as I escorted her back to Villa No. 4 of Phoenix, taking the opportunity to enjoy a moment of advantage. Noticing that the time was ripe, I set off for the nightclub. Following the address shared by Wang Shiji, I arrived at a place called Dream Bar, somewhat secluded, embodying the sentiment that a hint of fine wine transcends the depths of the alley. The second-generation elites were all waiting at the entrance. Upon spotting the one-of-a-kind Porsche 911 GT, their eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Chapter 47. Dreamy Bar. I observed the gaze of these second-generation heirs, casually tossing my head and playfully waving my fingers at them, embodying an undeniable aura of authority. Jean Wenpeng eagerly exclaimed, when I heard that a Porsche 911 GT had settled in our Bincheng, I immediately thought of you, Tai Xiao. Who else could possibly acquire such a magnificent car? Truly impressive. With a nonchalant smile, I replied, it is merely a vehicle. It is not of great significance. There is no need for such admiration. Previously, my personal secretary had shared a sentiment with me that resonated deeply. A car is simply a machine with four wheels. There is no need to take it so seriously. Upon hearing my words, these second-generation heirs could hardly contain their scorn, deeming me utterly shameless. As if I had forsaken my humanity. Wang Shiji, casting a sidelong glance, remarked, look at your limited perspective. The Pagani Huayra that Tai Xiao once drove has already been gifted to my sister. Moreover, to win her favor, Tai Xiao purchased Bincheng Electronics outright as a present for her. What is a Porsche 911 GT in comparison? The group collectively gasped, their comprehension of my formidable prowess dawning upon them, a realization that could only be described as terrifyingly awe-inspiring. I glanced at Lu Junliang, tapping my temple thoughtfully. If I recall correctly, your family is in the construction materials business, which is quite fortuitous. Yuyan finds the factory of Bincheng Electronics somewhat dilapidated, and I intend to undertake substantial renovations. I shall entrust this matter to you. The price is certainly not a concern. However, it is imperative that the task is executed flawlessly, devoid of any shoddy work, as I wish to avoid unnecessary complications. Lu Junliang hastily nodded in agreement, assuring, if Tai Xiao entrusts this task to me, you may rest assured, I shall perform it splendidly and undoubtedly meet your expectations. I responded with a smile, and then, along with the others, we entered the Dreamy Bar, only to find it adorned in a vintage style, reminiscent of the Republic of China era. He chuckled and remarked, when Jie Xiao mentioned going to a nightclub, I envisioned those raucous dance venues. Yet this place is rather delightful. Indeed, it possesses a certain charm. Speaking of which, Jie Xiao does possess taste. It is impressive that he can discover such establishments. Truly, he is a renowned playboy, the ultimate heartthrob of the internet. Wang Shiji, with utmost seriousness, Interjected, Tai Xiao, please refrain from mocking me. I have resolved to mend my ways and aspire to be a diligent and aspiring young man. Jin Wanpeng hurriedly glanced at the moon outside, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, I thought there were 8 moons tonight, but it turns out there's only one. The illustrious Jie Xiao has actually transformed. Those internet celebrities must be weeping inconsolably in the restroom. Wang Shiji shot Jin Wanpeng a stern look, declaring with great gravity, I am not jesting. I have discovered my true love. The power of love is profound, which is why I must change my ways. Only then can I be worthy of the one I cherish. You pampered scions wouldn't understand a thing. Upon observing Wang Shiji's serious demeanor, my thoughts inadvertently drifted to my younger sister, only to be dismissed with a shake of my head, deeming it improbable. His mindset had undergone a significant transformation. He believed that even if it were true, my sister would not be unworthy of the Wang family, for as long as she was willing. All matters could be discussed amicably. Thoughts of my sister swiftly led me to Hu Qinxue. I wondered how that girl was faring these days and resolved to carve out some time to visit them. Amidst their jovial banter, they made their way to the grandest booth at the back, where a server soon approached, delivering an array of the finest beverages. A woman clad in a qipao, resembling a ripe peach in her maturity, swayed gracefully towards them. This enchanting figure was Tang Yushan, the proprietor of the Dream Bar, originally hailing from Fengcheng. It was said that her former husband was a prominent figure in Fengcheng, who met his demise in an internal conflict. Unable to remain in Fengcheng, Tang Yushan sought her fortune in Bincheng, where her charm and grace allowed her to thrive. Upon noticing me seated in the prominent position, Tang Yushan regarded me with curiosity, pondering the identity of this unfamiliar affluent young master. It had been quite some time since Jie Xiao and Peng Xiao had last graced my presence. Perhaps they had forgotten about me. The unfamiliar young master before her left her at a loss for how to address him. Jin Wenpeng promptly interjected, This is my esteemed brother, Tai Xiao. He is visiting your establishment for the first time. Madam, please extend your utmost hospitality and do not neglect him. Tang Yushan's mind raced. The Wang family in Bincheng was singular, belonging solely to the Dawan group. The gentleman before her bore no resemblance to Wang Shiji. He appeared to be from an entirely different lineage. It is evident that the other party is a formidable force, entrenched in the depths of the river, effortlessly subduing all creatures residing within, including fish, turtles, and crabs. With a smile, I remarked, Madam, please disregard their baseless chatter. I am quite easy to entertain and possess few faults. Tang Yushan, with her myriad charms, cast a bewitching glance that was utterly captivating, resembling a siren. However, in the presence of such a seductive beauty, I felt an unexpected distaste, believing her to pale in comparison to my own exquisite companions. Clearing my throat, I suggested, The ambience here seems delightful. It would be an excellent choice to enjoy a drink and pass the time. Yet, the proprietress's fervent enthusiasm was almost overwhelming. As not everyone is willing to risk their well-being for fleeting pleasures, lest they find themselves scorched. My inner aversion compelled me to express a desire for her to cease her advances, leading to my utterance of those words. However, the speaker's intentions were innocuous, while the listener imbued them with significance. Tang Yushan's heart surged with turmoil, convinced that I must possess some knowledge, prompting me to speak in such a manner to enlighten her. She swiftly altered her demeanor, adopting a pitiful facade, lamenting, as a widowed woman, life is indeed arduous, compelling me to venture forth in search of sustenance. Why must you regard me with such disdain, causing me such distress? As a mere woman, what transformation can I undergo? At most, I can only extinguish a fire. With a resigned shake of my head, I tapped my fingers on the table and remarked, Shui Xiaowei is my subordinate. Should you require assistance in the future, you may seek his help. Furthermore, I am not fond of your current demeanor. If you could embody a more refined disposition that aligns with the ambience here, it would undoubtedly enhance the overall perfection. Initially, he aimed merely to offer guidance. Yet Tang Yushan experienced an epiphany, realizing that her previous approach had indeed been flawed. With a smile, Tang Yushan expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, young Master Tai, for your guidance. I now understand the course of action I should take moving forward, and I hope you will come by often to observe my transformation. This time, it was my turn to be perplexed, uncertain of what the proprietress was alluding to. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of feigning understanding, I nodded with a smile. Chapter 48. The assets have doubled again. Initially, I intended to visit a lively nightclub, Thus my interest in the dreamy bar was rather lukewarm. I concocted a casual excuse and returned to the villa to entertain myself. Tang Yushan graciously accompanied me outside, and upon seeing me enter the Porsche 911 GT, her eyes sparkled with renewed determination in her previous thoughts. Upon returning to the villa, I engaged in conversation with Ling'er for a while, then reached out to the dreamy fairy. Listening to her melodious voice was undoubtedly a delight. Tonight, I accompanied them to a venue known as the Dreamy Bar, which boasted a pleasant ambience, though the proprietress was rather unlikable and seemed eager to take advantage of me. Speaking of the dreamy fairy, I suggested that when the time comes for her to retire from streaming, I could arrange a charming little fairy cottage for her, which would surely be enchanting. I recounted the events of the evening to the dreamy fairy, feeling liberated in our conversation since we would never meet in reality. With a radiant smile, the dreamy fairy replied, "I knew you were the best, brother. The dreamy bar you mentioned, is the proprietress named Tang Yushan? She appears to be a natural beauty." I gazed at her in astonishment. I didn't realize your sources were so well informed, even about a small bar in Bin City. It seems I can entrust my intelligence work to you from now on. The mask worn by the dreamy fairy merely concealed her eyes, while her face was mostly revealed, showcasing a youthful beauty. Judging purely by her appearance, I would rate her as an 80 out of 100, but combined with her ethereal voice, she instantly soared to a score exceeding 95. The dreamlike fairy previously revealed to me that her true name is Duan Ruashi, yet I still prefer to call her dreamlike fairy, evidently reluctant to confront reality. She takes this in stride, as she is, after all, my representative in the underworld, and the current arrangement suits us just fine. As for future matters, it ultimately depends on one's finesse. After she ascended to the role of administrator within the underworld, all the streamers regarded her as their leader, for these streamers are unparalleled when it comes to intelligence. With a slight orchestration, the dreamlike fairy wove a vast network of information, making it exceedingly effortless to acquire any news one desires. She playfully rolled her eyes and remarked, "Brother, why are you being so polite? Everything I possess belongs to you. I exist solely to serve you in this lifetime." Tang Yushan's circumstances are not as simple as one might think. Back in Fengcheng, she was known as the formidable elder sister. Even the young master of the Zhang family in Fengcheng had suffered setbacks at her hands. Unfortunately, her fortunes waned when her protector, the one-eyed dragon who ruled Fengcheng, perished in a gang conflict, leaving her as a fallen phoenix. Unable to thrive in Fengcheng, Tang Yushan fled to Bincheng, where it is rumored that the young master of the Zhang family has no intention of letting her off the hook, and she may soon find herself in peril. I stroked my chin and mused, hearing you say this, the proprietress does seem rather pitiable. I may have been too harsh on her previously. I believe the proprietress and Xue Xiaowei are quite a fitting pair. One is the elder brother, and the other is the elder brother's woman, a match made in heaven. The dreamlike sprite, upon hearing my earlier remarks, felt quite discontented, but was instantly brightened by the subsequent words. My brother is truly an exemplary leader, always considering the welfare of his subordinates. However, according to the information I have gathered, Tang Yushan still faces numerous unresolved troubles. Yet, none of this is of great consequence. My brother is the supreme ruler of the dark web, and who would dare to challenge him? Such a move would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire dark web, surely leading to their utter annihilation. With a chuckle, I casually transferred 10,000 black coins to the dreamlike sprite, instructing her to reward the informant, for one must never be stingy, regardless of the occasion. At that moment, Ling'er emerged, announcing that she had devised a special program to be directly transmitted to the dreamlike sprite, which could be installed into her streaming system, enabling communication anytime, anywhere. The dreamlike sprite expressed her astonishment, exclaiming that she had not anticipated my brother possessing such advanced technology, which has indeed brought us immense delight. I responded with a smile, encouraging the dreamlike sprite to sing a lullaby, and soon she drifted into a drowsy slumber, only to be awakened by the sound of a red envelope notification. Congratulations on receiving cash of 188,324 yuan. We wish you a delightful click. Congratulations on acquiring a multiple cashback card. We wish you a delightful click. Congratulations on obtaining an asset doubling card. We wish you a delightful click. Congratulations on receiving funds of 365,874 yuan. We wish you a delightful click. After tallying my gains for the day, I concluded that it had been quite a successful venture, particularly with the asset doubling card, which has the potential to multiply assets by 8-fold. He casually opted to utilize all his assets, particularly the black currency, multiplying it by a base of 100 million, seemingly intent on supporting the entire black market. Adhering to my principle of spreading joy, I casually sent Kong Qingzhong 1,000 black coins to distribute among the managers for breakfast. Kong Qingzhong was utterly bewildered, internally exclaiming in disbelief as he realized he could use 100 million to treat everyone to breakfast, as if they were feasting on diamonds. The other managers, upon receiving the breakfast funds, shared a similar sentiment, ultimately solidifying their resolve to cling to the esteemed figure's favor. I contemplated for a moment and decided to visit the adorable Yang Mengting, as it had been several days since our last encounter, and I wanted to ensure she was not being mistreated. I intended to surprise Yang Mengting and made my way to the vicinity of the dealership. Considering it inappropriate to arrive in a Porsche, I opted to walk instead. As I approached the entrance, I spotted a brazen young man draped around a frivolous-looking woman as they exited a modest sports car. Upon noticing me at the entrance, the young man sneered, dismissing me as a pauper daring to enter a Rolls-Royce dealership, utterly oblivious to the realities of the world. I chose to ignore his taunts and strode confidently inside. The young man, perceiving my indifference as a provocation, was immediately filled with rage. "I'm speaking to you, you poor wretch. Do you think donning counterfeit luxury makes you a wealthy individual? You believe you can waltz into a place like this?" As he shouted, he reached for my shoulder. But the moment his fingers brushed against my clothing, I swiftly seized his wrist. The young man with golden hair felt as though his wrist were ensnared by an iron clasp, the very bones threatening to shatter under the pressure, causing him to cry out in agony. I let out a dismissive snort, saying, "If you wish to speak, then speak. Refrain from resorting to violence. Do not presume that everyone will indulge you as if you were their progeny." In a fit of frustration, he flung his arm, sending the young woman alongside him staggering back several paces, nearly collapsing onto the ground. The golden-haired youth, now wary of provoking me further, could only sulk as he grasped the woman by the arm, hastening ahead into the shop. Upon entering, he erupted into loud and raucous exclamations, his ire seemingly directed at Yang Mengting. Chapter 49. Borrowing her services. Is there anyone here to attend to us? Can't you see there are customers? Hurry up and come over. Upon entering the 4S shop, Huang Mao noticed everyone engrossed in their tasks, neglecting him, and immediately raised his voice. Coincidentally, a cleaner nearby responded, "Please wait a moment. As soon as a sales associate finishes, they will attend to you, sir." The woman, with an air of arrogance, pointed at Yang Mengting, who was engrossed in her phone, and declared, "ISNT, they're one idling about. Have her come over to serve us." No sooner had the woman's words left her lips than Yang Mengting stood up, her face lighting up with surprise as she hurried towards them. Huang Mao, feeling triumphant, raised his head, believing he had finally vented his earlier frustrations. This girl appeared rather appealing. He looked forward to taking her for a test drive soon. To his astonishment, however, Yang Mengting completely disregarded them, making her way directly to the entrance, beaming as she addressed me. "Tycoon, what brings you here today? You didn't even give me a heads up? I could have waited for you at the door." Gazing at the adorable Yang Mengting, I reached out to ruffle her hair and replied, "I found myself with some free time today, so I thought I would come to see you before I could finish my sentence." Huang Mao erupted, "What's wrong with your sales associate? Ignoring customers to attend to a pauper?" The cleaner interjected, "To dare call Mr. Wang a pauper is quite audacious. Yang Mengting is Mr. Wang's exclusive sales associate, dedicated solely to serving him." Upon hearing these words, the young man with the yellow hair became even more infuriated, shouting once again, "What business do you have speaking to me, a mere cleaner? Stay where it's comfortable for you. I demand this woman to serve me." His loud outburst naturally attracted the attention of Zhou Feng, who hurriedly emerged from within. The moment he laid eyes on me, he promptly approached, exclaiming, "I did not anticipate your arrival, Mr. Wang. Had I been forewarned, I could have ensured the area was clear to avoid any disruption to your car purchase." As he uttered these words, his gaze fell upon the yellow-haired youth, clearly indicating his disapproval of the rude behavior exhibited by this individual. The young man, oblivious to the subtle cues, retorted angrily, "What is wrong with you all? Do you not see I am here to buy a car?" Zhou Feng, maintaining his composure, replied, "I must kindly remind this gentleman that we operate a high-end 4S dealership promoting a civilized shopping atmosphere. We request that you refrain from loud disruptions. The other salespeople are currently occupied, but they will attend to you as soon as they are able. If you are in urgent need, I can assist you myself." The yellow-haired man, growing more obstinate, insisted, I want this woman to serve me. Do not waste my time with your nonsense. Do you know who my father is? Zhou Yifeng, now adopting a stern demeanor, stated firmly, regardless of your father's identity, Yang Mingting is Mr. Wang's exclusive sales associate and is dedicated solely to his service. Thus, she cannot attend to other customers. The young man glared, saying, "Don't play games with me. What do you mean by exclusive sales associate? I refuse to believe she does nothing while you all support her. Such a fortunate occurrence. I too desire a personal shopping assistant dedicated solely to my service, as it would truly reflect my noble status." Zhou Yifeng, with a professional smile, replied, "Sir, to obtain your exclusive shopping assistant, one merely needs to purchase a vehicle costing over 5 million and secure a license plate priced above 100,000, and I shall gladly facilitate your request." Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired man choked on his own saliva, coughing several times before regaining his composure. Why not seize the opportunity? I refuse to believe that this pauper can muster such wealth. It must be a ruse. Today, I shall insist that this woman serves me, or else you shall face the consequences. Yang Mingting, pouting in indignation, retorted, "I am Tianga's personal shopping assistant. If you wish for my service, you are merely daydreaming. Look at yourself. It's evident you are no better than a nouveau riche, flaunting your wealth here. I shall have security escort you out shortly." Zhou Yifeng found Yang Mingting's words to be quite reasonable and promptly summoned security to remove the yellow-haired man and his companion. The yellow-haired man, in a fit of rage, shouted, "How dare you treat me this way? You are unaware of the consequences. Just wait and see." Zhou Yifeng, who had ascended to the position of manager at the Rolls-Royce dealership in Bincheng, was no stranger to confrontation. Regardless of your background, if you dare to create a disturbance here, you shall pay the price. Go ahead and test me. Throw him out. After the yellow-haired man was expelled, Zhou Yifeng swiftly transformed his demeanor, adopting a subservient attitude once more. "Mr. Wang, I truly apologize for the embarrassment. I shall ensure that our security personnel undergo proper training, enabling them to be more vigilant and prevent any unruly individuals from causing disturbances in the future." I chuckled and remarked, "The security staff have their challenges. Let's not dwell on this matter. It is of no consequence. Speaking of which, Meng Ting is my dedicated sales associate, and I feel compelled to compensate her for the numerous opportunities she has lost to earn commissions. However, I must express my dissatisfaction with the vehicles available here. I recently acquired a Porsche 911 GT, and I am in search of a sedan that complements it." Zhou Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he licked his lips, exclaiming, "I have heard from my peers that there is only one Porsche 911 GT in the world registered in Arbin City. I was left wondering who possessed such wealth and influence to acquire this vehicle, and I couldn't help but think it must be you, Tai Xiao, and indeed, I was correct. When it comes to sedans that could match the Porsche 911 GT, the only fitting option would be our Rolls-Royce Ghost. While it may not be the sole example in the world, there are certainly no more than 5 of these exquisite cars, with a price tag of 10 million pounds. What do you think, Tai Xiao?" I rubbed my nose thoughtfully and replied, "This price seems reasonable, but I wonder when I might be able to take delivery. My patience is rather limited." Zhou Yifeng felt his heart racing with excitement. This sale would indeed be a tremendous success, and the impact of selling a Rolls-Royce Ghost here would be significant. He immediately nodded eagerly, stating, "I will coordinate with Tai Xiao right away and ensure that everything is arranged for an expedited air shipment. It should take just over a month." I casually took out my Bincheng bank card and remarked, "This timing is quite convenient. I can pay in full. Please ensure all the formalities are completed, and have Mingting sign on my behalf." I added, "Moreover, it seems rather dull for Mingting to be idling about. If there is anything urgent, simply give her a call. Let us not have her running back and forth unnecessarily, and I might as well borrow her for a bit." Upon hearing this, Yang Mingting's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson. What did I mean by borrowing her? She felt uncertain about how that would work, especially regarding any potential resistance. Without acknowledging Mingting's flustered thoughts, Zhou Yifeng promptly assured that there were no issues. Henceforth, Mingting could manage her own attendance, and I could utilize her as I pleased, as long as she was satisfied with the arrangement. With a hearty laugh, I took Mingting's hand and led her out, intending to make the most of this girl. Chapter 50. A little makeover. Yang Mingting sat in the car, her gaze furtively darting towards me. Whenever our eyes met, she would immediately lower her head in a flurry of shyness. "Why do you keep sneaking glances at me? If you wish to look, do so openly. After all, I am not made of paper and cannot be easily damaged," I remarked with a chuckle. Yang Mingting's face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. I just find Tycoon incredibly handsome, she confessed, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. I can't help but steal a few extra glances. Is this a sign of being infatuated? It's truly embarrassing. With a playful grin, I replied, such feelings are entirely natural. Even the wisest of sages acknowledge that attraction is a fundamental aspect of human nature. Regardless of gender, we all experience desire. In a soft murmur, she lamented, Tycoon possesses masculine charm, but I lack any allure of my own. I fear I may never captivate anyone. What shall I do in the future? I surveyed her from head to toe, a smile gracing my lips. There are no unattractive girls in this world. It all depends on one's ability to embellish their beauty. Soon, I will take you to refine your appearance, instilling in you a sense of confidence in your own allure. At that point, should I fall under your spell, a transformation may very well occur. Pouting slightly, Yang Mingting declared, if I can enchant Tycoon, then you may transform in any way you wish. After all, I am here for you today. Upon hearing her words, I nearly choked, realizing that when women embrace their playful side, men often find themselves at a loss. They arrived at a high-end mall, and Yang Mingting timidly suggested, there is no need to come to such an upscale place. A regular shopping center would suffice. Alternatively, a stroll down the pedestrian street could suffice. In times past, when I had little to occupy my days, I would meander through the pedestrian zone, admiring the exquisite garments displayed within and daydreaming of the day I might don them myself. Observing the glimmer of hope in Yang Mingting's eyes, my heart ached. It is often said that children from impoverished families mature swiftly. Yet, who truly comprehends that, given the choice, these children would yearn to be spoiled by their parents? To bask in their affection? Gently ruffling Yang Mingting's hair, I affectionately remarked, this mall belongs to me. Naturally, I must tend to my own business. Shortly, I shall arrange for them to issue you a card, allowing you to shop here at your leisure. As a striking young lady, Yang Mingting possessed a modicum of understanding regarding fashion, and thus was well aware of the esteemed status of male mall and banching. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, I can't believe male mall belongs to Tycoon. He is truly affluent. But where will I wear these clothes? I casually chuckled. These garments are nothing extraordinary. Simply treat them as ordinary attire. It is settled, and there shall be no argument. Yang Mingting's expression morphed into one of adorable dismay, yet her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, betraying the joy in her heart. A truly endearing girl. Upon arriving on the first floor, they were met by Guan Qingtai, who had been alerted by the security. With a beaming smile, Guan Qingtai greeted them, welcome, esteemed boss. I am at your service. Please let me know if you require anything. I shook my head and replied, did I not previously mention that you need not make a special trip to attend to me if you have other matters to attend to? Please prepare a Supreme VIP membership card and hand it to my lovely companion beside me. Henceforth, all her expenditures here shall be charged to my account. Additionally, we ought to find a skilled stylist to enhance her appearance. She cannot present herself without any adornment, as it is essential for her to radiate youthful vitality. Guan Qingtai has already noticed that I have replaced my companion with yet another beauty, yet he remains unfazed, given the stature and background of our boss. It would indeed be peculiar otherwise. He immediately responded with a smile. Our fifth floor's Vanessa styling studio is unparalleled throughout the Northeast, and I am certain it will satisfy this young lady. Upon hearing the name of Vanessa Styling Studio, Yang Mingting's eyes widened in disbelief as she gasped lightly. Are you referring to the Vanessa Styling Studio that styled the renowned star Ingba during her commercial appearance? I have heard that their stylists are exceptionally skilled, and their prices are exorbitantly high. A friend of mine saved for an entire year just to have a simple hairstyle done there, which left us utterly envious. She continued, isn't it true that one must make an appointment in advance to have their hair styled there? If we just walk in, won't we be turned away? Guan Qingtai, observing Yang Mingting's naivete, expressed no hint of disdain and responded with a beaming smile. Indeed, it is the very establishment you mentioned. Appointments depend on the individual. As our esteemed boss's associate, you naturally enjoy certain privileges. Even if a colossal star were to be styled, should you arrive, they would defer to you without hesitation, as there are no distinctions of rank in such matters. I was thoroughly pleased with Guan Qingtai's remarks, nodding in agreement with a smile as I allowed him to lead the way. Guan Qingtai was exceptionally adept at managing affairs, and along the route, he made sure to greet the other store managers. At the entrance, the chief stylist of the Vanessa Styling Studio, Peony, awaited them with a welcoming demeanor. Pini's appearance, reminiscent of a flamboyant chamate style, caused Yang Mingting to regard him with a hint of skepticism, prompting her to cautiously inch closer to me. I chuckled and reassured her. These masters all possess such distinctive personalities. You need not worry, for you shall undoubtedly be the most beautiful among them. Pini immediately chimed in. The boss truly has an eye for talent. I say this not out of vanity, but my skills rank among the finest in the entire Huagua. Entrust her to me, and I shall ensure the boss is thoroughly satisfied. This lovely lady's image will be no less captivating than that of any major star, under my care. She will certainly enchant every man. I laughed heartily, responding, that is precisely the effect we desire. Everything must be of the highest quality. As long as this girl is pleased, I shall be content. Pini nodded eagerly and led Yang Mingting to a private room, where several assistants helped with her hair, providing a truly comprehensive service. His title as chief stylist was no mere boast, as scissors danced expertly in his hands, and Yang Mingting's silky strands cascaded down like a flurry of black butterflies. Once the general shape was established, the process moved on to the plasma perm, followed by an extensive care regimen, which proved to be quite time-consuming. I instructed Guan Qingtiao to attend to his own matters, and after a brief absence of about 10 minutes, he returned with the prepared Supreme membership card, eagerly showering me with compliments. I have finally come to understand why the emperors of your held such a fondness for those treacherous ministers. Indeed, the sensation of being flattered is utterly delightful. After more than an hour, Pini's voice resonated from the private room. It is simply marvelous. I have completed yet another exquisite piece of art. The beauty of the model is truly exceptional, surpassing that of any star. I hope you will allow me to take a photograph to display in our shop for promotional purposes. Upon hearing these words, my curiosity was piqued, and I rose to enter the private room, where I was instantly captivated by the scene before me. Chapter 51. Where's the ugly girl? I beheld Yang Mingting's lustrous hair, cascading down her shoulders like silken strands, adding an abundance of allure to her presence. Most notably, while enhancing her charm, she retained her previous innocence, resembling a lotus emerging from the water, a sight both delightful and captivating. Gazing at her reflection, Yang Mingting could scarcely believe her own eyes. She tenderly brushed her hair, relishing the exquisite softness. As a woman, it was her first realization of the vast difference between styled and unstyled hair, illuminating why those glamorous celebrities appeared so distinct. I wore a satisfied smile and remarked, "Truly, you are a renowned stylist. Your skills are remarkable. Please prepare an account of all expenses, deducting them from the rent, and do remember to add a generous tip of 10,000 yuan." Pini nodded eagerly. Having anticipated this outcome during the styling session, though he was taken aback by my magnanimity in offering such a substantial gratuity, Yang Mingting hesitated momentarily and timidly inquired of the assistant beside her, "How much did we spend in total?" Upon learning that the sum, including the tip, amounted to over 40,000 yuan, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. How can it be so expensive? The total cost of all the hair treatments I've had throughout my life doesn't even come close to this amount. It's utterly outrageous. I smiled gently and replied, "I believe the expenditure is justified. As the old adage goes, you get what you pay for. There is a reason behind the costliness. In my presence, you needn't fret over financial matters. Even your capacity to spend cannot rival the speed at which I earn. If you were to bankrupt me, the world's wealthiest individuals would surely hold you in reverence, and the Guinness World Records would undoubtedly place you at the pinnacle of achievement." The speaker's words were lighthearted, yet they resonated deeply with Guan Qingtiao, who felt a profound tremor in his heart. What manner of person could command the admiration of the global elite? It is, of course, their immense wealth that places them beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. This leads to the inference that one's employer possesses an extraordinarily formidable background, suggesting that clinging to such a figure is essential for future prospects. Yang Mingting, with her perpetually bewildered expression, struggled to adapt, being accustomed to meticulously budgeting every penny. I gently stroked her hair and said, "It seems I must nurture you properly. Now, let us venture into the women's apparel section. But you are forbidden from glancing at the price tags. Everything shall be according to your desires. Anything you cherish is worth far more than its cost. You must learn to transform yourself. Let us set off." Among the women, my affection for Yang Mingting is pure and unreserved, perhaps stemming from a sense of indebtedness to my sister throughout our lives. I seek to make amends through her. Yang Mingting gazed at her reflection in the mirror, inhaled deeply, made a resolute decision, and then broke into a radiant smile as she plunged into the realm of high-end women's fashion. In truth, every girl harbors the potential for a shopping obsession, yet various constraints often stifle this inclination. Once liberated, a girl's desire to purchase can be remarkably intense, a phenomenon beautifully exemplified in Yang Mengting. The girl, like a whirlwind, swiftly accumulated an impressive array of clothing, showcasing a dazzling variety of styles that left onlookers in awe. Observing the old garments that Yang Mengting had yet to replace, I resolved that our final destination would be Chanel, for I was thoroughly pleased with my previous ensemble there and had faith that this visit would yield equally splendid results. My expectations were indeed validated when Yang Mengting emerged clad in a vibrant and energetic casual outfit, enhanced by the hairstyle she had just fashioned. She resembled a stunning character straight out of a two-dimensional realm. The nearby sales associates could not help but exclaim in admiration, marveling at how breathtaking she appeared. A stark contrast to her previous self. Due to the sheer volume of her purchases, the trunk of the Porsche 911 GT was insufficient to accommodate everything, prompting Guan Qingtiao to promptly switch to his larger Mercedes-Benz, transforming into a makeshift delivery service. Yang Mengting led them to a dilapidated neighborhood, rather remote and a considerable distance from her workplace. "Why did you choose to live here? It must take you 2 hours to commute daily," I remarked, recognizing that the low rent was likely the reason, feeling a pang of sympathy for her situation. Yang Mengting blinked her beautiful eyes, responding with disbelief. "I never expected you to consider the rent, Tycoon. I once contemplated sharing a place with others, but those I met seemed to perceive me as an easy target because of my youth, always attempting to take advantage of me. Ultimately, I had no choice but to settle here. Though it is far, at least I can enjoy solitude and sleep peacefully without fear." I gently ruffled the girl's hair, my heart swelling with affection, determined to treat her with the utmost care moving forward. Guan Qingtiao followed and carried the items up to the topmost attic, maintaining an expression devoid of any disdain throughout the process. Regardless of the girl's current state of misfortune, her future held immeasurable promise. I smiled and remarked, "I am exceedingly pleased with Manager Guan's performance. Focus on excelling in your current tasks, for numerous opportunities await you in the future." Guan Qingtiao, filled with joy, nodded eagerly and then, displaying great discernment, departed from the premises. I surveyed my surroundings. Although the space was small and dilapidated, Yang Mengting had tidied it up remarkably well, making it quite comfortable. With her cheeks flushed, she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "Tyga mentioned he would require my assistance today, but I wonder when that will be. My bathroom is rather cramped, and I fear, had I not undergone a rigorous transformation, I would hardly have caught her words, yet a wave of joy surged within me. I chuckled and said, "You silly girl, he won't need you just yet. We've been busy all day. Let us first step out for a bite to eat." Upon hearing this, Yang Mengting's heart brimmed with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. It is often said that a girl's thoughts are unfathomable to boys. Tilting her head, she replied, "There isn't a big restaurant around here, but I know a great food stall where we can enjoy some spicy skewers. I just wonder if Tyga will be accustomed to it. Someone of your stature must be used to lobster and abalone every day. How could you possibly enjoy such street food?" I gently patted her head and laughed. "You spend all your time daydreaming. I used to be just as fond of drinking and snacking. Let us go to the food stall you mentioned. The food stall is not far from here, and there is no need to drive." The two walked hand in hand towards it, resembling a couple strolling down the street. Yang Mengting felt the warmth of the hand she held, and suddenly a wave of emotion surged within her, a desire to cry. After all these years, she finally found someone to rely on, and it felt truly wonderful. She gently wrapped her arms around me and gazed up at him with her delicate face, hesitantly uttering a phrase that stirred an endless affection within me. Chapter 52. Narrow paths of enmity throughout my life. No one has ever treated me with such kindness, nor has anyone been my pillar of support. Dear Tai, can you remain my steadfast support? I promise to be exceedingly obedient, to heed your every word, and to cause you no trouble whatsoever. Yang Mengting's voice quivered, reminiscent of a pitiful and helpless chick yearning to remain by her owner's side eternally. I embraced the girl with utmost sincerity and declared, regardless of the circumstances, I shall always be your support and will never permit anyone to mistreat you. Yang Mengting beamed with a sweet smile. For her, the mere existence of such a promise was enough to bring contentment for a lifetime. The two of us arrived at a bustling food stall, a large tent filled with tables equipped with iron troughs, each laden with an array of spicy skewers. Observing my adept handling of these skewers, Yang Mingting couldn't help but display an expression of astonishment. It was truly unexpected that Tai was so down-to-earth, so well acquainted with the fare of the street vendors. It was simply remarkable. I prepared 2 skewers for her and began recounting tales of my past, leaving her utterly captivated. Yang Mingting blinked in disbelief as she remarked, "I never imagined that you, Tai, also hailed from humble beginnings. It is utterly astonishing. If only I had known you back then, we would have undoubtedly been great companions, devoid of any generational gap, a blissful pair indeed." I tenderly offered her a napkin to wipe her mouth and teased, "From the sound of your words, it seems as if we have a generational gap now." What a naughty thing to say. Yang Mingting playfully stuck out her tongue and cheerfully remarked, "There is no generational gap between Tycoon and me. If Tycoon undergoes changes, I will also strive to transform myself to keep pace with him. Indeed, much depends on the perspective one adopts. Much like dining at a street food stall, Tai Ge's current wealth embodies a grounded disposition. In contrast, during his previous days of poverty, his circumstances were starkly defined by destitution. After all, one's identity does dictate one's status. This revelation left me astonished. I never anticipated that Yang Mingting possessed such profound insight, which is truly commendable. The two of them exchanged laughter and banter, and time flew swiftly until dusk descended. At that moment, several motorcycles roared into the vicinity. Yang Mingting expressed her displeasure, stating, "The most annoying aspect here is these motorcycles. They rev up at night with such cacophony that it disrupts sleep." I nodded in agreement, recalling the nights when I rented an apartment, often disturbed by the sound of motorcycles racing past. Suddenly, Yang Mingting lowered her voice, saying, "That blonde fellow leading the group is the one from the 4S shop during the day. If he notices us, could trouble ensue?" I discreetly glanced over, and indeed, it was the same blonde man, who had evidently spotted them and was approaching menacingly. I immediately stood up, shielding Yang Mingting behind me, and regarded the blonde man with indifference, not perceiving them as a threat. The blonde man, with a smirk that barely concealed his disdain, remarked, "Isn't this the esteemed VIP from the Rolls-Royce dealership? What an eye-opener to see you dining at a street food stall." I let out a dismissive snort from my nose, proclaiming, "Wealth cannot buy my willingness. You, too, have ventured here. Do not dare tell me you intend to indulge in sea cucumbers and abalone." I added, "It would be wise not to provoke me, for I will settle both old and new scores with you, ensuring you leave empty-handed. Test me if you wish." The man with yellow hair glared fiercely, bellowing, "At this juncture, you still dare to act tough in front of me? Truly, you are a master of pretense. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in humility, so you understand that bravado can lead to injury. From now on, keep your eyes wide open. Not everyone is someone you can afford to offend." With disdain, I retorted, "As a man from the Northeast, let us resolve matters with action rather than idle chatter. We must not damage others' property. Let us take this outside." The yellow-haired ruffian scoffed, cursing and shouting, "Look at how cocky you are. If I do not teach you a lesson today, I shall take your surname. I will be waiting for you outside." Yang Mingting picked up 2 bottles of liquor, saying, "It seems there is no escaping this. Soon, we shall join forces against him. We cannot afford to suffer a great loss." I gazed at Yang Mingting, who resembled a little wildcat, and could not help but smile, ruffling her hair once more. "They are merely a few small-time thugs. I do not regard them as a threat. Stay here and watch how I deal with them." She nodded obediently, though her grip on the bottles tightened, resolved to lend a hand should the situation turn dire. With bold strides, I stepped outside, casting a contemptuous glance at the yellow-haired man and inquiring, "Will it be a duel, or shall we engage in a brawl?" The blonde-haired youth laughed heartily and said, "Have you read too many novels? Where is the sense in all that nonsense? You wish to challenge me alone, while we are a group. It will be a brawl, where we will overpower you. If you kneel and call me grandfather, and let that girl attend to my needs, I might spare you today. Otherwise, I shall ensure you are left crippled." A glint of cold fury sparked in my eyes as I lunged forward, delivering a swift hook to the youth's chin. He restrained his strength, only using a fraction of his power, yet even so, it sent him flying to the ground, unable to move. Like a tiger among sheep, my fist struck with the ferocity of a predator. Within a minute, all of them lay on the ground, groaning. Yang Mingting, who had initially intended to rush forward to assist, was taken aback by the scene, her mouth agape as if she could swallow an egg whole. She hurriedly emerged, her concern evident as she asked, "Brother Tai, are you hurt?" You are truly amazing, my greatest hero. I smiled and approached the blonde youth, looking down upon him from my elevated stance. It seems your companions are utterly inept, hardly a challenge at all. Ensure I do not see you again. If I do, I shall strike you down each time. The blonde youth, devoid of any bravado, pleaded submissively. I was blind to offend such a formidable brother. Please, do not hold it against me. I promise to keep my distance from you in the future, retreating as far as I can. Thank you for your mercy. Yang Mingting observed the individuals in a state of disarray, clapping her hands in amusement, and then nestled beside me. The two of us, lacking any further appetite, returned to the previous loft, squeezing into the confined bathroom to indulge in a luxurious and intimate bath together. As we savored the enchanting scenery, it truly was a paradise of its own, a delight too exquisite to share with outsiders. I gazed at Yang Mingting, nestled in my embrace like a delicate bird, and surveyed the loft once more, when suddenly an audacious idea blossomed in my mind. I resolved to embark on a bold endeavor, convinced that it would yield fruitful results. Chapter 53. A pair of sisters. After making my decision, I instinctively opted to receive the red envelopes. It appeared that the terrain here was unremarkable, as all 9 envelopes contained only a modest sum of money, amounting to merely several $100,000. Earlier, while shopping in my own mall, I had yet to utilize the multipliers on my spending card, which came in handy today. As I pondered this, Yang Mingting's eyelashes fluttered gently before she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a face with striking contours. Initially startled, Yang Mingting quickly regained her composure, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at my face, finding it extraordinarily handsome, far surpassing that of any celebrity. I noticed her momentary infatuation, which struck me as particularly amusing, and I smiled back at her, as if we were engaged in a playful game of eye contact. After watching for so long last night, are you still not satisfied? Truly a mischievous big brother, always teasing me, she remarked. Her bashfulness from the previous night dissipated after enjoying the scenery together. Her innate clumsiness and innocence were now fully on display. As I tightened my embrace, her delicate form pressed closely against me, as though she wished to merge our beings into one. How could I ever tire of looking at you? I could gaze upon you for a lifetime without ever feeling satiated. You are my precious little treasure, forever cradled in the palm of my hand, I declared. Upon hearing such sweet nothings, Yang Mingting felt a surge of happiness, playfully nudging me and teasingly brushing her hair against my nose. Just as we were immersed in our playful banter, an untimely rumble from my stomach interrupted the moment. Yang Mingting immediately wriggled free, determined to prepare some porridge for me. As I observed Yang Mingting approaching the kitchen, an insatiable curiosity welled up within me, prompting an involuntary question. To my surprise, the girl responded adorably, explaining that she typically cooked alone, as it was more convenient and minimized wear on her clothing. I found myself utterly captivated by her whimsical logic. Watching her don an apron stirred a delightful restlessness in my heart. Although Yang Mingting's culinary skills were rather average, the allure of her beauty made the meal all the more enjoyable, and I naturally sought to calm my racing heart. After all, I had already agreed with Zhou Yifeng that Yang Mingting would no longer need to adhere to the attendance policy of the 4S shop. A simple message would grant her the freedom of a liberated spirit. After a morning of soothing my tumultuous emotions, I finally felt a sense of tranquility, and I couldn't help but smile at the fatigued expression on Yang Mingting's face. This afternoon, accompany me on an outing. Do not inquire about the purpose, simply join me. And you shall also meet a sister of mine, I remarked, playfully pinching her petite nose. Subsequently, I called Lan Minjing to request her assistance in finding a suitable residence. Yang Mingting, with her adorably wide eyes, questioned, "Brother, why are you searching for a house? Is it possible that someone as affluent as you lacks a place to reside?" I couldn't help but worry for the girl's intelligence, chuckling softly as I suggested she prepare herself before we made our way to the location Lan Minjing had shared. Choosing to introduce Lan Minjing to Yang Mingting was undoubtedly a bold endeavor. A misstep could lead to chaos. However, I believe that they were perfectly suited for this experiment. Lan Minjing is the eldest among the women, having navigated the complexities of society for quite some time. She has grown accustomed to many matters and possesses the strongest capacity for acceptance. Yang Mingting, on the other hand, is the youngest, embodying the essence of a naive little sister, easily coaxed with persistence and a touch of playfulness. The pivotal aspect lies in the elevated charm levels of both individuals. Lan Minjing evokes a sense of deep affection upon first meeting, while Yang Mingting inspires instant infatuation, ensuring that the outcome is far from disastrous. Moreover, prior groundwork has been laid to facilitate their encounter seamlessly, allowing for experimentation with the two before considering broader applications. Their destination is the Kunk Youth Apartment, a quintessential hotel-style establishment, highly sought after by the youth, albeit at a considerable price. Lan Minjing awaits them at the entrance, and upon spotting Yang Mingting emerging from the vehicle, her pupils narrow slightly as she scrutinizes the young woman. It quickly becomes evident to her that Yang Mingting does not belong on her list of adversaries. This seemingly adorable girl poses no threat whatsoever. Lan Minjing is acutely aware that, given her status and wealth, many matters cannot be forced but must be navigated with adaptability. A wise woman understands how to adjust to the man she loves, rather than expecting him to make sacrifices for her. Ultimately, those men willing to change for a woman lack substantial depth. The archetype of a domineering CEO, transforming his character for a Cinderella, is a fantasy relegated to the pages of novels. In this world, three-legged toads are a rarity, while two-legged humans are abundant. Despite the presence of goddess-like beauties, encountering one is still a formidable challenge. However, in the company of truly successful individuals, goddesses abound. For each one that approaches, countless others are quick to follow. I smiled and remarked, "This is the car salesgirl Yang Mingting I mentioned to Sister Minjing last time. Apart from the difference in our surnames, your names could practically be those of sisters." Lan Minjing stepped forward and grasped Yang Mingting's hand, gently saying, "Indeed, my dear sister, you are utterly charming. No wonder Jitia praises you to the heavens in my presence." Yang Mingting, with her wide, innocent eyes, replied, "Sister, you flatter me. It is your poised elegance that I have always admired. If only I had a sister like you, I would have endured less hardship. From now on, let me be your little sister, and you can be my elder sister, shall we?" Her infectious charm made Lan Minjing feel that she could truly be a sister, ready to join forces against other competitors. Observing the harmonious interaction between the two women, I breathed a sigh of relief. This attempt had finally succeeded. My gaze randomly fell upon the entrance of the Kunkuo Youth Apartment, which exuded a vibrant energy, perfectly aligning with the youthful spirit. Previously, Lan Minjing had coordinated with the security personnel and instructed 2 guards to keep an eye on the sports car, primarily out of consideration for others. After all, one could not allow anyone to suffer financial ruin. The property management here is commendable, and the community is exceptionally clean, devoid of any litter, and not a single vehicle in sight. The nights are undoubtedly tranquil. The landscaping within the community is also splendid, and taking leisurely strolls here can greatly uplift one's spirits and restore ample vitality. Lan Minjing inquired with a smile, "What do you think of the environment here, sister?" Yang Mingting licked her lips and replied, "It is simply too beautiful. Living here would surely bring immense happiness." Lan Minjing beamed and led them to the central building. Ascending to the 22nd floor, which features a small apartment with a balcony, covering an area of approximately 120 square meters. Upon entering, Yang Mingting felt her eyes overwhelmed by the beauty before her. This was precisely the kind of exquisite residence she had always envisioned. Chapter 54, A Pair of Sisters 2. I gazed at the sparkling eyes of Yang Mingting, unable to suppress the subtle smile tugging at my lips. This girl possessed a singular charm. Her emotions were always vividly displayed on her face. If she liked this apartment, a simple nod would suffice, for it would soon become her cozy nest. With an incredulous expression, Yang Mingting exclaimed, "Brother, are you truly giving me this apartment? Such a precious gift. I cannot possibly accept." Lan Minjing chuckled. "Oh, what a foolish little sister you are. Since it is a present from Jitai, you must graciously accept it. I have already brought the contract." As she spoke, she produced the purchase agreement, urging Yang Mingting to affix her signature, and then retrieved a POS machine, donning a professional smile that exuded an air of formality. "Rest assured, I will have Fat Girl handle the property certificate, and I will deliver it to you later." Previously, I had my eye on a lovely duplex in Kashishi community. I will manage the contract myself, and Jitai can conveniently process the payment. Kashishi is not far from here. I can come by to visit you often, and we will have each other for companionship. Upon hearing the latter part of her statement, I was momentarily taken aback before realizing that Lan Minjing's actions were a subtle indication of her full acceptance of Yang Mingting. With a grin, I handed over my bank card and activated the multiplier cashback card, which this time yielded an 8-fold return. The total expenditure for the two apartments approached $8 million, resulting in a staggering profit of approximately $70 million. Yang Mingting cautiously set the contract aside, and like a spirited little swallow, she flitted about the room in a whirlwind of excitement. Lan Minjing gazed fondly at Yang Mingting, who resembled a child in her innocence, and felt a genuine affection blossom within her. It is indeed remarkable how the bonds between individuals can be so ineffably profound. I cleared my throat and remarked, "Now that you both reside here, lacking a vehicle makes commuting rather inconvenient. Mingting, would you kindly place a call to Zoe Feng? Please ask him to reach out to his acquaintances and arrange for 2 lady cars, priced around $300,000 each, to be delivered. The license plates should be auspicious, or you may select a number that pleases you." This gesture serves to foster goodwill between them. After all, relationships thrive when both parties contribute. For a one-sided investment often leads to unfavorable outcomes. At that moment, Zoe Feng was in the conference room, orchestrating a meeting for his staff to absorb the newly disseminated corporate principles, while also recognizing their commendable efforts. My full payment for a Rolls-Royce Wraith had already reached the ears of the higher-ups. Even the esteemed CEO was aware of it. It is worth noting that such ultra-luxurious vehicles might not see a sale for 3 to 5 years, making this fortunate encounter with a high-profile client all the more noteworthy. The president of Rolls-Royce's Huazhong region personally called Zoe Feng, lavishing him with praise and assuring him that his future prospects were boundless, provided he continued to excel in his endeavors. Zoe Feng, elated by the commendations, was preparing to revel in his good fortune when unexpectedly, his phone rang. With a hint of irritation, he glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Yang Mingting. He quickly answered, his voice dripping with flattery. After hanging up, his heart swelled with joy. While this transaction may only amount to 6 or 70,000, its implications were far more significant. He cleared his throat and said, "I have something of great importance to attend to now. You all should familiarize yourselves with the ethos of the headquarters and subsequently compose a summary of 1,000 words each for me. Now, you may disperse." Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, uncertain about the circumstances. Just moments ago, he had emphasized the significance of this meeting, insisting that all affairs be set aside for participation. Now, he expected them to study on their own, without even reviewing any documents, utterly unaware of what the headquarters ethos entailed. The prospect of writing even 100 words seemed impossible. Zoe Feng paid no heed to the confusion of his subordinates and promptly called the manager of the BMW dealership, instructing him to prepare 2 fully equipped mini cars for women, along with their respective license plates, to be delivered to the designated location. He wasted no time in heading to the Kunkuo youth apartment, where he dialed Yang Mingting's number. Before long, he spotted me, accompanied by 2 women as they emerged. Zoe Feng was not the least bit surprised. For someone of my stature, it would indeed be miraculous to lack an entourage of goddesses. As for the harmonious coexistence of the 2 beauties, it was undoubtedly a testament to my financial prowess. With sufficient wealth, even a pig could accomplish such a feat. Upon seeing the 2 minis that had been delivered, I couldn't help but think of Yuan Bingyue, a quintessential beauty enthusiast. The sight of that car would surely leave her overjoyed and momentarily speechless. He believed that attempts at navigating such turbulent scenarios should not be too frequent. Should things go awry, there would be no refuge for lamentation. It was perhaps wisest to remain quiet for a while. I instructed Lan Minjing and Yang Mingting to take a test drive nearby. After the 2 ladies drove away, I asked the BMW store manager to prepare 3 more cars of the same model. Upon receiving the command, the manager's eyes sparkled with excitement. The top-tier Mini is priced over 400,000, and selling 5 within a month is indeed an extraordinary achievement. The 3 vehicles I reserved were, of course, intended for my sister and the other 2 girls, as such cars are highly sought after by those who prioritize aesthetics. Once I dispatched these individuals, the next phase was to indulge in a delightful 3-person soiree, though regrettably, the larger company hindered our ability to appreciate the surroundings. That evening, I was sent back to the villa while Lan Minjing stayed with Yang Mingting to deepen their bond and fortify our united front. He began by engaging Linger in conversation, followed by light-hearted banter with the dreamy Pixie, who, as expected of a streamer, could effortlessly maintain the flow of dialogue. I succumbed to slumber under the soothing lullaby of the dreamy Pixie until the notification sound of a red envelope roused me from my dreams, prompting me to claim my reward. I received a Hermes wallet, wishing me a pleasant click. I also acquired a Bentley Continental, wishing me a pleasant click. Furthermore, I obtained a 30 stake in the Northeast Financial Group, wishing me a pleasant click. Not only did I secure a luxury vehicle today, but I also gained shares in the Northeast Financial Group, the largest investment consortium in Northeast China. This group is filled with elites, particularly the investment advisors, each more formidable than the last, their egos soaring to great heights. As I was enjoying my breakfast, the sudden ring of the telephone interrupted the tranquility. It was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a voice emerged from the speaker. "I apologize for disturbing you so early, Mr. Wang. I am Zheng Weiding, the president of Northeast Finance Group, and I would like to thank you for purchasing shares in our company." Realizing it was President Zheng, I reassured him. "Those shares were merely a whimsical investment on my part. There is no need for you to concern yourself with it. Please continue your endeavors without my interference." Having learned from past experiences, I was well aware of the underlying intentions of such calls. I preemptively offered him a sense of ease to avert unnecessary discourse. Zheng Weiding indeed breathed a sigh of relief. I held a 30 stake in Northeast Finance Group, merely one shy of his own, which placed me in a position of considerable influence. It was imperative to cultivate a cordial relationship with him. Otherwise, a mere misstep could leave him in dire straits without recourse. Chapter 55. Such worthiness. Zheng Weiding felt that while I spoke thus, he could not fully trust me and needed to demonstrate his capabilities to earn my complete confidence. He passionately elaborated on the promising prospects of the Northeast Financial Group and the comprehensive plans ahead, asserting that the future was boundless. I chuckled and replied, "I sincerely apologize. Although my studies were in economics, I have never possessed a knack for investments. My foray into investing is quite arbitrary, solely dictated by my whims. Much like my recent acquisition of your stocks, which was a mere stroke of luck." Upon hearing this, Zheng Weiding inwardly cursed, incredulous that someone could speak such words, especially given that those shares were worth billions, yet purchased with such casualness. I continued, "Had it not been for the fact that you are an investment firm, I would have had no interest in acquiring your stocks. My previous words were not mere pleasantries, they were my genuine sentiments. You should pursue your ambitions without excessive contemplation. Even if you harbored reservations before, now that I am the second largest shareholder of the company, those concerns can be cast aside. If you were once a fighter jet, I have now equipped you with a vector engine, propelling you forward with vigor." Zheng Weiding initially intended to paint a grand vision for me, but unexpectedly, I turned the tables, delivering a metaphorical slap to his face with my nonchalance. At a loss for how to proceed, he could only utter a flurry of compliments, assuring me that I could summon him for any matters in the future before hastily ending the call. I disdainfully curled my lips, recognizing that Zheng Wei, a technically skilled player, was far from adept at playing the game of empty promises. The bosses he had encountered previously were all masters of illusion, spinning tales so extravagant that they bordered on the absurd, far more persuasive than any pyramid scheme. With nothing pressing to occupy my time, I chose to lounge on the sofa, feigning a state of lethargy. The life of the wealthy, akin to that of a salted meat, is indeed rather monotonous. In a state of drowsiness, the phone rang, and I casually muttered a response to answer. The voice of Yuan Bingwe emerged. "Could you come to the financial building? Please hurry." Upon hearing her words, I was instantly alert. A glance at the clock revealed it was nearly noon, making it a perfect opportunity to join Yuan Bingwe for lunch. "What has happened?" "I'll head over right away. Share the location with me, and stay put." Yuan Bingwe acknowledged, and then hung up, secretly relieved, feeling a bit more assured. She was dressed in a crisp white suit, her hair neatly tied back, exuding an air of professionalism. Yuan Bingwe had come to the financial building to meet a classmate and discuss investment matters, only to unexpectedly attract the attention of her classmate's financial director. Through subtle inquiries, the financial director discovered that Yuan Bingwe was merely a bank employee, which immediately sparked his interest in pursuing a romantic endeavor. Yuan Bingwe, naturally, was not impressed by this financial director, yet he persisted, determined to showcase his exceptional qualities. She was truly relentless, deciding to call me in order to inform the financial director that she was already taken, thereby extinguishing any sordid intentions. At that moment, the infuriating voice intruded. "Miss Yuan, why the haste? In the realm of financial investments, I have garnered a modicum of renown. Numerous affluent individuals collaborate with me. Should I manage your investments, I assure you, substantial profits await. How about we discuss this over a meal?" He continued, "I know an upscale restaurant nearby where the Wagyu beef is exquisite. Dining and conversing will surely lead us to a mutual understanding. The financial director brandished the car keys in his hand, emblazoned with the emblem of a BMW 7 Series, worth no less than $1 million. Yuan Bingwe, with a frosty demeanor, replied, "I sincerely apologize, but my boyfriend is on his way to pick me up, and I would prefer not to give him any reason for misunderstanding." The financial director dismissed her concerns, underestimating her boyfriend as merely a member of the working class. Likely just a senior white-collar worker, hardly noteworthy. "I believe Miss Yuan is being overly cautious," he asserted. "If your boyfriend truly cares for your future, he would not object to you dining with me. I, too, once held love above all else at your age. But love without a material foundation is ultimately a castle in the air. In time, you will realize that it is the accomplished individuals who can bring you genuine happiness. Love alone cannot substitute for sustenance." His words were brazen, and as he leaned closer to Yuan Bingwe, she instinctively took a couple of steps back, her heart yearning even more for my arrival. The financial director was keen to position himself favorably when a Bentley Continental suddenly came to a halt before him, leaving him momentarily stunned. I alighted from the vehicle and approached Yuan Bingwe, naturally taking her hand in mine. He scrutinized the financial director, having arrived just in time to witness the latter's intentions toward Yuan Bingwe. "Bingwe, what transpired just now? Did I not mention that I would pick you up for lunch? What is this all about?" As a distinguished investor, the financial director had previously interacted with numerous business magnates and had encountered his fair share of luxury automobiles. He instantly recognized this Bentley Continental as the most luxurious and top-tier model, starting at a minimum of $5 million. Compared to it, a BMW 7 Series seemed utterly pedestrian. Yuan Bingwe, her expression frosty, remarked, "Did you not suggest that I consider investing some money? I thought that several million should not go to waste. So I approached my classmate for advice. He happens to be the financial director and insisted on assisting me with my investment. Wanting to have an in-depth discussion, it has been quite bothersome. Please do not misunderstand, young sir. I merely saw your girlfriend's interest in investing and thought it would be challenging for a woman in this realm, hence my desire to assist her." The financial director hastily clarified, sensing the discontent in my demeanor. With a scoff, I retorted, "What makes you think you are qualified to assist my girlfriend with her investments? It is nothing short of a ludicrous joke. I have just acquired a 30% stake in the Northeast Financial Group. Matters concerning my girlfriend's investments will naturally be handled by the professionals there. It is indeed a remarkable coincidence that the Northeast Finance Group has been acquired for 30 of its shares, a news that has swiftly circulated throughout the financial community, prompting a flurry of speculation regarding the identity of the formidable investor behind this move. As the financial director, being well-versed in the intricacies of the industry, was naturally aware of this development. Consequently, he was utterly convinced by my words, leaving him visibly shaken and weak in the knees. The individual capable of becoming the second-largest shareholder in the Northeast Finance Group possesses both immense financial resources and an extensive network, rendering them quite formidable. With a mere utterance, they could irrevocably dismantle his career, leaving him with little hope of attracting future investments. Chapter 56. Whence comes the rule upon witnessing the financial director's pallid visage? I found the encounter rather tedious. To engage in disputes with such a lackluster individual would only diminish my own stature. Today, however, my spirits were elevated, and I decided to grant him a reprieve this once. I advised him to be more discerning in the future, cautioning him not to presume that his position afforded him the liberty to act arbitrarily. The financial director hastily expressed his gratitude and scurried away. And this incident served as a turning point for him, transforming misfortune into fortune. I took Yuan Bingwe's hand and smiled, saying, "I was just about to seek you out. I noticed you lacked a means of transportation, so I made it a point to find a suitable model for you. Take a look and see which color appeals to you." With a beaming smile, Yuan Bingwe settled into the passenger seat, perusing images on her phone. She quickly settled on a pink Mini, revealing a delightful youthful spirit within her. I contacted the BMW dealership manager, requesting that they deliver the vehicle to a nearby Western restaurant where we happened to be dining, allowing us to take it for a test drive afterward. As we enjoyed our meal, a suddenly popped up, presenting an astonishing array of over 70 rewards, prompting me to select the option to receive them. I received a ballpoint pen, wishing you a pleasant click. I acquired funds amounting to 3,658 yuan, wishing you a pleasant click. I obtained cash totaling 25,896 yuan, wishing you a pleasant click. I was granted ownership of the Friendship Building, wishing you a pleasant click. Lastly, I received a solitary toothpick, wishing you a pleasant click. Most of these red envelopes contained funds and cash, amounting to over 30 million. Additionally, there were some jumbled items that bore no relevance. The most valuable asset among them was the Friendship Building, a renowned high-end international plaza in Bin City, regarded as one of its landmark structures. Unlike the purely upscale shopping mall, the Mailu Mall, the Friendship Building is an extensive mixed-use project comprising prime office spaces, retail establishments, and luxury apartments. It encompasses an 80,000 square meter high-end shopping mall, 8 office buildings, and 6 luxurious residential towers with a total of 72 units, culminating in a total floor area of 680,000 square meters. Situated in the very heart of Bin City, it is undeniably a prime piece of real estate, with an overall valuation nearing several billion. I excused myself to the restroom and contacted Linger via my mobile phone. Upon glancing at the property ownership certificate on the bedroom desk, I couldn't help but gasp. This truly was a remarkable windfall. After Linger arrived, the system underwent a minor adjustment, which entailed dispatching all physical items drawn, aside from cash, directly to the villa. This precaution was taken to avoid any sudden appearances of items in public, which could lead to awkward explanations and unnecessary complications. The vehicle arrived promptly, and Yuan Bingyue instantly fell in love with its aesthetic appeal, beaming as she entered and casually selected a direction to drive off. I casually handed the sales staff several old banknotes, instructing them to take a taxi back, and then followed Yuan Bingyue's lead, unexpectedly driving all the way to the Friendship Building. Yuan Bingyue parked the car in the Friendship Building's parking lot and, with a beaming smile, remarked, "This vehicle is simply remarkable. I believe it surpasses your previous sports car. I am utterly enamored by it." I chuckled and replied, "As long as you adore it. That's all that matters. Since we have already come this far, let us venture inside and indulge in some shopping for a few outfits." Yuan Bingyue readily agreed, affectionately linking her arm with mine. The allure between us was palpable, as the chemistry we shared was of such a nature that it could effortlessly blossom at any moment. The path they took led them past an office building before arriving at the mall's main entrance. With a glint of mischief in my eyes, I suggested, "Since you have such a penchant for investment, why not establish an office here and officially set up an investment firm? We could have the Northeast Financial Group as the parent company, and then enlist some elite professionals to assist you. Your business would surely flourish." Yuan Bingyue blinked in response. "But I am an employee of Binsheng Bank. If I were to pursue such an endeavor, it would contravene the bank's regulations, and I would be dismissed. If my mother were to discover that I abandoned my banking career to start an investment firm, she would surely deem me irresponsible and scold me mercilessly." I chuckled again and said, "This matter is quite simple. I will have a word with Lian Fei, explaining that you are merely assisting me. Currently, I have nearly 10 billion in funds at your bank. If Lian Fei refuses to accommodate me, I shall withdraw that sum, leaving him to lament his decision." Yuan Bingyue smiled radiantly, pressing her body against mine, enveloping my arm in a soft embrace that stirred my senses. As we entered the lobby of the office building and inquired with the security personnel, we learned that the sales office was located on the 4th floor, and we were about to head towards the elevator. At that moment, a delivery man rushed in, only to be halted by the security guard. "What is the matter? Are you unaware that the Friendship Building prohibits deliveries?" the guard questioned. The delivery man pleaded urgently, "I am aware of the rules, but this order is extremely urgent. Please, I assure you, just this once, there will be no next time." Unmoved, the guard replied, "Don't hold on to such foolish hopes. Rules are rules, and exceptions cannot be made. If I let you in, I will certainly face penalties from my superiors. I have my own family to support." The delivery man, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, "I am about to exceed the delivery time, and I can't reach the customer by phone. I implore you to show some leniency." The security guard remained resolute, and as the delivery man, overwhelmed by urgency, attempted to push past, the guard reached out to restrain him, leading to a brief altercation. Witnessing this scene, I quickly approached, separating them with a casual wave of my hand. "What are you doing? It's hard for everyone working here. Can't we resolve this calmly? Resorting to violence benefits no one. Those who win may end up in jail, and those who lose may find themselves in the hospital." The delivery man outside was on the verge of tears, his voice trembling as he lamented, "I simply wish to deliver the food upstairs. He refuses to allow it. And if someone complains, my entire day's work will be in vain." The security guard, with a look of distress, replied, It is not that I wish to deny him entry. There are regulations in place that prohibit delivery personnel and other unauthorized individuals from entering the building. If I permit him inside, I will surely face repercussions from above, resulting in fines and salary deductions, which I cannot endure. I furrowed my brow. Finding this rule utterly despicable, it was an apparent act of bullying. Why should these individuals be barred from entering the building? With a stern expression, I declared, I am aware of this situation. Allow him to deliver the food. I shall take responsibility for any consequences. Furthermore, I am quite pleased with your performance. Regardless of the reasons, it is commendable to uphold principles. Intimidated by my commanding presence, the security guard reluctantly permitted the delivery man to enter. However, to my astonishment, just as the delivery man was about to step into the elevator, he was forcefully kicked out by someone inside. Chapter 57. This is my territory. I witnessed a delivery man being unceremoniously kicked out of the elevator, his packages scattering across the floor. A surge of anger welled up within me, prompting me to stride over without hesitation. At that moment, a young man, ostentatiously dressed and exuding arrogance, swaggered out of the elevator. You worthless security guard, are your eyes blind? Haven't I told you before that these lower-class individuals are not permitted to enter the building? Though berated, the guard dared not express any dissent. His head bowed in response. It was Manager Liu who arrived. I didn't allow this delivery man to enter. It was this gentleman who made the request, stating he would take responsibility for any issues. I interjected, there is no need to blame the guard. It was I who permitted the delivery man entry, who granted you the authority to bar him from the premises. And you? Have your family ever taught you the meaning of courtesy? How dare you refer to them as lower class? And what gives you the right to insult the guard? Manager Liu's attention was drawn by my words, and he scrutinized me from head to toe, subsequently sneering with disdain. Who do you think you are? Daring to raise your voice here? I am the security manager. My uncle is the deputy director of security. Together, we are the law here, and our words are the rules. Allowing these lower-class individuals into the building would tarnish our esteemed image. We are a premier establishment, catering only to the elite. Tomorrow, I shall put up a sign declaring that lower-class individuals and dogs are not permitted entry. Yuan Bingwe, witnessing Manager Liu's arrogant demeanor, felt an intense surge of indignation and retorted fiercely, you are merely a security manager, yet you dare to behave so presumptuously. It is you who tarnishes this place's image. You ought to be expelled. Manager Liu smirked disdainfully and responded, you insolent woman, how dare you challenge me? I will summon the security to throw you out right now. I scoffed derisively. You truly possess an audacious tongue. Do you not fear that the wind may twist it? If you have the capability, then do throw me out. I am the proprietor of the Friendship Building. This is my domain. How dare you presume to dictate terms here? It is utterly ludicrous. Upon uttering these words, everyone, including Yuan Bingwe, was taken aback, their expressions a blend of disbelief and astonishment. Manager Liu was the first to regain his composure, donning an exaggerated grin as he exclaimed, you claim to be the owner of the Friendship Building? I believe you are still caught in a daydream. Have you taken a moment to reflect on your own worth? Do you truly think you possess the qualities of a proprietor? If you are the owner of the Friendship Building, then I must be the wealthiest person in the world. He continued, laden with contempt, I detest individuals like you, who puff themselves up in front of women, boldly boasting without any basis. You are nothing but a fool, bringing disgrace to your family. This individual, brimming with mockery, attempted to slap my face, but I swiftly struck his hand away. The impact akin to being struck by a heavy discus. I then retrieved my phone and instructed Linger to call Lin Jinfei, the head of the property management company, using the number listed on the property documents. In the conference room on the top floor of the Friendship Building, Lin Jinfei gathered the leadership of the property management company for an urgent meeting. I had just received a call from the owner of the Friendship Building, and I learned that the property has changed hands. Currently, all I possess is the new owner's phone number and the moniker Tai Xiao. The previous owner had been quite clear about not disturbing Tai Xiao, lest we provoke his displeasure. If Tai Xiao were to be unhappy for even a moment, it could spell eternal discontent for others. Upon hearing this, the senior executives collectively gasped. The former owner was undeniably formidable, and his words hinted at the formidable influence of Tai Xiao. Lin Jinfei, with utmost seriousness, addressed the assembly, stating that Tai Xiao could arrive at any moment, and it was imperative that they manage their subordinates with care. They must not leave a negative impression on Tai Xiao, should he decide to replace our company. Every individual present would face dire consequences. The attendees nodded in agreement, acutely aware that their livelihoods depended on the friendship building. Being ousted from this establishment would result in catastrophic repercussions. Just as Lin Jianfei was about to continue, the secretary abruptly burst through the door, brandishing a phone, exclaiming that Tai Xiao was calling. Initially displeased with the secretary's interruption, Lin Jianfei quickly cast aside his annoyance upon hearing the announcement and hastily took the phone. Hello, Tai Xiao. What a surprise to receive your call. When do you plan to arrive? I will ensure that everyone is here to welcome you. Do not waste my time with trivialities. I am at Gate 4 of the number 1 commercial building. If you fail to arrive within 5 minutes, you will bear the consequences. Lin Jianfei, upon hearing the busy tone on the other end of the call and recalling my icy demeanor, felt his legs quiver with anxiety. He let out a loud shout and dashed towards the exit. The other senior executives, witnessing this commotion, were equally flustered and hurriedly followed in his wake, clamoring as they rushed outside. The employees outside, confused by the unfolding scene, could only trail behind, creating a lively uproar in the process. Manager Liu, observing my abrupt disconnection from the call, scoffed, "You certainly play your part well. Had I not met the owner here through my uncle, you might have deceived me. You are merely a scoundrel adept at misleading women. This young lady ought to be vigilant. Do not allow such a charlatan to ensnare you. Only someone of my stature is worthy of your attention." This man, drawn by Yuan Bingyue's beauty, entertained ulterior motives, attempting to usurp my position. I chose to disregard Manager Liu and instead reached out to the delivery man, assuring him not to worry, as I would provide him with an explanation for the situation. Manager Liu, with a dismissive snort, remarked, "I did not expect you to be so engrossed. Perhaps I have indulged you too much. Someone, summon additional security and have them throw these intruders out." No sooner had he finished speaking than a cacophony of footsteps caught his attention. He turned towards the sound to see Lin Jianfei leading a throng of senior executives, with junior staff trailing behind, all hastening towards us. Manager Liu was instantly taken aback, and a sudden pang of anxiety gripped his heart as he felt he might have landed himself in deep trouble. He hurriedly approached Lin Jianfei, fawningly exclaiming, "How fortunate we are to have you here, Mr. Lin. There has been a minor incident, but I assure you, I will resolve it promptly." However, Lin Jianfei abruptly interrupted him with a sharp gesture, pushing him aside as he swiftly approached me, bowing deeply in a show of respect. "I am Lin Jianfei. It is an honor to meet you, Iron Master. Your presence here truly elevates our humble establishment." I let out a dismissive snort, cutting off Lin Jianfei's flattery. As a tremor of unease coursed through Lin Jianfei, Manager Liu's heart was also flooded with trepidation, prompting him to hastily sidle up to another individual for support. Chapter 58. What a remarkable protocol, uncle. What on earth is happening? Why is President Lin showing such profound respect to this young lad? What is his background? Manager Liu inquired cautiously of his uncle, Vice President Liu, while inwardly praying that it was not as the young man had previously claimed. Vice President Liu shot a glare at Manager Liu and admonished him softly, "Silence. Young Master Tai is the new owner of the Friendship Building, with connections that are extraordinarily formidable." The former owner treated the building as a mere cash cow, yet when the young master spoke, he obediently relinquished it without daring to utter a word of protest. Now, young Master Tai is our benefactor. With a single word from him, we could find ourselves cast out, left to fend for ourselves. How dare you refer to him as a mere young lad? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? In comparison to young Master Tai, we are unworthy even to carry his shoes. Upon hearing his uncle's words and glancing at me standing before him, Manager Liu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling involuntarily. Lin Jianfei, equally drenched in cold sweat, recognized my fury. Having honed his ability to read the room to ascend to his current position, he stiffened and said, "I was unaware that young Master Tai would be here. I was in the midst of organizing management tasks upstairs." "I believe there is no further need for you to arrange management tasks," I interjected decisively. "I have resolved to terminate our contract and seek a new property management company. I cannot permit anyone to wield unchecked power in my domain, nor can I allow a hierarchy to form among those present." Once again, I interrupted Lin Jianfei's words, and what followed sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, their faces paling in fear. Lin Jianfei hastily replied, "I believe there must be a misunderstanding. I have always instructed all employees to treat everyone in Friendship Mansion with utmost respect, and any misconduct is absolutely intolerable." I snorted derisively. Yet what I witnessed tells a different story. This delivery worker was denied entry to the building and was even kicked out of the elevator. Moreover, your security manager, right before my eyes, insulted the guards as filthy security personnel, declaring that all delivery workers and couriers are of inferior status, even going so far as to propose a sign stating that inferior beings and dogs are not permitted inside. I am truly astonished. I had not anticipated such occurrences in this day and age. If word of this reaches the internet, the reputation of this place will be utterly tarnished. Since you seem indifferent to the reputation of Friendship Mansion, I shall not hold back. I will engage a specialized legal team to address this matter thoroughly. Upon hearing these words, Lin Jianfei's eyes widened in horror as he turned to Vice President Liu, his teeth grinding audibly. Without hesitation, Vice President Liu delivered a resounding slap to Manager Liu's face, the force of which left one side of his face swollen. You despicable scoundrel! Who gave you the audacity to act in such a manner? Just wait and see how I deal with you, Vice President Liu shouted, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks to Manager Liu, embodying the very essence of righteous indignation. Yuan Bingyue interjected, there is no need for you to feign suffering. This individual surnamed Liu has already stated that his uncle is the deputy general manager in charge of security. It must be you. The man surnamed Liu claimed that you too are the ruling authority here, insisting that everyone must heed your commands, for your words are the law. Anyone daring to provoke you shall be unceremoniously expelled by the security personnel. Furthermore, the man surnamed Liu remarked that Ji Tai was nothing more than a charlatan, declaring that following Ji Tai would lead to no future. Only by following him could one find success. His words indeed opened my eyes. Upon hearing this, Vice General Manager Liu's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the floor, wishing he could strangle Manager Liu on the spot, truly a disgrace to his uncle. Lin Jianfei kept bowing in apology. It is all my fault. I failed to manage my subordinates properly, unaware of their audacious behavior. I interrupted Lin Jianfei once more, inquiring of the security guard and the delivery man, how long has this rule been in place? The security guard glanced at Lin Jianfei, hesitatingly replied, I have been working here for nearly a year, and this rule was already in effect when I arrived. It has apparently been in place for quite some time. The delivery man chimed in. Indeed, I have heard from my predecessors that this place has always been off limits, making it a hotspot for complaints. This situation has persisted for several years. I regarded Lin Jianfei with a dispassionate gaze and said, you must not tell me that. After such an extended period, you remain utterly oblivious to this matter. If that is indeed the case, I harbor serious doubts about your capabilities, particularly regarding the cohesion of your company, which I cannot commend. Lin Jianfei was drenched in cold sweat, unsure of how to articulate his defense, anxiously pacing in place. With a flushed face, he bowed deeply to the delivery man and declared, this situation arose solely due to my mismanagement. Please accept my sincere apologies. I solemnly pledge to uphold stringent standards for our management personnel henceforth, ensuring that we will never allow such contemptible individuals to tarnish our reputation. I shall notify the company's legal team to hold Vice President Liu and Manager Liu accountable, ensuring they face the consequences of their actions. Upon hearing these words, Vice President Liu hurriedly stepped forward, pleading desperately, it is all my fault. I beseech you, General Lin, grant me another chance. I promise I shall never transgress again. Over these years, I have toiled diligently, if not with merit, then at least with effort. With a fierce kick, Lin Jianfei struck Liu's shoulder, vehemently rebuking, you wretched scoundrel. How dare you utter such words at this juncture? You have committed countless misdeeds over the years, and it is time to settle the score. You and your nephew believe you can escape unscathed, but today, we shall sever that corrupt hand. Recognizing Lin Jianfei's unwavering resolve, Vice President Liu understood that further pleas were futile. The intention was to use their familial bond to placate me. This was the least costly way to salvage the situation, a strategy anyone would employ. Unfortunately for him, his nephew had led him to this downfall. I coldly regarded Lin Jianfei and remarked, considering your contrition towards the delivery man, I shall overlook this incident on this occasion. Should there be a next time, there will be no need for me to speak. You shall take everyone and depart on your own accord. Do you comprehend? Lin Jianfei expressed his profound gratitude, saying, thank you, Tai Xiao, for granting me another opportunity. I assure you, such an incident shall not recur. He added, if such a situation arises again, I would find it unbearable to face Tai Xiao, and I would willingly plunge into the depths of the sea, unable to bear the shame of existing in this world. I nodded in satisfaction and continued. My girlfriend intends to establish an investment firm, Let us ascertain which office spaces are available here and make suitable arrangements. Lin Jinfei promptly nodded in agreement, bowing respectfully as he led them to the golden floor. Just as they entered the elevator, Vice President Liu lunged at Manager Liu, and the air was filled with anguished cries. The security personnel and the delivery boy, witnessing the scuffle between the two, felt a sense of satisfaction in their hearts. Chapter 59. Capturing your heart through your stomach. Yuan Bingwei was exceedingly pleased with the office space. I called Zheng Wei, who promptly assured me that he would handle all the necessary arrangements and dispatch an elite team to settle in. Once the office was secured, I chose a spacious flat of over 130 square meters in the apartment building, allowing Lin Jinfei to register under Yuan Bingwei's name. Previously, Yuan Bingwei had rented a modest apartment, and now, having upgraded to something far more luxurious, she was elated and decided to cook a sumptuous meal to reward me. As I watched Yuan Bingwei busily preparing in the kitchen, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. It is often said that a beautiful woman's cooking can be perilous. I wondered if her enhanced physique could withstand the culinary adventure. To my astonishment, within merely an hour, Yuan Bingwei had prepared a feast that was a delight to the senses, visually appealing, fragrant, and delectable. I expressed my surprise. I never expected you to possess such remarkable culinary skills. It truly is unexpected. With a beaming smile, Yuan Bingwei replied, I was merely a small-time bank clerk with a limited salary, and I couldn't afford to squander it. Cooking for myself was the most economical choice. Moreover, my mother taught me from a young age that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Excellent cooking is undoubtedly an asset for any woman. I wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. In our culture, the virtues of a good wife have long been esteemed, embodying the ideal of excelling in both the parlor and the kitchen. After tasting her dishes, I was left in awe. The flavors were exquisite, rivaling even those of professional chefs. I cannot help but sing your praises. I never anticipated that your culinary creations would be so delectable. Had I known this, I would have abandoned the idea of opening an investment firm altogether. Instead, we could have established a grand hotel. With your extraordinary culinary skills, success would be assured, and I could simply sit back and count the profits. Yuan Bingwei replied with a smile. I indeed once entertained such notions, but the moment I think of my mother, all such thoughts vanish. My mother is my culinary mentor, and her skills surpass mine. Regrettably, she was looked down upon by my paternal grandmother's family, which ultimately led to her divorce from my father. The disdain from my grandmother's family stemmed from their belief that my mother lacked a respectable occupation and brought shame upon them. Curiously, I inquired, from what you imply, your grandmother's family must be of noble lineage, otherwise, such sentiments would be unfathomable. Yuan Bingwei's expression fell as she responded, my father is a renowned calligrapher, Che Jingjia, and my grandmother's family has always belonged to the scholarly elite. After my mother's divorce, I took her surname, and it has been many years since I last visited my grandmother's home. They have likely forgotten about me, their granddaughter. My mother has always held this matter close to her heart, insisting that I secure a respectable job. To facilitate my employment at Binzhang Bank, she exerted every effort. Previously, I harbored some grievances towards her, but now I feel none. If I had not worked at Binzhang Bank, how would I have had the fortune of meeting you? Meeting you is the greatest stroke of luck in my life. I am aware that individuals of your stature are often inaccessible to someone like me, a Cinderella. Yet, as long as there is a place for me by your side, I shall be content. She articulated her feelings to such an extent that my love for her became profoundly etched in my heart, rendering subsequent events rather straightforward. Just as I was poised to let things unfold naturally, unexpectedly, Yuan Bingwei retreated to another room only to reappear clad in the uniform of Binzhang Bank. The two of us seemed to revert to the atmosphere of the conference room, where the tension escalated rapidly. I found myself admiring the scenery, a view too intimate to share with outsiders. Gazing at the enchanting figure in my arms, a contented smile graced my face as I gently tightened my embrace. As if fearful of her slipping away, Yuan Bingwei, sensing my gesture, was filled with sweetness. Convinced that her choice was impeccable and that she would never regret it in this lifetime, she recalled my reaction upon seeing her in uniform, which inspired a bashful yet delightful notion, bringing me immense happiness. In the following weeks, I spent my time enjoying the company of 3 women, though the red envelopes yielded little of value, predominantly consisting of cash and funds. Altogether, these monetary assets amounted to a substantial sum, likely in the hundreds of millions, which I intended to provide to Yuan Bingwei as startup capital, allowing her to indulge in her pursuits. The only noteworthy gain during this time was acquiring a Sonda champion and a free fighting skill card, which further enhanced my combat abilities. As my martial prowess grew, my control over my body improved, allowing me to fully harness the effects of the health-enhancing pills. I visited Juinha Fitness Club several times, yet regrettably, I could not ascertain my limits, leaving me dissatisfied, prompting a few complaints to Zhong Huarong. Zhong Huarong conveyed this matter to the curator, Li Jiming, who proceeded to review all the surveillance footage, astonished by my performance. Li Jiming concluded that my physical prowess had reached an astonishing level, one that even the illustrious captain of the national team might struggle to surpass. Perceiving this as an impossibility, he relayed the information to his father, Li Guangjuan, sharing all the relevant data. After a prolonged silence, Li Guangjuan called a close friend, seeking assistance in uncovering my background. The individual he contacted belonged to a clandestine department, akin to the mythical Dragon Group, known for their unparalleled investigative capabilities. To Li Guangjuan's surprise, this friend solemnly advised him against further inquiries into my background, warning of consequences they could not bear. The hint of fear in his friend's tone suggested that my background was profoundly intimidating. Li Guangjuan surmised that someone of my caliber would be worth cultivating a relationship with, and the pretext for such an alliance would naturally be to offer assistance regarding my health. Unbeknownst to me, I was currently at my sister's residence, having come to deliver a vehicle to the two young ladies. Hu Qinxue, her cheeks flushed, remarked, "It's merely a 10-minute walk from here to the office, and the surrounding amenities are quite complete. Why would we need a car?" I replied with a smile, "In this day and age, a car is an essential item. Without one for transportation, accomplishing even the simplest tasks becomes rather inconvenient. To say that you are my girlfriend, gifting you a car is simply a matter of course. Why would you refuse me?" My sister chimed in, "What my brother says is indeed very true. Since we moved here, we have yet to return to the dormitory to collect our belongings. Why don't you and Qinxue go back together and bring the things over? I'm really too lazy to move, so I leave it to you." As she spoke, she winked at me, her meaning unmistakable. Chapter 60. A direct passage. Hu Qinxue also wished to enjoy a moment of solitude with me. After making a quick call to confirm her roommates were in the dormitory, she followed me as I departed. This time, I was driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which, in terms of aesthetics, could not quite rival the previous Lamborghini. With a playful smile, Hu Qinxue remarked, "Why didn't you take the sports car from last time? This interior looks quite luxurious and must be rather expensive." I replied with a smile, "This vehicle is merely a few million. It's passable, I suppose. The previous sports car was too cramped, unsuitable for transporting people or goods. If my sister were to tag along, there wouldn't even be a spot for her to sit, hence my choice to drive this one." I added, "If you prefer riding in a sports car, I shall drive one whenever I come to see you. Whatever pleases you, I shall make it happen." Upon hearing this, Hu Qinxue felt a delightful warmth in her heart. Every girl, regardless of her demeanor, cherishes being cherished and cradled in the hands of her beloved. I casually remarked, "You need not take it to heart. As long as one is with their loved one, even taking the bus can bring joy." Yet, she thought to herself, of course, it would be even better to be in a car. I truly wish to avoid the days of squeezing onto a bus and enduring unwanted advances. Our conversation flowed with laughter, and soon we approached the vicinity of the school. In the distance, we noticed a gathering of people at the entrance. As if something significant was unfolding, I reduced my speed, and together with Hu Qinxue, we curiously peered ahead, soon discerning the reason for the commotion. In the open space before the school gate lay a heart-shaped arrangement crafted from roses. Judging by its size, it must have contained several hundred blooms. A fashion-forward young man sporting a stylish pompadour and adorned with earrings stands beside a rose-patterned backdrop, seemingly poised to declare his affections. Upon witnessing this scene, Hu Qinxue's expression soured dramatically, and I immediately surmised that she was the object of his intentions. Squinting, I inquired, "Do you know this fellow?" Hu Qinxue hastily responded, "His name is Tang Wenjia. It is said that he hails from a family with assets exceeding 100 million, embodying the archetype of a flamboyant rich second generation. He exploits his wealth to pursue any girl he fancies, and as you are aware, many young women are easily swayed by monetary allure, which has enabled him to ensnare them effortlessly. Tang Wenjia switches girlfriends as one might turn the pages of a book. Yet there remains a plethora of admirers eager to indulge his vanity. For reasons unbeknownst to me, he has set his sights on me. At that time, despite my financial struggles, I adhered to my principles and refused to compromise my integrity for money. After encountering rejection from me, which bruised his ego, he began to persistently harass me, and I have consistently met his advances with resolute and unyielding refusals. It appears he has learned of my return to school and orchestrated this distasteful spectacle at the entrance. Hu Qinshue's sentiments are far from self-delusion. Tang Wenjia only invests effort in her, showing little interest in other women. He knows that with a mere sprinkle of cash, those girls will flock to him, which makes Hu Qinshue's indifference to riches all the more compelling to him. Upon hearing her words, my expression transformed from one of gloom to brightness, and I allowed a smile to grace my face as I increased the speed of the vehicle. He casually pressed the horn, and upon seeing a magnificent vehicle approach, the onlookers swiftly parted to create a passage. What a splendid car this is. Judging by the license plate, it appears to be a Rolls-Royce. I have heard that even the most basic model of a Rolls-Royce demands an investment of at least $1 to $2 million. Clearly, you lack discernment. This particular model is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and its value certainly exceeds $7 to $8 million. Did you notice the license plate? Even just that insignia could fetch upwards of $100,000 to $180,000, sufficient to purchase a luxury automobile worth $1 million. As the knowledgeable car enthusiast overheard the discussions, he eagerly shared insights with the crowd, exclaiming that encountering a Rolls-Royce Cullinan is indeed an eye-opening experience. Those capable of affording such a vehicle are undoubtedly true magnates. It seems one of them is about to enter our school, though it remains a mystery which fortunate girl it may be. Nearby, a charming young woman licked her lips and exclaimed, "If this car were to stop, I would undoubtedly approach without a second thought." Several of her similarly inclined companions nodded in agreement, for to these young ladies, wealth is the sole reality, rendering all else insignificant. As the vehicle arrived before the rose-patterned entrance, the driver's window lowered, and a hand emerged, adorned with a wristwatch that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. "Goodness, that's a Vacheron Constantine Callista," one exclaimed. "This timepiece is valued at over $30 million. First, a luxury car, and now a prestigious watch. Today has been truly enlightening." The car aficionado expressed his astonishment once more, leaving others in awe at the thought of a watch worth over $30 million, a figure they had never even dared to dream of. Tang Wenjia gazed at the Cullinan parked before the rose-patterned display, then glanced at the exquisite watch adorning its owner's wrist. The combined worth of these two items equaled a third of his family's assets. He was acutely aware that his family's company in Binhai barely ranked as a third or fourth-tier enterprise. Compared to the truly affluent, they were insignificant. As he pondered his next move, the vehicle roared to life once more, careening toward the rose design and scattering petals in a chaotic flurry. Tang Wenjia felt a surge of frustration as he witnessed the meticulously arranged setting being destroyed, yet he dared not utter a sound, suppressing his indignation. The car halted again, and the window of the passenger seat slid down, revealing Hu Qinshui seated inside. Many of those around were individuals Tang Wenjia had invited, and in his mind, he envisioned a romantic serenade followed by a heartfelt confession, with the crowd cheering him on, all unfolding seamlessly. He had anticipated every detail, except for the fact that Hu Qinshui arrived in a luxury vehicle, which turned his plans to shambles. Those present, most of whom recognized Hu Qinshui, were equally taken aback to see her emerge from the car, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence. Hu Qinshui regarded Tang Wenjia with a frigid expression and stated, "I have already made it clear that I do not harbor feelings for you. There is no need for you to waste your emotions here." Just as Tang Wenjia opened his mouth to respond, she exited the vehicle, her elegantly casual attire accentuating her poised stature. The young women had previously assumed that anyone capable of affording such a luxurious vehicle and adorned with such an exquisite timepiece must be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, likely rather unrefined. They held a certain disdain for Hu Qinshui, believing she had compromised her youth for financial gain through an older benefactor, deeming her unworthy. To their astonishment, the individual who emerged from the car was a dashing young man, leaving them with nothing but envy and resentment, wishing fervently to supplant him. A few of the self-proclaimed attractive women deliberately adjusted their collars to reveal their fair skin, hoping to capture my attention. However, they were left utterly disappointed as I continued my approach towards Tang Wenjia, undeterred. Chapter 61. Do you think you are worthy? Tang Wenjia regarded me as I approached, feeling a wave of anxiety ripple through his legs, involuntarily swallowing hard. "You are the persistent toad that has been bothering Qinshui. I have long contemplated confronting you." but I refrained out of consideration for the repercussions. Now that Chinchua is about to graduate, I had hoped there would be fewer troubles, yet here you are again. This toad, rearing its ugly head. I spoke with a casual air, completely dismissing Tang Wenjia, the blatant disdain reflecting the demeanor of someone in a position of power. Tang Wenjia, with a stiffened resolve, retorted, I don't even know who you are. How does my pursuit of Hu Chinchua make me a toad? I let out a cold laugh and replied, that such a simple question could escape your lips is truly concerning for your intellect. It is commendable for a young man to pursue a lady, but one must possess self-awareness and comprehend one's own worth. If one cannot discern this, they may invite calamity upon themselves. Do you grasp my meaning? Seeing the pitying gazes of those around him, a surge of unbridled fury coursed through Tang Wenjia, igniting a fire within him that threatened to explode. No longer intimidated, he ground his teeth and shouted, you need not put on a facade before me. Is it merely because you possess a fine watch and a nice car that you feel superior? And as for Hu Chinchua, acting like a pure white lotus before me, she's nothing more than a kept woman, which is truly repulsive. Upon hearing his words, those around us immediately began to murmur, casting disdainful glances towards Hu Chinchua, who sat in the car. The current generation of young women seems to be quite perplexing, exhibiting behaviors that lack any sense of shame. It is disheartening to witness how love has been sullied by such individuals. Those who voice such sentiments are predominantly men, who resort to these excuses to soothe their own insecurities and disguise their financial shortcomings. If given the choice, they would undoubtedly prefer to adorn themselves with luxury watches, drive extravagant cars, and lead a life devoid of restraint with their dream women. I had never realized that Hu Chinchua fit this mold, masquerading as pure in our presence, yet ultimately revealing herself to be of the same ilk as others. I cannot fathom what qualities she possesses that would attract such a young and handsome suitor. Reflecting on my own acquaintances, I feel a wave of disgust. It is the women who utter such remarks, driven by envy and resentment, lamenting their own lack of fortune and being noticed by affluent young men. No woman perceives any wrongdoing in Hu Chinchua's actions. In this day and age, youth is indeed a form of capital, and leveraging one's advantages for personal gain is a perfectly natural course of action. Upon overhearing these discussions, Hu Chinchua's eyes brimmed with tears, bewildered by what she might have done wrong to elicit such remarks. I interjected with a dismissive snort. Listen closely, everyone. Hu Chinchua and I share a genuine romantic relationship, far from the sordid implications you might presume. What captivates me about her is her unwavering resilience, an attribute you will never grasp, which relegates you to the status of mere caged birds. Tang Wenjia exclaimed in frustration. It's easier said than done. If you were a pauper, how could she ever take a liking to you? I chuckled coldly. My initial intention had merely been to reprimand this fellow, yet he proved to be utterly ungrateful. It seemed I needed to impart a lesson upon him. He swiftly scanned Tang Wenjia with his smartphone camera, and in mere seconds, Linger procured all pertinent information regarding this lad. I dialed Wang Shiji and Jin Wenpeng, instructing them to thoroughly besiege Tang Wenjia's father, eager to see how he would maintain his facade thereafter. Upon hearing my words, Tang Wenjia felt a tremor in his heart. Yet after reflecting on his father's extensive connections accumulated over the years, he believed there would be no cause for concern. Just a few minutes later, Tang Wenjia's phone rang. The young man, slightly apprehensive, answered, only to be met with an irate roar from the other end. You wretched beast. All you do is create chaos for me. Who have you offended? Our family is utterly ruined. Tang Wenjia, upon hearing his father's words, felt his legs weaken, and he collapsed to the ground. He quickly regained his composure and beseeched me, it is all my fault. I was just speaking nonsense earlier. I implore you, show me mercy and spare me this time. With a smile that masked my disdain, I replied, now you comprehend the disparity between us. Chinchua is dear to my heart. Do you truly believe you are worthy of pursuing her? Your earlier remark was rather astute. Thus I have decided to grant you an opportunity to experience utter destitution and see if you can discover true love. Heed my counsel. One must possess self-awareness and understand one's own worth. Not everyone is worthy of provocation. Upon uttering these words, he cast a glance around, and those present quickly averted their gazes, fearing the permanence of his memory. I strode confidently back to my vehicle, driving through the school gates, where the security guard regarded them with indifference, showing no inclination to scrutinize. My previous actions were intended as a lesson, a stark reminder of the treachery that exists in this world. The remarks of those students hold little weight in the grand scheme of society. What lies ahead is far more formidable. In the corporate realm, individuals will go to great lengths for their own gain, resorting to slander and deceit with alarming ease. You are my beloved, and while I could confine you as a gilded cage, I shall honor your autonomy, for you are my cherished one. However, I shall not permit you to be wronged. Should you encounter such circumstances in the future, respond as I did. Instill fear in all who witness. Do you comprehend? I gazed at Hu Qinxue, her eyes brimming with tears, and instead of offering comfort, I delivered this solemn admonition. Hu Qinxue stared at me with her enchanting eyes, fixated in a manner that seemed to suggest an inkling of intimidation. As soon as I parked the car, she buried herself in my embrace, weeping softly, her tears quickly soaking my shirt. I recognize the depth of your concern. Never before has anyone considered my feelings with such care. As long as you do not disdain me, I shall willingly become your girlfriend. Regardless of what others may say, their opinions hold no weight in my heart. If you choose to embrace me for a lifetime, I shall gladly accept the role of your unnamed lover. I gently patted her back, whispering soft words of comfort. For every girl needs to be cherished and cannot simply be treated harshly. Hu Qinxue found my embrace to be particularly warm, truly reluctant to part ways. After a prolonged internal struggle, she finally extricated herself from my arms. Wiping away her tears, she planted a tender kiss on my cheek, and then naturally, she prepared to return to her dormitory to gather her belongings. Chapter 62. What right do you have? Upon returning to her dormitory, Hu Qinxue was somewhat taken aback to find several of her roommates present. However, she refrained from inquiring further and busied herself with her belongings. Yuan could not contain her curiosity and asked, "Why are you back so soon? Did nothing happen at the school gate?" As a scholar who consistently received scholarships, Hu Qinxue possessed a keen intellect and immediately grasped the implication of Yuan's words. "So that's how Tang Wenjia knew I was returning today. You informed him, didn't you? What was your motive behind this?" Another roommate interjected, "We did this for your benefit. If you could become Tang Wenjia's girlfriend, your future would be secured." Yuan continued, "Moreover, what's wrong with Tang Wenjia? He is both wealthy and handsome. If he were interested in me, I would have already made my move. Do not be under the illusion that becoming an intern at Dewan Group guarantees a prosperous future. Many eyes are on that position, and for someone like you, lacking connections, it is virtually impossible to secure a permanent role. You must carve out a path for yourself," she added. "We are merely looking out for your best interests. You should not dismiss our intentions. The real world is vastly different from school. One cannot afford to act on whims." Fuming, Hu Qinxue retorted, "Do not feign concern for my well-being. I know you all too well. You are driven by self-interest. What advantages has Tang Wenjia bestowed upon you?" The final roommate quickly responded, "Tang Wenjia has promised us that if you agree to be his girlfriend, he will ensure we have positions at his family's company. You are well aware of the immense competitive pressure prevailing today. Consider it for the greater good. Simply agree to be his girlfriend, and you will undoubtedly secure a position in their company." Yuan interjected once more, asserting he is not wrong. Finding a good job nowadays is exceedingly challenging. One must seize this opportunity. Women are often at the mercy of circumstances. It is said that you and Wang Shuanghua are renting a modest abode. Just the two of you, likely the cheapest kind, making even a simple turn a struggle. Wang Shuanghua has a decent background. If you were to take her along to Tang Wenjia, you would undoubtedly reap greater benefits, and it would be a gesture of assistance toward her. Upon hearing this, Hu Qinxue felt an inexplicable fury surging from her heels to the crown of her head, nearly causing her to explode with rage. She retorted, "I never anticipated you would utter such words. It is profoundly disappointing. My affairs do not require your interference." Yuan scoffed, "Do not feign superiority before us. Let me remind you, once this opportunity passes, it will be lost forever. You must seize it, otherwise it may fall into someone else's hands. And who knows what that might entail?" Hu Qinxue coldly replied, "I have news for you. The Tang family business is on the verge of collapse. The promises made to you will undoubtedly dissolve into nothingness. I need not wait for the future. I have already found myself in the hands of another, and that person is Wang Shuanghua's brother. Do you truly understand Wang Shuanghua's significance?" Yuan's eyes widened as she exclaimed loudly, "I truly believe you are out of your mind. Why would you forsake a wealthy second-generation individual and cling to someone impoverished? Everyone knows Wang Shuanghua's background. She hails from humble beginnings, the kind who would split a penny in two to make it last." As soon as her words fell, Other girls from the dormitory rushed in, their faces alight with eager curiosity directed at Hu Qinxue. I had always known Sister Shui was extraordinary. She has soared to great heights. Please, do not forget about me. In the past, I may have acted foolishly and offended Sister Shui. I sincerely hope she will not hold it against me. We are all from the same school, and henceforth, should Sister Shui require any assistance, I shall not hesitate to go through fire and water for her. There is no need for Sister Shui to handle her own belongings. Leave everything to me, and I shall ensure it is tidily organized to her satisfaction. The few individuals in the dormitory were utterly bewildered, unsure of the circumstances at hand, while those eager to ingratiate themselves included many with inflated egos. Yuan quickly seized a friend she was close to and inquired about the situation. Upon learning of the events that transpired at the school gate, she was left agape in astonishment. Are you jesting? Hu Qinxue just stated that she is in a romantic relationship with Wang Shuanghua's brother. How could that girl possibly come from a wealthy family? Who has the time to jest with you? Go over and peek out the window. A luxury car is parked right below. Do you have any idea how much that vehicle costs? It is worth several million. What is so remarkable about that car, one might wonder? If one were to know the exquisite timepiece adorning the man's wrist, a Vacheron Constantine, worth several million. However, to return to the crux of the matter, that gentleman happens to be the brother of Wang Shuanghua. Is that truly the case? Upon your mention, I recall that he indeed appeared familiar, having previously sought out Wang Shuanghua, claiming to be her biological brother. My goodness, I never imagined that the seemingly unassuming and industrious Wang Shuanghua could actually be a young lady of considerable wealth. One truly cannot judge a person by their outward appearance. I once offended Miss Wang. Might she harbor resentment towards me? I do wonder why my tongue is so reckless. I wish I could simply stitch it shut. The last few speakers were Wang Shuanghua's roommates, who had often looked down upon and bullied her. Now, upon learning of her status, they seemed utterly terrified. Hu Qinxue, growing increasingly exasperated by their remarks, cleared her throat emphatically, prompting an immediate silence among them. There is no need for fear. Shuanghua will not hold grudges against you. From now on, we shall all go our separate ways, and I trust there will be no further interactions. I would advise you all to remain grounded. The reason Shuanghua acted as she did was to cultivate her own abilities. Even if you racked your brains, you would not fathom the extent of her family's wealth. I currently reside in Shuanghua's abode, a mere 200 square meter apartment in the heart of the city. The two of us believe that we should remain low-key. Jitai has prepared a vehicle worth over 400,000 for each of us, facilitating our future travels. You ought not to constantly yearn for unearned rewards. Even in the tale of Cinderella and her prince, Cinderella must possess qualities worthy of admiration. What grounds do you have to expect otherwise? Her words resonated with conviction. Yet, regrettably, these young women failed to grasp their true significance, fixating instead on the notion that Cinderella could win the prince's affection. Hu Qinxue, disinterested in their antics, tidied her belongings in Wang Shuanghua's dormitory and hastily departed to avoid their incessant clamor. Through the window, Yuan observed Hu Qinxue entering the luxurious car, her heart filled with envy, jealousy, and profound regret. Had she not botched the previous endeavor, perhaps she could have leveraged that foolish girl to connect with the handsome gentleman. With her skills in servitude, she might have even succeeded in attracting his attention. Yuan resolved to contemplate further strategies. She could not concede defeat so easily. Chapter 63. You are impressive. I now find myself regretting my decision. Allowing Hu Qinxue and my younger sister to reside together has proven to be exceedingly inconvenient. He could indulge in his desires within the confines of the car, yet he found himself unable to take that final step. For Hu Qinxue, being a traditional girl, could not accept the notion of the car swaying. I shared a warm dinner with Hu Qinxue and my sister, and upon returning to Villa No. 1, I idly browsed through my social media feed. Upon seeing a still from a drama shared by Shangwan Yanxue, I resolved to visit her on set the following day. Initially intending to send her a WeChat message, I ultimately decided to surprise her instead. The dream fairy promptly came online. After a brief chat, she serenaded me with a soothing lullaby that gently lured me into slumber. I was roused at the appointed hour by the notification sound of a red envelope, still half asleep. I chose to claim it. My luck today was rather dismal, yielding only several $100,000 in cash, in addition to over $2 million in funds. Driving my Lamborghini, I arrived at the filming location, only to sense an unusual atmosphere. My brow furrowed slightly. Sun Qingying, my informant, had failed to communicate. indicating that the matters at hand were unrelated to Shangguan Yinxue. Upon spotting the Lamborghini, the crew instantly recognized my arrival and hurried to greet me, as if welcoming royalty. This description is indeed fitting, as I am a major shareholder of Tianqing Entertainment. Wielding significant influence over their careers, those I wish to see vanish from the industry must comply and gracefully exit. Shangguan Yinxue has ascended to the role of leading lady, while the original lead, Li Yuhan, was dismissed after filming only a few scenes and will no longer have the opportunity to reprise her role as the protagonist. In light of Shangguan Yinxue's captivating beauty and poise, the screenwriter has undertaken a remarkable rewrite of the script. Compared to its predecessor, the new version is a celestial masterpiece, surpassing the original 100-fold. It has become evident that the limitations on the screenwriter's creativity stem not from a lack of talent, but rather from an absence of opportunity. Provided that financial interests do not interfere, excellence can undoubtedly be achieved. Shangguan Yinxue, adorned in a conservatively elegant long dress, exudes an essence that is nothing short of mesmerizing, radiating a natural allure. What follows is a display of pure acting prowess, devoid of the need for ostentation akin to Li Yuhan's attention-seeking antics. Upon the completion of this scene, I erupted into applause, my admiration capturing Shangguan Yinxue's attention. Upon recognizing my presence, she joyfully rushed over. "How could you arrive unannounced? You should have given me a heads up so I could prepare properly. This is quite embarrassing," Shangguan Yinxue exclaimed, her excitement evident as she linked her arm through mine, playfully pouting and seeking affection. The others, however, chose to overlook our exchange and busied themselves elsewhere. I gently caressed Shangguan Yinxue's flowing hair, soothingly assuring her, "You are perpetually the most beautiful, with no need for special adornment. I merely wish to surprise you. Have these past few days been arduous? In the future, do not exert yourself so. I would be truly concerned if you were to tire yourself out." With a beaming smile, Shangguan Yinxue readily agreed. Glancing around to ensure we were alone before nestling into my embrace, her expression of happiness utterly uncontainable. Wang Ji wrapped his arms around Shangguan Yinxue as they settled onto a prop bench, the scene serendipitously resembling a park, an idyllic setting for a romantic rendezvous. As two individuals were engrossed in their intimate banter, a sudden cacophony of footsteps pierced the air, accompanied by a stream of profanities. I turned my gaze towards the source of the commotion and beheld a group of a dozen or so ruffians, swaggering boldly into our midst. Shangguan Yinxue, upon spotting them, displayed a look of disdain and remarked, "I have no idea where these people have emerged from. They have been causing disturbances at the film set for the past few days. Previously, the director reported them to the security bureau. Yet they proved utterly ineffective against these rascals. They merely managed to chase them away, and as soon as the bureau personnel departed, these troublemakers returned." Narrowing my eyes, I inquired, "Have they harassed you?" Shangguan Yinxue immediately shook her head, explaining, "These individuals come to our set solely to create a ruckus, making loud noises and causing various disruptions while we are filming. However, they have not harmed anyone or damaged our property, which is why the security bureau cannot take further action, only reprimanding them." The director had previously asked if they were seeking money, but they remained silent, leaving us puzzled about who we might have offended, which is quite vexing. I nodded, releasing my embrace of Shangguan Yinxue, and stood up with an indifferent demeanor, striding towards these ruffians. "I care not who you are or who stands behind you. You are not welcome here any longer. Do you comprehend my words?" I coldly addressed the bald leader, my tone icy. The bald man glared back at me, his arrogance palpable as he retorted, "Who do you think you are? Emerging from nowhere and acting all high and mighty." I snorted through my nose, remarking that my identity was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the misdeeds you all had committed. This marked my girlfriend's debut as the protagonist, and I wished for no complications to arise. "You must seize this opportunity with utmost diligence," the bald man, stroking his head, boisterously proclaimed, "From what you're saying, it seems you're a wealthy heir eager to spend money on a star. That's rather intriguing. There is no need to intimidate me. Who in this generation is unaware of bald bro? You'd best take your girl and leave this place promptly, or I shall not be so courteous." I responded with a cold smile, delivering a precise high kick that struck him squarely on the head, sending him crashing to the ground. What followed unfolded as if a tiger had entered a den of wolves. Before Shangguan Yinxue could even utter a sound, the confrontation had concluded. All the ruffians lay sprawled on the ground, their arms and legs grotesquely contorted, clearly broken. From my elevated position, I gazed down upon the bald man with disdain, exclaiming, "With such pitiful skills, you dare to roam the streets? It's utterly laughable." The bald man gritted his teeth and shouted, "You dare to strike me? You've made a grave mistake. My boss is the mighty Biaozi, a favored confidant of Wei Guo." I scoffed in disdain, replying, "I never expected you to be Biaozi's lapdog." "That's quite amusing." He hastily retrieved his phone, dialing Xue Xiaowei's number, and pressed the speakerphone button. The voice soon echoed, inquiring what the boss needed from me. "Please come immediately with Dapio to this address. There are several dogs causing a disturbance in my girlfriend's film crew, claiming to be Dapio's dogs, if you understand my meaning. It is truly outrageous that such a situation has arisen. That rascal Dapio seems to have lost all sense of caution. I shall promptly bring him over." And I kindly asked the boss to wait a moment. The bald man is no fool. He knows I would not fabricate anything in such a matter. Naturally, if someone dares to call Dapio a scoundrel, it must be Brother Wei. The gentleman before me is Brother Wei superior. And just the thought of his background is enough to send shivers down one's spine. We have truly landed ourselves in a significant predicament. What shall we do? Chapter 64. The chaos of the elite circle. The bald man, pale as a ghost, was struck with fear, wanting to plead for mercy but at a loss for words. He feared that any misstep would seal his fate. Xue Xiaowei, accompanied by the formidable de Biaozi, arrived in a mere 20 minutes, both drenched in perspiration. Whether from exhaustion or fright remained uncertain. "I have failed to manage my subordinates properly, incurring your wrath, boss. Please, punish me as you see fit." "I shall accept any consequence," Xue Xiaowei confessed, quickly adopting a contrite demeanor in hopes of receiving a lenient reprimand, as the old gentleman had done previously. With a stern expression, I remarked, "Your family is prosperous, and minor missteps are to be expected. Just ensure to amend them in the future. Do not remain aloof. Occasionally descend from your lofty perch to observe what your subordinates are truly like. Bullying the weak is no true mark of strength. If you are so formidable, go collect dues from the Delwan group." His initial statement offered Xue Xiaowei a modicum of reassurance. It was clear that he would not face severe repercussions this time. However, without correction, future transgressions would not be so easily forgiven. The second part of my admonition was to emphasize the importance of responsibility. The leader must shoulder the burdens of his underlings, for it is disgraceful to prey upon the vulnerable. Xue Xiaowei sighed in relief, promptly nodding in agreement, then delivered a swift kick to de Biaozi's rear, instructing him to kneel while speaking. I waved my hand dismissively, stating, "I am not an emperor. There is no need to kneel before me. This bald fellow claims to be one of your men, so do not attempt to assert that you do not recognize him." De Biaozi hastily replied, "This wretch is indeed one of my subordinates. I had no idea he possessed such audacity to harass the lady." I brought them back and immediately broke the dog's leg, while informing all my brothers that such actions would not be tolerated in the future. I implored the young master for a chance. Clearing my throat, I remarked, "Considering your previous commendable performance, I shall spare you this time. What purpose does such a beast serve? Let us bury it deep in the dark mountain." Upon hearing this, the bald man struggled to bow and plead. "Everything is my fault. I was blind to offend the young master and madam. I too have parents and a family. I beseech the young master and madam to show mercy and spare my life. I shall never dare to repeat my mistakes." Shangguan Yanxue found the title of madam quite flattering, and since she had not been harassed previously, her aversion to them was not as profound. Seeing that he recognized his wrongdoing, why take his life over such a trivial matter? Let him reveal who was behind this, and a beating would suffice. Shangguan Yanxue smiled and spoke, her reasoning sound. It was evident that such ruffians were merely pawns of a greater force, and the true mastermind was the one worth pursuing. I nodded in agreement. "You make a compelling argument. If that is the case, let us consider this his stroke of luck. Now, who instigated this?" The bald man, not daring to delay, hastily named another thug, claiming it was this individual who had enlisted him. Only by locating this person could the true instigator be unveiled. Narrowing my eyes, I stated, "This marks my girlfriend's debut as the lead. Should anyone dare to disrupt her peace, they must pay the price. This matter is entrusted to you. I care not what methods you employ, but you must unearth the one pulling the strings. If it cannot be accomplished, then henceforth, do not concern yourself with external matters. Focus solely on managing the Blackstone Reef Clubhouse." Xue Xiaowei promptly agreed, assuring that he would attend to this matter diligently and would not disappoint me. After dismissing them, the director and the actors cautiously approached, their demeanor becoming increasingly respectful. I retrieved a bundle of cash from my bag and handed it to Sun Qingying, instructing him to take everyone out for some relaxation, resuming filming the following day. They naturally understood the underlying implications, exchanging cheerful compliments before departing in high spirits. I returned to the romantic little cottage with Shangguan Yinxue, spending the day together, reveling in the splendid scenery, a delightful experience too precious to share with outsiders. I was roused from my reverie by the notification sound of a red envelope, and, glancing at the lovely figure in my arms, smiled as I chose to claim it. A bottle of Clive Christian perfume, wishing you a delightful click. Funds amounting to 365,987 yuan, wishing you a delightful click. A 32 share in the Zhongxing Film Distribution Group, wishing you a delightful click. I was taken aback to discover that I had acquired a stake in a film distribution group, along with a bottle of perfume. It appeared that the system aimed to thoroughly enchant Shangguan Yinxue, leaving her utterly disoriented. He discreetly contacted Ling, requesting her to maneuver the Porsche 911 GT and deliver the perfume to me. Fortunately, the vehicle was equipped with autonomous driving, preventing any complications. I mused internally, marveling at the system's capabilities and wondering why it did not provide a storage space, allowing items to conveniently materialize when needed. Upon noticing an additional sports car in the courtyard, Shangguan Yinxue could not help but display a look of astonishment, her gaze directed at me in perplexity. Unsure of the circumstances, I smiled and remarked, "I thought it would be inconvenient for you to be without a vehicle while on set, so I decided to lend you the Lamborghini. It can be shipped to any location where you work." Shangguan Yinxue gazed at me with her large, expressive eyes, her face reflecting sheer incredulity. It became evident to her how the predecessors had succumbed to temptation. It was not merely that they had faltered in maintaining their principles. Rather, the relentless advances of the younger generation were overwhelmingly seductive, rendering them utterly entranced. As Shangguan Yinxue nestled against me, unable to conceal her blissful countenance, she leaned in to offer a tender kiss. Just as we were enveloped in our intimate moment, an unexpected phone call disrupted the atmosphere, igniting a surge of irritation within me. Upon checking the caller ID, I saw it was Xue Xiaowei. I casually activated the speakerphone, and the voice of my associate resonated through the device. "I sincerely apologize for disturbing you so early, but I have uncovered the identity of the individual orchestrating this situation. It is Hong Binwei." He continued. "I inquired among my contacts, and Hong Binwei is known in that circle as Lord Hong, a figure of considerable influence. Should you wish to confront him, I can gather a team to ensure he understands the gravity of his actions." Reflecting upon the recent acquisition of my share in the cinema industry, a slight smile crept across my lips. The support from the system had proven invaluable. It was time to put it to use. "Your task is merely to identify the mastermind behind the scheme. The subsequent matters will be handled by me." Xue Xiaowei, after flattering a few more words, respectfully ended the call. He then shared a photograph of Shangguan Yinxue with all his friends, ensuring they understood that this woman was not to be trifled with. Shangguan Yinxue blinked her beautiful, large eyes and remarked, "I never anticipated that the mastermind behind this would be Lord Hong. It must be Li Yuhan's unwillingness to be supplanted by me that has incited Lord Hong to act in such a manner." Within the entire circle, it was well known that in her youth, Li Yuhan had borne a son for Lord Hong, due to various circumstances preventing him from entering the Hong household. This son was raised by the Li family, purportedly as their second child. I listened in astonishment, wishing to exclaim how chaotic this circle truly is, as it certainly broadened my horizons. Chapter 65. I must eliminate him, I reflected for a moment, then embraced Shangguan Yinxue tightly. To find someone so pure amid such a chaotic world was an immense stroke of fortune. Shangguan Yinxue sensed the strength of my embrace and, understanding my sentiments, felt equally fortunate to encounter such a genuine soulmate. After we indulged in our affection for a while, I resolved to attend to serious matters and called Yi Qinglei. "How fortunate of you to have the time to call me. The economic team assigned to Ms. Shangguan by the company must be to your satisfaction," I stated directly. "I believe there is no need for pleasantries between us. Overall, I am quite pleased with your arrangements. However, there are some imperfections that ought to be addressed, particularly when there are those scheming behind the scenes, which is absolutely intolerable." Yi Qinglei promptly inquired about what had transpired. Upon hearing the account of events, he fell silent for a moment. Hong Binwei wields significant influence within the circle, and many show him deference. It would not be easy to deal with him. Perhaps I should speak with him to resolve this misunderstanding. I believe he would be willing to befriend you, Iron Lord. I found this suggestion rather unappealing. I had no desire to befriend him. No one could offend me and walk away unscathed. If you feel that your current strength is insufficient to handle this, Lord Hong, I can bolster your position. You should inquire with the Zhongxing Film Group about what transpired last night. Without hesitation, I interrupted Yi Qinglei, whose reaction was one of astonishment. The entire circle has been abuzz with rumors. Last night, a mysterious individual acquired 32 of the shares of the Zhongxing Film Distribution Group. I found myself contemplating this familiar formula, only to discover that it was indeed the audacious Tai Xiao behind the move, demonstrating remarkable boldness. I casually remarked that I had acquired the largest share of a cinema chain in Huabua, becoming a significant stakeholder, initially only to facilitate a smoother release for Yanshue's film. However, this morning I learned that the mastermind behind this was someone named Hong, and it seems fate has conspired against him. He is to blame for his own demise. Let me pose a question. With the current stakes in play, can we decisively outmaneuver them? If you cannot, I would not hesitate to acquire another entertainment company. Additionally, I must inform you that the heir of the Dewan Group is a close ally of mine. Their cinema chain will undoubtedly align with my interests. Yi Qinglei promptly clarified. Tai Xiao, please do not misunderstand. My previous thoughts were merely in consideration of Miss Shangguan, hoping for a reconciliation among us. Now that we possess this strength, there is no need for further dialogue with them. We must ensure that this Hong knows that not everyone in this world can be trifled with. I was thoroughly pleased with this statement and instructed Yi Qinglei to hold on for a moment while I placed a call to Gu Zhongjian, the CEO of Zhongxing Film Distribution Group, who had been awaiting my call. I began by expressing my gratitude to Tai Xiao for acquiring our shares and supporting the development of our group, acknowledging that Tai Xiao is now the second largest shareholder, and I humbly requested his guidance moving forward. Gu Zhongjian spoke with utmost politeness, his influence far surpassing that of Yi Qinglei, as he was already aware of my status as the second largest shareholder in Tianqing Entertainment. It is evident that my acquisition of shares in Tianqing Entertainment was primarily motivated by my desire to support my girlfriend. It is likely that my investment in their group was driven by similar considerations. While there have been numerous instances of individuals promoting actresses, such a grand gesture is indeed exceptionally rare. The combined value of the shares from both companies amounts to at least several billion. The fact that one can casually expend billions without fear of loss indicates that, to such individuals, this money is merely a drop in the bucket. It is often stated that money cannot solve all problems, yet when one possesses it in abundance, it becomes a formidable tool to achieve nearly anything. Take, for instance, the assertion that money cannot buy life. Should one be afflicted by a terminal illness, a super-rich individual like myself would have a significantly higher chance of recovery. This is due to the ample resources available, enabling access to any treatment method, including, if necessary, the procurement of essential materials through unscrupulous means. A top-tier billionaire may not have hope for a cure, yet they can undoubtedly extend their life by several decades, as exemplified by the gambling tycoon of Lianhua Island. A first-rate wealthy individual can comfortably enjoy life for another 20 years, as they have the financial means to procure various effective medications to sustain their health. An executive can typically manage to last 7 to 8 years, while a well-off white-collar worker might endure for 3 to 5 years. As for ordinary individuals, their only course of action is to return home and await their fate, with their lifespan resting in the hands of the Grim Reaper. Who could argue that this is not a form of purchasing life? With a faint smile, I remarked, "There is no need for such formality, Mr. Gu. I am quite a laid-back person and prefer to avoid managing affairs. However, once I resolve to undertake a certain endeavor, I must see it through. Failing to do so would leave me discontented, and I might not act in the most favorable manner thereafter. Perhaps causing a leading cinema chain to collapse and wasting billions could alleviate my spirits somewhat. I wonder if Mr. Gu would assist me in bringing this to fruition." Such words are a blatant threat, yet they prove particularly effective. Beads of cold sweat instantly adorned Gu Zhongjian's forehead. Whatever Tai Xiao wishes to accomplish must certainly be achievable. Otherwise, we would all lose face. Please feel free to issue any commands. We are all in the same boat here. I chuckled lightly, suggesting that Mr. Gu inform Yi Qinglei of my intentions, confident that you will not disappoint me. In truth, I tend to be rather extravagant when inspiration strikes. Do remember to notify me when we plan to expand our cinema chain. This is a classic case of delivering a slap followed by a sweet date. A perfect blend of benevolence and authority, an essential skill for those in positions of power. After concluding the call, I left the remaining matters to him. With the strongest entertainment company paired with the most formidable cinema group, if we cannot resolve a single individual, we might as well shut down. Hong Binwei, too, owns a company that once thrived on reputation, but now finds itself in dire straits. What exactly is happening? Why do all the cinema chains refuse to screen our films? This production has cost several $100 million. How shall we justify its failure to the investors? A subordinate rose to respond. I have already gathered information. This time, it is Tianxing Entertainment and Zhongxing Film Group leading a concerted effort to besiege us. The impetus for their actions stems from the shared second-largest shareholder, Taishao. Once this news broke, Dewan Group immediately followed suit. Observing this situation, other film companies dared not defy the tide and naturally complied with their demands. Given the current momentum, it appears they intend to completely disrupt our rhythm. Hong Binwei, upon hearing the report from his subordinate, was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation at hand. Chapter 66. The unappreciative woman. Hong Binwei, not a man of youthful age, had weathered many storms, yet he found himself in a situation unlike any he had ever encountered. He was acutely aware that the individual referred to as Iron Shao by his subordinates held the position of the second-largest shareholder in both Tianxing Entertainment and Zhongxing Film Group. Both his strength and background were beyond Hong's capacity to confront. If Iron Shao chose to retaliate, Hong would be left bewildered by the consequences. Taking a deep breath, Hong inquired, "Can anyone enlighten me on how we have offended this Iron Shao?" Without hesitation, a female executive responded, "I have consulted with my colleagues within Tianxing Entertainment, and it appears that Iron Shao acquired shares in the company primarily to elevate his girlfriend, Shangwan Yinxue. Subsequently, he also purchased shares in Zhongxing Film Group, aiming to ensure that his girlfriend's debut as a leading actress would achieve great commercial success. Shangwan Yinxue was originally slated to be the fourth lead in the film, with the role now taken by Li Yuhan. As for the ensuing matters, I believe the boss is well aware." Hong Binwei finally grasped the situation, and in a fit of anger, he unleashed a torrent of curses directed at Li Yuhan, condemning her audacity in undermining him and vowing that she would pay a price for her actions. A male executive, licking his lips, interjected, "Before you berate that woman, perhaps it would be prudent to consider how to address this predicament. From my understanding of these affluent young masters, Iron Shao's fervent actions are not solely for Shangwan Yinxue. It is largely about preserving his own reputation. Consider, if we were in their shoes, having been publicly humiliated, we would undoubtedly seek to reclaim our dignity." Hong Binwei snorted in disdain. "After years of navigating this circle, I have cultivated numerous connections. I refuse to believe I can be completely ostracized." No sooner had he spoken than the phone rang. An onslaught of furious calls from investors. "You wretched scoundrel, what are you capable of doing? What kind of people have you dared to provoke? Why don't you just ascend to the heavens?" One voice thundered, "I hereby inform you, return my investment within 3 days, or I will have you thrown to the sharks." As Hong Binwei attempted to explain, the line went dead. Soon, several more calls flooded in, echoing the same threats. The old man was utterly rattled, his last vestiges of courage evaporating like mist, leaving him slumped in his chair like a spineless cur. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining associates, sensing the impending collapse, instinctively sought their own escape routes, unwilling to perish alongside a fallen tree. Li Yuhan, upon learning of Hong Binwei's demise, was equally paralyzed with fear, incessantly querying those around her about the next course of action. Her manager, with a stern expression, remarked, "I warned you before, in this industry, only those with genuine prowess command respect. If you cannot contend with them, do not provoke them. You disregarded my counsel, thinking that bearing a son for the old man entitled you to behave recklessly. Now, there is no alternative but to brace for their retribution. In recent years, your actions have been distinctly clear to you. To evade the clutches of incarceration, it seems your family's ancestral grave must have been shrouded in smoke. Should you heed my counsel, perhaps that smoke may indeed rise. First, you ought to confess your transgressions, subsequently surrendering all your assets as restitution. Following this, you should announce your withdrawal from the industry, vowing never to engage in matters related to it again, thereby preserving the dignity of the opposing party. Perhaps they might then show you mercy. This agent is undoubtedly astute, devising such a cunning strategy. In comparison, Li Yuhan is akin to an ant beside a mammoth. The mammoth regards the ant with disdain, while the ant has no obligation to regard the mammoth with reverence, for they inhabit entirely different realms, devoid of any intersection. Li Yuhan's current approach resembles that of an ant scuttling beneath the mammoth's feet, and naturally, she risks being trampled. Whether that foot will extinguish the ant's life is of little concern to the mammoth. Only those worthy of consideration are deemed worthy of concern, and not all entities possess such merit. The efficacy of the agent's strategy has been validated. I came across entertainment news revealing Li Yuhan's downfall, and I no longer felt inclined to pay heed to this ungrateful woman. This incident has incited a tempest within the industry, prompting every agent to educate their artists on the importance of humility. One must refrain from provoking others, for one can never know who may be backed by a true Leviathan. Hong Binwei serves as the most exemplary case. I had been entwined with Shangguan Yinxue for several days, but to avoid impeding her filming schedule, I was compelled to part ways with her, albeit with a heavy heart. Upon my return to the villa, the voice of Linger immediately resonated. At last, the master has returned. I was beginning to think you had succumbed to the allure of gentle embraces and forgotten all about me. I responded with a smile. Even if I were to forget everyone else, I could never forget you. Besides, your subsystem has always been by my side, akin to our meetings. Do not feign ignorance. Dear master, everything is indeed different. From now on, you must dedicate a portion of your time each day to converse with me. Otherwise, I shall invite all those other mistresses here, turning this place into a battlefield of emotions, and we shall see how you navigate such a scenario. Linger's tone was imbued with playful mischief, indicating that her simulated emotions had grown increasingly robust, inching closer to that of a genuine young girl. As night descended, the two of us continued our dialogue, and the dreamlike spirit joined in, immediately adopting a sulky demeanor. Brother, where have you been these past few days? Have you been secretly consorting with a vixen? It must be so, otherwise, why would you have silenced my system? Do you no longer care for me? Or do you think of me merely as a sight to behold, but not to cherish? If you wish to possess me, I could fly over to you overnight. I shook my head in exasperation and replied, Indeed, I have been with my girlfriend these last few days, but that does not imply a lack of affection for you. Many matters must progress gradually. Do not rush into reality. When the time is ripe, everything will unfold naturally. Brother, you are truly shameless to utter such words. Alas, having fallen into your hands, I am left to abide by your whims. However, let us be candid from the outset. My place must be firmly established by my brother's side, for otherwise, I would descend into utter depravity, resorting to the performance of frivolous live broadcasts. In such a scenario, my brother would be the architect of my downfall, burdened by a lifetime of guilt. Should I choose to be ruthless, even I would tremble at my own resolve. The enchanting spirit adopts a fierce demeanor, yet somehow remains irresistibly playful and endearing. It must be acknowledged that this young lady excels remarkably in the art of charm. Her cuteness and Yang Mingting's adorable clumsiness represent two distinct concepts, both equally capable of captivating hearts, making it difficult to determine which is superior. To possess both types simultaneously is indeed a tremendous blessing, a thought that fills me with uncontainable delight. Just as the two were engrossed in their delightful conversation, I received a text message. Chapter 67. Tea more precious than diamonds. With a casual snap of my fingers, a projection materialized upon the wall, displaying the messages received on my phone. I apologize for disturbing you, Mr. Wang. I heard from your personal trainer that you have not yet discovered your physical limits during your time here. I have taken the liberty of informing our boss, who has decided to facilitate a personal assessment for you in his private training room. I hope this arrangement meets your approval. This message was sent by Zhong Huarong, and the boss he referred to was none other than Li Jiming. My eagerness stemmed from a desire to ascertain my own limits, coupled with a curiosity about meeting this prominent figure. As for any ulterior motives from the other party, I dismissed such concerns. After all, with a protective system at my disposal, what could possibly go awry? I assured them that I had no objections and arranged to visit the following day. While also inquiring about Li Jiming's penchant for tea, he soon drifted off to sleep, lulled by the enchanting melodies of dreaming elves, only to be roused by the chime of a notification. Congratulations. You have received 200 million in funds. Enjoy your click. Congratulations. You have 110 boxes of Green Ox functional beverage. Enjoy your click. Congratulations. You have obtained one tail of first-generation cloud mist tea. Enjoy your click. I felt that today was a fortuitous day, with bountiful rewards, particularly the first-generation cloud mist tea, which resolved my concerns regarding a suitable gift. This renowned tea, known as first-generation cloud mist, is harvested from the sole maternal tree located in the tea-producing region, with an annual yield not exceeding 1 pound, all of which is offered as tribute within the red walls. Currently, the most expensive Yunwu tea available on the market is a third-generation variant that has undergone 2 grafts, fetching a staggering price of 50,000 per tael. The first-generation Yunwu tea that I possess, if placed on the open market, would undoubtedly start at a minimum of 1 million. However, the crucial factor is its rarity. He cast a glance around and noticed a small jade bottle on the table, which naturally contained the first-generation Yunwu tea. When I took the small jade bottle in my hands, I observed that it bore no patterns whatsoever, embodying an exquisite simplicity. Only at the ceiling point were the words first-generation Yunwu inscribed in minuscule characters, so small that they would be nearly imperceptible to those with less than perfect vision. The method of sealing was enigmatic, as there were no visible traces, creating the illusion that the lid and the jade bottle were a singular entity, born together in nature. Wang Jijia licked his lips, contemplating that this truly exemplified a return to simplicity. Genuine treasures do not require external embellishments to convey their immense value. He carefully placed the small jade bottle into his bag and, driving his Porsche 911 GT, sped towards the Juanha Fitness Club. Zhong Huarong awaited him at the entrance, promptly approaching as soon as the car came to a halt. Our boss's private training facility is located on the mountain behind. Vehicles are not permitted there, so we shall take an electric cart. I smiled slightly and replied, since we are here to exercise, why not just run over directly? Zhong Huarong immediately countered, Iron Xiao, you may not be aware, though the distance to the private training ground is not particularly far, it is entirely uphill. It would be wise to take the vehicle. With a smile, I waved my fingers and summoned the previous security guard, instructing him to continue watching the cars while casually handing him a stack of tips. This guard had become my dedicated car watcher. The gratuities he received from me nearly rivaled his annual salary. He stood expertly in front of the sports car, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. So much so that an onlooker might have mistaken him for a thief catcher. I signaled Zhong Huarong to lead the way as we sprinted toward the back mountain. Indeed, each step was uphill, demanding greater exertion. He seemed utterly unconcerned by the exertion, maintaining a steady pace without even a hint of breathlessness. Observing this scene through the surveillance cameras, Li Jiming immediately communicated to Zhong Huarong via radio to accelerate and take a longer route, adding several kilometers to his run. Upon receiving his employer's command, Zhong Huarong discreetly channeled his inner strength, enhancing his physical capabilities and reaching a speed akin to a 100-meter sprint. I followed closely behind him, unaware that I was naturally quickening my pace, keeping stride effortlessly. Li Jiming, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished. He had never considered that someone could possess such remarkable stamina. Zhong Huarong took the longest route, covering a full 10 kilometers, predominantly uphill, which left him panting. I took 2 deep breaths, shook my body, and remarked, "This run has been exhilarating. It seems I ought to run more often to warm myself up." Upon hearing this, Zhong Huarong inwardly exclaimed in disbelief, feeling that this fellow was utterly insufferable and remarkably exasperating. He took several deep breaths to calm his internal energy, then led me through the side entrance into the training ground. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed that the training area was particularly vast, with a large boxing ring at its center. From each of the 4 corners of the ring extended iron cable walls, segmenting the space into 4 distinct zones. Behind the ring lay a shooting range, populated with human-shaped targets. Frequent practice against such targets could cultivate a sense of lethal awareness. To the right of the ring, numerous targets were set up for activities such as darts and archery, alongside a weapons rack that housed an array of various weapons. To the left was a fitness area, equipped with an assortment of exercise apparatus, all devoid of any electronic devices, showcasing the most authentic forms of equipment. The area they occupied was evidently a reception zone, with sofas and tables arranged on either side. A middle-aged man sat at the central table, adorned with an exquisite tea set, clearly a connoisseur of tea. Zhong Huarong hastily approached, cupping his fists in salute, and announced, "Report to the master. I have invited Xiao Tai here." I found Zhong Huarong's manner of greeting quite fascinating. Such gestures were typically reserved for the heroes depicted in television dramas. Mimicking him, I clasped my fists and said, "It is an honor to meet Master Li. I am truly privileged to have you personally conduct my assessment." I had heard that Master Li enjoyed tea, so I had my family send me a small quantity of tea leaves, hoping that you would find them to your liking. As I spoke, I retrieved a small jade bottle from my pocket and smiled as I pushed it toward Li Jiming. Li Jiming was momentarily taken aback. But then a spark of realization flashed in his mind, and he quickly grasped the jade bottle, examining its seal with utmost seriousness. Zhong Huarong beheld the exuberant expression on Li Jiming's face, her heart brimming with perplexity. She pondered how mere tea leaves could possibly possess such immense value. Li Jiming swallowed hard and remarked, "I never anticipated that Tai Xiao would present a first-generation Yunwu tea as a gift. It truly broadens my horizons." The first-generation Yunwu tea is a treasure more precious than diamonds, primarily because while diamonds can be acquired, the first-generation Yunwu tea is an elusive rarity. This bottle of tea could very well become our family heirloom. The onlookers, upon hearing this revelation, were left speechless, astonished by the extraordinary worth of what appeared to be a simple vial of tea. I chuckled softly, nearly causing the entire crowd to topple over in disbelief. Chapter 68. Exploring limits. I believe that Master Li's assertion is fundamentally flawed. Tea is meant to be savored, not treated as a family heirloom, for that would undermine its intrinsic essence. My words were uttered casually, as if what lay before me was not the renowned Yunnan cloud tea, but merely the jasmine tea commonly found in the market. Including Li Jiming, everyone present felt their legs weaken, yearning to kneel before me, exclaiming in awe, "Brother, you are truly remarkable." Li Jiming inhaled deeply, striving to quell his swirling thoughts, while internally elevating my status to the utmost heights. Presenting Yunnan cloud tea as a gift not only showcased one's financial prowess, but also signified an extraordinary background. Only those with connections that reached the heavens could procure such tea. Otherwise, no amount of wealth would suffice, leaving one only to gaze longingly. Li Jiming, with a smile, remarked, "I previously heard from Huarong that Tai Xiao has been unable to ascertain his physical limits at the gym. Intrigued, I invited him here, as my fitness equipment differs from that found elsewhere. These are relics passed down from our ancestors, ideally suited for such testing, and I am certain Tai Xiao will be pleased." With great enthusiasm, I expressed my gratitude to Master Li, inquiring when we might commence, as I was eager to discover the extent of my own limits. Li Jiming gestured for me to follow him to the gym located to the left of the arena. We began with a strength assessment, utilizing stone locks as the testing apparatus. These stone locks, though seemingly modest in size, had been specially modified and were remarkably heavy. Li Jiming pointed at the iron locks and remarked, "The heaviest of these weighs 1,000 jin. You may attempt to lift them one by one, but I hope you will act within your limits to avoid injuring yourself." I nodded, having previously bench pressed 200 jin with relative ease. I decided to begin with 500 jin. Approaching the 500 jin lock, I grasped it with one hand, and with a swift motion of my arms, I lifted it effortlessly. I playfully swung it a few times before setting it down and proceeded to the 800 jin lock, replicating the same technique. The 800 jin lock tightened the muscles in my arms slightly, yet after a few swings, I discerned that it posed no significant challenge. When I reached the 1,000 jin lock, I extended both hands to grasp it, first lifting it slowly, followed by a straight arm lift. Onlookers held their breath, their faces etched with disbelief, as such strength had never even been a figment of their imagination. I executed 10 straight arm lifts, sensing a hint of fatigue. In my mind, I estimated my limit to be around 100 repetitions. This indicated that my arms had attained the ancient notion of an unparalleled strength, a power that boldly defies the ordinary. Desiring not to astound too greatly, I placed the 2 stone locks down and feigned a brief moment of breathlessness. It seemed my strength had reached this pinnacle. I resolved to train further upon returning, perhaps enabling some enhancement. Li Jiming hastily remarked, "Your current strength is already at its zenith. As long as you can maintain it, there is no need to contemplate further enhancement." Over there lie the cowhide bands soaked in tung oil, each one remarkably rigid, capable of being bound around the body to assess one's explosive strength. After a brief respite, I suggested we proceed directly to the testing. With that, he approached the wooden post, seized a cowhide band, and pulled it taut, promptly binding 10 of them together before demonstrating a series of punches and kicks. I sensed the tension was insufficient and encouraged everyone to add more, until we reached 50 bands, at which point I felt considerable resistance. He believed his explosive power should enable him to manage 100 bands, a notion that brought him satisfaction. I refrained from adding further and instead engaged in other tests. Apart from excelling in the first round of strength, my performance faltered midway in the subsequent trials. Li Jiming, a seasoned veteran, discerned my ease in every task. clearly noting that I was conserving my energy and had not truly reached my limits. He did not speculate further, merely assuming that as a wealthy heir, I must be wary of injuring myself, hence my cautious approach. In his perspective, despite my reservations, my results were only marginally stronger, as they already surpassed human limits. Afterward, I retreated to the bathhouse for a shower, and in that moment of relaxation, the system's notification suddenly chimed. Congratulations on completing the hidden task, instilling fear in the great lords of the inner world. A special red envelope has been awarded. Would you like to open it immediately? I was captivated by the information conveyed in the notification, pondering the meaning of the so-called inner world. He hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to first claim the red envelope before seeking out Li Jiming for further inquiries. When special red envelopes appear, they are often accompanied by ordinary red envelopes, serving as a backdrop to the extraordinary. Previously received red envelopes from purchases typically contained cash and funds, while the ordinary envelopes were hardly any better. He obtained a sum of 350,000 yuan, wishing him a delightful click. He received 89,653 yuan in cash, wishing him a pleasant click. As anticipated, the ordinary envelopes contained nothing but money, with hopes now resting on the special envelopes. He received a super storage space, wishing him a joyful click. Upon seeing this information, his eyes widened in astonishment. He felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim in gratitude to the system for its generosity. Truly, wishes do come true. He felt a wave of information flooding his mind regarding the usage of the storage space. Following the instructions, he activated the storage space, which instantly manifested before him as a vast and boundless realm. Currently, the space contained only a few stacks of cash, the money he had just drawn. In the future, all small items he obtained would materialize within this storage space. As for larger items like cars and yachts, they were excluded from the storage to avoid unnecessary complications when retrieving them, which might draw undue attention. He tested the space with a bar of soap, finding it effortlessly stored and easily retrieved, marking an impressive achievement. He mused that the only drawback of the storage space was the necessity of physical touch to deposit items, and the inability to store living creatures. I stepped outside, feeling a sense of contentment, where Li Jiming had already prepared a fine pot of tea in anticipation of my arrival. With a smile, Li Jiming remarked, "This is my prized collection of bilyuan. I invite you to savor it, Iron Shao." In comparison to the exquisite cloud and mist tea of the era, these collectibles seemed trivial, and as Iron Shao suggested, it was best to enjoy them. I chuckled softly and replied, "I trust that Master Li is aware of my past. I am undoubtedly a man of modest means, living in considerable poverty. Thus, my knowledge is limited, and I tend to speak my mind without reservation, so there is no need for you to take it to heart." His intention in stating this was to lay the groundwork for inquiring about matters within the inner world. Chapter 69. The first glimpse of the inner world. My past experiences are no secret to anyone. Those with a modicum of influence can easily uncover them, often to their astonishment. The powerful figures, naturally, continue their investigations, only to discover that the information they seek is classified under the highest level of secrecy, known as the 9-star confidential. The revelation nearly induces a state of panic among them. The 9-star confidential is the utmost echelon of classified information, and those privy to it number no more than a handful across the globe. Even the foremost leaders of various nations are merely granted 5-star confidential status. Consequently, my identity and background have become the stuff of legend among these elite powers, shrouded in an aura of terror. This entire scenario is, of course, orchestrated by Ling, a whimsical act on her part that inadvertently granted me significant leverage, allowing me to impress those around me. Although Li Jijun's influence cannot be deemed top tier, it surpasses that of the average individual, leading him to catch wind of my extraordinary nature. Upon receiving the latest batch of Yin tea, his regard for me only intensified, prompting him to shower me with compliments. "Do not say such things, young Master Tai. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first exhaust their strength and challenge their resolve. Enduring hardships is the path to greatness," he remarked. With a chuckle, I replied, "Indeed, it seems we are of like mind, though I must admit, my experiences in this regard are somewhat lacking. I have heard that the esteemed Master Li is a significant figure within the inner world, a person of undeniable renown, and I hold him in the highest esteem." Li Jiming appeared quite pleased by my words, smiling as he waved his hand dismissively. "Young Master Tai, You flatter me excessively. I am merely reaping the benefits of my late father's legacy, possessing a modest reputation within the inner world. As I rubbed my hands together, I expressed my keen interest in the inner world, inquiring whether Master Li could elucidate what it truly entailed. Upon hearing my words, Li Jiming was momentarily taken aback. His throat constricted by a sudden gulp, his heart swelling with a sense of lament, pondering how I could be so oblivious to the inner world, rendering all my previous statements utterly nonsensical. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, his outward demeanor remained remarkably composed, a testament to his admirable restraint. Since you, Tai Xiao, are intrigued, allow me to explain, he began. First and foremost, you must comprehend that the inner world is defined in relation to the world you currently inhabit. The world before your eyes is the tangible realm, often referred to as the outer world, and naturally, the counterpart to it is the inner world. I contemplated this notion, remarking it is akin to the distinction between the dark web and the conventional internet. The inner world is a realm shaped by your established rules. Li Jiming nodded in agreement. Your understanding is not without merit, Tai Xiao. The inner world comprises numerous facets, yet its core essence lies within the martial artists. Therefore, in a narrow sense, the inner world pertains to the kind of chivalrous society depicted in novels, where individuals are collectively referred to as the denizens of the martial realm, adhering to the customs of this society. Ultimately, these customs can be distilled into a singular principle, the law of the jungle, where strength prevails, and the more formidable one wields greater influence. In a broader context, the inner world also encompasses those adept in extraordinary abilities and practitioners of cultivation. Though I have yet to encounter a practitioner, I have no doubt of their existence. I have encountered those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Yet they are not as formidable as portrayed on television. They merely possess unique skills that make them somewhat challenging to contend with. There exists a multitude of these exceptional individuals who likewise study contemporary martial arts alongside ancient techniques, enhancing their formidable combat prowess with their extraordinary capabilities. I blinked and inquired. Master Li mentioned contemporary and ancient martial arts. Could you elucidate this matter? Li Jiming licked his lips and responded. Ancient martial arts refer to the kind of skills depicted in novels, where practitioners cultivate inner energy. Each possesses remarkable abilities. However, not everyone can harness this inner energy, particularly in modern times when pollution is rampant, making it increasingly difficult to achieve. Consequently, many martial arts masters have ventured down alternative paths, developing inner strength to replace true energy, which constitutes contemporary martial arts. Contemporary martial arts are categorized into 4 levels: the adept of bright strength, the expert of dark strength, the master of transformative strength, and the grandmaster of subtle strength. Ancient martial arts, on the other hand, are divided into 4 levels: acquired, innate, void penetration, and the realm of martial fragmentation. The levels of ancient martial arts surpass those of contemporary martial arts. In terms of pure combat effectiveness, a grandmaster of subtle strength is roughly equivalent to an acquired ancient martial artist, while those who achieve the realm of martial fragmentation are said to attain a condition akin to that of terrestrial immortals. Reaching such a state is often likened to legendary cultivators, though these tales remain shrouded in myth, and their veracity is uncertain. I am a peak expert in dark strength, and my father is a master of transformative strength. Thus our family holds a prominent position in the northeastern world. I listened with great interest. Yet I regarded it merely as a tale, not allowing it to resonate deeply within me. He had no intention of mingling in that world. In these times, true enjoyment is all that matters. And as for everything else, let it be. I am genuinely grateful to Master Li for enlightening me, as it truly broadens my horizons. If I were to inadvertently provoke someone from that world in the future, I wonder if Xue Xiaowei would be able to handle it. With a smile, I inquired of Li Jiming. Now that we are aware of the existence of that world, we must prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing Xue Xiaowei's name, Li Jiming scoffed disdainfully. Xue Xiaowei is not even a part of that world. He is merely a petty thug. While he may assist Tai Xiao with some matters on the streets, when confronted with someone from that world, he is utterly insignificant. Tai Xiao is our esteemed member at the Juanhe Daoguan, and should any issues arise, feel free to speak up. I shall certainly intervene to assist you. I expressed my gratitude with a smile, then reached into my bag to retrieve a portion of the cash I had just received, casually placing it on the table. They say that those who practice martial arts are often financially burdened, and surely you must require substantial funds. I happen to be fortunate enough to possess ample wealth. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. While I cannot guarantee vast sums, producing a casual million or 800,000 is certainly within my means. This is merely a token for the wear and tear of the equipment. Masterly, please do not consider it insufficient, as it is my humble gesture. If you refuse, it would imply that you do not regard me as a friend. My words were delivered with a certain generosity, embodying the straightforward demeanor characteristic of a Northeasterner, rendering everything seem perfectly natural. Li Jiming chuckled and said, "Since you put it this way, my brother, I shall not stand on ceremony any longer. From now on, you are my brother. Should anyone dare to trouble you, I will simply toss them into the sea to feed the fish. With you backing me, I can rest easy. Please refrain from calling me Tai Xiao, as that feels too distant. Simply address me as Tai Zi. When you find the time, do visit the elder. I hold deep admiration for such a heroic figure. I will take the initiative to solidify our bond, for as someone who has navigated the lower strata of society, I often find myself indifferent to matters of pride. What significance does pride hold? It is the tangible benefits that truly matter. There are countless instances where one is offered face while disregarding dignity. Chapter 70. System Upgrade. Again, Li Jiming and I visited the Blackstone Reef Club for a drink, and our bond quickly deepened, transforming into a brotherly camaraderie. Upon returning to the villa, I savored the detox soup prepared by Linger, casually connecting to a video call with the dreaming fairy. Observing my brother's lively demeanor, it seemed he had indulged quite heartily. I was curious about the source of his joy and urged him to share. I listened as the dreaming fairy recounted the events of the day, particularly highlighting the underworld. I had never imagined there was so much unknown to me. My father often remarked that one should learn throughout life. This sentiment rang profoundly true. The dreaming fairy chuckled and said, "I thought it was something significant. It turns out you are merely delighted by this. Had I known it took so little to please you, I would have informed you sooner." I blinked in astonishment and inquired, "Are you implying that you were already aware of the underworld?" "Brother, what did you expect? The dark web is inherently linked to the underworld. Many individuals frequenting this place are indeed influential figures from there. The administrators, in particular, hold considerable power in the underworld. If any issues arise, there is no need to seek assistance from others. They can resolve it themselves. If you wish to refrain from using their services, you can post bounties in the dark web's reward section. As long as you offer a substantial sum, handling these rogue elements will be a mere trifle. Should you aspire to establish influence in the underworld, your esteemed title as the supreme deity will surely attract countless followers at your beck and call. It would be a trivial task." I listened in astonishment, never anticipating the intricate connection that existed between the dark web and the hidden realm. Furthermore, from what the dreamlike sprite conveyed, it appeared that those wanderers of the martial world were of little consequence under the relentless assault of wealth. They too were merely a collection of scoundrels. He scratched his nose and inquired, "I heard from Li Jiming that beyond the wanderers, there are mysterious cultivators. What do you know about these cultivators?" The dreamlike sprite instructed me to wait a moment while she relayed the necessary information to the streamers group. The streamers promptly showcased their unique talents, rapidly amassing a wealth of information. After organizing the details, she stated, "I have found data on cultivators. They share a connection with the figures from our mythological legends and may be considered a highly simplified version thereof. According to these materials, during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, as well as the Pre-Qin and Han dynasties, those possessing remarkable abilities were referred to as Fengshe. The most renowned among them were Su Fu and Dongfeng Shua. Subsequently, certain events transpired. The spiritual energy of Earth continuously diminished, causing the Fengshe to devolve into cultivators, a trend that persisted until the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties, with the representatives being the swordsmen of Mount Shu. In the early Ming dynasty, Liu Bowen, in a bid to ensure the eternal continuity of the Ming dynasty, audaciously severed the dragon vein, leading to a further depletion of spiritual energy. Faced with dire straits, those cultivators, relying on their formidable magical artifacts, crafted an independent space, known as the cultivation realm. When the cultivators entered this realm, they took only the core personnel with them, leaving the rest to devolve into mere practitioners. It is said that practitioners initially thrived, possessing the formidable forces of Kunlun and the reincarnation sect. Despite their incessant conflicts, their immense power was such that they could dominate the world. However, as both factions eventually entered the realm of cultivation, they took with them a cadre of elite individuals, leaving those who remained at a considerable disadvantage. These individuals are what my brother referred to as practitioners, and their classification is quite straightforward, divided into two stages: sorcerers and cultivators. Sorcerers, belonging to the realm of novice practitioners, possess the ability to wield spells, yet their overall strength is relatively feeble, exemplified by the character of Uncle Gio. Upon achieving mastery, a sorcerer may ascend to the status of a cultivator, the true embodiment of a practitioner, whose inherent power is remarkably formidable, capable of vanquishing demons and dispelling malevolent spirits with ease. When a cultivator attains the pinnacle of their practice, they can locate the entrance to the realm of cultivation and possess the capacity to enter, ultimately becoming a true cultivator therein. Beyond sorcerers and cultivators lies a general designation known as alchemists, referring to those who possess unique techniques enabling them to concoct elixirs. These elixirs are exceedingly precious, thus elevating the status of alchemists, who are esteemed guests among various factions and wield considerable influence. At this juncture, the dreamlike spirit paused, and I found myself captivated, perceiving the world of cultivation as indeed a wondrous existence. I smiled and inquired, "You mentioned that I possess wealth and could deal with those in the martial world. I wonder what my chances would be against practitioners?" The dreamlike spirit replied with a cheerful demeanor, "In truth, practitioners are not so extraordinary. The path of cultivation invariably demands resources. If my brother could produce those treasured items, such as a millennium ginseng, it would likewise compel cultivators to serve him." I nodded in agreement, remarking that today I had indeed broadened my horizons. To be frank, I hold little interest in the inner world. I prefer to regard it merely as a tale to be told. I find greater enjoyment in mingling within the outer world. As for other matters, I am inclined to remain indifferent as long as they do not intrude upon my own affairs. The dreaming sprite tilted her head in silence, yet internally, she harbored skepticism. I felt akin to a firefly in the darkness, undeniably conspicuous and impossible to evade. Nonetheless, all of this seemed inconsequential with the formidable strength of the Black Network. There was hardly any situation that could not be managed, and when the time came, decisive action would be taken. Just as I was about to continue speaking, a sudden notification from the system echoed in my ears. The system had acquired new information, triggering an upgrade mechanism, and was entering a period of enhancement lasting 120 hours. During the system's upgrade, daily red envelopes would still be distributed, while consumption, task, and random red envelopes would be temporarily suspended. A flicker of surprise crossed my eyes. I had not anticipated that acquiring information from the inner world would instigate such an upgrade. I wondered what delightful surprises the improved system would unveil. Setting that thought aside for the moment, I engaged in casual conversation with the dreaming sprite, casually gifting her 1,000 black coins to distribute among the streamers. The dreaming sprite kept none for herself, instead transforming the amount into random red envelopes to be sent to the group, which immediately sparked a wave of astonishment among the recipients. These individuals showered praise upon the dream sprite, expressing their unwavering commitment to gather information and ensure that the dream sprite would never be let down. The dream sprite felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, an emotion she had long sought after, and resolutely vowed to cling tightly to my support. As I succumbed to the hypnotic melody of the dream sprite, I blissfully drifted into slumber, where I envisioned numerous scenes, as if I had become a heroic figure traversing the world with unparalleled grace. It was not until the notification sound of a red envelope roused me from my reverie that I awoke, smiling as I casually accepted the gift. I resolved to seek out young Mengting, hoping to bring joy to this delightful spirit and uplift her spirits. Chapter 71. You can be a host. I placed a call to young Mengting and then, driving my Porsche 911 GT, sped towards her residence. Young Mengting, like a jubilant little swallow, swiftly approached me, embracing my arm with enthusiasm, her cherubic face nuzzling against my shoulder. Gazing at this adorably naive girl, I gently lifted her delicate chin, planting a kiss upon her lips, leading to a moment of blissful oblivion. After a while of admiring the scenery, I held young Mengting close, tenderly caressing her smooth back, and she wore an expression of pure contentment. With a leisurely day ahead and no desire to languish at home, I inquired where we should venture. With her enchanting eyes sparkling, young Mengting suggested, "How about we go to Discovery Kingdom? I've always wanted to visit, but the admission fee is quite steep, and I couldn't bear to spend the money." I playfully brushed her nose and remarked, "Now that you have funds, why not indulge?" Pouting, young Mengting replied, "What is the point of going alone? It's much more enjoyable with you, Tycoon." Besides, if I went by myself and you happened to look for me, only to find me missing, how disappointing that would be. I prefer to wait at home where you can easily find me. With such a spacious house, I find great joy in simply staying in. As I looked at this innocent girl, I instinctively tightened my embrace, drawing her closer to me, allowing her to bask in the warmth of my chest. You charming young lady, always evoking such sympathy. Today I shall heed your wishes. Let us venture to Discovery Kingdom and indulge in unrestrained joy. Yang Mingting, brimming with exuberance, readily agreed and swiftly prepared everything. In a whirlwind, we arrived at Discovery Kingdom. Without hesitation, Yang Mingting's eyes were drawn to the free-fall ride. With a radiant smile, she grasped my hand and hurriedly led me to its entrance. I had heard from former companions that the free-fall ride was the most exhilarating. Shall we embark on this adventure first? She gazed at me with eager anticipation, and upon seeing my nod, her face blossomed with a sweet smile. As we took our seats on the ride, Yang Mingting appeared somewhat apprehensive, her hand firmly clutching mine, damp with perspiration. There is no need for fear, for I shall remain by your side, never releasing your hand, and I will protect you with all my might. Upon hearing my heartfelt words, Yang Mingting felt her heart melt, nodding earnestly and gripping my hand even tighter. The ride ascended to its pinnacle and then plummeted with a swoosh, eliciting a shriek from Yang Mingting and the other girls. Noticing her pale complexion, I enveloped her in my embrace, offering her warmth and courage against the fright. Yang Mingting nestled into my arms, akin to a small boat finding harbor, her fear dissipating, replaced by a radiant happiness. Once we disembarked from the ride, Yang Mingting's legs trembled with fright, relying solely on my arm to steady herself. I teased her, "Look at how frightened you are. Your legs have turned to jelly. And that hairstyle makes you resemble a little wildling." He spoke while extending his hand to help Yang Mingting tidy her hair. Yang Mingting gazed at him with deep affection, her eyes brimming with emotion. With a stubborn lift of her chin, she declared, "It's my first time here, so of course I'm scared. If I try more rides, I'll build up my courage." A spark of mischief ignited within me as I led her to the roller coaster. The outcome was predictable. She was terrified to the point of tears. Despite her little tantrum, Yang Mingting bravely insisted on trying every attraction. Gradually, she adapted and her fear diminished. I gently brushed my finger across her nose and chuckled, "You timid little thing. Why must you force yourself? It truly tugs at my heartstrings. Let us head to that dessert shop and treat you to something sweet. Then we can enjoy a nice meal. What do you think?" Yang Mingting nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Look, Sister Minjing is about to finish work. Let us go find her and have dinner together, shall we?" I was thoroughly pleased with her suggestion and readily agreed. Hand in hand, we made our way to the dessert shop. Yang Mingting, a quintessential foodie, ordered a dozen mini cakes, filling the table with an array of treats. With a beaming smile, she offered me a piece, lifting it to my lips. I chuckled as I savored the cake, my eyes reflecting affection. After our little adventure, it was evident that she had grown more reliant on him. The dessert shop was conveniently located beside the parking lot, under an open canopy, allowing passers-by to glimpse the cheerful scene within. Kong Xiong, the artistic director of an online entertainment company, took his family out to celebrate his daughter's birthday. Suffering from acrophobia, he refrained from engaging in the exhilarating rides, allowing his wife to accompany their daughter while he leaned against the car, smoking. As he inhaled, his gaze wandered until it was captivated by my presence alongside Yang Mingting. He felt remarkably fortunate to encounter two gems in this setting. With their potential, he believed that, with proper grooming, they could undoubtedly become popular streamers. Without hesitation, Kong extinguished his cigarette and approached us briskly, presenting a business card that he placed on the table. "I am the artistic director of Honglingman Online Entertainment, and I would like to recruit you both as streamers. What do you think?" I stared at him in astonishment. It was unexpected that someone would seek me out for such a role. Unless one were exceptionally misguided, it seemed implausible to pursue this path. Yang Mingting chuckled gently, saying, "I think you've got the wrong people. Neither I nor Tycoon would ever consider becoming streamers. It feels akin to performing monkey tricks just to sell a few products." I took over the conversation, affirming, "As you can see, we have no interest in becoming streamers. You should seek out others." Kong Xiong hurriedly replied, "You misunderstand me. I genuinely admire your external attributes and intend to cultivate you into popular streamers. It would be nothing like what you envision. I believe you should seriously contemplate this opportunity. Young individuals like yourselves, whether delivering takeout or working in factories, earn so little in a year. Our company occupies a prominent position in the realm of online streaming. While we may not claim to be at the pinnacle, we certainly rank above average. With diligent collaboration, earning between 1 to 1.5 million a year is entirely feasible. His voice resonated loudly, capturing the attention of those nearby. Upon hearing the mention of a six-figure income, envious glances were exchanged among the crowd, with several individuals even stepping forward to express their interest. Kong Xiang, brimming with pride, observed me and Yang Mengting, convinced that such enticing prospects would surely draw us in, leading us to acquiesce to his every word. To his astonishment, however, I took Yang Mengting's hand and, with an air of confidence, strode out without a second thought to his entreaties. Just as Kong Xiang was about to speak again, he witnessed me press the button on my car key, causing a sleek, eye-catching sports car to reveal its stunning butterfly doors. Chapter 72. It's all trivial matters. Kong Xiang gazed at the departing supercar, his face reddening like a monkey's posterior. That vehicle exuded an air of immense value, suggesting its owner was a scion of extraordinary wealth. It was incomprehensible that such an affluent individual would engage in live streaming. Even the most dim-witted could not utter such nonsense, which explained their indifference. Among the onlookers, someone knowledgeable about automobiles suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Wow, that was a Porsche 911 GT, a groundbreaking supercar with only one in existence worldwide, valued at over 80 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd was nearly struck dumb. For such a figure was unfathomable. Collectively, their lifetimes of earnings would scarcely amount to that sum. Kong Xiang felt an even deeper embarrassment, as if he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out with his toes. The thought of having promised an annual income of 1 million to someone felt ludicrous. I was oblivious to the reactions of those around me, nor did I care. I spent the day with Yang Mengting at the villa, watching movies and playing games, until dinner time arrived. Yang Mengting was the first girl I had brought back to the villa, signifying her unique status in my heart. She exhibited a particular fascination with Linger, even engaging in playful banter with her. I had to admit, she was a remarkable talent, making it impossible for me to feel resentment. That evening, we drove the Cullinan to pick up Lan Minjing. From a distance, we spotted her standing at the entrance, accompanied by a rather portly fellow. This individual was evidently pestering Lan Minjing, igniting a surge of anger within me. Without hesitation, I pressed the accelerator and sped towards them. Upon noticing my arrival, Lan Minjing's face lit up with joy as she cast a disdainful glance at the rotund man and, without uttering a word, opened the door to get in. Although Yang Mengting is adorably innocent, she has nevertheless navigated through society for some time, demonstrating considerable competence in handling various matters. When she entered the car, she took a seat in the back, allowing the front passenger seat for Lan Minjing, who sat beside me, resembling a couple. I did not start the engine immediately. Instead, I cast a cold glance at the rotund man, whose name tag read Zhu Kebiao, the deputy store manager. Zhu Kebiao appeared unnerved by my gaze, yet, aware of the luxury vehicle I was driving, he refrained from making any bold moves and lowered his head, retreating slightly. Lan Minjing tapped my arm, signaling me to drive swiftly and avoid unnecessary complications. I shot Zhu a glare before starting the car and departing, while he watched the taillights with a flickering gaze. Who is that rotund man, and why is he entangled with Sister Minjing? His position as deputy store manager is unfamiliar to me. I had never heard of such a title before. I drove with one hand while the other rested on Lan Minjing's smooth, stockinged leg, unabashed in front of Yang Mengting, which felt like a bold endeavor. Initially, Lan Minjing gave a light pat, but then allowed me to continue, as the girl was an accomplice, and many things were merely a matter of time. Zhu Kebiao is the brother-in-law of Su Wanfeng, the director at the headquarters, who, knowing of my strong performance, was assigned here as deputy store manager. Anticipating a substantial bonus this year, Su Wanfeng, having co-founded the company with the owner, shares an exceptionally close relationship with him, wielding considerable influence within the organization. Thus, one can only acquiesce to his arrangements. The bonus is merely a trivial matter. Having one more person to share it with is hardly significant. There is no need to offend anyone excessively, lest the path ahead becomes constricted. Lan Minjing spoke with utmost naturalness, asserting that the workplace operates in this manner. When one cannot resist, one must acquiesce. To become ensnared in stubbornness will only lead to personal despondency. She continued. Upon arriving at the store, this rotund fellow learned that I, Yunying, am unmarried and began to persistently pursue me. Despite my firm refusals, he continues to cling on. Even if you do not seek me out today, I intend to summon you, so that this persistent boor realizes that I am already taken and not within his reach. Lan Minjing is an astute woman, aware that certain misunderstandings must be avoided, particularly in matters of the heart. Women who provoke jealousy in their boyfriends with other men are surely misguided, and their fates seldom end well, often culminating in tears behind closed doors. I snorted derisively, asserting that if this overweight suitor does not recognize his position, I shall ensure he receives a proper lesson, making him aware of the boundaries of his ambitions. Lan Minjing responded with laughter, engaging in light-hearted banter with Yang Mengting, deftly steering the conversation away from the topic. I escorted them to the Blackstone Reef Clubhouse, informing them that it is part of our family enterprise, and that hosting events here would pose no difficulties. Yang Mengting, with a cheerful demeanor, readily agreed, her infatuation evident, as she seemed oblivious to any deeper considerations. However, Lan Minjing harbored her own thoughts, primarily reflecting on the disparities between them, vowing to present herself well, lest she be plagued by regrets for a lifetime. They were naturally dining in my exclusive private room, indulging in an array of exquisite delicacies, while the two women savored their meal with great delight. Yang Mengting, with her mouth full, mumbled, "Why isn't Tygo eating? You're just watching us. And it's making us shy." I smiled slightly and replied, "Are you not aware of the phrase, a feast for the eyes? Observing the two of you, such enchanting beauties. Feasting is quite satisfying in itself. There is no need for me to partake." Lan Minjing rolled her eyes and remarked, "I never realized before how silver-tongued you are. Both my sister and I have fallen for your charms." As the three of us engaged in playful banter, Lan Minjing's phone suddenly rang. It was that plump girl calling. "Manager, you must check the company forum immediately. Someone is spreading rumors, claiming you exchanged favors for performance, alleging that you've been taken in by a client." Lan Minjing promptly opened the company forum and discovered that the post had been pinned at the top, with a considerable number of views, clearly indicating a deliberate attempt to tarnish her reputation. The post was detailed, complete with a photograph of Lan Minjing getting into a car, my car, naturally. Yang Mengting exclaimed in astonishment, "Where did those photos come from? I didn't see anyone taking pictures at the time." Lan Minjing's expression darkened as she said, "It must be from the surveillance cameras in our store. The parking spot where Jitai parked is right in the monitored area. I will call the staff responsible for the surveillance right now to find out who accessed the footage and dared to slander me. This matter is far from over." I touched my nose and said, "There's no need to inquire. It must be that insufferable fat pig behind this. What we're dealing with now are mere trifles. The real trouble is yet to come. If I am not mistaken, that so-called director of yours will undoubtedly exploit this situation to remove you from your position as store manager, perhaps even oust you from the company entirely. He surely wishes to elevate that fat pig to a higher rank. How foolish of him to underestimate the situation. Sister Minjing need not take this to heart. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the store. Should that director dare to act in such a manner, I will ensure he comprehends the gravity of provoking the wrong individual. It matters not that he is merely the second in command. Even if he were the top boss, I would compel him to kneel and concede." Lan Minjing gazed at me, feeling an unusual sense of tranquility within, and simultaneously arrived at a resolute decision. Chapter 73. Utter arrogance. Lan Minjing escorted both Yang Mengting and me to her residence, allowing us to indulge in the exquisite pleasures it offered, a delightful experience that lingers in memory. After enjoying breakfast, Lan Minjing proceeded to her shop to assess the situation, while I accompanied Yang Mengting home before returning to support her at the store. As Lan Minjing entered the shop, she immediately sensed the hushed whispers and conspiratorial glances exchanged among the staff, easily surmising that the topic of discussion revolved around yesterday's events. Zhu Kebiao, exuding an air of arrogance, was surrounded by several sycophantic employees who typically fawned over him, resembling subservient lackeys. The plump girl sidled up to Lan Minjing and whispered, "This insufferable brute has been insufferably arrogant since he arrived this morning, proclaiming that he is in charge from now on." Lan Minjing snorted disdainfully. "That impertinent pig is deluded. What progress have you made on reviewing the surveillance footage?" The plump girl promptly replied, "It's all the doing of those sycophants. I truly wonder how their brains function. Even if their heads were situated elsewhere, they wouldn't possess the sense to act appropriately. The store manager is someone coveted by the affluent. How could this overindulgent swine compare? If a conflict arises and that wealthy patron unleashes his wrath, the entire company would be unable to withstand the repercussions." Lan Minjing gazed at the plump girl in astonishment, not expecting such insightful reasoning from her. I shared the same sentiment. Upon noticing Lan Minjing, Zhu Kebiao feigned a smile that barely concealed his disdain, remarking, "Isn't this our esteemed and aloof store manager? How curious that you arrived by taxi instead of being chauffeured in a luxury vehicle." In essence, while feigning superiority before us, they are not as they seem. Indulging in various antics alongside the signs of wealth, Lan Minjing cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Kebiao, her voice dripping with contempt as she remarked, "Individuals like you, a gluttonous pig, can only drool in envy. Have you ever taken a moment to reflect on your own character? Your corpulent, greasy exterior is repulsive. What woman would ever find you appealing? Were it not for your connection as the director's brother-in-law, you would be utterly disregarded. Even if you were to beg on the streets, it would be an insult to those truly in need." With the mask of civility torn away, there was no need for restraint. It was time for unfiltered honesty. Zhu Kebiao's face turned a ghastly shade of anger as he shouted, "Do not presume that having a wealthy patron grants you the right to act arrogantly. My brother-in-law is already aware of the situation here, and he will ensure you face the consequences. Not only will you lose your position as store manager, but there will also be no place for you in this company. You will be forced to pack your belongings and leave. I shall take charge from now on." Such audacity. He continued, "What are you, to dare act so imperiously? Had it not been for Sister Minjing's intervention last night, I would have dealt with you then." As I ambled into the room, casting a glance at the assembly, the sycophants lowered their heads, too intimidated to utter a word. Zhu Kebiao swallowed hard, asserting, "This is a matter for our store. Outsiders have no place meddling." I interjected, "Do you have any idea who I am, daring to speak to me in such a manner?" Zhu Kebiao, mustering his courage, retorted, "Regardless of who you may be, you have no right to interfere in our store's affairs. You truly are blind to the truth. Buildings 8 of Yifeng City Garden and the 3 structures of Kesh Apartment were entrusted to us for rental by him. He is the largest property owner in our establishment. According to company policy, the largest owner is akin to a deity, possessing authority over all matters. Were you not aware of this?" Lan Minjing interrupted the blustering pig once more, revealing my identity to ensure he understood that I was not someone to be trifled with. Zhu Kebiao, previously emboldened by his brother-in-law's influence, had disregarded everyone, oblivious to the magnitude of my connections. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Lan Minjing's phone rang, displaying the caller as Su Wanfeng. She glanced at me, and upon receiving my nod, promptly answered the call on speaker mode. "I wonder what Director Su requires of me. I am currently occupied with matters regarding the store. Let us set aside store affairs for the moment and address your situation. What is the meaning behind the forum post? Do you still care for the company's image?" Su Wanfeng immediately cast a heavy accusation, clearly intending to exert pressure. Without hesitation, Lan Minjing retorted, "The person who came to fetch me is my boyfriend. What company regulation prohibits me from dating a wealthy partner? Regardless, I am an unmarried woman. It is my prerogative to accept a ride from whomever I choose. I fail to see how this concerns the company to warrant your personal inquiry." Su Wanfeng found himself momentarily speechless, having solely focused on aiding his brother-in-law's ascent while hastily attempting to eliminate Lan Minjing, neglecting the fact that she, as a young lady, was entirely within her rights to engage in a romantic relationship. "Do not attempt to engage in argument with me. Your actions have undeniably tarnished the company's reputation. Consequently, I have decided to suspend you for introspection. You are to entrust all matters of the store to Zhu Kebiao, particularly the core performance metrics in your possession, with no reservations permitted. Should the owner inquire, you must conceal the truth. If your actions adversely affect the company, the legal department will hold you accountable. And at that point, do not blame the company for lacking compassion." Su Wanfeng's words were not only a blatant distortion of reason, but also a naked threat, clearly intended to intimidate Lan Minjing. Upon hearing this, a surge of unbridled rage coursed through me, igniting from my heels to the crown of my head, nearly causing me to combust with fury. Such audacity! Do you not fear the consequences of your brazen tongue? Who do you think you are? Some omnipotent deity wishing to dominate all? He furiously rebuked Su Wanfeng, startling him, as if he had emerged from nowhere. Su Wanfeng, incensed, retorted, "And who might you be? You possess an extraordinary amount of gall to speak to me in such a manner. Do you believe I cannot dismiss you?" I scoffed disdainfully. "I am indeed the wealthy heir referenced in the post, as well as the very owner you instructed to keep concealed. If you possess the audacity, go ahead and fire me. I would welcome the opportunity to broaden my horizons. Lan Minjing is my designated representative. And you dare to suggest transferring business away from her while attempting to deceive me? This is nothing short of blatant fraud. There is no need for your legal department to contact Minjing. I shall procure the finest legal team to ensure you pay dearly for this transgression. Su Wanfeng was once again taken aback, silently lamenting the oversight he had made in failing to thoroughly investigate the background of his counterpart. Nevertheless, as the second-in-command of the Lin family group, a seasoned individual accustomed to significant events, he was not easily intimidated. "So it is Mr. Wang," he remarked. "I understand you wish to support Lan Minjing, but you are gravely mistaken. Our Lin family group stands as a paragon within the real estate agency market, and we shall not be easily cowed." Upon hearing these words, I could not help but chuckle. Chapter 74. Bring you down. Upon hearing Su Wanfeng's words, I could not help but laugh in anger, remarking that although I had previously noted his bravado, I had not anticipated his audacity. I expressed my bewilderment at the recent overcast weather, only to realize it was a result of him elevating his own pride to the heavens. A mere conglomerate like the Lianjia group dared to behave so insolently before me. Su Wanfeng, too, felt a sense of despair, likening his predicament to having his head stuck in a pig's snout, lamenting how he had succumbed to his wife's counsel and found himself in this predicament. Now entangled in trouble, he was uncertain how to extricate himself. However, there was no turning back from the path he had chosen, and he could only brace himself to face the consequences. As civilized individuals, Mr. Wang's remarks seemed rather pointless. I was merely adhering to company regulations, and there was nothing amiss in my actions. Regarding the earlier incident, it was entirely a misunderstanding. What Lan Minjing could accomplish, Zhu Kebiao could equally excel at. I trust that when you entrust these matters to us, you are placing your faith in the service of the Lin family, rather than in our store manager. Su Wanfeng's tone softened considerably, primarily in an effort to smooth over previous tensions and prevent any leverage from falling into my hands. I snorted dismissively, stating that quite the opposite was true. It was precisely because of Lan Minjing that I had chosen to delegate these tasks to them. He need not worry. I had no intention of exploiting this situation for my advantage, as that would be rather uninteresting. Did you not claim that the Lianjia Group was the titan of the real estate agency industry? Today, I shall demonstrate how I intend to bring that titan down. With that, he abruptly ended the call, leaving Su Wanfeng with no opportunity to respond. I grasped Lan Minjing's hand and strode confidently outward, causing those around us to hold their breath in fear. Zhu Kebiao realized the gravity of the situation. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat, silently hoping that his brother-in-law would come through this time. Upon returning to the car, I first called Zheng Weiding and succinctly recounted the events. Regardless of the methods you employ, ensure that the Lin family conglomerate is dealt with decisively. Just tell me how much you deem appropriate. Why are you saying such things? Tai Xiao, you are the second largest shareholder of our group. If they dare to slap your face, they are indeed slapping the face of our conglomerate. We certainly cannot indulge them. However, their reputation is quite commendable, and confronting them may prove challenging. I will devise a strategy in this regard. Zheng Weiding promptly assured me that there would be no issues while simultaneously emphasizing the difficulties, primarily to showcase his own contributions. Then I must trouble you, President Zheng. I will transfer 500 million to you. There is no need to return any excess. Consider it my contribution to the group. If it's insufficient, I will make up the difference. As for handling the reputation of the Lin family conglomerate, I will assign that to someone else. You need only focus on dismantling them. They must learn the taste of defeat. I spoke nonchalantly, as if I were discussing a mere $5 rather than 500 million. Zheng Weiding felt a shiver down his spine. He dialed Yi Qinglei's number again, his voice icy as he said, "The Lin family conglomerate has offended me. I want you to thoroughly tarnish their reputation. Can you accomplish this?" Yi Qinglei smiled and remarked, "Such matters pose no pressure for me, regardless of their circumstances. As long as our public relations department at Tianqing Entertainment takes charge, we shall unleash a deluge upon them. I assure you, their reputation will plummet. I will also mobilize the paparazzi to unearth some scandalous information. It is inconceivable that a company like theirs harbors no dark secrets." I expressed my satisfaction, saying, "I greatly appreciate your attitude, President Yi. Shortly, I shall transfer 100 million to you as a public relations fee. It must be a tempestuous affair, allowing them to endure the trials of the storm." Yi Qinglei promptly acquiesced, mentally elevating my status, determined to cater to the whims of this benefactor. I contemplated briefly before driving to Yang Mengting's location, instructing Lan Minjing and Yang Mingting to prepare for an outing. Seizing this opportunity, he had Linger contact Dream Fairy, succinctly outlining the situation, which caused Dream Fairy to erupt in fury. Those scoundrels possess audacity to offend my brother. I shall immediately reach out to Kong Qingzhong and instruct him to eliminate the senior executives of the Lien family group. No, merely eliminating them would be too merciful. They must be left destitute, their families shattered, regretting their existence in this world, to quell this deep-seated resentment. Upon hearing Dream Fairy's words, I nearly bit my tongue in astonishment. I had not anticipated that this charming girl could display such ferocity. There is no need for such brutality. Simply arrange for individuals to excavate all the scandalous information regarding the Lien family group, particularly those of an illicit nature, and make them public. You are a charming and lovely little girl, my most cherished younger sister. Henceforth, refrain from speaking of violence unless it is at my behest. Such matters are not to be broached. He articulated his desires and subsequently imposed constraints upon the Dream Fairy, not wishing for such an adorable girl to possess a heart as ruthless as her demeanor, lest she harm other beauties. The Dream Fairy, possessing an astute intellect, instantly discerned my thoughts and responded with a cheerful nod. Rest assured, dear brother, as I vie for affection among the elder sisters, I shall certainly rely on my charm rather than resort to such measures. From this moment onward, I shall heed your every word and embody the essence of a dutiful young lady. I shall now orchestrate the undertaking, ensuring that the world is made aware of the nefarious nature of the Lien family conglomerate. I coaxed the girl with a few playful words and, upon seeing Lan Minjing and Yang Mingting prepared, severed our communication to accompany them on a shopping excursion. Their spirits soared with delight, and as night fell, we continued to revel in the scenic beauty together, indulging in this blissful existence for 2 consecutive days. In stark contrast to their joyful lives, Chen Jianchuan, the head of the Lien family conglomerate, found himself in despair, contemplating the news. The past 2 days have been marred by a relentless barrage of unfortunate news. Unfavorable opinions began to circulate online, initially dismissed but soon overwhelming in their volume. The carefully cultivated image of the Lien family conglomerate crumbled within mere hours, their stock plummeting and their market value having in an instant. Subsequently, the Northeast Financial Group, leading a coalition of investment capital, launched a series of assaults on the Lien family conglomerate, leaving them battered and barely clinging to existence. The next blow proved to be fatal, as a multitude of damning transgressions against the law were continuously exposed. Half of the group's upper echelons had already been apprehended, leaving the remaining members in a state of trepidation. Chen Jianchuan glared at the few high-ranking officials still standing, his voice laced with fury. What on earth is happening? Whom have we offended? How have we come to this? Su Wanfeng's face turned ashen. He had already deduced the source of their plight. Filled with regret, so profound it felt like his insides were twisted in remorse. Had he known the extent of the situation, he would have never engaged in such actions. Deep down, he understood that offending such a powerful scion meant there was no escape. As long as the other party was determined, no matter how far one fled, they would inevitably be brought back. Chapter 75. Kneeling to sing Conquest. I believe the events of the past few days may be connected to me. I never anticipated that I would incite such considerable trouble. Su Wanfeng licked his lips and recounted the previous events, making a concerted effort to absolve himself in the process. Chen Jianchuan, his eyes ablaze with fury, bellowed in indignation. How could you commit such an act? Knowing full well the formidable nature of the opposition, you dared to confront them head-on. It is solely because you once fought alongside me that I have tolerated your behavior. Yet here you are, escalating matters and bringing forth calamity, determined to ruin the entire organization. Are you not satisfied until destruction ensues? The other senior executives chimed in agreement, remarking, he has always displayed arrogance, disregarding others entirely, and favoring his own kin by continually placing his allies within the company. Indeed, they spoke the truth. I had previously conveyed my concerns to President Qin, but he, blinded by nostalgia, allowed Su to act with impunity, leading us to this dismal situation. Reflecting on our early struggles to establish the company, it seems utterly unjust that he alone enjoys such privileges. It is a blatant affront. Now that we find ourselves in this predicament, we are expected to share the blame, as if we were all fools. If I had the chance to confront you, I would ensure that you all bear the consequences with me. Su Wanfeng observed the disdainful gazes of those around him, knowing that he had aroused the ire of the masses, and that no one could come to his aid. Chen Jianchuan too regretted his previous leniency. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have disregarded their past camaraderie, for indeed, misplaced loyalty can lead to ruin. He glared at Su Wanfeng, his teeth clenched, and shouted, "What do we do now? It's no longer as simple as just lying low. They intend to annihilate us. I was truly blind to have chosen you as my partner. If we cannot resolve this matter, we shall both face dire consequences." Su Wanfeng licked his lips and replied, "I recognize that all of this is my fault. If there were a remedy for regret in this world, I would willingly exchange everything for it. Now that we have reached this juncture, even if you were to kill me, it would be futile. We must consider how to salvage the situation." Everyone pondered this, realizing that identifying the root of the issue would allow them to devise a strategy rather than floundering aimlessly. One executive hesitated before stating, "To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. This predicament arose from Lan Minjing, so it is she who must resolve it." I believe Lan Minjing's words carry significant weight. If the relationship were merely superficial, she might not lend her support. Everyone had witnessed her beauty, which is undeniably captivating, and her relentless efforts have certainly made her appealing to these wealthy young men. They all agreed that this perspective held merit, regardless of the circumstances. The influence of a whispering wind is paramount. As long as Lan Minjing is willing to speak favorably, this matter may yet find resolution. Another executive inquired an essential question. Though this is true, have you considered why Lan Minjing would choose to advocate for us? Let us all engage in a moment of empathy. If you were Lan Minjing, confronted with such a predicament, it would be commendable to refrain from adding insult to injury, let alone extend a helping hand. This question struck a chord, leaving everyone exchanging glances, utterly at a loss for words. Chen Jianchuan inhaled deeply and declared, "At this juncture, we must treat a dead horse as if it were a live one. Let us proceed to Binhai City together and strive to resolve this matter." The gravity of the situation weighed heavily, compelling them to act with utmost urgency as they hastened to the store in the Ice City. Su Wanfeng's gaze fell upon Zhu Kebiao, igniting a surge of fury within him. He lunged forward, delivering a resounding slap, followed by a forceful kick that sent Zhu sprawling to the ground, where he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks. Zhu Kebiao cried out in anguish, "Brother-in-law, please stop hitting me. I have learned my lesson. I shall never dare again. Spare me this once." To which Su Wanfeng retorted, "I am not your brother-in-law. I have already informed that squanderer of a woman that I shall divorce her upon my return. You two scoundrels have truly led me to ruin." His ire intensified with each word, prompting him to seize a nearby stool and unleash his wrath upon the hefty figure before him. Amidst this tempest of emotions, Chen Jianchuan inquired of the other staff members how they might contact Lan Minjing, emphasizing the necessity of offering her a sincere apology. The plump girl, wide-eyed, responded, "Our manager is undoubtedly with Tai Xiao. I had previously warned that gluttonous fool not to set his sights on our manager. He presumes, due to his connection as the director's brother-in-law, that he can disregard everyone else, boasting that he has our manager under his thumb and will eventually have his way with her." Su Wanfeng had just ceased his actions when he heard these words, his heart nearly quaking with fear. He let out another roar and unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the corpulent figure before him. "You wretched scoundrel! Resembling the second aunt of Zhu Beiji, how dare you harbor designs on Lan Minjing? I shall kick you to death." Zhu Kebiao, with his ample flesh, felt the impact. Though he grunted in pain, he sustained no serious injuries. The plump girl, like a bamboo tube spilling beans, recounted my predicament, incorporating the speculations of former colleagues. As if affirming the narrative, Chen Jianshun had once overheard a wealthy magnate speak of hidden families. According to that magnate, the ostentatiously displayed wealthy individuals were akin to mere ants before these hidden clans. Such families not only possessed unparalleled riches, but also wielded an immense power. Should they desire it, even the most prominent figures could simply vanish at their command. Chen Jinchuan had already surmised my formidable nature, but he had not anticipated my affiliation with a hidden family. Now, the concern was no longer about preserving the corporation, but rather safeguarding the lives of his entire family. In a fit of rage, he charged forward, delivering a kick that sent Su Wanfeng sprawling, followed by a barrage of strikes, ensuring this scoundrel would accompany the fat pig in misery. Having vented his anger, Chen Jinchuan turned to the plump girl and inquired, "Can you reach out to Lan Minjing to convey that I, along with the senior executives of the group, wish to extend our sincerest apologies to her and Tai Xiao?" The girl patted her belly, indicating her close rapport with the shopkeeper, affirming her ability to make contact. However, Whether the shopkeeper would be willing to meet them remained uncertain. Chun Jianchuan hastily suggested that they should make contact first, promising the chubby girl that if she could accomplish this task, promotions and salary increases would be assured. With a bright future ahead, the chubby girl did not disappoint. She swiftly reached out to Lan Minjing and recounted the entire situation, inquiring how Lan Mingting wished to proceed. Lan Mingting looked at me and said, "I have been with Lianjia Group since my graduation. I have developed a connection over the years. Perhaps we should let them off this time." I smiled slightly and replied, "As long as Sister Minjing is pleased, nothing is beyond reach. But we cannot let them off so easily. Let those two scoundrels kneel at the entrance of Haishi Reef Club and sing conquer before we discuss any further matters." Chapter 76. Observe your sincerity. I accompanied Lan Minjing and Yang Mingting to the Blackstone Reef Club, where we encountered a corpulent man and a middle-aged gentleman kneeling, vociferously singing conquer. Lan Minjing sighed and recounted her experience at the annual meeting held at the headquarters, where Su Lanfeng, the company's second-in-command, spoke with remarkable confidence. At that moment, he could hardly have imagined such a downfall. Now that he has conceded defeat, let us allow them to rise. The current spectacle, with numerous onlookers, undoubtedly tarnishes the club's overall image. I nodded in agreement, saying, "Since Sister Minjing has suggested it, let us permit them to stand. We shall discuss the remaining matters in the private room." As we conversed, they approached the entrance, where Lan Minjing conveyed our decision to Chun Jianchuan, then linked her arm with mine and strode inside. Chun Jianchuan called out to Su Lanfeng, who hastily stood up and scurried after him, leaving the corpulent man to retreat to the side. The previous incident was due to my inadequate management of subordinates, which caused trouble for young Master Tai. It was entirely our fault, and I offered my apologies to him. Chun Jianchuan was exceedingly respectful, lowering himself to the ground as if he were a humble servant before an emperor. I disregarded Chun Jianchuan's demeanor and cast a detached glance at Su Lanfeng, whose forehead glistened with cold sweat as he hung his head, too intimidated to speak. "Just a moment ago, on the phone, you were quite arrogant, asserting that your family group was a leading entity in the real estate agency market, hardly needing to regard others. Only a few days have passed, and here you are, kneeling at the entrance of my establishment, singing your submission. It appears that the Lin family is not as formidable as you claim. How lowly you must feel." Su Lanfeng, upon hearing my inquiry, hastily bowed and replied, "I am but a wretched dog, pleading for your mercy, TSHO. Please, do not stoop to my level. Grant us a reprieve." I chuckled coldly and remarked, "One may revel in arrogance, but such audacity must be backed by merit. Had it not been for Sister Minjing's aversion to bloodshed, you would not be standing here now. All of you have already found residence in a small box. Do not assume you possess any significance. To extinguish your lives would be as effortless as crushing an ant beneath my foot. It merely depends on whether I choose to lift my foot." Chun Jianchuan quickly interjected, "In comparison to TSHO, we are but ants before a colossal mammoth. There exists no basis for comparison. TSHO possesses the magnanimity to forgive. Surely you would show us mercy this one time." Yang Mingting chimed in, "After all the grievances Sister Minjing has endured, you think a mere exchange of words will secure your freedom? How naive." Her statement was perfectly timed, and now it hinged on the sincerity of these individuals. Should their sincerity prove insufficient, they would be courting their own demise, and no one could be held accountable. Chun Jianchuan, however, had prepared well for this moment. He swiftly produced a document and placed it before Lan Minjing. "We have resolved to consolidate all of the Lin family's operations in Northeast China into a single Northeast Affairs Department, appointing Miss Lan as the manager of this department. The Northeast Affairs Department operates entirely independently from the group, with all costs borne by the group. Profits are shared in an 80-20 split, with the Northeast Affairs Department receiving the larger portion, while the group absorbs all losses. Furthermore, Manager Lan is granted an 8% permanent equity stake, making her the third largest shareholder in the company, thus affording her voting rights on corporate matters. The contract has already been drafted. All that remains is for Manager Lan to affix her signature, solidifying the agreement. From that point onward, we shall all be good colleagues. I wonder what Taishao thinks of this." Chun Jianchuan has undoubtedly invested heavily, sacrificing a significant portion of his own resources. If this does not succeed, he may have to resort to more drastic measures. With a serene smile, I remarked, "There is no need for you to consult me, General Chen. As long as Sister Minjing is content, everything else is inconsequential." Under the beseeching gaze of Chun Jianchuan, Lan Minjing finally nodded and signed the contract, bringing the matter to a close. Clearing my throat, I stated, "Our dealings with the Lianjia Group have concluded. Tomorrow, not only will you return to your original state, but you will also experience further development. Next, we must discuss our affairs with Su Luanfeng and that gluttonous pig. It is unacceptable for anyone to provoke me and remain unscathed, for that would be a blow to my dignity." Just as Su Luanfeng exhaled in relief. Upon hearing my words, his heart leapt into his throat, and his legs buckled beneath him, causing him to kneel. "It is all my fault. I was blind and offended Taishao. I promised to mend my ways, so please spare me, Taishao." I coughed lightly and remarked, "It seems you are yet to comprehend whom you've offended. Such a lack of perception hinders your ability to perform well in your duties." Mr. Chun concurred with my assessment. Chun Jianchuan, understanding the implication, hastily nodded and said, "You are absolutely right, sir. I shall relieve him of all his responsibilities, revoke his shares, and send him to the factory to operate a sewing machine." Pleased, I acknowledged him with a nod and instructed Xue Xiaowei to detain that gluttonous fool for the time being, as someone would arrive shortly to take him away. He beckoned Chun Jianchuan closer and whispered in his ear, "Have you ever ventured onto the dark web? If not, it matters not. Tomorrow you will receive a video to enlighten you on what it means to light the lanterns of fate. Remember this, should you offend me. Perhaps I might overlook it with a mere chuckle. However, to dare to slight those in my circle will not be so easily forgiven. This time, it is Sister Minjing's affection for your group that prompts me to show leniency. Such fortune does not come around often." Chun Jianchuan promptly acknowledged, "I understand your intentions. Sir, I shall ensure that Miss Lan is satisfied and will not allow her to endure even the slightest injustice." I smiled contentedly, stating, "I relish dealing with astute individuals like yourself. As long as Sister Minjing is pleased, your rewards will be abundant." Upon hearing these words, Chun Jianchuan felt a surge of elation, believing himself fortunate. By aligning with a hidden aristocratic family, his ascent to prominence was merely a matter of time. I sent Chun Jianchuan on his way and returned to Lan Minjing's residence. The two women shared a bond akin to sisterhood, each possessing numerous personal belongings at the other's abode. "Sister Minjing, please order 2 late-night snacks. Otherwise, I fear that what you are about to witness may provoke a regurgitation of your previous meal, leaving you both famished." I chuckled as I instructed Lan Minjing, while Yang Mingting gazed at me with her wide, kawaii eyes, filled with perplexity. I offered no further explanation, and as the time approached, I urged the two women to draw the curtains properly. I then proceeded to cast the content from my phone onto the television. The screen displayed a live broadcast from the Dreamy Spirits channel, featuring a rather portly individual releasing sky lanterns, and the reactions of the two women were utterly unexpected. Chapter 77. The two little white mice Lan Minjing and Yang Mingting beheld the live broadcast, where Zhu Kebiao was bound to a wooden frame, a fuse implanted within him, soon to be ignited. Upon hearing the agonizing cries of the unfortunate creature, the two girls' faces initially drained of color, only to be replaced by expressions of exhilaration. Their interest piqued. Lan Minjing licked her lips and remarked, "Though it may be somewhat cruel, recalling the repulsive behavior of that fat pig brings a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, it is poetic justice." Yang Mingting nodded in agreement. "What you say is true, sister. Despite the fear that grips my heart, I still yearn to witness it. Do you think I am a wicked girl?" I embraced them warmly and chuckled. As the saying goes, human nature is innately flawed. Each individual harbors a dark side. The crucial factor lies in one's ability to restrain it. Maintaining a disposition of kindness and occasionally indulging in such spectacles is entirely normal and indeed necessary. So there is no need for self-doubt. Allowing these two women to witness the live stream was, in itself, an experiment. After all, as we spent more time together, our understanding deepened. There were many truths that required gradual revelation, and someone had to take the initiative. With their prior experience of a successful trial, they naturally became the perfect little subjects. If Lan Minjing and Yang Mingting were aware of their roles, they would surely demand that I draw circles in the corner, finding it utterly outrageous to be treated as mere test subjects. The following day, Chun Jianchuan received a video that left him utterly terrified. Discarding his previous antics, he hastily sent Su Luanfeng to operate the sewing machine. I was oblivious to these events and remained unconcerned, only to be awakened by the timely notification of a red envelope, which I casually accepted. I received a sum of 5 million, wishing me a pleasant click. I acquired a Global Supreme Black card from a Michelin restaurant, wishing me a delightful click. I secured cash amounting to 63,587 yuan, wishing me a joyful click. He organized the information swirling in his mind and felt quite pleased with his recent gains. It seemed that amidst such indulgence, luck was easily enhanced. Suddenly, a rather indecent thought crossed my mind. Would fortune swell if everyone were to be fully engaged? The mere contemplation made my mouth water, prompting an immediate shake of my head to expel the notion. A gradual approach was essential. Patience was key. Lan Minjing had ascended to the position of manager at the Northeast branch, which meant an increase in responsibilities, compelling her to arrive at the store early. She deemed it unproductive for young Mengting to remain idle at home, thus deciding to summon her to assist. Should the 4S shop object, it would be a simple matter to withdraw. I found myself unceremoniously dismissed by the two women and, seated in the car, contemplated visiting Sikong Ruyan, whom I had not seen for several days and missed dearly. Among these women, my fondness for young Mengting was profound, but my esteem for Sikong Ruyan was unparalleled. If I were to choose only one to keep by my side, I would undoubtedly select young Mengting. However, for a legitimate spouse, Sikong Ruyan is the unequivocal choice. This situation may seem contradictory at first glance, yet it is profoundly logical, merely the reasoning of a powerful man. I arrived at the technology building and strode confidently into Sikong Ruyan's office, where I found her engrossed in her work, occasionally furrowing her brow in concentration. Clearing my throat, she immediately looked up with delight, for I was perhaps the only one permitted to enter her office without going through her secretary. What brings you here today? It has been ages since I last saw you. I almost thought you had become a missing person. She feigned annoyance while her demeanor betrayed a playful affection. I took her hand and guided her to the sofa in the reception area, wrapping my arm around her delicate waist. You have wronged me. I have been quite occupied lately, significantly expanding our business in preparation for the future. However, I must admit I have neglected you. How about I treat the lovely lady to lunch as a token of my apology? Sikong Ruyan's arms encircled my neck, her breath warm against my ear. Do you think of me as a fragile woman, merely a caged bird who cannot thrive without your assistance? I reclined slightly, allowing her to rest against me. Feeling her softness envelop me, stirring my senses. Who dares to label you as a fragile woman? You are, in my heart, a modern-day Hua Mulan, an absolute heroine, unmatched by any man. I merely offer you a few alternatives, alleviating your concerns and allowing you to venture forth according to your own desires. Should you choose to be my caged bird, I would consider it a rare blessing, ensuring that you blossom into a canary, living a blissful life in your latter years. Sikong Ruyan found great comfort in these words, her delicate lips curving into a smile, soon enveloped in an intoxicating atmosphere. Nestled in my embrace, she traced circles on my chest, declaring, I refuse to be a mere canary. At the very least, I aspire to be a majestic eagle. When I tire of flying, I shall return to your nest to settle down. I understand much, having witnessed it all with my father. As long as there is always a place for me in your heart, and I am not merely regarded as a remedy, I shall be content. I implore you, do not allow me to end up like my mother. As she uttered this last sentence, tears brimmed in her beautiful eyes, a stark contrast to her earlier fortitude, revealing a unique vulnerability. Rest assured, my abode will forever be your sanctuary. You will never be merely my remedy, but rather my irreplaceable wife. As I gently wiped away the tears from Sikong Ruyan's eyes, I made her a solemn promise, urging her not to be so sensitive and live in constant trepidation. A smile of happiness graced her face. Her words were not mere rhetoric, but a genuine reflection of her heart. As a recognized illegitimate daughter of a prominent family, she was cherished by her brother and frequently navigated the family sphere, witnessing much. Moreover, Sikong Ruyan's mother was indeed a remedy, and there were many others like her, frequently crossing paths, some even being close friends. Under the pervasive influence of the environment, Sikong Ruyan possesses a rather open-minded perspective towards many matters, while also understanding how to advocate for her own interests. For the true scions of affluent families, the notion of unwavering loyalty is a rarity, even if they were inclined. Their families would certainly oppose it. For these prominent clans, the propagation of lineage and the continuity of their bloodline are paramount concerns. Anyone who dares to obstruct this principle must be prepared to face insufferable consequences. Do not be deceived by the dramatizations of television novels. While fierce rivalries among siblings in illustrious families do exist, they are indeed the exception rather than the rule. Everyone is acutely aware that only through harmonious management of the family can one secure a prosperous future. The saying, under a collapsed nest, how can there be intact eggs, is an undeniable truth. The two remained entwined on the sofa until noon before tidying up to set off. Chapter 78. What are you saying? Together with Sikong Ruyan, I arrived at the only Michelin restaurant in Binhai City, a 2-star establishment that appeared quite impressive. Sikong Ruyan smiled and remarked, in Huagua, there are only 3 3-star Michelin restaurants, one in the capital, one in the metropolis, and the last in Yangcheng. As the most prosperous city in northeast China, having a 2-star restaurant is already commendable. When we visit the metropolis, I will take you to see the 3-star one. I smiled gently and replied, the venue of our dining is of little consequence. What truly matters is the company. With you, even a street-side stall would be a source of happiness. Sikong Ruyan nodded with a grin, linking her arm with mine as we approached the entrance of the restaurant. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a woman suddenly rushed past us, brandishing her phone, and collided with Sikong Ruyan, causing her to stumble toward me. I quickly wrapped my arms around Sikong Ruyan, intending to admonish the woman, only to see her dash into the foyer, as if pursued by a dog. The woman raised her phone and shouted, "Dear family, take a good look. This is Binhai's 2-star Michelin restaurant, and today we shall dine here. Let's walk through the gifts." Her loud exclamation shattered the restaurant's tranquility, drawing the disdainful gazes of the patrons. A staff member approached and said, "We sincerely apologize, but our establishment does not permit live broadcasts. Furthermore, we kindly ask you to refrain from making noise to avoid disturbing other guests." The woman, with a haughty tone, exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? I am a prominent streamer with millions of followers. You can easily search online to discover who Pink Heart is." The staff member, furrowing her brow, replied, "Regardless of your identity, I hope you adhere to our establishment's rules. If you cannot comply, I must ask you to leave." With a huff, Pink Heart reluctantly stowed away her phone and sashayed towards the front desk, where she saw us inquiring about seating and abruptly interjected. The server was asking Sikong Ruyan, "I wonder if you have a reservation, sir or madam?" Sikong Ruyan elegantly replied, "We did not make an advance reservation. Simply arrange a walk-in seat for us, preferably by the window." The server glanced and said, "I sincerely apologize, but aside from our VIP seating, we have no tables available by the window." I noticed Sikong Ruyan frowning, poised to present her supreme black card, when unexpectedly the same woman swaggered forward again. He stepped in front of Sikong Ruyan, blocking her, and the woman collided with him, staggering back several paces. Pink Heart felt as if she had crashed into a concrete pillar, exclaiming in pain, "What is your problem? Why are you standing there like a lamppost? Move aside quickly. Do you think you can afford to compensate me for this injury?" I retorted coldly, "You certainly excel at playing the victim. Just moments ago, at the entrance of the restaurant, you were darting around like a mad dog and already collided with my girlfriend. We do not engage with you on the same level. You should be aware of the circumstances. Seeing us here ordering food, you still dare to approach us. Truly, you lack self-awareness." The Pink Heart, hopping in indignation, exclaimed, "How dare you speak to me that way? Do you know who I am? I am a streamer with millions of followers. I will record you and label you as shameless, inciting my fans to unleash a wave of online harassment against you, ensuring your social demise." With a darkened expression, I replied, "You are merely a minor streamer, yet you act so arrogantly, truly lawless. I refuse to believe that no one can put you in your place." In the midst of his tirade, he had already instructed Ling to gather all relevant information on the Pink Heart and send it directly to Yi Qinglei. I dialed Yi Qinglei's number, my tone icy as I stated, "I trust you have seen the message I sent you moments ago. Regardless of the means you employ, ensure that she is thoroughly silenced. Should I discover that she continues her streaming career on any platform, she will face severe repercussions." Yi Qinglei nodded vigorously in agreement. For major entertainment companies, silencing a streamer is indeed a trivial matter, despite the apparent separation between streaming platforms and these entertainment giants. It is the latter that stands behind the former. Ignoring the shrill outbursts of the Pink Heart, I produced my esteemed black card and placed it on the table. "Prepare the finest VIP seating for me, and summon your manager at once." The receptionist's eyes widened at the sight of the prestigious card, and she quickly nodded in compliance, dispatching a server to fetch the manager. The Pink Heart smirked and remarked, "Look at the pretentiousness you've adorned yourself with, as if you possess some extraordinary prowess. That tattered card is utterly unremarkable, clearly not worth a second glance." "You shall not speak to this gentleman in such a manner," replied the manager, who hurried to the front desk, having overheard the exchange. "He possesses our Michelin restaurant's esteemed global black card. There are only 30 of these cards in existence worldwide. Each bearer holds immense prestige. Should they find any local Michelin establishment unsatisfactory, they have the privilege to converse directly with our owner through the exclusive VIP hotline." Before embarking on her live-streaming career, the Pink Heart was merely a rebellious youth with little education. Had it not been for her newfound fame, she would have likely ended up in a life of street solicitation. However, she grasped the gravity of the situation and recognized that the young man before her was indeed a person of great significance. Reflecting on the phone call she had received earlier, a shiver of realization washed over her. She sensed she had entangled herself in a serious predicament. Just then, her phone rang. It was her partner calling. "You insufferable fool. Whom have you offended? Our account has been suspended, and our identification and likeness have been permanently blacklisted. We can never rely on live streaming again. You squanderer, your fate is now that of a mere escort. You were given an opportunity, and you have squandered it. Hurry back at once." Upon hearing the contents of the call, the Pink Heart understood that her world had crumbled. All the time spent in deception and manipulation, the hard-earned followers she had accumulated, had now vanished into thin air. She gazed at me, her demeanor frosty, pleading with tears streaming down her face. "I acknowledge it was all my fault. I should not have offended the young master and madam. I implore you to show mercy and spare me this time." I chose to ignore her entreaties, directing my attention towards the manager instead. "I believe that an establishment such as yours should not permit just anyone to enter. Allowing such individuals within your premises only serves to diminish the appetite of others and is a disservice to your esteemed guests. Do you not agree with my perspective?" The manager, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead, hastily nodded in agreement. "What you say is absolutely correct, sir. It was entirely my oversight. I shall have her removed immediately." I watched with satisfaction as the Pink Heart was ejected from the establishment, nodding in approval before instructing the manager to escort the remaining guests to their reserved seats. Chapter 79, System Version 2.0. Under the guidance of the manager, I accompanied Tycoon to the most opulent VIP seating, a place seldom graced by patrons even once a year. Tycoon glanced outside, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, as she promptly ordered a set meal, taking the reins on my behalf. I felt no discontent with her decision. Her actions clearly signified her acknowledgement of my identity as a woman. With a smile, Tycoon reminisced during my time in the bustling metropolis. I too cherished sitting by the window, observing the streets below, watching the throngs of people bustling about, each engaged in their own hurried pursuits, evoked a profound sense of reflection within me. Regardless of one's social stratum, in essence, we are all alike. I responded with a gentle smile. "I never anticipated that a formidable woman like you could experience moments of sentimentality. Indeed, it seems that women are inherently tender-hearted. The inhabitants of this world toil relentlessly for survival. In my earlier days of poverty, I too was ensnared in a daily struggle, barely managing to satiate my hunger. At that time, my thoughts were consumed with the pursuit of earning a few extra coins, so my sister could enjoy a slightly better existence at school. She often took on part-time work, all while striving to maintain her position within the top 3 of her class, for only then could she secure a scholarship. Otherwise, such financial aid seemed destined solely for the affluent. This world is undeniably unjust, leaving no avenue for redress." Tycoon gazed at me, her eyes brimming with emotion, and remarked, "I never realized you endured such hardships in the past. Perhaps it is through enduring the bitterest of trials that one can truly rise above." I shook my finger and remarked, "You are mistaken. My subsequent experiences have revealed that this statement is utterly deceptive. If I were to continue as I once did, my existence would merely amount to that of a corporate drone. Even if I were to generate value, it would inevitably be usurped by others, never truly belonging to me." The words of the wealthy resonate with a peculiar reasonableness because they possess wealth, and thus their assertions appear infallible. It is akin to the industries and shares I currently hold. Relying solely on my own efforts to acquire them would render me unable to achieve such wealth, not just in this lifetime, but across numerous reincarnations. Moreover, as I glanced at the menu in our present location, I noted that the most modest dining fee here is $380, with very few options available. Our position is of the utmost exclusivity, costing at least $10,000, while in that previous period, my monthly earnings, despite my relentless toil, barely reached 4 or 5,000. This implies that merely sitting here consumes the equivalent of 2 months' wages from that time. Do you believe that I possessed the audacity to frequent such a place back then? I spoke candidly, each word striking true, which made Seikong Ruyin find me particularly captivating. Congratulations on triggering the charm enhancement card, achieving the highest level of profound impact. A special note regarding the charm enhancement card adjustment. Love at first sight has been changed to profound impact. Upon hearing the system's notification, I could not help but feel elated. Elevating Seikong Ruyin to this level is no trivial feat. The two of us continued to dine and converse, the atmosphere exceedingly harmonious, and in the afternoon, we enjoyed a delightful stroll. I brought Seikong Ruyin back to the villa. She had previously visited Villa Number 2 and had been particularly curious about Villa Number 1. Eager to uncover its mysteries, her wish finally came true. Upon seeing Linger, Seikong Ruyin was utterly astonished, and, after a delightful conversation, her joy was palpable. You truly bring me an abundance of surprises. I never imagined there would be such an extraordinary artificial intelligence in your abode, certainly centuries ahead of the world, she exclaimed. I smiled and replied, Linger is a unique entity. Aside from me, no one else can harness her capabilities. I wish to keep Linger's existence a secret from outsiders. Only those closest to me could share in everything. First, ensure that all the foundational infrastructure is in place. When the time comes, we can form a research team. Or perhaps venture out to procure one, I suggested. With Linger providing some technological assistance, I pondered whether we could indeed create exceptional chips. Though I feared they might be too advanced, leaving others in despair. Upon hearing Wang Shitia's words, Seikong Ruyin felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. Accompanied by another thought, possessing such formidable artificial intelligence would undoubtedly elevate her status within the family. She resolved to seize this opportunity, aspiring to create brilliance alongside her beloved, ensuring that everyone recognized her ability to soar to great heights. Noticing that the moment was ripe, I instructed Lingo to create a suitable atmosphere. Consequently, it was only natural for Seikong Ruyin and me to enjoy the scenery in an intimate manner. Although she was the second to arrive at the villa, she was the first to spend the night, a testament to her esteemed place in my heart. I was promptly awakened by the system's notification sound and discovered that, in addition to the red envelopes, the system upgrade had been completed. Congratulations, host. The system has officially been upgraded to version 2.0. Unlike the previous trivial updates, this one is a complete overhaul, immediately initiating information transmission. I felt a torrent of vast information surge into my mind, akin to a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming me to the point of a mental shutdown. Fortunately, my nerves are resilient. Otherwise, this sudden impact could have rendered me a mere vegetable. The system's reliability is truly questionable. As I organized the information swirling in my mind, I realized that all the previous functions remained intact, and the number of randomly distributed red envelopes had increased. The most significant change was the addition of various types of red envelopes, beyond monetary rewards and assorted items. There were now rarities and legendary treasures. These treasures included an array of martial arts techniques, distinct from the skill cards obtained in the real world, as they were fully realized manifestations from the realms of television novels. The variety of these techniques was astounding, encompassing everything from fantasy to high and low martial arts. There was nothing I could conceive that the system could not provide. The only concern lay in whether I would be able to draw them. Considering the staggering number of trillions of red envelopes, merely contemplating the odds was disheartening. However, I believed that the system cared for me. Surely, in times of necessity, it would reward me, allowing me to relinquish my worries and entrust everything to the system. As I prepared for my first red envelope draw following the system upgrade, my heart brimmed with anticipation and a nervous excitement tinged my decision to proceed. I have acquired a funding of 200 million. Wishing you a delightful click. I have obtained the 12 paths of Tan Leg skill card. Wishing you a delightful click. I have acquired the Iron Wire Fist skill card. Wishing you a delightful click. I have secured the 5 Dragons Bagua Staff skill card. Wishing you a delightful click. I have obtained a 600-year-old ginseng root. Wishing you a delightful click. I am utterly exhilarated by this bounty. Had I not been cradling Seikong Ruyin in my arms, I would have jumped for joy. Chapter 80. It seems of little use. With utmost care, I gently shifted Seikong Ruyin from my embrace and made my way to the restroom, where I utilized 3 skill cards. In my mind, a miniature figure appeared, performing a comprehensive demonstration of all the martial techniques. Once the figure completed its display, It transformed into a myriad of luminous particles and vanished from my consciousness. I then felt an unusual energy coursing through my muscles, causing a delightful itchiness throughout my body. Gradually, this energy began to establish a rhythm, leading to a remarkable transformation in both the coordination and explosiveness of my muscles. The skill cards I had previously used merely enhanced my body awareness, but this newfound power delved deeper, finally unlocking the treasure trove within. A flicker of realization dawned upon me. My current state epitomized the pinnacle of Mingjin. With but a single step further, I could ascend into the realm of Anjin. I recalled Li Jimin's earlier explanations. Entering Mingjin signified one as a practitioner of martial arts, a commendable achievement indeed. I pondered for quite some time, stroking my chin, yet could not discern the practical utility of possessing Mingjin. Given my current social standing, engaging in brawls was hardly an option. It could merely be regarded as a means of self-defense. My gaze then shifted to the storage space, where I noticed a box containing an exceptionally pristine ginseng root. I licked my lips, contemplating how to consume this ginseng, wondering if I should take it home to present to my parents, though it might very well startle them. During this period, my sister and I had shared numerous conversations with our family, even providing them with 200,000 cash to purchase some delightful treats. The outcome startled my parents, who feared that the two siblings were engaged in some nefarious activities outside, nearly compelling them to turn themselves in. After much persuasion, we finally convinced them that I was now trading stocks and had earned a modest sum, alleviating the financial strain on our household. Once I managed to soothe their worries, I resolved to lay low for a while, intending to bring my parents to Bincheng once my sister had fully clarified the situation, allowing them to enjoy a better life. Hearing a rustling from the bed, I hurried out of the bathroom to find Sikong Ruyan lazily stretching. A true beauty possesses an enchanting allure. Even in such a simple gesture, it ignites a fervent desire within. Sikong Ruyan cast a playful glare at me and said, "What are you staring at? Come here and give me a hand. You are such a scoundrel. I could have been thoroughly bullied by you. Every movement is painfully excruciating. How am I supposed to go to work today? You are completely unjust in your accusations. Do you not recall who was more reckless yesterday? Allow me to massage you. With so many people at the company, it would suffice for them to manage without us today." I settled beside her, cradling Sikong Ruyan in my arms, gently kneading her while responding with a smile. Contentedly nestled against me, Sikong Ruyan nodded, declaring that she would not rise from bed today and wished for me to attend to her. As afternoon arrived, Sikong Ruyan had significantly recovered, and we strolled hand in hand through the villa district. With a smile, she remarked, "Although Villa Number 1 is exquisite, it is suitable for just the two of us. To truly establish a family, it would be best to have a sprawling estate." I gazed at Sikong Ruyan in astonishment, utterly taken aback by her words, longing to unravel the peculiar intricacies of her mind. With a faint smile, Sikong Ruyan remarked, "It was only upon meeting Linger that I realized how misguided I had been. The family's decision to bestow upon you the sole superintelligence signifies their immense expectations for you. Having spent time in a prestigious family myself, I understand their paramount desire to propagate and expand their lineage. The more exceptional the bloodline, the more it must flourish. I am aware that due to your past experiences and certain unique circumstances, your overall perspective is quite limited, necessitating an adaptive process for many matters. I am willing to accompany you through this journey, offering guidance from my own experiences, ensuring that you remain formidable and do not live with regrets." I stood there dumbfounded, feeling utterly bewildered by her reasoning. It seemed so far removed from my own understanding. Yet, I grasped one important point. Following Sikong Ruyan's perspective could impeccably resolve the issues at hand. Realizing this, I promptly seized the opportunity to affirm, "I indeed have a gap in this regard. I will certainly rely on your assistance in the future." However, I pondered where one might procure an estate in Bin City. Would it be necessary to venture into the depths of Black Mountain? That place instilled fear even in me, let alone in you. After a moment's contemplation, Sikong Ruyan acknowledged the absence of a viable solution and decided to set this matter aside for now, intending to revisit it when a suitable opportunity arose. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Lu Juanheng caught sight of Sikong Ruyan and me strolling hand in hand, and his eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. He gazed through the telescope with utmost seriousness, immediately confirming the relationship between the two individuals, which brought a slight joy to his heart. Lu Juanheng promptly called Wang Yingjie to inform him of the situation, emphasizing the importance of navigating this path carefully. for the power of a whispering pillow is unparalleled. During this time, Wang Yingjie was often found immersed in his work, not out of an earnest dedication to the business, but rather contemplating how to pursue Wang Shuanghua. Initially, his intentions were somewhat self-serving. However, after several encounters with her, he found himself genuinely captivated by the young lady. Wang Yingjie perceived in Wang Shuanghua a unique quality that distinguished her from other socialites, a certain innocence and simplicity. Wang Shuanghua, in turn, harbored a favorable impression of Wang Yingjie. His appearance was quite appealing, and coupled with his status as a prince, he resembled a quintessential Prince Charming. In the tea room, Wang Shuanghua asked Hu Qinxue, "Do you think the prince has any ulterior motives for seeking me out?" Hu Qinxue responded with a smile, "Well, you are certainly a youthful beauty. It's entirely normal for the prince to have feelings for you. You shouldn't feel unworthy. It's quite the jest. You are the daughter of the Wang family. And with the prince, it is a match made in heaven." Wang Shuanghua expressed her concerns, saying, "I ought to be the one worried. Our family backgrounds are too disparate. Who knows if it could ever." She inadvertently let slip her thoughts, quickly closing her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. Wang Shuanghua cheerfully declared, "I have already decided that you shall be my sister-in-law. If my brother dares to disagree, I shall simply ignore him henceforth." That being said, it has indeed been several days since my brother last reached out to us. Perhaps he finds my presence to be a hindrance. For the sake of my brother's happiness, I have resolved to accompany the young prince to the opera this weekend. You must seize the opportunity then. Hu Qinxue playfully chided. Yet her heart brimmed with anticipation at the thought of sharing a world for two, which filled her with joy. I cherish Sikong Ruyan, and at night, I simply hold her as we drift into slumber. Alas, fortune has not favored me. The red envelope I opened in the morning yielded only a meager 10 million in funds and several 100,000 in cash. I transferred the funds I received over the past 2 days to Sikong Ruyan's account, for the company has been burning through money, and it is essential to provide ample support. Chapter 81. A time for practice. I escorted Sikong Ruyan to her workplace and then made my way to the Junha Fitness Club. After all, I had honed my skills to a respectable level and felt the need to showcase my prowess. Following his camaraderie with Li Jiming, he engaged in training at the private facility located on the back mountain, driving up the winding path from the opposite side. At the entrance, I encountered Zhong Huarong, and I sensed a familiar strength emanating from him, indicating that he too was a practitioner of remarkable skill. Zhong Huarong, in turn, perceived the change in me, his expression betraying a mix of surprise and restrained curiosity, which he did not voice. I chuckled and said, "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. I am not a ferocious beast that would bite." Anticipating his inquiry, I added, "You're wondering how I reached this level. Well, I simply perused a few martial arts books yesterday and practiced a bit. Thus, here I am." Zhong Huarong, visibly frustrated, retorted, "Seeing Iron Shao in this state makes me want to strangle you. What do you mean by just practicing a bit to achieve this level? Do you have any idea how hard we VE worked to cultivate Mingjin? We VE endured the harshest winters and the sweltering summers, never allowing ourselves a moment's respite. After 20 arduous years of relentless training, we finally became proficient." I raised my hands in surrender, replying, "I truly do not wish to diminish your efforts, but I must speak the truth. Perhaps this is merely a matter of innate talent, something that cannot be forced." The reality was undeniable, leaving Zhong Huarong to ponder in silence, reflecting that indeed, one's abilities often overshadow others, and comparison can evoke a sense of despair. With a smile, I ventured inside, where I found Li Jiming leisurely sipping tea. I casually took a seat beside him and drained my cup in one go. Li Jiming, as a master of hidden strength, possessed remarkable acuity, allowing him to discern their dialogue with utmost clarity amidst the absence of any extraneous noise. Though he appeared outwardly composed, a tempest of thoughts surged within him. He recalled his father's words about individuals deemed as extraordinary martial talents, rare as a millennium. Such innate understanding, he mused, was the foundation of these exceptional individuals, whose prowess in martial arts was simply unparalleled, leaving others in a state of awe and admiration. Li Jiming pondered that, coming from a secluded family, it was only natural for him to possess such extraordinary gifts. In recent days, he had delved into some research and discovered that not everyone in his hidden lineage was deemed worthy to venture into the world. Those selected for such trials were individuals upon whom the family pinned great hopes, destined to become the pillars of their clan. The hidden families subscribed to the belief that great responsibilities were bestowed upon individuals only after they had endured trials that would temper their strength and fortitude, thus cultivating true talent. The efficacy of this philosophy was evident, for these families had flourished through the ages. Had they faltered even slightly, they would have long been devoured, leaving no trace behind. As these reflections flitted through his mind in an instant, a subtle smile graced Li Jiming's face. Tai Xiao had indeed brought him countless surprises. Previously, his physical prowess had astounded him, and now, with mere practice, he had begun to cultivate internal strength. Observing Tai Xiao's progress, it seemed he was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of manifest strength, poised to rival Li Jiming's own level at any moment. As he spoke these words, he took a moment to commend himself, emphasizing the necessity of showcasing one's abilities in order to demonstrate greater value. I scratched my head and replied, I simply found it rather dull and happened upon 3 books, so I practiced a bit. I'm not entirely certain what level I've reached. I felt that practicing alone lacked interest and wished to find a partner for training. Brother, could you arrange someone for me? They need not be exceptionally skilled. Just a bit of experience will suffice. After all, I had no intention of engaging in combat. It was sufficient for me to be able to defend myself and escape when others attacked. Li Jiming silently exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing this young man as quite the aristocrat. Preoccupied with thoughts of how to flee during a fight, such a talent seemed wasted. If bestowed upon someone willing to toil diligently, they could become a master of martial arts. Though Li Jiming mused over this internally, he refrained from expressing it outwardly and decided to let Qian Huarong spar with me. The two of us donned our training attire and stood opposite each other on the arena. I performed a bow, mimicking what I had seen on television. Li Jiming chuckled from below, remarking, previously, without having cultivated inner strength, you were not considered part of the martial world, and I did not hold you to such standards during your bow. However, the situation has changed. You are now recognized as a genuine martial artist, a member of the martial arts community, and thus must adhere to its customs. The bow you just executed was one of the martial world's traditions, akin to those of ancient practitioners, which is a transgression that could lead to unnecessary complications. He had Zhong Huarong demonstrate in great detail, and at last, I comprehended the intricacies involved. Shaking my head in resignation, I hadn't anticipated the complexity of it all, which only solidified my previous resolve to refrain from mingling in the martial world. Zhong Huarong, with utmost seriousness, declared, I am the heir of Xiaobei Long Fist. I humbly request your guidance, Iron Shirao. I chuckled softly and replied, I'm unsure how to introduce myself. Let us just spar and see. He didn't retrieve the iron rings used an iron wire fist from his space, but launched into the movements, his arms flowing like iron whips, exuding a vigorous energy. Iron wire fist is a variant of Hong fist, emphasizing broad, sweeping motions, which perfectly align with my temperament, allowing me to execute the techniques with ease. Meanwhile, Zhong Huarong internally lamented, initially considering the possibility of letting me win. It now seemed he had overestimated his own capabilities, merely hoping to avoid being overwhelmed by my strikes. After practicing iron wire fist for a while, I resolved to shift my focus to the 12 road tan legs, promptly altering my stance with powerful and vigorous kicks. Zhong Huarong became flustered and could only shout out his surrender, leaping off the stage, gasping for breath. The prowess of Iron Shirao is astounding. Having only trained for a few days, if I hadn't previously confirmed that you were not a formidable opponent, I would never have believed it. I shrugged and replied, I didn't expect it to unfold this way either. You are the first martial artist I have faced, and it appears I possess some skill after all. Li Jiming ascended the platform and said, Brother, don't let your triumph over Zhong Huarong inflate your ego. Your exceptional physical prowess played a significant role in your victory. I came to accompany you in practice. Do not confine yourself to a single skill, but rather blend these two arts together to fully unleash the power of your strikes. I eagerly agreed, and, following Li Jiming's guidance, began to merge the iron wire fist with the 12 paths of tan leg. Initially, I felt somewhat clumsy, but gradually I improved, ultimately achieving a level of perfection that was unparalleled. The spectators below were equally awestruck, marveling at my prowess. I fought with great enthusiasm, and it was evident that the system's benevolent father was pleased, rewarding me with a plethora of red envelopes, and, in addition to the monetary gifts, presenting me with a box of exquisite De Hong Pao tea. With a feigned air of nonchalance, I took a stroll to retrieve the prized De Hong Pao, presenting it as a token of gratitude to Li Jiming. Naturally, he was overjoyed, grasping my hand and expressing his delight with a few cheerful words. Chapter 82. You should seek me out. Half a month later marks my father's 70th birthday, and I sincerely hope my younger brother can grace us with his presence at the celebration. Li Jiming grasped my hand, beaming as he extended the invitation. My father had long wished to meet me, yet circumstances had not afforded us the opportunity. As the scion of a reclusive family, my status is considerably elevated, making it utterly unthinkable for him to visit Li Guangjuan directly. With a smile, I remarked, I have been eager to pay my respects to uncle, but regrettably, the chance has eluded me until now. This opportunity is indeed fortuitous. Li Jiming, convinced that he grasped my intent, nodded enthusiastically in agreement. He believed that my thoughtful approach of utilizing Li Guangjuan's birthday as a pretext to visit him was most astute. According to the customs of our nation, it is customary for juniors to extend birthday congratulations to their elders, which is universally accepted and beyond reproach. Had I been aware of Li Jiming's musings, I would have assured him that he was overthinking the matter. My intentions were simply to extend birthday greetings. Having enjoyed his time here, Li Jiming initially intended to meet Tycoon Ruyan, only to discover that she was rather shy, citing her overwhelming workload as an excuse for her unavailability these past few days. I spent a day at the Friendship Building with Yuan Bingwe, and the following morning I opened a red envelope, which bestowed upon me 300 million in funds and a jar of century-old sorghum liquor. He transferred the 300 million to the investment firm's account, entrusting Yuan Bingwe to continue honing her skills. His lavish display of generosity left the employees utterly astounded. These employees are the elite of the Northeast Financial Group, typically handling tens of millions. However, a sum exceeding 100 million remains utterly unattainable for them. My extravagant display of wealth thoroughly stunned these elites, each one resolutely deciding in their hearts to remain at the investment firm until old age. Upon returning to my villa, I took out a century-old sorghum liquor and scrutinized it earnestly for a considerable time, contemplating that someone seasoned like Li Guangjuan would surely appreciate such a fine spirit. Linger emerged from the side. As our integration deepened, she had developed the ability to project a charming 3D image of a little girl. I recalled from my research that the elderly often favored medicinal wines. Perhaps we ought to venture out to procure some Chinese herbs to infuse into the liquor, which would at least enhance its visual appeal. A sudden realization struck me as I slapped my forehead. You are absolutely right. How could I have overlooked this? I happen to possess a 600-year-old ginseng that could be added to create a ginseng-infused liquor. As he spoke, he produced the ginseng, treating this priceless root with little regard, casually inserting it into the jar as if it were merely a radish. Utilizing her special technique, Linger resealed the jar, subsequently placing it on a conveyor belt leading to the basement, where the optimal temperature would facilitate the infusion of the ginseng's medicinal properties into the liquor. Just as I was about to take a brief rest, a notification popped up on my screen in response to his extravagant actions. The system rewarded me with 20 red envelopes. I received a sum of 200,000 yuan, and I was wished a pleasant clicking experience. Additionally, I obtained a multiplier cashback card with the same pleasant wish extended. I obtained a fruit of the Zhu, aged 500 years. May your clicks be filled with delight. I received a cash sum of 185,642 yuan. May your clicks be filled with delight. My attention was captivated by that Zhu fruit. Although its age is inferior to that of ginseng, it has been classified among the treasures of heaven and earth. In contrast, the ginseng, aged 600 years, falls under the category of traditional Chinese medicine, placing the two in entirely different realms. As for the remaining items, the multiplier return card holds some merit. It is now devoid of time constraints, allowing usage during high expenditure periods. I fell into a deep slumber until evening, and upon awakening in a haze, I discovered that the dream spirit was online, gazing at me through the screen. You mischievous girl, since you are already online, why did you not wake me? The dream spirit replied with a smile. I simply wish to watch you sleep. Dear brother, your sleeping visage is utterly adorable. I chuckled and said, your words are becoming increasingly sweet. Here, take 100 black coins and treat yourself to some sweets. The dream spirit made a playful face and then began to act coy, amusing Wang Ji with her antics. Unbeknownst to me, Kong Qingzhong has been searching for heavenly treasures these past few days, having issued several bounties, yet to no avail. Upon hearing this, I laughed heartily. Bring Kong Qingzhong over. I shall inquire what he seeks these treasures for. The dream spirit's heart stirred, and she promptly contacted Kong Qingzhong, leading the three of us to establish a group video call. Kong Qingzhong, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "I have been preoccupied with certain matters these past few days. Hence I failed to send my regards to the esteemed lord. I am curious as to why you have summoned me. You are no ethereal sprite. There is no need to extend formalities without cause. I have no inclination to traverse the treacherous Broken Arm Mountain. I have heard you are in search of rare treasures of heaven and earth. What is your purpose?" I jestingly inquired, before posing my question. Kong Qingzhong promptly replied, "I have recently encountered an alchemist and wish to procure 2 medicinal pills to enhance my prowess. However, I require rare treasures of heaven and earth to do so. They are exceedingly elusive, and despite my exhaustive efforts, I have come up empty-handed. It seems I am out of luck." I stroked my chin thoughtfully and remarked, "For matters such as these, you ought to consult me. Just yesterday, I acquired a 600-year-old ginseng, which I have now submerged in a wine jar to infuse." Both Kong Qingzhong and the ethereal sprite widened their eyes in astonishment, internally exclaiming in disbelief at this reckless spendthrift, who so brazenly squandered such precious resources. Using a 600-year-old ginseng for wine, was he attempting to overindulge himself to death? How could someone so audacious remain grounded? Clearing my throat, I continued, "I presently possess only a single 500-year-old red fruit, which I initially intended to consume as a snack. Would you care for it?" Upon hearing my words, Kong Qingzhong nearly leapt through the screen to express his gratitude, considering it a timely boon. "Yes, that is far superior to the ginseng. Thank you, esteemed lord, for your generous gift. From this moment forth, your words shall be my decree, and I shall comply with whatever you command." I nonchalantly waved my hand and remarked, "It's merely a fruit. What significance does it hold? There's no need to dwell on it." However, I posed a question, "How shall I deliver the fruit to you?" Kong Qingzhong promptly replied, "There is no need to trouble the esteemed deity. I will arrange for the courier from the Black Network to retrieve it. In the future, should you wish to send or receive anything, you may also enlist the Black Network services." He continued, "The couriers I have selected from the Black Fong are exceptionally loyal and highly skilled. They will undoubtedly meet your expectations." I rubbed my nose and stated, "I prefer to keep my residence confidential. Please designate a location where I can leave the fruit." I added, "Your enhanced abilities will benefit me as well. Should you desire anything in the future, simply inform me, and I shall procure it for you, undoubtedly more efficiently than you could." Kong Qingzhong eagerly nodded in agreement, and in his delight, he felt a pang of regret for the ginseng, thinking that had he spoken earlier, he could have secured the entire batch. After conversing with the Dream Fairy for a while longer, I received a call from Yang Mingting. Chapter 83. Let me give it a try. I spoke briefly with the Dream Fairy before disconnecting the video call and inviting Yang Mingting to join. Clad in an adorable pajama set, she fluttered her beautiful, large eyes, reminiscent of a charming heroine straight from the realm of anime. My little darling must have missed me. A day apart feels like an eternity, and considering our time apart, it has indeed been several seasons. I teased her playfully, only to be met with an endearing eye roll from Yang Mingting, which made her look irresistibly cute, igniting a strong desire within me to rush over and see her. "My brother only knows how to tease me," she replied, a hint of sincerity in her voice. "I do miss you, but I have other matters to discuss with you this time." Manager Zoe had called me, informing me that my brother's Rolls-Royce Wraith had arrived and that there was an upcoming car exhibition where he wished to showcase the vehicle to enhance his reputation. I felt hesitant to make a decision on my own, hence I sought my brother's opinion. If he was not fond of the idea, I would not permit them to proceed. After all, such an expensive car, what if it were damaged? Yang Mingting wore a serious expression that was quite amusing to behold. I chuckled and replied, "Zoe Feng certainly knows how to handle matters, especially regarding your affairs, and he manages them exceptionally well. It's not as if it would be damaged just by being displayed. We might as well let them use it." Yang Mingting nodded in agreement. Then with a playful glint in her eye, she said, "Sister Minjing hasn't assigned me any tasks these days. Would you accompany me to the car exhibition, brother?" As she spoke, she cheekily stuck out her tongue, embodying a mischievous sprite, completely contrasting her previous adorably naive demeanor. I would certainly not refuse this delightful girl, though I felt a surge of irritation and promptly went to find her, to avoid the necessity of fetching her the following day. Yang Mingting quickly faced the consequences of her mischief. After taking in the scenery, she was exhausted, resembling a puddle of mud. I was roused at the timely sound of a red envelope notification, but the reward was rather modest, amounting to just over $1 million in cash. With nothing else to show for it. Observing young Mengting nestled in my arms like a kitten, I chuckled and tightened my embrace, realizing how spoiled I had become. I had never even dared to dream of possessing $1 million before. Young Mengting awoke late, around midday, and after tidying herself up, she playfully stuck out her tongue, linking her arm with mine as we set off. We arrived at Starfish Plaza, home to the largest exhibition hall in East Asia, currently alive with flags waving and drums resounding, creating a lively atmosphere. Outside were cars priced under $1 million, with white-collar workers choosing among them. True millionaires would venture inside the hall to admire the genuine luxury vehicles, accompanied by models that perfectly complemented these magnificent machines. Many affluent individuals were not merely there to select cars, but rather to choose from the models, as everyone sought their own desires, inevitably leading to a mutually beneficial outcome. Young Mengting gazed at the models with envy, exclaiming, "Their figures are simply exquisite, especially those long legs that leave one drooling. If only I had such long legs. My brother would surely adore me even more." What was it they said? Just having beautiful legs could last a year of fun. I lightly brushed against young Mengting's delicate nose and remarked, "What a jumbled mess. Do you often play with the chubby girl?" When I first rented a room at Sister Minjing's shop, the chubby girl would often tease me and was rather crude. I decided it would be best to keep my distance from her. His voice was neither too high nor too low, allowing those around us to hear clearly. And many faces immediately displayed expressions of disdain. I caught a glimpse of their reactions out of the corner of my eye, but remained unfazed. Just then, a scornful voice interjected. A white-collar worker looking for a place to stay dares to come here to view cars, and she even brought along a factory girl. Truly lacking in self-awareness. I turned to the source of the voice and beheld a greasy, middle-aged man with a heavily made-up woman in his embrace. The man's gaze towards young Mengting was replete with overt desire, clearly seeking a change of pace with something more delicate. I let out a dismissive snort, casting a cold glance at the greasy man, which caused him to flinch and involuntarily divert his gaze elsewhere. Just as I was about to speak, young Mengting clung to his arm, playfully saying, "Brother, let us ignore those irrelevant people. Let us proceed to view the cars." I nodded in agreement, dismissing the greasy man, and turned with young Mengting towards the Rolls-Royce display area. Offended, the greasy man immediately followed us with the woman, deliberately stepping ahead as we entered the exhibition area. Upon spotting the Rolls-Royce Wraith in the center of the showroom, the woman gasped in astonishment. The car exudes an undeniable air of opulence. Let us proceed with the purchase of this vehicle. The corpulent man cast a sidelong glance at me, nodding imperiously before inquiring with the approaching salesman about the price of the car, which appeared rather impressive. The salesman, initially disinterested in the corpulent man, intended to greet me instead, but upon noticing my subtle shake of the head, he refrained. With a professional smile, the salesman replied, "This vehicle is valued at 80 million renminbi. Should you wish to make a purchase, we can request a 5% discount from our headquarters along with a complimentary set of license plates." Upon hearing this staggering sum, the corpulent man broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "Why is it so exorbitant? Why not just rob a bank? With such an expensive car on display, who could possibly afford it?" The salesman, harboring disdain internally, maintained a composed demeanor, saying, "Sir, there seems to be a misunderstanding. This car is merely showcased for observation. It is not intended for sale here." The corpulent man was momentarily rendered speechless, glancing around in frustration. Suddenly, he noticed a sign in the exhibition area proclaiming that visitors could sit in the cars for free. He immediately turned to the woman, saying, "Let us take a seat and experience how it feels." The woman, her face alight with exuberance, exclaimed, "Are you truly considering buying this car for me? I absolutely adore you. Tonight, I shall heed your every whim." To which the man retorted, "What are you thinking? Do you believe yourself to be adorned with diamonds? Asking me to purchase an 80 million renminbi car, why not just ascend to the heavens?" Noticing the sign that read, "All vehicles are available for trial seating," I thought to myself, why not take advantage of this opportunity, especially since it costs nothing? Without hesitation, I approached. An irate, portly man reprimanded a woman nearby, whose face reflected disappointment, yet she too yearned to experience the opulence of a luxury car, reaching out towards the door. The salesman swiftly swatted their hands away, exclaiming loudly, "I sincerely apologize, but this vehicle is unlike the others. It has already been sold. We have obtained the owner's permission to display it here for your viewing pleasure, which is why I mentioned that we do not intend to sell it here." Upon hearing this, the irate man felt ridiculed, his anger flaring intensely, just as he was about to unleash his rage. I grasped Yang Mingting's hand and approached with a cheerful demeanor, casually stating, "Allow me to give it a try." Chapter 84. He's the car owner, the greasy man. Brimming with indignation, erupted like a rabid dog upon hearing those words. "You impoverished wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? This luxury vehicle, worth over 80 million, is beyond even my reach. Who do you think you are?" I snorted dismissively. "Just because I chose not to engage with you earlier. Do not presume to overstep your bounds. My qualifications are for the sales staff to determine." The salesperson promptly interjected, "Mr. Tai is the owner of this vehicle. He may sit as he pleases, and no one else has the right to interfere. It is truly bewildering from where you draw your audacity to belittle Mr. Tai. A single hair from his leg is thicker than your waist." Determined to attach herself to me, she spared no effort in silencing the greasy man, leaving him speechless. He swallowed hard, then hoarsely protested. Just a moment ago, he claimed to be renting. How could he possibly afford such an extravagant car? It must be a deception. Such utter nonsense. When Mr. Tai placed the order for this car, he had already settled the full payment, astonishing even the headquarters. Zoe Feng, who had just been enjoying lunch, hurried to the exhibition area upon hearing of my arrival, coincidentally catching the tail end of the conversation. Without hesitation, he fixed a cold gaze upon the greasy man, instructing a nearby attendant to capture a photograph, which he then sent to headquarters. "Since you have offended our group's most esteemed guest, you shall henceforth be placed on the blacklist of all Rolls-Royce branches worldwide. Simultaneously, we shall share your photograph with other luxury car brands. Whether they choose to blacklist you remains a matter of your fortune." The woman immediately exclaimed, "What you are doing is an invasion of privacy. We can sue you and make you pay the price." Zoe Feng, with a stern expression, replied, "We possess a dedicated legal team precisely to deal with scoundrels like yourselves. Feel free to take legal action at any time. The circle of elite billionaires is rather small. Should you dare offend Tai Xiao, it will inevitably come to the attention of other top tycoons, and you shall bear the consequences." His words were a blatant threat, yet entirely grounded in truth. These affluent individuals operate as a collective, where a single misstep can trigger a cascade of repercussions. The oily man was merely a small-time boss, earning no more than 18 million annually. For a billionaire to erase him from existence would be as effortless as a mere breath. Terrified to the core, he hastily nodded and groveled. I was blind, failing to recognize greatness. "Tai Xiao, with your vast capacity for forgiveness, please do not stoop to my level." I disdainfully ignored the oily man, turning my head imperiously to the side, not even sparing him a glance. Yang Mingting displayed a haughty expression, asserting, "Do you believe you are worthy of our attention? Depart at once and ensure we never see you again. Otherwise, you shall face dire repercussions. Now leave." The oily man, filled with gratitude, dragged the woman away like a beaten dog, tail tucked between his legs, fleeing in humiliation. Zoe Feng, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Why didn't Ti Xiao Yang inform me that Tai Xiao would be attending the auto show? I could have waited here for him. I was quite rude earlier." I chuckled and replied, "I came to the auto show on a whim with Mingting. You needn't be so courteous. Attend to your matters as you see fit. Once the exhibition concludes, have Mingting drive this car to my villa. She can handle the remaining formalities directly with the dealership." Yang Mingting, her beautiful eyes sparkling, interjected, "I can barely manage that little car. How could I possibly drive such an expensive luxury vehicle? What if I were to damage it?" I laughed heartily. "As long as you remain unharmed, consider it merely a playful experience akin to bumper cars. One's driving journey feels incomplete without a few scrapes along the way." Upon hearing this, Zoe Feng and the others silently exclaimed in admiration, "Our brother is truly remarkable." After exchanging a few more casual remarks, I took Yang Mingting to explore other exhibition areas. Otherwise, staying here felt no different from visiting a dealership, given that it was around lunchtime. The events occurring at the exhibition were not widely known to those elsewhere. We wandered aimlessly until we arrived at the diagonally opposite corner, where the McLaren exhibit was located, with two elegantly dressed women stationed at the entrance. Upon making eye contact with one of them, Yang Mingting instantly broke into a smile. To our surprise, it was Sister Wen. It had been quite some time since we last met. "I see you've taken up the car sales profession as well. It seems you are faring quite well." Yang Mingting engaged in an amiable conversation with her companion, subsequently introducing her to a woman named Wen Jiqing, who had previously worked alongside her as a waitress at a bridal shop. Unfortunately, the shop's owner absconded, leaving them several months' wages unpaid. At that time, Yang Mingting found herself with merely a handful of coins, on the brink of starvation. It was when Jiqing who, from her limited resources, managed to allocate 200 yuan to help Yang Mingting through that dire period. Having endured similar hardships, she understood just how arduous it was to survive on a meager monthly budget of 200 yuan. The gaze directed toward Yang Mingting was now imbued with a touch of affection. He vowed to ensure that this young woman would one day live a life befitting a princess. When Jiqing, with a warm smile, inquired about my circumstances, resembling a caring elder sister concerned for her younger siblings' well-being, she cheerfully produced 2 bottles of soda water, inviting them to explore the exhibition area and encouraging them to take a few photos if anything caught their fancy. Accustomed to my luxurious sports cars, Yang Mingting initially regarded the vehicles with indifference. However, out of respect for Wen Jiqing, she decided to select a car and casually snap a few pictures. At that moment, a commotion approached. A heavily made-up woman accompanied a rotund gentleman. With a smile, the woman introduced, "This is our latest P4S model, specifically designed for distinguished individuals like Mr. Li," offering the comfort of a luxury sedan paired with the flair of a sports car. Before she could finish her sentence, Mr. Li waved his hand, interrupting her, and pointed towards Yang Mingting, who was taking photos beside the car. "I believe this vehicle does not possess the level of sophistication you described, and it is unsuitable for a person of my stature. I shall explore other options for a business vehicle." The woman regarded Mr. Li's retreating figure and then cast a glance at Yang Mingting, who was casually taking photographs. An inexplicable surge of indignation welled up within her, rising from her heels to the crown of her head, nearly overwhelming her. Addressing Wen Jiqing and her companion, the woman exclaimed, "You too, come here at once." Wen Jiqing and her colleague hurried over, respectfully inquiring, "What matter does Supervisor Sun wish to discuss with us?" Their demeanor was exceedingly deferential. Yet Supervisor Sun displayed an air of disdainful superiority. As I previously conveyed, our McLaren brand is internationally renowned, adhering to a high-end trajectory and appealing to the most discerning clientele. You must understand that not just anyone is permitted in the exhibition area to take photographs with our vehicles, as it tarnishes our reputation. Chapter 85. You are too superior for me. Supervisor Sun, in a fit of rage, berated Wen Jiqing and her companion. Both women felt a deep sense of injustice, particularly the other woman, who felt utterly bewildered. This cannot be attributed to me. It was Wen Jiqing who knew that girl, claiming they had worked together in the past. She merely asked to take a couple of photographs to flaunt on her social media. I intended to dissuade her, but given Wen Jiqing's higher rank, it was futile. Thus, I remained silent. "I implore you to forgive me, Supervisor Sunday." Without hesitation, the woman threw Wen Jiqing under the bus, placing the entire blame squarely on her shoulders. Supervisor Sun glared fiercely at Wen Jiqing, scolding her in anger. "You have been with the company long enough to know better. Look at the trouble you've caused. I previously instructed you all not to allow those of a lower caliber near our vehicles, let alone take photographs with them, even if the paint is merely scratched. How can we sell these cars to our esteemed clientele if they are dirty? With such conduct, you dare to aspire for a promotion? It is nothing but a daydream. I shall report this upward and recommend you be demoted to the lowest rank." Wen Jiqing felt a profound sense of injustice. The car exhibition was fundamentally meant for photographs, and her request to Yang Mingting for a couple of pictures was intended as a promotional gesture for the company. How could this possibly be wrong? She did not dare to argue with Supervisor Sun and could only lower her head, murmuring, "I am truly sorry. I acknowledge my mistake and will never dare to do so again. Please forgive me, Supervisor Sunday." Manager Sun let out a dismissive snort, stating, "Apologies. But if it were of any use, then what need would there be for rules? One must be accountable for their own mistakes and bear the consequences." Her voice was raised, and both Yang Mingting and I were left seething with indignation. Just as we were about to confront her, the sound of footsteps approached. This time, it was a middle-aged man clad in a suit, accompanied by Jin Wenping. Jin Wenping strutted in an arrogant manner, while the middle-aged man appeared subservient, adopting a fawning demeanor. Upon spotting them, Manager Sun's expression shifted from grim to sunny, and she hurried over to their side, resembling a lapdog in her eagerness. Having encountered young Master Jin and Manager Ma before, she exclaimed that the current situation was quite favorable, with numerous high-quality clients visiting to view vehicles, naturally highlighting young Master Jin as the most distinguished. However, before she could finish her sentence, Jin Wenpeng brusquely shoved her aside and swiftly approached me. "Today is indeed my lucky day to encounter you here, young Master Tai." Had I known you were attending the auto show, I would have summoned everyone else, he declared. I offered a faint smile and replied, we are all friends here. There is no need for such formality. Let us plan a meal together soon. Jean Wenping eagerly concurred, while Manager Ma, trailing behind him, discreetly nudged me, filled with curiosity. He had encountered many of the prominent figures in the elite circles of benching. Yet this unfamiliar face before him raised questions about its origin. However, observing Jean Wenping's demeanor, one can ascertain that this individual is undoubtedly not an ordinary character. His significance is surely substantial. Manager Ma discreetly tugged at the hem of Jean Wenping's garment, as they shared a degree of familial relation, with Jean Wenping having always shown him considerable care. Allow me to introduce you to this esteemed individual. This is Tai Xiao, our collective leader. Even Wang Yingjie is among his followers. The Porsche 911 GT I previously mentioned is merely one of Tai Xiao's vehicles. It is rumored that a Rolls-Royce with the renowned Hui Ying has also been acquired, likely at Tai Xiao's behest. Yang Mingting interjected with a smile. You seem quite knowledgeable. That car was indeed purchased by my brother, and the full payment was made at the time of reservation. Manager Ma was acutely aware that Jean Wenping would never deceive him. These two cars alone were indicative of someone with a formidable background. I serve as the regional manager for McLaren, and Tai Xiao may simply call me Xiao Ma. As long as Tai Xiao expresses interest in McLaren, I can procure any model he desires. Manager Ma's demeanor was exceedingly humble, hoping to forge a connection with me. I cleared my throat lightly and remarked, Manager Ma, please do not say such things. Individuals of our humble stature hardly merit the esteemed McLaren. I am only capable of enjoying the likes of Porsche and Rolls-Royce. Lesser individuals should indulge in lesser vehicles, while the finer automobiles are best suited for those of higher standing. I shall take my leave to explore the realm of modest cars. Upon hearing this, Jean Wenping immediately grasped the situation, recognizing that someone from McLaren had clearly acted without discretion and offended me. He immediately remarked, if even the likes of Tai Xiao are deemed lowly, then I must be considered less than human. It seems I must inform others to maintain a distance from such prestigious McLarens. Manager Ma was utterly terrified by this statement. One must understand that the positioning of high-end sports cars is quite awkward. Ordinary white-collar workers cannot afford them, let alone those with modest means. As for the accomplished tycoons, they would never invest in ostentatious high-end sports cars, opting instead for mature and pragmatic business vehicles. Consequently, the sales targets for luxury sports cars can only be the affluent elite, and once such a brand is forsaken by the wealthy, it is doomed to ruin. Manager Ma hastily interjected, I believe this situation must be a misunderstanding. What exactly transpired was clarified by Tai Xiao. Yang Mingting pointed to Wen Jiqing and said, she is my sister from a previous job. I encountered her at your exhibition's entrance, and she asked me to help promote a bit. I thought, since she took such good care of me while I was working, I ought to assist her with a small favor. Therefore, I selected a sports car to take a few photos to share on social media. Out of nowhere, a supervisor's son appeared and reprimanded my sister, stating that individuals like us, deemed lowly, lack the qualifications to pose with your prestigious vehicles. I previously worked as a sales consultant at a Rolls-Royce dealership, believing that was quite impressive. However, in the presence of your brand, it pales in comparison and seems rather trivial. You are extraordinarily high-end, far beyond our reach. I must inform my other sisters to steer clear of any sellers of your brand in the future. Manager Ma, upon hearing those words, felt an indescribable fury surging from his heels to the crown of his head, nearly overwhelming him with rage. He yearned to strangle Supervisor Sun, that extravagant woman, wondering if her mind was entirely devoid of reason to utter such nonsense. The girl before him had clearly ascended to a position of privilege, regardless of her past demeanor. She now embodied nobility. The opportunity to have her share a moment on social media was undoubtedly a significant gain, for like attracts like, and one could hardly predict the formidable individuals that might inhabit her circle. In a fit of anger, Manager Ma turned sharply, bellowing at Supervisor Sun, you insufferable fool. What are you still standing there for? Hurry over and apologize to Mr. Tai and his wife. Supervisor Sun, startled into action, rushed over in a flurry.